What is up, YouTube? Welcome into another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, November 9th, 2023. And the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock on this Buck On and Buck Off Thursday. Send us your Buck On, send us your Buck Offs as we get things rolling on a Friday Eve. We've got plenty to talk about today. We're going to hand out some NFL midseason awards. Who's MVP, who's Defensive Player of the Year, who's Coach of the Year in the National Football League 9 weeks in, plus an updated look at Bucky's Heisman Watch, plenty of Texas and TCU conversation. Landry Burdine, the color commentator for TCU, will join us at 9 o'clock to talk about this game this weekend and a lot more fun along the way. What's going on, Buck?
It is a wonderful day to be alive, my friend. Wonderful day, and you guys will get a little rain this afternoon towards the evening, I believe.
Yeah. You're changing your forecast, huh?
No, it's not going to rain. Friday's just going to be still wet from Thursday, it looks like. But it's okay. We can use it.
We could use it. So you're saying it's going to rain today, but not tomorrow?
I'm going to say it's going to rain today and tomorrow.
The Relax the Back has spoken.
Yes, today and tomorrow.
Or you just checked your weather app to see that it's supposed to rain all day today and tomorrow.
No. It's supposed to be raining to Saturday. It's supposed to get rain. I think we're going to be okay for Saturday, but today and tomorrow, not so much. I don't need to check the weather app. I am the weather app. This body's the weather app.
Are you saying the weather apps check you?
Yes, that's what they do. They call me. They call me for the rain forecast. Remember, I'm not the temperature guy. I don't know what the temperature is going to be, but it looks like next week there's some 50s headed our way. I don't like the 50s. I know people like the 50s. I'm a 60s, 70s, 80s guy. I'm not 50s. No, I don't like to go play in that stuff. Still, it's cold to me, 50s. Coming from a guy from Pennsylvania who went to school in Boston, 50s is no good anymore.
Yeah, you can't even handle the 50s. It looks like the highs next week will be in the 60s, but you will get some lows that dip into the 50s. So maybe you could get around to golf in. Well, you've got a magic number, right? If it's 62 degrees or higher, you'll play. Yeah. But if it's anything lower than that, you won't go.
I don't play golf in the 50s. Too many nice days here to be out in the 50s playing golf.
That's
fair. Really is.
Yeah, and if it's in the 50s next week, that means it'll be back in the 80s in 2 weeks. You know,
that's true. We're back to 95 degrees by Thanksgiving.
Yep, that is how it works. So thank you all for joining us this morning. We've got a loaded show and a full day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Once again, 2 days away from Texas and TCU. The Longhorns trying to reverse the curse against the Horned Frogs. TCU has given this Texas team all sorts of fits over the last 11 years. Texas trying to find one more win against TCU, of course, before departing for the SEC. Buck, there are some rumors out there that the Big Ten could be announcing some sort of punishment for Michigan today.
Yeah, it sounds that way. Let me say good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day all over this world. Thank you so very much for what you do. Yeah, they want to talk to Michigan, and there may be the commissioner of the Big Ten may say something today. I hope he just treads lightly there and what he's about to do, because this is going to start pulling other people into anything that they do when it comes to, looking at signs, calling up your buddy that coaches on another staff. They're going to start making up rules where you can do absolutely nothing. You're going to be able to use game film, but you're not going to be able to talk to your buddies that are on other staffs. I mean, that's done every week. Every week, somebody that worked at another staff will call up their buddy and say, what are they doing? What can I look out for? What's the weaknesses of this player? I mean, that's been going on forever and ever and ever, and nobody's ever said a word about it. They exchange films, but I don't know. I think we're going to get to the point where that's all it's going to be. You can only film. People can't go out to games, which doesn't make any sense to me. Over one dude, over one school that just got carried away, because I don't think you're going to find a bunch of them carried away like that. I think they know the rules. They understand the sportsmanship of all this stuff, and they're not going to take that chance. Now, stealing signs is stealing signs. If your signs are stealable,
yeah,
and you keep using the same ones, that's your problem.
It is
on you. It's not on somebody that's looking and somebody that gets paid to scout you. But if you're out, you can't sit in the stands at the 50 with a recorder or your phone up on a little stand doing that. That's against that's that's totally ridiculous to do that. But calling up your buddy on another staff, do it all the time. Everybody,
yeah. You're not going to be able to prevent that, right? You're not going to be able to track every single phone call that happens between members of college football programs. Like, that's just unrealistic. But yeah, there are certain boundaries that need to be set, and there are certain lines that can't be crossed. And it feels like Michigan crossed them right there. So yeah,
what is it? Whatever is the due process, wait it out. All we know is the NCAA will take forever to do it because, of course, the new commissioner of the Big Ten, I'm pretty sure he'd like to have 2 of his teams that have a possibility of playing for a national championship. And he is a new commissioner. This is his first year. So
welcome to the job.
That dude better watch out. And he's trying to lead the way.
Well, it's tough. You say he better watch out, but 13 of the 14 teams want him to punish Michigan. Michigan's the only team that wants him to tread lightly. So
Michigan's the only one that's saying, "Hey, no, be careful." Everybody else is saying, "Get after them." But to what extent are you going to get after them? Are you going to drag the coach out of there for the next 2 games now? Next 3 games? Wow, that's and he's already missed 4. I mean, he's already been cheating. I mean, he's already been caught doing something for 3. You just as well tell him he can't coach anymore this year because he's going to be out of here anyway.
Well, you mentioned it. The problem with the NCAA is that they just drag their feet on these types of issues for way too long. So it might not even be this offseason before the NCAA were to come to some sort of conclusion here. It might be 4 or 5 years down the road where, hey, here's a punishment, Michigan. And it's like, well, none of the Michigan coaches who are a part of this are affected. And all of the players who are affected on that Michigan team are guys who are currently in like middle school and high school. So it's like, it feels like this year's team should be the team that's punished because this year's team is the team that's cheating. Now, I don't know if anything's going to happen to the players, although I don't, like back in the day, I used to always feel like the coaches should be the only ones who are punished because they're the adults in the room and they're the guys who are paid. Well, guess what? The players are paid now. Yeah. The players are paid now. No, so I don't have, if you're going to punish Michigan this year for doing this, I don't have that much of a problem with it. I really don't. Like these are professional athletes right now who are a part of Michigan. So I think Harbaugh should be punished the harshest out of anybody. And I think more should actually come down on the Michigan program. And I'm not saying like kids need to be suspended or anything, but the whole notion of, you shouldn't do anything to affect the kids this year because
they're not the kids anymore.
They're just student athletes. No, they're not student athletes anymore. Like if you're going to punish Michigan, you should punish them this year because the cheating has occurred this year. You shouldn't take it out on kids who are once again in middle school and high school right now. Right. Because that's just not going to do anything. It doesn't affect anything. And, vacating a national championship, it doesn't really do anything. Like I know the history books, will say that that team didn't win a national title or a Big Ten championship or this or that. But, everybody always remembers that, that team actually did win that stuff. So
for sure,
if there is going to be a punishment for something like this, shouldn't it be happening right now?
Yeah. Like I said, if you feel like you're going to do that, then you ought to be able to do it for the Penn State game. Say, sorry, coach, you can't leave campus. Your team can go on and play that game, but you can't leave. That team is leaving without you. They may be leaving without you for the Ohio State game too, and that's hurt enough right there to make you think about it, and to make everybody else think about it. You lose your coach for those type of games, those 2 games. I'm not talking about the preseason games where he missed 3 playing nobody, that the kids themselves could have coached themselves and won those games. I'm talking about this hurts. It'll hurt you against Penn State and it'll hurt you against Ohio State not to be there, and you don't want to bruise them in recruiting. Just get this over with, find out whatever, drop the fines, lose the games, lose the money, whatever you have to do. But you're right, do it this year. Don't wait till 2 years from now when the NCAA finally gets a hold of it. It'll be worn thin. Everybody would say, who cares? 2 years from now, people will go, who cares?
Right.
Yeah, cares what they did 2 years ago.
Jim Harbaugh is in his 2nd year with the Bears. You know? Now you're punishing Michigan. He's already off in the NFL, and all of those players are off in the NFL too. So
how'd you like to be a new commissioner again, trying to drop that on him? I don't know about that, man.
Well, it's a tough, there are some parallels to me. And look, we don't know all of the details of this Michigan story yet. And that's clearly that's why Michigan's like trying to slow this thing down. They're saying due process, but
Yeah.
they know that they've got like their best team in decades. And they're like, no, don't punish us right now. Just wait till the offseason. Let us play this year because we've got a shot to win the national championship. So, slow
And
this
then they're
thing
blaming
down.
on everybody else. Everybody else was cheating.
Yeah, they're doing.
Still, hey, what about us? What about the other teams that do this and they do that? They're trying to do the blame game on everybody else. This is what they do, and they're doing the same things that everybody else has been doing, Coach. That's what they do.
Well, there are parallels to the Astros cheating scandal for me because the Astros clearly were not the only team cheating using technology back in 2017. I mean, hell, earlier in the 2017 MLB season, the Yankees and Red Sox both got reprimanded, little tiny slaps on the wrist, but they got letters sent, and the whole league got letters sent basically saying, hey, don't do this. But it was clear and obvious that other teams were also using technology to cheat. The problem for the Astros was it became a national story. I've maintained this stance for years, Buck, and people disagree with me. I don't care. I fully believe this. Sports don't care about cheating.
Don't get caught.
Cheating has been going on in sports forever. It's like peanut butter and jelly. You can't have one without the other. Sports care about the perception of cheating. Like the layman, the casual fan cannot know that some sort of advanced cheating is going on in the sport, because then it's a horrible look for the sport. And then nobody trusts the sport. And then you worry about the integrity of the sport being completely thrown out the window. And then all of a sudden people might not watch because they're worried about cheating going on. And that affects the bottom line. So this is like, Michigan is right. I don't think Michigan's the only team stealing signs. And I don't think Michigan's the only team that had somebody filming other teams' games, right? I don't know if it's every team in the country, just like I don't know that every MLB team in 2017 was doing something similar to the Astros, but I would bet good amounts of money that Michigan and Connor Stallions were not the only people doing something very, very close to that. The problem for Michigan is this became a huge story. So there has to be some sort of punishment going on. Otherwise, the NCAA and the Big Ten is going to look like they don't care about cheating. You can cheat as much as you want. This can be rampant. We're perfectly fine with this. They've got to do something to make it look like they care, even though they might not actually care. Right. They have to do something to make it look like they care to preserve the quote-unquote integrity of the game.
They got caught.
It's simple as that. Like the Astros had a whistleblower. It was a guy who was on their team who was pissed off that he didn't make the playoff roster. Michigan had a whistleblower. It wasn't somebody within the program. It might have been Ryan Day's brother's law firm.
Yeah.
But it was somebody who told on them, and they had enough evidence to get them in trouble and turn them in. So, like, you've got to do something. Well, this is where I wonder what the punishment is going to be, because the Astros got a pretty hefty punishment in terms of other punishments given out in the history of Major League Baseball. But there are a lot of fans of other teams who are like, that's it? Like, you're not going to punish any of the players? They were the guys cheating. Like, what? You're not doing anything more than that? But because baseball was like, nah, we know other teams are doing this, we can't completely drop the hammer on all of these guys. So I think it's going to be similar to where Michigan's going to get punished, but there are going to be a lot of fans who are like, that's it? That's all you're going to do? Because they also probably realize that, no, Michigan is right when they're pointing the finger at everybody else. There are plenty of other teams around the country doing something very, very close.
Well, for the casual fan, don't think that if you know signals or when somebody's going to the post, that you don't have an unfair advantage. You do. Sure. If they figure out your stuff, this isn't just some casual deal that, it doesn't matter. The players are the players. No, this isn't the case. If they have figured out some of the codes, which your ass is pretty dumb if you're not changing by, and for college kids, they got 40 hours. So the NFL, all the changes and the things that they do in professional sports, that's where those guys live. They go there for eight hours. They don't go to class. They only have so many hours in college to change up things. The NFL teams like that, they've got professional teams have all day long. If somebody's trying to, here's our signal. This is our new signal. We can spend hours changing up what we have to change. The college guys don't get to do that, but it does affect what goes on the field. It just does. If you know when the counter's coming, you may not be able to stop it, but it's coming at least.
Yeah. I mean, there's been one team that's been able to beat Michigan in the last 2 years, and that's TCU, right? In the college football playoff semifinal last year. And we've heard stories since this Michigan scandal dropped a couple of weeks ago that Sonny Dykes was tipped off right? Somebody had warned him that Michigan was filming and stealing signs. So TCU had a bunch of dummy signs right there. Like that's what you got to do, right? It's almost like
Sure
you
you
got to
do.
assume, not just Michigan, it's almost like you got to assume that other teams are cheating a little bit. Like everyone's always looking for a competitive edge,
Well,
especially
dude, if
when
you're
you're
not changing your signs, you're stupid.
right. Yeah, exactly. You should be changing your signs mid-game, and hell, you should be doing decoys and dummy
Absolutely.
signs to make sure that you're not getting caught. So yeah, like it's easy to sit here and say, well, don't cheat. You shouldn't be cheating. It's against the rules. But once again, these two things go together like French fries and ketchup, you
Yeah,
know?
if you keep posting up Marilyn Monroe as your counterplay and you haven't changed it, you know what I'm saying, to Olivia
Mm.
Newton-John, then you're a dummy. I mean, really,
Trying to get
that's
physical.
on you.
Yeah. They go together like D's and nuts.
Yeah, that's
But
what I'm saying. If you're not changing, that's on you for not changing that up.
yeah, like nut and cheese.
Jeez.
Two things that go together and have gone together since the beginning of time. So it's crazy, man. Like I tend to think nothing's going to happen to Michigan. But once again, this ESPN article and a couple of articles that I've read over the last 12 hours or so say that there's a chance that some discipline comes down from Big Ten Conference Commissioner Tony Petitti. What is his name?
Petiti.
Petitti.
Yeah, that's interesting to be the first time out of the chute, and that's what you're going to do in your first year
I
to
wonder if the old
Michigan.
guy. I wonder if Kevin Warren knew this was coming, and he's like, "I'm out."
I'm going to the NFL where they cheat all the time.
He's like, "Yeah, no, there's going to be a big scandal dropping in this conference this year, so I am leaving. I'm going to hand this commissioner job off to somebody else."
To Petiti.
Yeah. So this the titty guy, the titty man, he's got a tough task ahead of him, and you know if he levies any sort of punishment against Michigan, you know Michigan's going to push back and they're going to sue. And
I know their lawyers are just sitting there waiting.
Yeah,
because there's certain things that the Big Ten can't do, even within their conference. You know, they can talk about this because this is a part of, you know, fairness and all this other stuff. They can, but I don't think they're allowed to until it's the due process is through, and that's still the NCAA is still a part of this whole thing. They can't do very much about it.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's in there, he can, because he's the commissioner. He may be able to say, "Coach, you're not going to coach for the next game." But there's some real harsh stuff that he can't really do. I don't think they're allowed to be taking games and saying that, you know, we're going to do this to you and we're going to take the money back. He can only do so much. So that they do have due process, and they're going to have to wait it out. As long as the NCAA is still a part of it.
Yeah, we don't have to ask whether or not Tony Petitti is an ass or a breast guy, right? I think we all know the answer to that. It's in his last name.
He listened to all the other schools, and they all were after Michigan. So
that's the thing. Like someone's
going
to be pissed off here, right? Like it's either Michigan is ticked or it's the 13 other schools in the Big Ten that get ticked. So I don't know if he goes
are mad. They are pissed.
I mean, Matt Rule at Nebraska is doing press conferences where he's like, "Yeah, our team's 4-4, but you know we've got that loss that shouldn't count as a loss to those cheaters." I mean, he basically said that at a press conference this week. Let's see if I can find the exact quote, but he literally is just like he took a loss off of his team's record because he doesn't count the Michigan game as a game that should actually count.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. That's where he's at right now. So,
and the Longhorns will be playing those cheaters next year.
Yeah, he says, "I feel bad for our players. We're sitting at 5-4. We own 5-4, but we have one game where the team scouted us." Like he
don't say that, Coach. Don't say scouted.
I know. It's like Michigan beat you guys. Like Michigan beat y'all probably 60-0. Like that, they would have beat your ass even if they didn't have your plays. Coach.
And by the way, don't say the word scouting because they do. Everybody scouts, Coach.
Right.
Not everybody's cheating. Not everybody's got their film crew at the 50-yard line with audio of your sideline people talking. Not everybody has all that kind of stuff. They scout you. They're allowed to scout you. You're allowed to go and scout teams.
Sure.
You're not allowed to film teams.
Right. Well, let's maybe put a bow on this conversation with this, Buck. I'll ask you a question. Texas plays at Michigan in 2024, next season. Will Jim Harbaugh be coaching the Wolverines in that game?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I think this dude is walking.
I think there was a chance he was going to walk. Regardless.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, this feels very Pete Carroll to me. And Harbaugh has been an NFL coach before. He's had success as an NFL coach, and he's had a couple of interviews in the last couple of years to be an NFL head coach again. So, the league is still interested in bringing him back. Now he finally has a reason to actually leave because he's done a good job building up Michigan.
You think the NFL cares he's a cheater?
No. No, they didn't care about Pete Carroll cheating.
No.
The Seahawks have been happy with that guy. He won them a Super Bowl and had him playing for another one.
That's right.
He's been one of the better coaches in the sport since he took the leap from college to the pros. Harbaugh, once again, already has a track record of success in the league, and teams will be chomping at the bit to try to get the chance to interview him.
Plus, he has sleepovers. That dude does sleepovers.
Yeah, you can't do that in the NFL, right? You can't just knock on the door of your kicker's house and be like, hey, man, can we pitch a tent together and build a fort with a bunch of pillows and couch cushions?
Not Fortnite.
Yeah, you can't be doing that, right?
No,
you can't. What you can do is give some love to some of our phenomenal sponsors.
Absolutely. And one of our big sponsors, of course, is Covert BK. No doubt about them. And folks, we'll be out there on Saturday to do the pregame show, of course, because we are away. But that is our home away from home for sure. They've been doing it since 1909, the Covert family, selling cars, trucks, and SUVs. They've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, of course, and Lincoln Ford in Austin, Texas. But out there in beautiful Bee Cave, USA, America, they've got Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And you were driving one of those Jeeps last week, and you loved it, huh?
Oh, man.
Awesome. Smooth as could be.
Yep, with the giant tires on there. Oh, yeah.
Look at you, man. And while you're out there, folks, do say hello to the gang out there. Say hello to Dan Covert. He's out there an awful lot. Mike, of course, the GM. Stacy, the boss. Jerome will be out there. They're all there to greet you and help you with your decision on what you're thinking that you would like to buy. Go to covertbeatcave.com for more information. Find out about their weekly specials that they have on all their vehicles. And, folks, the lot is packed, so there is plenty of inventory for you to check out. There's no empty spaces out at that joint. Every one of those spaces is filled with those beautiful Chevys, like I said, or GMCs or Cadillacs or Chryslers or Jeeps or Rams. They're all out there, and nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, they do not. Shout out to our friends at Covert BK, and shout out to our friends at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment.
Oh, yeah.
If you need to get a job done at your place, make it happen. They've got all the tools for you at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Of course, rentals, it's in the name. If you just need stuff for a weekend, for a couple of weeks, whatever, they've got you covered. But they also sell as well. If you need some tools to buy for the place, they can make it happen. They've been in business here in Austin since 1996. They are Austin's #1 source for all of your rentals, sales, and supplies. The biggest selection, the best brands, great prices, phenomenal service. They've got it all. TopGun.net is the website. TopGun.net. They will shoot you straight. Shout out to them. And shout out to our friends at CentexTickets.com as well. If you're trying to get up to Fort Worth for the game on Saturday, they've got tickets for you at CentexTickets.com. Every game, home and away, regardless of sport. If you're trying to go see Wemby down in San Antone, hey, you can get your Spurs tickets right there at CentexTickets.com.
Making those advanced plans to get down there get to Arlington for the Big 12 championship. They've got those.
There you go.
They'll have you all set up and ready to go.
To watch Oklahoma State play Kansas State?
No, to watch Oklahoma State play Texas.
There you go.
In the battle of the runners.
No one's gonna blame me. I don't want to be accused.
Oh, you don't want to be blamed for that? Oh, okay.
A jinx or anything like that. Can't take
just
any
win,
chances.
Man. Just win.
Just keep winning right there. But they've got all the tickets for all the sports, all the concerts, all the Broadway shows. It's easy. Just pull out your phone, go to the website, centextickets.com, and you can get everything taken care of right there. And as our guy Rue says, please smash the like button. If you're here this morning, give us the thumbs up. It really helps our channel grow, as we are, I think, less than 10 away from 6,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you all for being a part of this thing, and thank you all for continuing to spread the word about what we've got going on at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And I will ask that y'all continue to keep spreading the word about what we have going on at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Buck, how about this story from Brent Zwerneman, who covers Texas A&M for the Houston Chronicle, a.k.a. the Chronic, as I like to call it.
Okay.
As of early November, which is where we're at right now, Jimbo Fisher is going to get another year in College Station.
You're happy about that?
Oh, I think every Texas fan is happy about that. I think every SEC team fan base outside of College Station is happy about that, right?
Yeah, they must like there's something about the dude they like. He must say y'all the right way or something. I don't know what the hell it is.
Howdy
or whatever he does the right way.
He's
Pay
got
him
a
an
good
awful lot of
thumb.
money. Yeah, he's got a good thumb. He's got a
Maybe
good
that's
thumb,
it.
good sized thumb. But
Maybe that's it.
I don't know. I mean, that's just seems like a lot of money. I think they could do better.
Of course they can do better. And they like nobody wants Jimbo Fisher there anymore, but it's the money. You talked about it. Like his buyout is somewhere between $75 and $80 million. And then you've got to buy out the other coaches on the staff. And then obviously you got to pay to bring in the new coaches on the next staff.
A lot of cash.
So yeah, we're talking about $100 million plus to make this transition. And yeah, could the Aggies find the money? Yeah, of course they could find the money, but dude, you don't want to be writing checks like that, right?
They got bag people that could drop that bag on your porch and run away.
Sure, you still don't want to do that.
Nobody wants to do it.
Exactly. Like I don't want to write a $7 check. Hell, I don't ever want to write a check ever again. But you know, I get mad when I'm spending any amounts of money. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, and it won't be one person paying all of it. But
oh no, there'll be a group. There'll be a gaggle.
Yeah, they'll find the money if they need to.
Oh yeah, they can find the money. They could have found it last year if they needed to.
Right. I wonder what has to happen for Jimbo to keep his job. I mean, right now the Aggies are 5-4. They've got 3 games left, 2 of them at home. They play Mississippi State at home this week. Should be a win, right?
Yes. I mean, they're favored by 18 or some ridiculous number.
And then they've got Abilene Christian at home next weekend.
Be careful of them.
It ain't basketball, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, just be careful of them. Just don't let it happen to you.
And as bad as Jimbo is, he ain't Shaka Smart. Okay.
He's not Shaka Smart bad.
No, I don't think he'll lose that one, although I'll be rooting for the purple of Abilene.
Wow.
Christian. And then at LSU.
That's an ass whooping LSU is going to lay on them.
So if they follow what Vegas thinks they're going to do, then they're going to go 7-5, right? They'll go 2-1 in the final 3 games.
That's not good enough after last year.
That's a 2-win improvement.
That's still not good enough. That's
Come on,
not good
keep them.
No,
let them stick around. Next year's their year, man.
No, you want them to be around for the next 5 years. That's what you want.
Well, look, you give somebody a contract, you should honor that contract.
Oh, really?
Because that's clearly what Texas has done over the years.
I just worked at a place that didn't do that.
Oh,
hey, and that's not even worth millions, but it's worth a livelihood to me. Hell, I worked at a place that didn't honor a contract. They don't honor contracts.
But they should. It's the Aggie way, you know, howdy and milkman and weird hand signals and stuff.
Kissing and all that stuff in the stands.
Yeah, you know, making out after touchdowns. Like, come on, man.
No, I'm saying part ways while you can. Get Jeff Traylor while you can get that dude.
Hey, Petrino, he's only been there for a year. He needs another year to get his offense right?
Oh, my gosh.
Come on, man.
They can't keep a quarterback healthy. They're like Texas Tech. Every time one of those guys falls, there's a new quarterback coming in.
Yep. Well, I wonder what the Aggies will do. Part of me thinks he needs to win out to keep his job, honestly. But Zwerneman's tied in. That guy's got sources. He knows A&M better than just about anybody. So
probably just got a new extension.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Hopefully he wins out and wins a bowl game, and A&M gets to 9 wins, and they're like, hey, that's 4 more wins than last year. Let's extend this guy.
Let's do it. There you go.
4 more years. 4 more years.
No. Lock him up. Lock him up.
Oh, are you kidding me? No, I don't. Yeah, lock him up to a contract, not put him in jail, right?
Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think
there's something missing. They're still missing that key piece, and that's the head coach and the quarterback. Yeah. They just are. You know, they are playing better defense than they played before in the last couple of years.
Well, they do
send guys to the pros somehow. They find a way to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been inconsistent though all year long. Like some weeks the offense looks good and the
Right.
defense is bad. Like last week, right? Last week was a game played in the 30s, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 38-35. Like,
Yeah.
okay, the offense kind of held their own. Max Johnson had a bad turnover late, but you score 35 points, you should win way more
That's
often
right.
than not. But yeah, I mean, they couldn't stop Quinshawn Judkins. That guy was a beast, and Jackson Dart was throwing darts all over the field.
By the
And
way, they knew Junkins. They knew he was coming too.
yeah, he's a beast. He's one of the best runners in the nation. But yeah, it's just like I don't know. That's what happens. We've seen it around here. Like when you're a bad team, you find ways to lose games. And
Yes.
that's what A&M is right now. Like it's just inconsistencies. It's something different every single week. So they clearly have the talent. They've recruited. I mean, they're 2 years into the best recruiting class in the history of college football. And they've recruited well every single year. It's not like that was the only good class that Jimbo's been able to bring in. I think they had 20 starters back from last year. And, it felt like things, even though they were coming off of 5-7, it felt like there were reasons to be optimistic if you were an A&M
They
fan.
just have these controversies, even when the quarterbacks are healthy, of which one is the best one. And they never come out to be worth anything. They're not just not very good. You know what I'm saying? They've got their guys that are just okay. They don't have a stud. All the great recruiting they have, but they don't seem to find that quarterback that's the guy. They're happy with Max Johnson. Like, when you hear about him playing, everybody's like, oh, he's some of them think he's great. I'm like, really?
I mean, they've tried, right? Like Connor Wegman was a 5-star, and Haynes King was a pretty highly touted recruit when they got him. It's development, man. It's the same problem Texas had for a long time. Like they're not developing their talent, and when that happens, you've got to get a new coaching staff in there who is going to do it. So,
True. But
yeah,
you don't want that to happen. You don't.
No. I want to deliver the knockout blow for Jimbo Fisher next year in College Station. Like I want him on the sideline for that game. Hell, I want him on the sideline for the next 10 Texas versus A&M games. But I don't know if we're going to be that lucky.
No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, there you go. Congrats to you if you're a fan of a team that doesn't like A&M, and if you are an A&M fan, you hope that story is not true, because I don't know if there's an Aggie fan in the world who believes in Jimbo Fisher right now at the end of year 6, considering where this team is. It's a tailspin right now.
6 years. Getting ready to go to the number 7, one of my favorite numbers. He's getting ready to hit 7 years. Wow.
Yep. If they bring him back, it will be year number 7. He just needs more time, man. He just needs a little bit.
Isn't that past the contract, the original contract? 7 years has to be, yes.
I don't know. I thought the original deal was 10 years.
Was it a 10-year original 10-year deal?
Yeah, and then they ripped that up and added an extension.
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, wow.
Adding more years, and
it's
then
when you add that extension to the policy.
Yep,
it really hurts, man.
That's the worst, man. That's an Aggie move too. You extend the coach way before you need to, and they're not the only ones who do that.
Oh no,
it happens all the time. But they got they've been burned by that in the past, and they're getting burned by that in the present. So
yeah, and you're right. Bobby Petrino's just settling in.
Yeah, give him some more time, man. Give him some more time. All right. Before we get to the Bucks updated Heisman watch, we've got a big weekend of college football coming up that could really, really impact the Heisman race in college football. Some more love to some more of our great sponsors.
Yes, relax the back. Just talking about the weather change coming up and a little rain coming this afternoon and tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, thank you to the folks at Relax the Back, because my back can't be happier than the chair that I'm sitting in right now, and I have been for 20 years. This gives me the comfort that I need. It gives me the support that I deserve. That's right. I deserve support, BK, and especially for this back that's been just not taken care of very well. So my thoracic back feels fantastic, and you will too. You know, they've got these great Tempur-Pedic mattresses there. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, massage chairs. They've got the pillows for you. They've got the stand-up desk that Trey Elling III is looking for, because he wants to stand up and do his shows. He wants to show his calf muscles. But they've got all the chairs, all the desks that you deserve, and they've got 2 great locations in BK at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back. I was at that Container Store. You can't miss that Container Store. You're right, BK. You can't miss that son of a gun when you're up on 180. It's like, it's jumping right into your face.
Dude, that store moves. I feel like it's in a different location every time I drive by. It's just wherever I'm looking, that's where the Container Store is.
It's just right there. You're right, man.
ginormous.
Absolutely. Thank you to the folks there.
Yeah, it makes it easy to find Relax the Back, though, which is good news. Yep, absolutely. Shout out to them. And also shout out to Altstad Beer. You want to feel good, get you an Altstad beer or 12 in your system. The best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas, brewed in Fredericksburg. But once again, in Austin and San Antonio and DF-Dub and H-Town, they've got Altstat everywhere. A bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are the two Altstat flagship beers. Those are award-winning beers, by the way. Like, not just me handing out awards, like judges, people who get paid to drink beer for a living at the U.S. Open Beer Festival and the Great American Beer Championships are giving awards out to Altstat Beer. They've got the Altstat Light as well. So if you're looking to sacrifice on the calories but not sacrifice on taste, you can get you the Altstat Light. They've got great seasonals, including the Oktoberfest, which is available now. I'm telling you, something for every beer drinker out there, and every Altstat brew is brewed with just 4 simple ingredients. There are no additives. There are no preservatives in any Altstat beer. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is Altstat Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Say good morning to our friends over at 7-Eleven. I was over there, got my hard copy yesterday.
Oh,
one hard copy of yesterday's paper of Wednesday's Austin American Statesman, and it almost like it had my name on it.
Of course. They only got one because you're the only person who buys it.
The lady saw me and she goes, I haven't seen much of you lately. I mean, like at 3:30 in the morning? No, you haven't seen much of me at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't do that anymore, lady. She was fantastic, man. What great people over there. Nice people. You know, I asked him how Ashish was doing. I asked him, I said, so what kind of boss is he? They love that dude. They love that dude. I'm telling you, all the folks over there, and you know what? They're good people, and they've got everything that you need early in the morning. You know, your Starbucks isn't open at 3:30, 4 o'clock or all of the hours, but they've got hot coffee waiting for you. They got gas. They've got your water. They got your Olipop. They've got everything that you need at 7-Eleven. You know, they got little Debbie's, double deckers. Oh, I love those little Debbie's. I almost got one yesterday, but I said no because I was on my way to see. I had a doctor's appointment, and I didn't want to come in there with the little cream pie stuff all over my face. I didn't want them to see me indulging in little Debbie's. I didn't want that. I didn't want that smell, that sweet smell of the cream in between. I don't want any of the cake dripping down my beard. So I didn't do it. But I always do Olipop. I'll tell you that, man. Still haven't got to the cola yet. Still a grape ape. Love the grape. Can't get away from it.
You didn't want to have cream pie residue on your face.
No, not going into the doctor's office. No thanks.
Oh my God. That's incredible, man. Wow, what a live read that was. Shout out to Ashish. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Shout out to cream pies, huh?
There you go. Little Debbie's, the best.
Oh my God. Yep, they've got everything there at 7-Eleven, and Ashish is the man. I concur with what the employees say. Ashish is a great dude. My God. All right, Buck. By the way, 20 minutes from now, TCU color commentator Landry Burdine will join us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. So we'll go behind enemy lines and get a TCU preview for this game coming up on Saturday. What's going on with TCU this year? Why are they 4-5, a year removed of playing for the national championship?
Living high on that hog.
I guess so. We'll ask Landry about that and preview some of the key matchups in this matchup this weekend. But hey, it is Thursday after all, and every Thursday we give people an updated look at the Bucks Heisman watch. So Bucky, 1 through 5, who is in your rankings this week?
How about Michigan's sleeper? My sleeper team, Michigan's J.J. McCarthy, still leading the way with Michael Penix next, right on his tail, of course. Washington, they're going to have a couple big games left to play. Florida State's quarterback at number 3. Travis, how about this? Caleb Williams to number 4. And then I got a tie at 5, Bo Nix and Marvin Harrison Jr. I got that as a tie at 5th place right now. I'm throwing in a wide receiver.
Yeah, that's not that surprising. That's a good call on that one. But you still have Caleb Williams in your top 5?
Dude, I don't care what. I mean, I know it's Heisman. I know you think about what you think about all this, guts and glory college stuff. That dude is the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. That guy is going to be.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's not a better quarterback playing college football than that guy right now, and that includes Michael Penix and everybody else combined. That guy's the best of all of them. They will play at least a little defense in the NFL. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out who out there won't.
Yeah, well, as long as Alex Grinch doesn't get hired to be a
Yes.
defensive coordinator on the NFL team that he's playing for, then there's going to be some defense played. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Caleb Williams is the most talented quarterback in the country, and he's going to be the number one pick in the draft. There's no debate about that. But I don't know. With USC having 3 losses, even though not all of them have been his fault, Notre Dame game, he was really bad in that one. But Washington last week, he was really good. He put the team on his back. They scored 42, and they still couldn't win because they couldn't get a stop. So he's great. I don't know.
That for him every week. He's got to do that every week, the way this group plays defense.
He was kind of doing it last year too, honestly. Yes. USC was obviously better. They were a win away from making it to the playoff in 2022. But I don't think he's in the mix anymore because the team is just falling apart right now. Okay, so there's your list. Here's the Vegas top 5. And we've got some changes here from the folks out in the desert. Michael Penix Jr. is once again the favorite to win the Heisman after a strong performance against the aforementioned USC. Bo Nix is right behind him, number 2. Jordan Travis, number 3. J.J. McCarthy all the way down at number 4.
Oh, yeah. They know they're stealing signs. Somebody's knowing it. Vegas knows it.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, J.J. McCarthy was the favorite, and he was a 2-1 favorite to win. And I don't know if it's, the sign-stealing scandal. I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Way to go, Harbaugh. Way to get the guy he wants his Heisman. Now you're screwing that up.
Yeah. Now I wonder, because Michigan actually has some tough games coming up, right? Like, what if J.J. McCarthy puts up amazing numbers against Penn State this weekend?
You're right.
Wins? And then what if he puts up amazing numbers against Ohio State in the last game of the year and wins? Do they still not give him the Heisman because of the cheating scandal? Or are they like, no, this guy's on the best team in the country and he's been amazing, so we have to
He's on the best sleeper team in the country.
Yeah, once again, everyone's talking about them right now. They ain't sleepers.
They ain't sleeping. They're not sleeping no more.
They never really were in the first place. But Carson Beck, the Ohio State quarterback, the Georgia quarterback, is number 5. Marvin Harrison Jr., as you mentioned, is right behind him at number 6. So, yeah, you're not far off on that at all. But, yeah, there's your top 6. By the way, Ollie Gordon, the Oklahoma State running back.
He's got was he 8?
He's 7.
Okay.
Yeah, the nation's leading rusher is 7. So, Ollie Gordon is the definite favorite for the Doak Walker Award given out to the best running back in the nation. He's now in the top 10 for your Heisman odds as well. Is he going to win it? No, probably not. But the fact that he's even in the discussion, I mean, I don't know how many people outside of Big 12 country have any clue who Ollie Gordon is, but he is making a name for himself with the way that he has run the football. And Oklahoma State's obviously back in the mix in the Big 12, and they've got a damn good shot to be playing for a conference title here in a few weeks. So glad Ollie Gordon, the DFW kid, is getting his love and flowers because he is a beast.
Yeah, think about it, BK. The kid from Kansas went into the year as the best running back in this conference, and now there are 2 runners that are, I think, surpassing him. It doesn't mean he's a bad running back. I'm just saying there are 2 others in this very conference that I think that are better than he is.
Yeah,
they're just on. They're and it's not that Kansas doesn't have because they can still run the ball. Doesn't matter which quarterback they have. They can still run the ball. They're still pretty good. But there are 2 better backs right now. But I don't think there's a better back than Ollie Gordon right now for sure.
Yeah.
That includes Jonathan Brooks. Sorry.
I think you're probably right. Like Devin Neal was the Kansas running back that you're talking about.
Right.
And he is having a really, really good year. But, Ollie Gordon's been maybe the best runner in the country, and Jonathan Brooks not too far behind him. So, those are probably your top 2 running backs in the Big 12 right now. And for a conference that was always known for having great quarterback play and maybe questionable run games at times, you've got some damn good runners in the Big 12 this season. So, all right, I like that. Yeah, you're not too far off from Vegas, but it's interesting just the movement at the top, and it's been such a weird college football season, and I think the Heisman race and just the ever-changing odds that we've seen for this award have kind of indicated just that. I mean, there's no clear favorite, dude. Like last year at this time, Caleb Williams was the guy, right? And when Joe Burrow won it, he was clearly the guy. And there are just some years to where you just know, or at least you feel like you know going into the last month of the season who it's going to be. Now it could be 4 or 5 different guys, right? It just all depends on how November and early December shakes out.
Yeah, Michael Penix said if they can, get through the season, get to the playoffs, then he's going to really be in the thick of things. The kid from Ohio State, even if they beat Michigan, he's not going to take that jump from where he is all the way to number 1. I don't believe he's going to have to he's going to have a game, not just win the game in some close battle. He's going to have to put up real live numbers, 350 in a game, couple touchdown passes. He's going to have to do those type of things, but he's got the wide receiver to do it. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. And they've got weapons enough to do it. It won't be about just winning for him. He'll have to put up numbers to move from where he is all the way to the top spot.
Interesting. You're talking about the quarterback, not Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, I'm talking about the quarterback.
Okay.
I don't think he can jump from where he is. That's just too far.
Yeah, I don't even think he was in the top 7 or 8 for Heisman odds right now. So Marvin Harrison's got better odds than he does to win that award.
Yeah, and he'll have to score, but he'll have to have a bunch of unbelievable games.
Yeah,
for a receiver to do that. It's been a long time since a receiver had won the Heisman Trophy. My goodness, how long ago was it? Who was the last?
It was 3 years ago. Devontae Smith, the Alabama kid.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Alabama's kid did.
Now, it took a global pandemic for that to happen. And that season was, short and different than any other season of college football that we've ever had.
But he was well-deserving of it. He was unbelievable. Yeah,
I don't think you put an asterisk by it. Like Devontae Smith.
Oh, no.
Beast. So he earned that award right there. And it was kind of nice to see a non-quarterback win it because it does feel like it has become the best quarterback in college football award these days. It's rare where you see anybody, forget just a wide receiver. It's rare that you see any non-quarterback take home that hardware.
What about the kid from FSU? I mean, is that you got to win them all? You got to win it. I mean, you got to be playing in the playoffs. I mean, he's got a couple. I mean, this week they're playing Miami. He can really make some headway. I know Miami
sucks. Yeah. I mean, sure. No, he's got the 3rd best Heisman odds. He's a really good player, and if your team makes the playoff and you're the quarterback for that team, then yeah, like there's a good chance he gets the invite to New York City at the end of the year. There's a lot of good quarterbacks right now, man, and all of these guys once again still have a chance. So, the cheating scandal I think plays a factor for sure. But yeah, Michael Penix Jr. If Washington wins out and Penix keeps putting up good numbers,
oh yeah, for sure. By that time,
then I think he's your guy. But Bo Nix clearly still has a chance, right? Like if they win their games, they're going to get a rematch against Washington. And if Oregon wins that second game, well, then Bo Nix is probably your guy. So
you're right.
There's a lot could change over these next few weeks, and we'll keep giving y'all updated looks at the Bucks Heisman watch, and of course, updated looks on the Vegas odds to win the Heisman Trophy. A quick look, by the way, at the favorites to win the national championship in college football this year. Still Michigan, 5-2, followed by the 2-time defending champs Georgia. You've got Florida State, Ohio State, and Alabama rounding out your top 5. Alabama ranked number 8 in the country. They're going to need some help from some other teams to get into the playoff this year, but they've got better odds than Oregon, Washington, and Texas. Texas is at 15-1 right now for those who are curious.
Not putting my money there right now.
No.
I'm trying to get back up to Arlington.
Yeah, how about Big 12 championship odds? Can we? Although I don't think those are going to be super favorable. You're not going to get a lot of juice right now on Texas on that deal because
I'm pretty sure Oklahoma State would be leading the pack there.
No, Texas would still be for sure. Buck, the NFL game tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Are you?
No.
You had any 1,000-unit locks on Panthers, Bears?
No. I've been hitting the Maction this week. Yeah, the Maction. I'm hot in the Maction. Maction's fun. That's a fun group, man. I don't know why I'm not making those 5,000-unit plays. I just don't want to upset the people during the week if I miss. You know what I'm saying?
Because these are the only things you're getting right.
I know. I've got a 5,000-unit play, and you know what I'm going back to, don't you?
You're allowed. Today is Thursday. This is the first day where you're allowed to give your 5,000-unit plays, and you don't have to worry about any line movement.
I was saying anybody playing Syracuse, but I'm not going to do that. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go the T-shirt guys up there in Norman.
Oh.
You're talking about having a bounce back after last week.
The T-shirt boys.
They're playing the Morgantowners. That is going to be. Do you know how pissed they're going to be? Yes, they need a witty T-shirt after what happened to them. They'll be making T-shirts. That was a mistake. Our coach wasn't drinking through a fire hose. He wasn't sucking down water or whatever. But they will whip up on West Virginia this week. That's a 5,000 unit play along with the Boston College Eagles.
Why you keep betting on BC? You've lost like 30,000 units on BC this year, man.
I told you I'm going to get everybody well this week. Just follow me this week, please.
Who are they even playing?
No, Jersey Mike. I don't know who the hell they're playing.
You're putting 5,000 units on a game that you don't know who's playing?
You know, I've got it written down somewhere, but
I'll look it up for you.
Let me just say this. I like OU this week.
Okay. OU is a 13-point favorite. That line's been going down all week, by the way. So the Sharps in Vegas disagree with you. They
think we're going to have a real letdown by OU people? No.
Oh, they've only had 2 in a row. Actually, 3 in a row. They happened to win the first one against UCF, but it's been 3 subpar games in a row for Oklahoma. They have not been the same team that they were in the first half of the year at all.
And then I'll put my 1,000-unit play because then we'll all be even after that with Oklahoma State.
Okay.
On the road, yes.
Let's hear from Brent Venables real quick.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going. And so
you've been blowing and going, Coach?
Holy cream pie, Coach.
Where is that stupid T-shirt? Come on, man.
You want to see the?
I want to see them. Yes, and it is Thursday, which means I got to see those 2 guys up in the press box humping each other.
Oh my
God! Those 2 dudes.
Let me see if I can find the. Okay, we got a couple of things to pull up here. Okay. First the T-shirt boys. Yes. Danny Stutzman, who's been out, by the way.
Hadn't been playing since T-shirt day.
OU's defense has not been the same without Stutzman. He's a stud. He really is. He might be a weirdo. Well, he definitely is a weirdo, but he can play. Yeah, there's your T-shirt boys.
Yeah, downward hook them, yeah.
You need to say Oklahoma only fears Oklahoma State and Kansas. Maybe you need to add that to the shirt because they've lost to both of those teams.
Well, since you're on that vein, give me the girl who got smacked upside the head by Bevo.
Okay.
Yeah, with these 2 clowns here.
Let's see. Here we go.
Yeah. Laugh that one off. You know that hurt. Oh, man.
Come on. So you're betting on the T-shirt boys this week, huh?
Yes, I am.
Against West Virginia.
Yes, they're going to maul West Virginia. You talking about living high on the hog, West Virginia last week, mauling the poor kids from BYU.
Oh, BYU sucks, don't they?
Michigan, the guys on a mission, they're taking advantage of there in Morgantown. They get theirs this week.
Yeah, both of those teams are part of the 5-way tie for second place in the Big 12 right now at 4-2. Yeah,
and Oklahoma State goes to Central. Do they play at Central?
They play at Central Florida. Yeah, and the line in that game, 2.5.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Wow, it was 3 yesterday, which I thought was low, and now it's down to just Oklahoma State minus 2.5.
Are they trying to tell me that Ollie Gordon is banged up? Or is he going to run for 300 this week?
Dude, I get worried about seeing lines like that, man. This is one of those.
Somebody knows something.
Yep, somebody knows something. This is one of those the casinos don't build themselves kind of games, isn't it?
I think it would have to do with their running back. If there was, he was banged up last week. He kept going in and out of the game, but he kept showing up when they needed to get touchdowns.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if they think that, Gundy is not going to give up anything. He's not going to tell you if he's playing or not. So you're not going to get anything from that dude. Plus, that's a stud. That guy will play hurt.
Yeah, Ollie Gordon. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm touching that game, honestly. But you're going 1,000 units on Oklahoma State.
Easy 1,000. Yes.
Okay, and you're going 5,000 on OU minus 13, and you're going 5,000 on Boston College. They're
versus
playing
Virginia Tech at home.
Okay, Virginia Tech is a 1-point favorite, so that's basically a pick 'em. You're just taking Boston College to win that game.
Absolutely.
Okay. Boston College is 6-3. Wow, congrats, Buck. A bowl game for you guys.
A bowl game, absolutely.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so that's it. You're just trying to get to even this week?
That's all. I want to get you even. But then when the holiday season comes rolling in Thanksgiving, you'll be thankful to the Buck because I'll put you over the top, getting ready to go into the Christmas holidays. Gifts for kids. Gifts for kids coming up.
Yeah.
Not tips for kids, gifts for kids after next week.
The kids have been sleeping outside for the last few weeks because of all the money you've lost them. They haven't eaten food in months because of you.
I was on the money last week. I'm hot right now. I'm feeling like Lee Sterling. I'm starting to feel it a little bit now.
There you go. I don't associate Lee with you, please. Come on. That guy actually wins money. What are you doing, man? By the way, ask and ye shall receive, Buck.
I mean, really, you two haters. Those are two haters too.
Yep, they are Texas haters.
Spencer,
Brando, and Tillman. A video that really never gets.
Those dudes just hate Texas.
They do. They
indeed. Both do. Tillman tries to pretend like he's passive about his hate, but he hates Texas too. God, and Brando's not even passive about his.
No, I mean, Tillman, you understand. He went to Oklahoma.
Yeah, I got that part.
He does a better job than Brando of even keeping his Texas hatred down. But yeah, Brando is the ultimate Texas hater. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about those guys this weekend because it's an ABC game.
We don't have to worry about them in the booth. I don't want to ever see them up in the booth alone again.
Yeah, get the camera out of there, please. I don't want to see what those two jabronis are doing.
Yeah, they're having contractual talks, believe me, at the end of the season after
God bless. That is so weird. All right, Landry Burdine, who covers TCU, will join us here in a few minutes. But let's start the Texas-TCU conversation, Buck. Texas, a 10-point favorite now for this game in Fort Worth coming up on Saturday night. I think every Texas fan knows it. Like, TCU has owned this rivalry. Texas fans probably won't call it a rivalry, but TCU fans will call it a rivalry, and they clearly get a kick out of beating Texas. And, well, the Horned Frogs have had Texas's number since joining the Big 12. 8-3 is TCU against the Longhorns in the 11 matchups these teams have played as conference foes. Of course, this Saturday will be the last ever conference matchup between Texas and TCU. They've got to find a way to turn the tide against these guys, man, because it's, Gary Patterson obviously was a thorn in Texas's side for a long time. And then Sonny Dykes. Yeah, Sonny Dykes has only coached 1 year at TCU against Texas, but also he was the coach at Cal when Cal beat Texas twice in a row last decade. So he's also had Texas's number. So, history not on Texas's side with this matchup.
Yeah, Coach Patterson just always let his team know that you are tougher than they are. No matter what, you're mentally tougher than Texas. Eventually they'll fold. If you keep punching at them, there'll be some time in the game where they'll just fold up. I mean, that's what Coach Patterson has always felt about this group. He just should I just say the word soft? He's always thought that Texas was soft. No matter what kind of team he had up in Fort Worth, he always thought that this group was just a little soft for the talent that they had. And he wasn't lying because when he got a hold of them, whether it was 11 a.m. or 6:30 at night, they found a way to beat them. And they found a way to out-physical them. And I think Sonny has the same mindset that Gary Patterson, because he was with them, for that year or so. So he understands that he thinks no matter what Texas will bring to the table, no matter if they beat Alabama and Tuscaloosa, that when they play Texas, he thinks that their kids are just tougher than the kids there. He just does.
Yep, and he's been right more often than not. And look, last year the difference was the TCU defensive front. I mean, they held Bijan Robinson under 30 yards rushing in the game in Austin last year. And, Bijan Robinson, the best running back in college football, couldn't get things going. TCU's defense was great. They didn't give up a touchdown against Texas, right? The only touchdown the Longhorns scored last year in Austin was a scoop and score with about 5 minutes left in the game. So, I just
thought last year that TCU had more talent. And, that was a closer knit team. I think they had more talent. Obviously, if you look in the NFL, the guys that left for the NFL for this group and the ones that left for Texas, I mean, Bijan Robinson excluded. The rest, I mean, TCU must have put about 5 or 6 guys into the NFL last year. They had a very talented football team. That wasn't just out physical you, out tough you. They had talented players last year, and those guys are gone.
Right.
And you pay the price when you lose that many of them at one time. And the loss of that, I tend to think that's what's going on with them right now. No, they're still tough kids. They're still tough and physical. They just don't have the same kind of talent. That's NFL talent. You lose 5, 6, 7 of those guys to the NFL, you're going to feel it. You can be as tough as you want to, but that's next level talent that you lose.
Well,
and leadership.
Well, let's hear from an insider, a guy who knows this TCU program better than anybody. He is the color analyst for the TCU radio broadcast, longtime TCU broadcaster, and a great dude to boot. Landry Burdine joining us right now here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Good morning, Landry. How are you?
What's up, guys? How are we doing? Bucky, good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, man. Good to see you, too. This TCU team, I was talking to BK talking about from Gary Patterson on to Sonny Dykes. I think they've always believed that that Texas will fold if you just keep punching. If you just don't give in to this Texas group, you're going to be in the game, and eventually they'll just roll over and die. And I think for the last couple of years, it's just been that way. But when you lose as many guys as TCU has lost to the NFL, I mean, this wasn't just a physically tough football team, because they're still physically tough, I believe. But the talent that they lost, that's kind of too much to bear. I know you had backups, but those backups weren't like some of the guys that just left to go play NFL football, I don't believe.
No, and that's what, there's 9 guys seeing significant time actually starting in the NFL off of that team. I think there were 11 or 12 that actually are in camp still. So you got 2 or 3 that are on our practice squad, but the rest are playing a lot, and in a lot of ways starting. And so, yeah, I mean, I think your point is right, Bucky. I think early on, and when TCU was in the Big 12, it was, hey, we're tougher. I don't think there was any question that was the message. I'll tell you, the last couple of years, it was, we're just better. Like, we had better players, we had better leaders, and you saw that last year, obviously, with that team. But that team last year was special, man. I mean, you don't want to harp on last year, but 80% of that offense, graduated. And the thing that I looked at was all those guys were long-termers on campus. And so there's kind of a referendum, I think, on the portal. I'm pro-portal, by the way, so I don't want this to sound like an anti-portal rant, but I think at some level that portal thing is going to be cyclical, right, where guys are going to be like, you know what, I think I need to have more homegrown guys than a bunch of mercenaries that come in and don't bleed this place, where it doesn't mean a lot. And so I think from the Frog standpoint, that last year was a prime example of homegrown, and this year you're seeing, hey, man, maybe we tried to plug some of the holes in the dam with some guys that, maybe didn't work out.
Yeah. Landry, what's, outside of the talent, like, what's been the biggest difference? TCU last year was so good in one-score games. It just felt like they always made winning plays down the stretch to find ways to win. And this year it just hasn't been there. What's been the biggest change and the biggest reason for why just those close games aren't going TCU's way? Experience
and leadership. I think any football team you look at, when they struggle to execute when it really matters, a lot of that is experience, and then a lot of that is leadership. And when you got a guy like Max Duggan who's going to will his way to a first down, or Quentin Johnston, we beat Kansas last year on a ridiculous catch by Quentin Johnston late in the game, right, to make a play. And you just go through that whole season, and that's just kind of how it went. But that's, from my experience, and I'm sure Bucky would agree, been in a lot of these locker rooms too. It's guys that have been around each other a long time. Again, to that whole portal argument, right? And that trust each other because they've been around each other a long time, and not just playing football, but playing video games and hanging out all day, every day. Just, you learn about a dude, right? And so, that's what this team is struggling with a little bit. But I'll tell you this, they play hard, man. And this is a team that you're going to look up in 2 or 3 years and be like, okay, yeah, those dudes are pretty good. Problem is, they're just young, man. They're young at quarterback and young at corner. You lose a Thorpe Award winner in Trey Tomlinson. You lose an elite playmaker at linebacker in D. Winters. I could go on down the list. And when you replace that with young guys, man, there's growing pains. It just is. It's a game. I remember Andy Dalton at Texas when he was a true freshman threw several picks. I don't even know how many. He looked terrible. And then he winds up, look how good Andy Dalton was and is, right? And so, you got to grow up in this game. It takes a long time sometimes.
Well, I think, and that's I think the difference what makes making the difference for Texas right now. Yeah, they're talented, but they've got some veteran players, some leadership that's incredible, because there's a couple games here, Landry, that, in the past, this group would have said, oh no, we're, even last week when you're up 20 that just would have folded up the tent. They'd have lost that game last week, but they've got a bunch of leaders on this defense right now and offensively. I mean, they're young on the offensive line, but they played in games together. They've done all the things that you've talked about because they've been around each other. So they're understanding about winning, what it takes. It's for some people it may be what you have to do with the point spreads, but for them it's just winning the game, and they're finding out that to them it only matters if you win by 1 point. Your coaches can yell and scream at you, but when you turn around to the coach and say, "Hey, coach, we're 8-1, we're 9-1. This is what we do. We win games. We're not worried about point spreads. We're worried about getting to the Big 12 championship." I think they have a bunch of those kids this year on this football team that can get them through, the tight situations, like having a backup quarterback go in for his first couple games. And that's leadership. That's not always the talent part. That's about believing in the guy that's at your quarterback position right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And we're dealing with that a little bit, right? Chandler Morris got hurt again. Josh Hoover, who's an incredibly talented kid, came in, played well against BYU. He's faced a lot of pressure against Kansas State and Tech, and that's really been one of the issues is dealing with that. And the offensive line hadn't dealt with it well either, to be honest with you. You look at this Texas defensive front, they're elite, they're older, like you said.
Yep.
But then I also, Bucky, I look at guys like, Anthony Hill, freshman linebacker. I mean, for that guy to get in and start playing significant minutes when he's facing the depth that linebacker that Texas has says a lot about him and his makeup. I remember watching him in high school, and he was special. So, it's a talented team, man. Texas is really good. Texas is always good, it seems like, but they seem like more unified this year. They seem like they're just a better room. And I think that probably says a lot for just from an outsider looking in, that's what it looks like to me. And it says a lot for the staff.
Yep. How about that? Landry Burdine, TCU color analyst, joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Landry, you brought up the quarterback situation. Sounds like it'll be Josh Hoover again for TCU on Saturday. I know Chandler Morris has been close. I do wonder if there's some gamesmanship going on and maybe there's a chance Chandler Morris plays, but assuming it is Josh this weekend, what does he do well? What does he maybe not do so well? What have you seen from him in his first few starts as a TCU Horned Frog?
Yeah, he's just young, man. Freshman quarterbacks are a pain in the butt. They just really are. I mean, it's just the very rarely do you have a guy that comes out and plays like a Manziel or, whatever, right? And so he throws a great ball. He's got a great arm. He's got a really good head on his shoulders. He commands a lot of respect in the locker room as a freshman, which tells me a lot about his future. I do think he'll start. I don't think it's gamesmanship. I think Chandler's still coming back around a little bit. But, it's just a phenomenal character guy and, all the things you want. But he's young, and so whenever you face a defense that's just bringing heat and the game is fast, man. And if the last experience you had was in high school and you come out and you're playing Kansas State or Texas or some of these guys that I cannot explain the difference in speed of the game. It's like, I don't even know. It's a different sport, at that level. And so it takes a while to adjust to that. And that's been the struggle, is just turn it loose when he shouldn't have, ill-advised throws, offensive line hadn't handled it well. And really at key moments in the red zone, that's really what's killed him.
Andrew, your thoughts on the running back? I mean, you got a chance to see Bijan Robinson last year and the year before, and now looking at Jonathan Brooks. And there's Ollie Gordon. This conference has always had some kind of stud on one of these teams in the Big 12. Has had the real top runner in the nation, close to it. And it looks like once again this conference is filled with guys. What do you think of Jonathan Brooks and what you've seen of him after watching Bijan?
I mean, Texas always seems like they got a dude, right? I mean, Jonathan Brooks is already like well over 1,000 yards, and from what I've seen, and the thing about Texas is the depth too, because you look at the guys behind Jonathan Brooks, you're like, the guy would be starting on most teams, and so for him to be getting the reps, I mean, he breaks tackles, and that's been the issue. That's honestly the thing I'm worried about maybe the most in this game is TCU's tackling hadn't been great, and last year against Bijan it was, right, and that's why they held him to however many yards they held him to, and so that's the key for me for this game is really being able to get to Jonathan Brooks early and get him on the ground and not allow a lot of yards after contact. Because if they do, then Texas is just going to hand the ball off, man. There's no reason to not do that. And so, I'm concerned. I mean, he's a hell of a player. But, again, it's ever since I was in school, right, it looks like, just Texas always has a running back. You're like, dang, I don't want to face that guy again this week.
Yeah.
Landry, your thoughts? TCU's got a pretty good running back too. I know y'all lost your top 2 backs from last year, but Monty Bailey's putting together a really, really good season. Just based on watching some TCU football and the research I've done, it feels like the issue for y'all has been TCU's getting behind in these games, and they've got to throw it a lot more, and they can't use Monty Bailey as much as they would like. In Sonny Dykes' perfect world, is this hey, man, give the ball to Bailey 25, 30 times a game and hope that you can take the pressure off of your young quarterback a little bit?
I think they would like to. Yeah, I don't think realistically that's going to be a thing. Kansas State was a prime example. They said, we're not going to allow Monty Bailey to beat us. We're just not. We're going to blitz Josh Hoover. We're going to take away the run, and we're going to make Josh Hoover beat us. And Texas will have the same game plan. I don't have any doubt about that. So Amani Bailey is an elite level back. It was actually a pleasant surprise. I mean, think about it. The 2 guys that were in front of him are now starting. Marty Mercado for the Arizona Cardinals and Kendrick Miller for the Saints. Both those guys are starting in the NFL right now.
Yeah. There's no doubt about how good they were. How about who's rushing the quarterback? TCU always has somebody that's rushing the quarterback. Somebody that I don't know is rushing the quarterback. There's an exceptional player there on that defensive line that's coming after this young quarterback.
Yeah, Paul Oyewale is probably the most talented defensive end at TCU right now. He's just a physical freak. He's the guy that, remember Dylan Horton is the guy last year that, he's starting for the Texans. Again, lost a really good player there. So Paul Oyewale would be the guy. He's young, struggled a little bit to kind of find his footing, but when he figures it out, it's fun to watch. So, it could be one of those games where you look up and you're like, that guy just had a Jerry Hughes moment or all the way back to Aaron Schobel moment or, one of those defensive ends for TCU where you're like, okay, that guy's really good. So I'm hoping that shows up because one of the things that we struggled with, that TCU struggled with is pressure and pressure out of base. That's going to be key is being able to get pressure out of base defense out of that front 3.
Yeah, you brought up one of the keys there, Landry, but other keys for TCU to keep this game close and maybe even pull off the upset on Saturday.
It's when you're not a great football team, it's the basic stuff, right? So it's going to sound really vanilla, but it's protect the football in the red zone. They have been terrible with that. Just absolutely atrocious with that. And special teams have not been good. They really have not had any punt return game at all. If you think back to last year, think how key that was with Darius Davis returning punts. And you see what he's doing in the NFL now too for the Chargers. And so it's protect the football when it matters. And, special teams have got to be really good. And, really the biggest thing too is this team has gotten, when they get up, they're kind of a front running team. And that's a sign of a young team, right? So when they get up, they're pretty dangerous because they're feeling themselves a little bit. When they get down, they handle it like young guys would, and so hopefully they've grown up over the last 3 weeks because I've seen it times this season. It's not unique to them, by the way. This happens to a lot of young football teams. They get punched in the mouth by some older senior guys, and you're just like, ooh, I didn't really like that. And so they're going to have to battle. They're just going to have to stay in the fight. And if they do that, with it being a home game and everything else, it could wind up being a pretty good football game.
Yeah, well, you tend to start looking around and saying who's going to make the play.
That's it, right? Yeah.
Somebody else.
Who's the guy?
Yeah,
who's the guy that's going to step up? Yeah, no
absolutely. I understand what you're saying about that.
Yeah,
that's it. Landry, a couple more here, and thank you very much for your time this morning. But one of our other shows had your broadcast partner, Brian Estridge, on early this week, and he gave a pretty passionate answer about this. So I want to ask you a similar question. To anybody who is questioning Sonny Dykes, saying, oh, well, he did what he did last year with all of Gary Patterson's players, is there any doubt in your mind that Sonny Dykes is still the right man for the job and he's going to turn TCU around and this year's just kind of an anomaly?
I think that is so absurd and so uneducated when people are fire Dykes, this is a year after TCU was in the national championship. It's absurd. Right. And that's fine that they're Gary's guys. Gary was my coach. I love Coach Patterson. We've been texting this morning. Gary didn't get him the national championship the year before with the same guys. Right. So, there is, you have to give credit where credit's due. Now, I think what you're seeing now is the everything comes at a price. Right. And so Sonny wanted to make some fundamental structural changes to the program that when you start winning, you're not going to make those. You're going to keep winning. And so now you're sitting there. Now you have to write the check. Right now you have to write the check and deal with the pain of trying to make the changes that you need in your program. And that's what he's doing. Sure, Gary Patterson was a hell of a talent recruiter. Everybody knows that. But Sonny Dykes won at Cal. Do you know how hard it is to win at Cal?
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to win at Louisiana Tech and Ruston, Louisiana? It's hard to win. And he is an elite level football coach. And I laugh when I see and there's TCU fans that are doing that.
Sure.
I'm like, can you guys not have some revisionist history? Man, when I was a junior, we won one football game. One. One. And we tore the goalpost down because it was SMU and we kept it from going to a bowl game. That's where this program was. And so, you look at what Gary's done, you look at what Sonny's done. Sonny took him to the next level. And so I think it's absolutely absurd that people would even question his ability to coach football. He's phenomenal. He's really, really good at what he does.
Should have got another 5-year contract just for the fact of getting to a national championship and actually having a football program the following year, losing 11 guys to the NFL that are actually playing in the NFL. It's hard to even get to practice after that, losing that kind of talent. It's just amazing, really.
Yeah, no doubt. And this team has looked really good at times. I mean, it's been a head scratcher for Sonny. Some of the mistakes that they've made. He's just like, and when we talked to him post game, he's like, guys, we just made too many mistakes. That's it. We just, and a lot of that to me goes back to trust and guys being around each other a long time. Yep. And that's really what I point to for the struggles for this team. It's the dudes on the field. It's not the coaches. That's why they're struggling. And that's not a knock on the dudes on the field. They're trying to figure it out together. And like I said, they play hard. I'll give them that.
Yeah. Landry, last thing for me, TCU, I think, considers Texas a rival, and TCU's obviously had Texas's number since joining the Big 12. How much would a win this weekend? I mean, hell, TCU's fighting for a bowl game, right? They've got to win 2 of these last 3 to get to a bowl game, so you've got that element there. But just almost this season aside, just how much would a win in the final TCU-Texas game mean for the program and maybe mean for the fan base too?
Anytime you beat Texas is fun. I don't know that, Texas has not been TCU's Super Bowl. I think that the series that during the time that TCU's been in the Big 12 has been so lopsided. It's just not, Texas hadn't really held up its end of the bargain. Now they caught Texas when they were down. So it's not something when TCU beats Texas where I'm texting my Texas buddies, because I know that, that stuff comes back around. And so, but look, any win's big. It's hard to win football games. And so any win is big. And whether it's Texas or Baylor or Oklahoma here to close out the season, they're trying to get to 2. I mean, that's it. And Texas could be one of those 2. And that really is what it's more about. It's not, Texas is leaving or, nobody cares. I mean, like in the room, nobody cares. It's fun for us to talk about. It really is. But, you're asking me about the football team and they don't care. They just want to get
the players don't seem, they know it's another game coming up and they got to try to win that football game.
That's it. And they know there's some really big, fast dudes out in front of them.
Yeah.
So they're focused on that. Yeah.
Just like that. Landry, always enjoy catching up, man. Keep up the great work. Thanks so much for the time this morning. And hopefully we get the chance to see you soon.
All right,
Thank you, Landry. Appreciate it. Good to see you, buddy.
You got it. Good to talk to you guys.
All right, there he goes. Landry Burdine, the color analyst for the TCU football team, does great work with Brian Estridge on those TCU games each and every week. And yeah, like it's interesting. TCU, I watched Sonny Dykes' press conference, and I'll cut up some audio for tomorrow's show. But, like an announcer, a media member asked Sonny Dykes about Texas. Hey, this is your last time to ever play Texas, and how much would it mean to beat Texas on their way out the door to the SEC? And Sonny Dykes is just like, it's just a game that we're trying to win, Like you think of what Dave Aranda said. Well, think of what Dave Aranda said, and think of what Dana Holgerson said. Like those 2 coaches were like, we can go 1-11, but we just need to win this one game. Like it's different. And I guess TCU's had much more success against Texas than those other schools have, but that's it feels like a different mindset to where it's not, this is TCU's Super Bowl. It's like, TCU has done enough against Texas to where, and obviously they played for a national championship last year. They're just like, man, we're trying to win a game to make a bowl game this year.
Yeah, we want to show people that what we did last year was not a fluke. We have some talented players still remaining, but they've just lost too many, BK. That attrition is way too much right there. And I'm talking about, and as Landry said, these aren't guys that are just on the roster. These are guys playing in the NFL. That's how good they were last year. Those dudes were very important. the offense. I mean, you losing 80% of your offense from last year. My goodness, that's hard to go to practice the next month. You know what I mean?
Right.
When they go out the door, it's like, what are we going to do? It's like starting over almost.
Think about who they lost. I mean, they had the Heisman runner-up at quarterback,
The running back, the receiver. My
two
God.
running backs who are now starting in the NFL. Their top 3 receivers, one of whom was a first-round pick. Another one was Darius Davis, who was one of the most explosive return men in all of college football last year. They had an All-American guard that's now in the NFL. They had an all-conference center who's now in the NFL. The Thorpe Award winner is now in the NFL. A great linebacker. They got their best edge rusher. Like it's not just like they lost 1 or 2 guys. They lost like their best player at like 10 different positions. And it's been a struggle to overcome that.
No, you need to, when you get this group down, like you said, they're young. You got to make them look at each other and go, who's going to make this next play? I don't know if I can. Can you make the play? That's what you have to do on Saturday. You can't let them build any momentum. You can't, like you said, front runners, young guys are front runners. Hey, we're on top of the world. We got it going on. If you slap them down early and get on them early and have a couple of turnovers with this group, it's going to be hard for them to come back from. They just don't have the talent, first of all.
I agree.
And as he said, they're very young.
And they're playing with the redshirt freshman backup quarterback, like Texas. But, same conversation with Texas, right? I mean, even if Quinn was the guy, you wouldn't want Texas to get behind early in the game and have to throw to catch up. But definitely if Malik Murphy is the guy, you don't want to get behind and have to abandon your run game and force your young quarterback to go out there and try to win you one.
Yeah, even Landry thinks that Texas is going to just saddle up Jonathan Brooks and run the ball at him. When he started saying that he didn't know if they were good enough tacklers, they don't tackle that well. That's a bad recipe for Jonathan Brooks if you're not a good tackler, because he goes through pretty good tacklers right now. And if you're just a guy who's going to put your arms out there lightly or give him the little soft shoulder, that's going to be a problem for them. And so, you need to get after them in the run game. He's absolutely right. You need to run it at them. And if they're not tackling well, I don't care how many different guys you bring in. There's good enough runners on your team now that if you're playing against a team that doesn't tackle well, then you need to run the ball at them.
Yeah, do what you've done all year. Run the ball and stop the run, right? I mean, Texas has one of the best run defenses in all of college football. TCU's got a really good running back, man. Amani Bailey, Landry was talking about him. He's no joke. He's quick. He's shifty. He's like 5'9", but he's 207, so he can run through you as well. If you look, the Texas defense just held a top 5 rushing offense in the country to less than 50 yards last week. So this defense is capable of shutting down even the best rushing attacks. Do that again and then ride your running backs, and that's a recipe to get a road win. Hell, the last time Texas played TCU in Fort Worth, that was actually a game the Longhorns won. One of the 3 games Texas has beaten TCU since TCU joined the Big 12. They saddled up Bijan and just ran him into the ground, but he ran Texas to a win. Yeah, that's you hope Jonathan Brooks is healthy enough to where you can do that. But even if it's a combo of Brooks and Baxter and Blue, man, you got to run at 40 plus.
Absolutely,
this weekend. That should be Sark's game plan, and hopefully you're running it well enough to where that can come to fruition.
And hopefully the head coach understands that now. That not too many tricks with this quarterback right now. Not too many situations where you put him that he's got to make these throws that you expected he would in game 3. Don't expect that. Just expect to win the game with what you do best, and that's run the football.
Yep, absolutely. So it sounds like you're pretty confident in this game on Saturday, yeah?
I am. I just, in years gone by, I would just think the TCU kids would look at the Texas kids and go, "Oh, we're more physical than they are." They're not more physical than this defense. They're just not. And that front 7 is as physical as it comes in the nation right now. So now, if they can throw, which I hopefully they can't, then I think that we're all right. Now, I don't want to see some all of a sudden Quinn Johnson get out there and all of a sudden some guy makes his name against Texas through this secondary. That bothers me. But if you can pressure a young quarterback like this, he'll throw a couple up for grabs.
Yeah, he's thrown 6 picks and 4 starts. Yeah. So,
he's on pace for our guys' deal, huh?
Yeah, TCU has been a very turnover-prone team, especially in the red zone. Like, for as bad as Texas has been in the red zone, TCU's been even worse. And TCU is not even kicking field goals a lot. Like, they're turning the ball over a lot in the red area, which I guess signs of a young team. And, hell, Texas doesn't have that excuse. We just suck in the red zone. But, that was such a area of success for TCU last year, right? They just close games and red zone and special teams and all those things that you need to be good at to win close games and be in the mix for the CFP. They were great at it last year. They're not great at it this year. And this is crazy. So TCU's 4-5 this year, Buck. They're 2-4 in Big 12 play. They have not beaten a traditional Power 5 team all year. Their 4 wins are against FCS Nichols. Be careful with that one. Houston, first year in the Power 5, not a traditional Power 5 team. SMU, still not a Power 5 team. And BYU. Those are the 4 wins for TCU this year. So an FCS team, a G5 team, and 2 of the newcomers who are having really bad years in their first year in the Big 12.
Right.
Those are TCU's wins.
Now, if you told me and I didn't know the TCU program, and those are the wins you told me about, and watching the 2 teams this year, I would say that's Texas by 3 touchdowns. But I'm not going to say that.
Well, what would you say if Quinn was fully healthy and guaranteed to start?
I would say Texas by 17 points.
Okay, yeah, so close to 3 touchdowns there. Yeah, I mean, I think the line would probably reflect that. It'd be maybe not all the way up to 17 or 21, but it'd be higher than 10.
Sure.
Which is what it is right now. But, you think of the 5 losses for TCU. Like, here's the crazy part. They've lost 5 games this year, Buck. They haven't played Texas, who's tied for first in the Big 12. They don't play Oklahoma State, who's tied for first in the Big 12. They haven't played Oklahoma, who's tied for second in the Big 12. And they don't play Kansas, who's tied for second in the Big. So they have not played maybe the 4 best teams in the Big 12. Now, they have played K-State. They lost 41-3.
They got hammered, yes.
So the top 5 teams in the Big 12, I would say it's Texas, it's Oklahoma State, it's Kansas State, and it's Kansas. TCU is 4-5. They've only played one of those teams, and they lost 41-3. So this is not a good football team. It's just not. Like, and I'm worried about this game because it's TCU. Like, that's really the only reason why I'm worried, is because it's just even inferior TCU teams have beaten Texas teams in recent years. But this game should not be all that close.
No.
Like, TCU is just, once again, they have not beaten anybody that good. They lost to Colorado too, and everyone was loving Colorado early, but we've seen what they've become. Like, they don't have any impressive wins. And it's not like they've gone through the murderer's row of teams in the Big 12 this year, and they're still 2-4 in the conference and 4-5 on the season.
Yeah, well, this is a Longhorn team defensively that can make them turn the ball over and make them turn over the ball, not just twice, but I'm talking about like 4 turnovers, some ridiculous, weird number where they're just coughing it up, from either the running backs, the wide receiver, the quarterbacks dropping it, throwing picks to other guys. This has got to be one of those games for the Horns. I'll feel a lot better if this is a game where they get 4 or 5 turnovers in this football game because of the defense, because they just can't keep them out.
4 or 5 would be nice. Yeah. I mean, look, Texas has had multiple takeaways in its last 3 games.
Yes, they have.
They've been big in 2 of them because 2 of them have been 1-possession finals. So, look, it's possible. TCU turns the ball over a lot. We mentioned their quarterback, Josh Hoover's turnover numbers. Their offensive line is not very good either.
Because I expect Texas quarterback to give one back. I'm not expecting 2 anymore. That's ridiculous. That's way over the top now. These 2 turnovers with him, but I'm expecting him to give them 1.
I'm expecting 2. I mean, he should have had 4 or 5 last week, so I'll almost be happy with 2. Right?
I'm expecting 1 by this guy Saturday.
Okay. Hey, I hope it's 0. Obviously.
Well, we were looking for 0. No coach says I'm expecting my team to turn it over once. It's always 0. But the way I've watched this young guy play for the last 2 games, he needs to. If he can just cut it down, give us 1. I think that should be should be okay. Because I'm expecting this team to get 3 or more. There's
not a Texas fan in the world who wouldn't sign up for just 1 Malik Murphy turnover on Saturday, right? Like, yeah, you give the ball away multiple times, then you let TCU stick around and make this a 4-quarter game, and then you're sweating like you were last weekend. One takeaway, you're good.
And that's the thing about this team. As I was telling Landry, I believe this is very similar to the kind of team that TCU had last year. Not national championship caliber, but guys that have been around each other, guys that understand, guys that experience, and these 1-score games in tight situations. It seems like things are happening in the positive way for Texas, and it's not just luck. They're just making it happen. You know, I mean, coaching by the other team saying, hey, listen, we don't want to be in this thing for the long haul with Texas. Let's go for the win now. Okay, that was your mistake. Because I think last week, if you went in it for the long haul, you were riding the momentum, but you're now thinking that way. But now Texas is the one who makes the big plays, you know, against those type of things. And that's good to see.
Yeah, Texas this year is 2-1 in one-score games. Last year, Texas was 2-4 in one-score games. So they're obviously playing less this year. And yeah, they've been more successful in one-score games this season from a winning percentage standpoint. So, that's, you know, TCU has played a couple of close games. Some of their losses have been close, but they're not. Some of it's luck, man. Some of it honestly is luck. But the talent discrepancy between 2022 TCU and 2023 TCU is ginormous. I think we all expected a step back, but
any team would suffer if you lost that many guys.
Now, well, Georgia won a national championship after losing that many guys. So not any team, but
any team but Georgia and Roll Tide probably.
And Michigan and Ohio
State. Yes.
The point, like, TCU is not that team. I'm not breaking any news to anybody. Like, no. Last year was not the norm for TCU. Last year was the anomaly. Now, I think they're going to be consistently better than this year, right? Like, I think they're somewhere in between 2022 and 2023 for the rest of Sonny Dykes' tenure. But, they haven't been able to overcome what they've lost to this point this year. And hopefully this is a game Texas can win. And you'd love to get some style points. We've said it with the backup quarterback. You just want to win. You just want to win. But my God, this when you're starting to compare resumes, and obviously Texas fans have been doing that all week because Oregon apparently has a better resume right now in the eyes of the committee. You would like to really take care of business and not just win, but win handily against a team like this weekend. Beggars can't be choosers, though. We'll just take the win, right?
Yeah. We're talking about turnovers by the quarterback.
I know.
We're talking about maybe just one.
Be nice. I mean, you had style points against BYU, right? You beat them by 30. Yes. So it can't happen even with Malik Murphy at quarterback, but we'll see. Road game, quarterback making his third career start potentially. Maybe we'll get an update on Quinn Ewers today.
I got to know if the running back is healthy.
Should be fine. I mean, Sark said everybody practiced on Monday, and Sark singled out a few guys who maybe would have been questionable to practice, but Jonathan Brooks was not in that list. So he's clearly not 100%. We saw that last week. He left the game a couple of different times and looked like he was dealing with a couple of different ailments.
Yes.
But I think he's going to play. Here's one from Sark from Monday. Once again, Sark will meet with the media later today, so we'll have more audio from him tomorrow. But revenge against TCU. And a lot of the players were talking about this on Monday as well. Like last year, TCU went into Austin and beat Texas 17-10. That was a frustrating game for the players, for the coaches, for the fans, for everybody. So Sark was kind of asked about getting revenge against TCU this weekend. Here's what he said.
That's always critical on the road is that, A, you play really well together. We don't get to bring as many people. We only get to bring 70 players, so that we're tight together. We've got great poise, great composure, and that we understand we're built for the arena. You know, we're built for the environment. And naturally, too, I think for our players, we didn't play very good against them last year, you know, and you turn that tape on. They had a really good football team like they do this year. But, man, we didn't put our best foot forward a year ago, and we made some really uncharacteristic errors that I think a lot of the guys on our team would like to kind of, you know, man, I want to go show them what I'm actually capable of and the way that I can really play. And so that's something that I know the guys are looking forward to as well.
There you go, Coach.
Yep.
Hey, we're trying to get to the champions. You're trying to get to the Big 12 championship. We didn't play that well against this group. We've got to play much, much better. You know, no matter who they bring, we know who we're bringing. So, and we're bringing them on the road with us. So we got to get it done. You know, You can't look back and say that, they had a great team last year. No, you're not going to get that game back, Coach. That group played in the national championship. So you don't get to play that game over. They happened to beat you at home last year. You had your opportunity. But now, it's every year in this conference. You know, while you're in this conference, you get a chance to play them again. So just got to go beat them.
I have no problem with the revenge game angle for this one, right? Like that should be part of the motivation for Texas, you know? I mean, look, needing to win out to make the conference championship
They're all revenge games.
That's enough motivation right there, right?
Absolutely.
Like, it shouldn't matter what happened between these two teams last year. Texas has its number one goal this season was to win the Big 12. Okay, the only way you win the Big 12 is if you win this game this weekend. So that right there is enough juice for Texas to be motivated to win. But remember what happened last year, what they did to you on your field, right? And it's a lot of different faces on that TCU sideline, but it's still the same jerseys. It's still the same university and same coaching staff and all that had your number and beat you at your place. So
same buddies up in the Arlington area that you went to high school with and stuff,
Bingo. Texas played like dog crap last year. 199 yards of total offense. They are 1 of 13 on third down. I mentioned it earlier. Bijan Robinson, 12 carries for 29 yards. And Rojo, I don't even think got to 20 yards last year.
16 yards.
Yeah, the defense played pretty well. I'll give them that, although they struggled to get off the field and they gave up a couple of explosive plays. But really for the Texas offense, man, the O-line got punked in that game. The running game couldn't get going. Quinn Ewers was horrible. Like that right there, boom, you add the Big 12 title to what happened in this game last year.
Sure.
There should be no reason why Texas isn't ready to go from the opening kick.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about that 5,000 unit play.
No.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Never mind. TCU's way better
than
Texas.
No.
Well, how do I change your mind? Don't do that to us.
How you're talking like they're so much better. There's been so many years that Texas has been better than TCU that they got, they just kept taking hits. But then in the end, they were just a little bit tougher. It can't be that way. They're missing too much. There's too much talent missing.
On
the other side.
Not like this. You're right. Like Texas has been better than TCU talent-wise and lost in most of these matchups.
Absolutely. Probably all of them except for last year.
I don't think the talent gap has ever been as big as it is right now between these two teams since TCU joined the Big 12. So, yeah, that would make a loss way more painful on Saturday. It's I said it against
their fans after their head coach. Really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
You know how sports fans are. We're all prisoner of the moment. We're all, what have you done for me lately? It's a joke. It's a joke. Wow. Like I would understand, fan bases, other fan bases being like, oh, that was all Gary Patterson's guys,
Sure, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great. But man, as Landry Burdine said, Gary Patterson had that same talent in 2021 and he got fired because he couldn't find ways to win. Now Sonny Dykes did a lot of really, really good things. I don't think he's one of the best coaches in the country, but I think he's a really, really good football coach, and he deserves a ton of credit for what went down last year.
Yes, he did.
Like I said, TCU's not 2022 good, and I don't think they're going to get to another national championship game with Sonny Dykes as his head coach. But I also don't think they're going to be 4-5 going into the 10th game of the year every season moving forward.
I don't think so either.
They're somewhere in between. Obviously, Texas won't have to deal with them after this Saturday, so it won't be really our concern. But
I agree.
Crazy. Yeah, TCU fans are already like, get rid of this guy after playing for a natty.
And he's not ready to go the following year. Are you kidding me?
It's not only Texas fans who are like that, which is, I guess, good to know. All right, we've got some funny stories we have to get into today.
Yeah, man.
But before we do that,
let me tell you about Dr. Ecker. Let me tell you about Dr. U. I gotta go see him. I got a teeth cleaning coming up here very shortly. Now, if you've got dental insurance, let's start to use that dental insurance. I'll tell you once again, and I'll tell you every day until it's time for you not to be able to get an appointment with Dr. Ecker. Use that dental insurance. Make sure you use it or you're going to lose it. And he's got this all-star group of professionals, and they do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And restoring teeth, like I had done 2 trips to see the great doctor. And I got it done, and I've been so happy over the last 6 years with this. Look at those. Look at those chiclets right there. Got to be careful of there. That's right, where my brain ball when I have contact sports at my house. Now, believe me, now he's doing general dentistry too. Now, teeth whitening, teeth cleaning, tooth loss solutions. And if you find out if you're a candidate for dental implants, please. Now, it's not as costly as veneers. And that way with this, you're going to get a great smile, but you can get it in one day. You can go in there and turn that frown upside down and make yourself very happy about what you see. Find out if you're a candidate by giving him a call today at 512-345-3166. And as I said, IV sedation may be the way to go. Some of you people are just scared of the dentist. I'm not. I'm not afraid of the dentist any longer. I mean, Dr. Recker, I don't get in there and sit in the waiting room and hear all those drills and all those people jumping around in the back like fish out of water. Not with Dr. Recker. Somebody's going to come there and get to you, and in a matter of minutes, you'll go back there, you'll sit with one of his assistants, one of his great assistants, talk about what you're going to do, what's about the procedure that's going to be done, and you don't have to worry about being afraid. And if you need IV sedation to knock you smooth out, then he'll knock you smooth out in order to get your dental health taken care of. He's absolutely fantastic, folks. Over 28 years of service in the Central Texas area. 512-345-3166. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
Did you just flex when you bragged about not being scared of the dentist?
I'm like one of those little kids going into the dentist's office. I'm not afraid. Really?
You're like a DB.
Yeah.
In football, after the quarterback overthrew the receiver by 15 yards and you're still flexing. It's like, what are you flexing for, dude? You didn't do shit there.
Yeah, as soon as I sit down there, I hear that first drill in there. I'm like, tears are coming down my eyes. Oh, no. I'm not afraid. Dr. Egger made me feel so safe. You know what I mean?
You don't like getting drilled by your doctors?
No. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be drilled by my doctors whatsoever at any occasion.
I'm with you there. All right, let's hear from our buddy Tom McKay in AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
BK, did you see Wimby yesterday? That offense doesn't flow through him until later in the game. Why is it in the beginning of the game? Is everybody trying to get their shot early? You're talking a young team. The Spurs got a young team that they're going to have to figure out that ball's going to have to go through that dude, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't
he wasn't great.
No, the Spurs got their teeth kicked in last night. It was like 13-2.
Yeah,
right out the chute, and the Knicks just kind of were coasting to a win. Wemby struggled. He started 0 for 7 last night. So I don't know if it was Spurs not getting him the ball enough kind of deal, or he just had an off night. But not a great debut for Wemby at the Garden. 14 points, 4 of 14 shooting. Did score 8 points in the fourth, but it was a bad night for him. Bad night for the Spurs altogether.
Yeah, I mean, they look like, as I said, they play a lot of individual stuff like a young team would do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't demand the ball. It's hard for him to demand the ball because body-wise, he's still got some growing to do. Not upward, but outward a little bit.
Yep. It's a young team. Like, they'll figure it out. I mean, it's they've got some good young pieces. Obviously, Vassell's really good. Sohan looks good. Malachi Branham played a good game last night. But it's still one of the youngest teams in the NBA, and it'll take them a while to get everything put together.
Oh yeah.
But they're more watchable this year. Wemby actually makes them watchable. Like the last couple of years, there has been zero reason to watch the Spurs. Like, even Spurs fans are like, I'm good on this, because it's painful to watch your team just absolutely suck.
I'll wait till the lottery comes.
Yeah, the lottery, right? Every Spurs fan in the world knew that they were winning the lottery last year, just like every other NBA fan did too. But yeah, there will be good nights for the Spurs, and there will be a lot of nights like last night. Young team trying to find their way, and that's just how it goes. It's life in the NBA. But obviously, they've got something special with Wemby, and they can build a good roster around him in the coming years, and they're going to be a force once again in the Western Conference. A quick word for. Who needs a quick word? Oh, Great Blue Heron Furniture.
There you go. The doggo up there.
Come on, man. They need a few words, because this stuff is ridiculous. If you're looking for a new couch, a new recliner, like recliner. You got a recliner in your place, Buck?
No, I do not. I do not have a recliner. I can't do. I'm not big on recliners, because if I do that, I'm out. That's an automatic go to sleep.
That's the point.
Go to sleep pass.
That's why you get the recliner right there. You need one of those.
Like my old man had one for watching TV, and don't sit in the old man's recliner. That you get in trouble for that. You sit on the floor first before you sit in that recliner.
Oh yeah. But
the minute the dude went back just a little bit, as soon as it reclined, like just the first level, do it. Loud. I'm like, what? Go to bed.
Yep.
If you know you're going to go out, go to bed. And that's sort of like I do with my bad couch here. Fits the room and everything. The minute I get in it, it's like it covers me up. It comes over the top of me.
Suffocates you.
Oh yeah. Not Great Blue Herring though. They've got that leather is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, it's the highest quality fabrics that you can find. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is gorgeous. It's comfortable, and it's well built. It's built to last 4 decades. Don't go to that Swedish shop with the meatballs to buy furniture. That shit's impossible to put together, and it's going to fall apart in like a year. Now, Great Blue Heron Furniture, this is the stuff that you need. It's going to last you and your family decades. And, hey, you can also get 15% off greatblueheronfurniture.com. All you have to do is enter the promo code HOOK'em. That's right, HOOK'em, and you're getting 15% off your purchase over there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. So if you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last 4 decades, check them out, greatblueheronfurniture.com. And make sure you like the video as well, as our guy Rue always eloquently says. Help us grow, man. We're at like 5,990 subscribers or something like that. I mean, we are right there at
Let's
6.
get this over with by the weekend.
Yeah, come on, man. We're trying to get to 10K.
There you go. Absolutely.
Might give away my kidney when we get to 10K. That's how excited I'll be.
Wow. That's quite, you're going to put that on the randomizer, show that baby live, do it. Hey,
like
folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Now, their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Spinal care, like the Buck here, of course. Sports medicine. How about this? Trauma care and joint replacement, like the Buck. All of these things that they talk about, it's like the Buck for sure. Dr. Chris Danny and Chris Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Everything that I talk about that has to do with the doctors, replacement, orthopedic care, that it comes under the heading of a 68-year-old man, it seems like.
Yeah, that's why you need a recliner, because you're old as dirt.
No, man. The relaxing back keeps me upright and straight. I need to be more like this than back like this, because when you start getting those recliners, if you're not a young man, you'll start to slouch down and start to melt into it. You like to melt into things, as you get, but you don't fall asleep. You can be relaxed in a chair and not get knocked out. Me, I go out. I mean, I seriously, if I get too relaxed in a chair, I just go to sleep.
I'm not a couch napper or even a recliner napper. Like, if I'm going to take a nap, I got to go to bed.
You go to the bed and go to sleep.
Yep. And I'm always, when I'm on the couch, I'm watching TV, Yeah. Like, I don't want to miss any sports. What's the point of that? I got to watch the sports,
No,
even the golf. You think I'm going to miss holes 5 through 8 on the golf course? No chance.
Oh, I always pretend I'm watching golf when I'm laying on the couch. I'm out.
Someone's got to watch live. Someone's got to turn on the CW.
I got to hear the music and watch those dudes in their shorts with their non-collared shirts, which is garbage. That's just garbage.
I met a girl who works for Live last weekend, and she couldn't believe when I told her I watched.
You can't believe anybody's watching that crap.
She's like, "Are you messing with me right now?" I'm like, "No, I feel like I'm the only person in the world who loves Live." And she's like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are the only person in the world."
Yeah, you are. Let me get away from you.
Yep. And she, I'm like, I'm trying to get some tickets to a Live event, Let's see if I can make that one happen. I'm in.
Where do they have these events down in Florida? They don't have them all over the United States, do they?
They're all over the world. They're all over the world. There's only like 14 a year, so it's not like there's not
like, what do they play, like 50 holes? That's it.
54, 3 days.
Great.
Live Roman numeral for 54.
There you go.
Buck, are you a fan of Disney World?
I've been to Disney World twice. And I think both times I was on a bowl trip there, and then took the kids and went to. I'm not a fan of lines. You know what I'm saying? I can do all the walking and stuff, but I'm not a fan of the lines to get on a ride. And I'm not a fan of rides in general, like roller coasters. I'm not good with that. No, I don't like to be scared. I don't like scary movies. You know, people like to get scared. I don't like. Why would I watch a scary movie? I don't want to be scared. You know what I'm saying? People watch all these, say something in the mirror 6 times and the guy's underneath your bed that night. I mean, I don't like that shit. What do I want to be scared for? There's enough stuff in life that's scary. I don't need the movie to scare me even more. But no, I'm not a big fan of lines.
So no scary movies and no roller coasters, huh?
No roller coasters, no.
You a thrill seeker at all?
There's certain nights when I am, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask any more questions there.
But no. Well, no, I'm the guy that goes to up to Arlington to the big wooden roller coaster up there.
Yeah, at Six Flags.
I don't get on it. There's a little one for the kids. I've been on that one before.
What about the water parks? Do you like drinking the pee?
No, hell no. I don't want the germs from all those kids. No, man.
Man. Yep. I think the Titan is the name of I think that's the name of the ride at Six Flags you're talking about. It's been forever since I've been up there.
I go on the little choo-choo train, like when the train was in Zilker Park. They used to have a little train.
Oh my
I'd be
God!
On that, maybe having me a good time. That was enough thrill for me. I don't need roller coasters. No, I don't go to Six Flags. I don't go to whatever the hell that is in San Antonio, because I would be the one who would get thrown out into the parking lot. You know, the 1 in a million guy.
Yep.
There I am on top of somebody's Subaru. That would be me.
In the words of Mike Gundy, who's the kid here? Well, it is funny you bring up the lines because, look, lines are constant at Disney World or Disneyland. I mean, when you go, it doesn't matter if you're going on a random Tuesday in the middle of the winter. You're going to be waiting in lines for hours to get on your favorite rides. And how about this story from the New York Post? Riders at Disneyland and Disney World have been defecating while standing in line, according to witnesses who reported the grotesque sight on social media. Someone on Reddit said, quote, "I am in the line for the Rise of the Resistance at Disney World, and someone let their kid take a dump on the floor, and they just walked away and left it. WTF."
I mean, not even like a dog bring a little baggie with them?
Not even like a dog with a little baggie. Nope.
That's where you got to have your Yankees helmet. Let a kid sit in that and then chug it somewhere.
That's where it belongs, right? Yeah, you should be shitting on Yankee stuff. I agree with you there.
Wait. Did you say the word Yankees?
You said it.
You just said that. Look who just appeared. He jumped himself right out of the drawer when you said the word Yankees.
Are you going to shit on him and throw him?
No. Seriously, in the line?
In the line, yep. The Rise of the Resistance is a Star Wars themed attraction, and there have been reported wait times of more than an hour and a half. But apparently, this is not just one random Redditor making this up. Another Redditor who claims to have worked near the ride confirmed the claim, saying, "For the skeptics, this actually happened. Fun fact, this was one of 3 shit-related incidents at that ride today." In one day. Another Reddit poster who claimed to have worked at Disney World in Orlando described guests leaving their bodily waste on the premise, quote, "Bodily fluids no longer bother me after working at Disney. We even put up a camera and it didn't stop it."
Wow.
Yep. And there's apparently something called a poop hall. There's a certain area that people would go to at Disney World, literally just to crap on the ground while they were waiting for lines.
You know, you do have to wipe after that. You know, it's not necessarily just the crap. You know, you got to tug those shorts back up there, and they don't care, huh?
I guess not. More from the story. Ken Pellman and Lynn Barron, the authors of Cleaning the Kingdom, Insider Tales of Keeping Walt Disney's Dream Spotless, wrote that spotting human waste triggered a protocol known as Human Code H. Code H stands for horse crap. Human Code H calls for one of the cleaners to pick up after one of the horses that was pulling along a vehicle along Main Street. But now they turned Code H into picking up human excrement because so many humans have literally just been dropping their pants and dropping deuces on the ground at Disney World.
No, I won't go to Disney World for that. No, that's not going to happen now. If you deuce on that airplane, that Delta, I'm cleaning that up because I got to get to Spain. I'm not hanging around waiting for you to put that plane back in in the hangar and let's go like the next day or hours later. We're going in the same plane. I'm getting it cleaned up. I'm using the vanilla Lysol and we're going. And you, Captain, you're not going to tell us that we got to go back. We need to move along here.
Dude, could you imagine doing this out in public with all those people around? And I'm sure like they try to find a slightly quiet area to drop a deuce, but my God, what type of heathen do you have to be to do this?
I don't know, because I'm not going to shard my pants. I'm doing it somewhere.
You're going to a bathroom, right?
No, there's lines. That's what they're saying. There's lines to get to the bathrooms. You can't get there either.
No, the lines are for the rides. You can get to the bathroom. People just don't want to lose their place in line, which, by the way, Disney has a policy. If you find anybody who works at Disney, they will hold your place in line. If you tell them you got to go crap, they will be like, all right, yeah.
That's a thing? What do they do? What do they do? Put a cardboard cutout? What, they put a cardboard cutout of you and just keep moving it? What kind of deal? They pay somebody, one of the little people have to stand there for you?
What do the little people have to do with this?
Saying.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
They just move them around.
Just get Chip and Dale to go stand in line for you. I don't know.
Not me.
Or talk to the person in front of you. Like, look, there are some people in the world who would be like, no, I'm not saving your place in line. But there are plenty of people out there who are like, yeah, I saw that you've been here for the last 45 minutes. Don't let your kid shit on my foot. Go to the bathroom and come back, and I will hold your place in line, okay?
I'm going to say, hey, you, Seven Dwarfs, you, Sneezy or Wheezy, get over here and stand here. I'll give you $5.
Lil Wayne is going to be there?
Lil Wayne, come over here and stand in line. I mean, Sneezely or Deasley or one of those Seven Dwarfs, I'll pay them to stand in line.
People are just doing this, and then they're also making their kids do this? Like, are you kidding me?
No, this is what they teach their kids. Like, it's okay to shit anywhere. Anywhere is free game. See the dog's shitting there. Why can't I shit there? I mean, really?
Because you're not a dog. That's an easy answer.
That's easy. Yes, son, you're not a dog.
Dude, I mean, that is disgusting. Like, oh my God. You crap outside. You go crap in the woods. That's the only place you can go crap outside. You don't crap at Disney World in a theme park.
In the hallway.
To wait to go on a crappy ride? Are you kidding me?
Things over within 2 minutes.
The fact that they literally have a protocol. They've got like a code red, but it's code H. Human code H for horse crap. I mean, my God, dude. What's the weirdest place you've dropped it? Oh, well, I think we all know the answer to that one.
Well, we don't need to talk about those things.
No.
I've gone to, I'm of the age now that I've said many years ago, I will crap in the back of your, I'll say, can I use your keys for a second? I'll open up the trunk of your car and sit in the back before I crap in my pants. I'm not crapping in my pants.
You have no problem with this then?
Listen, I'm not going to crap in my pants.
Okay, but would you go to the bathroom or would you be like, I guess I got to crap here on the ground. I don't know if I can make it to the bathroom.
I'm not crapping in my pants. That's all I can say. From that point on, I mean, I've told people before, I haven't done it yet, but if I get to that point of saying, BK, let me see the keys of your car. And I open up the back of your trunk and here I am sitting with my feet dangling in the back of your trunk.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you right now that I'm never giving you my car keys. Dude.
That's me sitting in the back of your trunk. Oh, look. There's one of his T-shirts over there. Oh, my goodness.
Using that as TP?
Of course. I'm not going to crap in my pants. Dude. I'm not going to get to that age. I'm not doing that.
My car keys. You will never have my car keys. I'm never going to let you look at my car keys.
Oh, no. I've jumped into hotels. I've jumped when I've had to go real bad and I got the bubbles. I've been on golf courses behind trees with my towel from my bag. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I once made it to
You've used your golf bag towel that you used to wipe your clubs to wipe your ass?
Well, it hit me one time.
And then you reused the golf towel?
No, I left it there for the deer or whatever it was. No, I left it.
Hey, deer, eat this. God.
That was way back in the day.
Dude, you're nasty. Somebody on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Sounds like my time on 6th Street.
Oh, no. I wouldn't go in the alley and get mugged. I'd rather shit in my pants there. I'm not going to get murdered in the alley there.
Disgusting. Quick shout out to our friends at Pest Wranglers. Love those folks. If you've got rats or rodents or roaches in your place, scorpions, whatever, and you don't want to see them anymore, reach out to our friends at Pest Wranglers. Tons of 5-star reviews. They don't make you sign a contract either. Why? Well, they believe in the work that they do. They know that you're going to keep coming back if you need them, and they're the best. They've been around for a long time. You got to give them a shout. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. Also, shout out to Olipop as well.
Love it.
Get you one. I'm going to go get me one here in a moment. But we're out of time.
I guarantee you Wags has done it in some crazy places besides, besides his pants.
Wags has more shit stories than anybody I've ever met.
Well, I thought you were talking about where I've had sex. But yeah, I've shit my pants in.
Shit. Hey, man. Hey, I had to get a new car the other week because of hail damage and all this stuff.
I thought you shit yourself in your car. I was going to be like, oh, my God.
No. The number one thing you put in your trunk is some shit paper, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah.
You never know when you got to go, man. When you got to go, you got to go.
Rodney, tell him I'm not shitting my pants. If I have to do it in my own trunk of my car, I'll go back there with some paper, clean it up later, right?
That's exactly right, man.
It's not going in your pants.
What?
I will not shit my pants. I will.
That's good job. There you go.
Hey, so Bucky, I need to tell you something. So I woke up this morning and I was thinking about you, and I don't mean that in a nasty way.
Okay.
So when you picked your sleeper team for college football,
yes,
you knew those son of a bitches were cheating, didn't you?
No, I had no idea they were cheating at Michigan. I mean, I should have known some was up when the coach got, he couldn't coach for the first 3 games. I should have known that he was doing something more than that little deal he was doing, having sleepovers with kickers and stuff,
Weird dude.
He's a weird dude, man.
Yeah, he probably shits at Disney too, at Jim
100%. He also drinks milk when he eats steak. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, God.
The worst. All right, guys.
That's a full palate right there. That's a full belly.
I might have to go shit right now.
What's down there, Buck? Let's see what's down there.
All right, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Look at there.
Yeah.
There he goes. There they both go. All right, man. Bucky and BK done for the day. Chaos Theory is on their way on Texas Sports Unfiltered. My name is Wags. You can find me on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. You can find my partner Double R on Twitter at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire. What's going on, everybody? We invite you to be a part of the conversation. Make sure you're smashing that subscribe button on YouTube if you haven't done so already. Tell 5 friends. Be a part of the conversation. Keep chiming in this comment channel, the chat channel on YouTube. And also, if you're listening to us mobile, make sure you're following us on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Double R, how are you, sir, man? Got any shit beans?
I'm doing well, my man. I'm doing well. And before we get into the fun stuff, my friend, I'm going to ring this bell, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the Marines. Happy 248th birthday.
That's tomorrow. I appreciate that.
I thought it was today.
No. The Marine Corps birthday is on the 10th, man. Tomorrow, baby. But well, that's all right. Hey, I appreciate it, man. It's it's going to be a 48-hour. I try to stay drunk as long as I can for the 48 hours, just because it's tradition, right? You roll over into Veterans Day too. You know what I mean? So it's just a celebration, and the trick of it is to stay drunk for the 48 hours because you get so wrecked during the Marine Corps ball. And of course, it only takes me like 3 beers now to have a hangover the next day. You know what I mean? So 1 beer and I'm pretty tore up. I'm just lightweight, man. Usually I stay in the clouds. You know what I mean?
I'm glad that I brought it up today. I'm glad I jumped the gun. So does this mean that on Chaos Theory tomorrow, hey, here's what we're going to do. To start the show tomorrow, we're going to have a drink. I mean, no Olipop, no water, none of this stuff. We'll have a toast to the Marines.
All right, if we do that, we got to pour one out for the ones that can't have one with us, though.
That's right.
We got to make sure that that the ground gets theirs. But yeah, man, it's so for 48 hours, dude. We like to stay as drunk as we can so we don't feel the pain, because the hangover is when it really starts to. When you get the hangover, you don't want to do anything anymore, right?
Yeah,
you know lazy. What I mean? Like drinking's fun, drinking's fantastic, but the day after is when you start paying for it, man. So for me, man, I don't know. I like staying in the clouds personally, man. But I'll get down the liquor slide. I'll go down the liquor slide every now and then, especially on. This is probably the one time of year I get pretty fucked up during Christmas too, man. I get drunk on the eggnog during Christmas. I like rum. Marine by heart. I got that Marine blood, so I got the sailor in me a little bit too. So give me the rum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And the holidays, I mean, I know we did our PSA last week talking about, mental health and all that. And I think that's so important to both of us. I mean, the holidays, I mean, that's really a time right there where that can really come to the forefront. So
sure. Yeah.
Again, let's not trying to bring the vibe down or anything, but Wags and I totally get
if you find
that,
yourself low in holidays, make sure you reach out to us, dude, because we'll talk.
That's right. That's right. We're here for you, man. We are here for you. Put some Baileys in your eggnog. There you go, man.
Is that a thing? Do people put Baileys in the eggnog?
Man, I never have eggnog.
I thought it was I knew that we used to have a lot of rum, not Irish cream. But I mean, there would always be Sailor Jerry's around the house because my granddad was in the Navy from time, so there from time to time there would be Sailor Jerry's. Lots of Jack. Oh, there was a bottle of Jack. That's why I think Jack Daniels was probably my favorite drink. I'll pour, the imitation Jack where you have just a little bit of Coke in there or whatnot, like a Jack and Coke or whatnot. That's probably my favorite drink, man. But if I got to take shots, it's going to be a bottle of Jack Daniels next to me, dude, because that's probably the only thing. Like everybody loves, Bushwallers and stuff like that. I just or what Jameson's whatnot, the Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
I can't. Man, a couple of shots of those and I am just done, dude. For some reason, Jack Daniels goes down a lot better than Jameson does for me.
And the whole thing is, I think as I've gotten older.
And by the way, when you're drinking, make sure you're doing it responsibly.
That's right.
That is the PSA for this show. If you're drinking, make sure you do it responsibly.
That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. But I got to tell you, Wags, it's funny. And I think I've mentioned this in the past to where as I've gotten older and like with cycling and different things that I do, it's like, to me, the morning drink is not so much a Bloody Mary. I mean, I may, if I'm at a race weekend, I may drink me some good Coors Light. Thank you, Bert Trejo, for checking in there on the private text message. Yes, we did drink a lot of Coors Lights back in the day, but it's like these days, it's like a mimosa. Let me a mimosa, a little champagne.
That's where I'm at too these days. A mimosa, right? Man. And maybe I don't call it the softer side. I call it the finer side.
That's right. I'm trying to be classier. I mean, the older I get, I'm trying to be a little more sophisticated.
Man. Distinguished. I'm trying to do what the finer side of life does. That's all it is. I've done the beer can. I've done the smashing beer against the beer cans after you crush a beer and say dead soldier. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't doing that no more, man. We're trying to be finer, pristine.
Yeah. I had a friend, now that you mentioned that with the beer can thing, I had a friend that came over the other day and, we may have had, 12, 15 beers, whatever the case was. And he's like,
like you guys, you're still on that level.
Oh, of course.
Rodney,
dude.
You're a king.
Dude.
If you're putting off 15 to 20 with your buddy, that's 10 apiece, dude. And you're still standing and I'm still standing. Yeah.
I'm a race car driver, dude. Look at this gut. I mean, you think this is a badge of honor?
I am, my guy. You're definitely
a badge of honor right here.
If you can take 10 beers down, you're better than I am. I'll say that.
We get done with this, and my buddy's like, "Let's build a beer pyramid." I'm like, "No, let's recycle that shit." See, I'm more sophisticated. I'm like, in the old days, you'd have built a beer pyramid. Now I'm like, let's put the shit in recycling, and you go home in a very safe way. I'll get you home, and we move on. Okay. Back to sports.
Back to sports. All right. Michigan awaiting potential punishment from the Big Ten. What do you think that the Big Ten needs to come down and issue punishment or issue reprehensive measures on Michigan? Do you think they deserve one? Of course, sure. But how far does it need to stretch to the entire team? Does maybe Jim Harbaugh wear this completely on his chest and kind of just take this for the team? And if he does that, how much more is Jim Harbaugh willing to endure before he says, see it, college football, I'm back to the NFL?
I really think I heard the conversation this morning to where if you're going to do something, I mean, and Tony Petitti is the guy right now that, welcome to being the Big Ten commissioner. I mean, you were the one, this is solely on you because the NCAA, they're going to drag their feet. They're going to drag their dick in the dirt and they're not going to do anything. But I really think, Wags, if you're going to do something, you got to do it now. I don't think, and maybe it's coming down.
Yeah, we got 2 weeks till Ohio State. We talked about
Right,
that,
right.
so.
I mean, do you ban Jim Harbaugh? And it gets so tough right now because you don't want to. I don't think that it's right that you're going to punish the folks that are coming in. I mean, this needs to be the team or the regime right now that you punish. And I got to tell you
So
something.
do you punish the kids because of a scouting scandal, or do you punish the coach? Right.
That's the messed up part. I mean, it's like, I mean, the kids, did they have an idea about this? Probably not. And I actually heard, I don't put a lot of stock into the talking heads that we see on ESPN and all the different places, but I heard Paul Feinbaum talking about something, I think it was yesterday, where he was talking about, he correlated this exact situation to the old days of the Southwest Conference. When SMU, all that bullshit was happening back in the late 70s into the early 80s, they smashed SMU. And all of that happened.
They killed him. They killed the program.
They killed him. They killed him. They set him back 30 years. They're still not right now. And is this something, depending what Tony Petitti, no pressure, depending what he does, is this something that can destroy this conference? Or if he doesn't do anything, does it destroy this conference?
Here's the thing with, like, so far from what I've gauged from the Big Ten or the consensus from the Big Ten is that right now Petitti is kind of liked by the Big Ten, and he still wants to keep that, hey, I'm a friend of I'm a friend of all the teams here type of mantra, right? Type of I guess type of characteristic, type of trait. There's got to be tons of pressure for him to make a move from, of course, Ohio State now with Ryan Day, they're chiming in saying, hey man, what the hell is going on? Are you guys going to make a move on this thing? What's up? This is clearly unfair. They've got a tactical advantage. Rodney, you've seen what they've done week in and week out. Stealing signals does not give you an advantage of 40 points or of a margin of victory. They're dominating on the field, sure. And let's go back to the kids that are actually executing on the field. They have no idea. I can almost assure you that they have no idea that this is going on. Why? Because loose lips leak ships, all right? And if you are Harbaugh, and this is all hypothetical and speculation, right? Because Harbaugh still has nothing proven that he knows anything about this or had any recollection that this was going on. It's all speculation that the head coach knows that everything is going on. And because of an NCAA bylaw, there is, in fact, I'm paraphrasing here, but the head coach is responsible for everything that goes down in his program because
CEO.
He's suspected to know he is the CEO, right? You're suspected to know if you're the CEO. So for that, I don't think that, like, you would want your scout to be known by the rest of your team that he's out there, right? You kind of want to keep everything close to the vest. That way your reconnaissance mission goes on successfully. You don't want loose lips sinking the ships, man. That's all I got to say. And in doing that, how are the kids accountable for that if they have no idea or recollection? And again, this is all hypothetical. I'm just spitballing here. You can't give and you can't punish the kids also because I think that Michigan is the best team in the land right now. If you take that, and what I talked about yesterday, if you take Michigan out of the fight, you're always, and I'm one of the fighters left. I'm always going to be wondering, man, did we have what it takes to beat Michigan that year?
Yeah, and that's a whole thing. I mean, it does no good. It does absolutely no good to let this thing play itself out, and we get a year and a half, 2 years back into this thing. Let's say Michigan wins the national championship, and you take the championship away. What good does that do? We all saw the game. We saw everything that happened. To me, that's asinine. That's the only way that I can say that. And we go back to with all the USC shit, and this is the same thing right here, to where it's like, what's Harbaugh going to do? Is he going to head to the NFL and go coach a Bears or your team? I mean, what the hell's going to happen here?
I'd take him in New York. I would take him in New York. But see, I think I don't even think the problem's Dable in New York. It's the damn line. It's the front office. Like, Mara and company used to be fantastic, and now just over the past 5 years, shit has hit the bed, or it's just hit the fan, dude. Like, you want to think that Harbaugh has to leave the collegiate level, right? Like, there's no way that he would keep putting up with this thing. He's gone for 2 seasons now of harassment from the NCAA, or not the NCAA, but the Big Ten. If I'm Petitti here, suspend Harbaugh for 2 games, allow them to come back for Michigan or for Ohio State, and let's see the clash between Day and Harbaugh, right? Because honestly, dude, it comes down to marketing and making money, and that's what the Big Ten wants. If the Big Ten punishes Michigan, they're punishing themselves.
Yeah,
like they're literally punishing themselves. So it's a you're stuck between a rock and a hard place if you're Petiti, man. Like, you got to keep people happy, that's for sure, but you also man, you don't want to punish yourselves because you have 2 of the best products in college football right now.
And here's the thing why I really look at this, moving forward. What's going to happen, because this can drastically change just everything about college football, things about high school football. I mean, because what's going to happen right here? I mean, I know a lot of coaches, and those guys reach out to each other and they ask each other, so what's going on here? I mean, what if I'm playing X team?
There's a good old boys club. There's a good old boys club.
It's definitely a good old boys club. And the whole thing is, and this is where I'm so torn with all this, Wags, is because, like I was talking about yesterday when I made the racing analogy, is, I mean, you do everything that you can to give yourself the advantage to win a contest. And I mean, the whole thing is, if you sit there and study all these signs and all these things that these people are putting up, if you can figure that out, I mean, if you can figure something out that's going to give you an on-field advantage, is that really a bad thing? And that's where we go back to, and I think that fine line is drawn to, where it's like, when you're doing the electronic stuff, when you're doing all the video stuff, but here's the other part of that. Here's the other part of that, Adam, where I struggle with that is, like, we are in the technology is so crazy these days. It's like, is it a bad thing to utilize that stuff? I mean,
I mean, I think sign stealing clearly is malicious. Or
do you want to win?
I mean, it's an act of malice. We'll just say that. Like, you're not like you're trying to do malicious thing. I mean, you're not causing harm to the damn team, but you're stealing signs, right? Like, you're not out here just having a hot dog at the damn game and enjoying, the weather. You're actually trying to steal signs. And it's not like you're scouting their plays. You're trying to go one up and scout the signs. To me, I'm still all for that, man. I think it's all love, all is fair in love and war and whatnot.
Of course.
But I mean, it's your job. If you are the head coach of the opposition, or any head coach, you need to protect your signs. You need to know that people are out there, or suspect that people are out there trying to do this stuff. And Rodney, and that's where happens all the time. Michigan's the only one that got caught. You don't think Michigan's going to be taking people under if they go down? This is just getting started,
and they're starting to, and that's a whole thing. I think where the fine line is drawn right there. I mean, it's one thing to go over there and figure out a way to do that. Whether you involve the technology, whatever the case is, that's part of winning the battle, like you're talking about right there. But when you put the Italian stallion, Connor the Stallion, on the sideline over there, now that
not a porn star.
Now that. That's right. When you put that damn porn star on the sideline, that's kind of where it's like, and I mean, and don't dress him up. I mean, if you're going to put him on the sideline of the opposition coming up, don't put him in their gear.
It's plural though. It's Connor Stallions, right?
Stallions,
yeah,
plural.
Stallions.
Plural.
Make sure we put some respect on the name. There's multiple of it.
Oh, sorry. We'll get a link up where people can check him out right here on Texas.
We're getting him on the show. Damn it! I want Stallions on the show.
I think we need to. I think we need to. We'll get Connor Stallions on here and ask him what he did to figure out those sign stealing things.
I don't even care about the sign stealing shit. I want to find out about the career they had previously before becoming a staff member of the Michigan Wolverines. I know damn well he was over in Silicon Valley.
He was so good at his job they had to hire him.
Damn sure. He was so good at his job. He was so good at his previous life that he retired when he was like 25.
Hey man, that's a good gig to have, dude.
Tucking it in sock. Tucking it in sock. My brother. That's the guy. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like, to wrap this thing up with Michigan here, man. The way that I see it, Harbaugh, I especially with Michigan's biggest test of the season so far, with Penn State coming up this Saturday, I think if Petiti suspends Harbaugh now for 2 games, you see the litmus test of Michigan going up against Penn State without Harbaugh. That could rock the program a little bit. They'd suffer. That's tremendous punishment, you'd like to think, right? Going up against Penn State. We'll see if Allard can actually do something to beat Michigan here. have a little bit of a lull the next week, and then have a return to battle, return to glory. Michigan welcomes back Harbaugh going into Ohio State, the biggest game arguably in college football, to have Day show up against Harbaugh. I mean, hell, it's written on the damn. You can see it written on the wall. It's plain as day. It's going to sell so many papers, so many headlines here, Rodney. I think this is exactly what the Big Ten wants, and we all know that I got a crystal ball for getting scores right and money right. I kind of got a narrative down too, so I think this is the way it's going to go. I mean, it just makes so much hoopla for college football here, man. It's stupid not to do it this way.
Yeah, you are the Mario,
bro. Everything's a show.
Yeah, you are the Mario crystal ball of Texas Sports Unfiltered. There's no doubt about it.
But I'm a lot better than he is. I'm a lot better looking than he is. So
here's the whole thing, Wags. I mean, no matter what happens right here with Tony Petitti, it's man, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, man.
Yeah, he's gonna piss somebody off.
No,
and that's just it. When you're leadership, when you're when you are the head of the table here, when you're the CEO, you can't be liked by everybody, right? Like, and you're paid to make the hard decisions, dude. And this is going to be a tough decision. I think you got to make the right one here. You can't punish the kids. I don't think that you take any type of reprimands against Michigan here. I think it's all got to come down to Harbaugh, even though the head coach is part of the team.
Yeah.
You gotta give credit where credit is due. I don't think that anybody on the team knew per se or knew officially that Connor Stallions was on sidelines of Central Michigan, scouting other oppositions, man.
I'll tell you, Wags, here's the messed up part for me is what's going to happen here if the Big Ten intervenes here and they're going to, and I hope that happens.
Could be exposure. We'll see.
For this mess, I definitely hope it happens. But I mean, here's the shitty part about this whole situation, and talking about depending what the Big Ten is going to do, depending what the NCAA is going to not do or whatever. I mean, this is just kind of the way things happen right now, is if the Big Ten drops the hammer on Michigan in whatever form or facet. Let's say you're going to throw Harbaugh out for a week or two or whatever the case is going to be. It's like, here we go. What's going to be the answer? Well, Michigan's going to say, well, we're taking you to court. We're going to sue you. And that's, man, come on, man. I've said it so many times to where I dig in and I watch sports to get away from all the bullshit.
Right, exactly. And you're bringing the bullshit into sports.
Right. And then you bring that in. I mean, I don't want this to become a court case. And I mean, and that's a whole thing where I will say with the whole Feinbaum thing that I was talking about with the Southwest Conference, go back and look at that shit. They gave Eric Dickerson a gold Trans Am. Was that really a big deal? They were paying guys a little bit of money. Look at the shit going on now. But again, that was
back it's legal. It's legal.
It's legal. Now it's okay. And if I'm one of those SMU alums, I'm looking back at that and I'm saying, but anyway,
to each his own, my guy. To each his own. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the Longhorns on Saturday here. We can break it down as much as you want. Dykes and Company's gonna try and give us our best up in Cowtown, like you're talking about. But I think the writing's on the wall. You come out here, you run the ball here, and you go into a victory. I talked a little bit about this with BK yesterday. Our front four, our defensive line has been owning the trenches for the most part, right? Without dialing up pressure, right? Without dialing up 5-6 man pressure here. I think if you can continue to have good gap responsibility and gap assignments here with your front four, you're going to take a lot of pressure off that secondary, right? You'll allow them to drop back and get into some lanes. You won't have that many holes or that many gaps in the defense. That's been the kind of the vulnerability in the middle of the field here. Get a good pressure or get a good press rush off of pass rush off of the front four, and I think you should be good, man.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that is going to be the key because the one thing that it does seem that TCU is able to do is they do throw the ball well. So it's going to be a good test for,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
I mean, their best player is their running back, man.
Right. No doubt. But that kind of plays to the Texas strength right there. If you're able to shut that down, and that kind of goes back to, you know, Blake Gideon and the staff there, you know, in the secondary. I mean, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? I mean, you know, Josh Hoover, I mean, this is a backup quarterback, but, you know, he had 4 touchdowns and over 400 yards against BYU. I mean, but, you know, we can sit there and question how good that is right there. So, I think it is going to be a thing to where, you know, talking about that front of Texas, the strength versus the strength, the running game versus that, you shut that down, allow them to test your secondary, and you coach your secondary up to be prepared for that. Right. And again, this goes back to game plan. It's pretty obvious. I don't think we're going to see anything that's going to surprise us. So it's really just a matter of being able to shut down the strength versus the strength.
No, even that first scripted couple of plays won't surprise us. We'll still see those, man. And you know, TCU, or excuse me, TCU shouldn't feel surprised anyways when they see this on the first series of plays that roll out. I kind of mentioned it yesterday. I thought that the passing attack for the Horned Frogs would be a lot better if Hoover wasn't the starter. You know what I mean? I thought Morris gave him a little bit more through the air. But Hoover's Hoover's done well in spells. So again, this team still, runs on the blood of Bailey here. So we'll see how their rushing attack bodes up against this defense that really just eats you alive in terms of rushing defense here. So I think that with these 4 main dudes, I mean, and you could argue that Texas probably has 2 of the best defensive linemen definitely in the conference. 2 of the best defensive linemen in the conference, arguably 2 of the best defensive linemen in the country.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the strength right there of the defense is right there along the front. Hey, Sal, welcome in, my man.
Do you think the weakness is the secondary? Because I think the secondary is coming along and playing a lot better. But if there is a vulnerable spot on this Longhorn defense, it is the secondary, right?
Yeah, I mean, it totally is. But this is where I go back to, because I love how you break this down, and feel free to do it again. Because to me, it really seems like I think the linebackers are, with the strength being on the front there for the Texas defense, I think the linebackers are more apt to want to crash down to prevent.
That's your natural progression. You're going to take 3 steps. I mean, you're trained as a linebacker to take your first 2 steps should be forward, as a matter of fact.
100. You're going forward, and I think that whenever that breaks down, I think that's where they're failing to react to that and go back into coverage. And I mean, I love the way you describe it, because that really is the thing right there. It's the middle. It's the middle that sometimes seems to be susceptible. And I know a lot of times, we do, because I go to the secondary
spot on the defense, right? Like the middle of the field is just the most natural vulnerable spot. Like you just attack the middle of the field.
It opens up.
Right.
It opens up, because exactly what we're talking about right there, because they coach them to crash. They coach them to crash. And that's, I mean, especially with a tremendous pass rush. I mean, that's exactly what you're going to do. You're going to crash into the line of scrimmage.
And the linebacker's first 2 steps are forward, and the secondary's first 2 steps are backwards. So that hole naturally just opens up, and that's why we call it the no zone, right? And then once the linebackers get back into their drops, and you see the secondary get back into the drops, that hole, that pocket still creates. It forms, right? And what tight ends, slot wide receivers are taught to do, especially if you're trying to find the holes in a pocket there of the zone, you just go and you sit right behind the linebackers and wait for your quarterback to find you. If the quarterback rolls right, you slide right with him, man. You mimic him and you come back to the ball. It's pretty simple football. We just got to execute it.
That's the whole thing. I mean, the pursuit of the football. I mean, that is a lot of things, and kind of going back to what we're talking about right there. I just think that sometimes maybe the linebackers, they are accustomed to that front is going to have such a push that you just naturally go. And then when something reverses itself or the quarterback gets outside the pocket, that's where it's like, oh shit. And then you're reacting, instead of being proactive, you're being reactive. And
even on defense, I love what you just said there. You're reacting, right? But even on defense, you can still entice, right, the offense to go where you want to go. Like Sark talks about that too, right? Like he really plays off of what the defense gives him, which I
Right.
agree with. When you're on offense, I mean, there's no reason for you to allow the defense to set the pace of the game, right? Defense, though, however, with the offense is, acquiescing and allowing you to do that, which by all means, that is one hell of an advantage that they're giving you. You set the tone. You're allowing them to now react off of what you're doing. I don't know, but then again, some people are better countering off of others. You know what I mean? Some people are better, countering off of the philosophy that others throw out there. To me, I'm the one that sets the tone. I'm hitting you in the mouth. Now you have to react. Sorry.
That's really the whole thing. I mean, and I think that's the key, and that's what needs to happen here. Wags.
Good morning, Sal. What's up, brother?
Texas needs to come out and just take control of this ball game, play 4 quarters of football, lean on that defense. I mean, let them. I mean, and we talk about the secondary, but hell, Michael Taft has 3 interceptions in the last 3 games, and it's like we can sit here and say that
he finds himself in the right. He's got a nose for the ball, man. He just finds himself in the right spot, dude. I'd still say the secondary, regardless of how surprising they've played, is still. It's not probably. They are the weakest. They are the weakest link of the defense. That is a very formidable defense. We would like to get the secondary up on pace with the defensive line or the defensive front 7.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And and I think this would be a good game to try to establish that
100.
Because TCU is going to test you. They're going to test you, and
it'll be on the ground mostly, man. I don't think the secondary will be tested too much through the air. I mean, that's going to be the only way that TCU can actually win here, Rodney. But still, I think that the secondary is not going to struggle that much at all against these Horned Frogs here. If you're PK, you're getting your boys ready for a downhill battle, because what TCU does do well is run the ball. They just don't throw it as well as they need to be able to put themselves in positions to win the ball game. And I mean, that's why you're seeing their record the way it is now, man. You got to be able to play. You can't be one-dimensional on Saturdays, or you're just going to get dominated. You're going to get the
Yeah, and on the defensive side, I mean, this week, I mean, I want big games out of Mo Blackwell. I mean, I want Ethan Burke. I mean, these guys, I want them to have.
Oh, the defensive line's going to hunt. They're going to eat, bud.
Oh, no doubt. But David Benda, these guys, man, I want all of these guys to have a big game, because that right there is going to tell you that it is a total defensive effort that happens here, and it should be. I mean, you should control the flow of this contest, and I just want a 4-quarter football game here, Wags, because we seem to have forgotten how to play that. It seems like
we knew the stalwarts coming in on this defense and who they would be.
Yep.
What are some of the surprises from this defense that you've seen so far in this campaign, or who are some of the surprises?
Honestly, we were just talking about the front. I'm surprised that they are this damn dominant. I mean, I knew that they were going to
balance too, right? It's not, we talk about, Sweat and Murphy and the other big boys.
Yeah,
but Sorrell is probably my surprise of
dude.
He is probably 88 has probably been the biggest surprise of this season coming in. Like having an edge rusher like that, you being able to see Burke do what he did at Westlake, you knew that it was there. You just didn't know if he was going to be able to get on the field and be able to do this. But having 88 and 91, being able to 95. 95 or 91. I think it's 91.
Yeah.
91. Anyways, Burke and Sorrell, these two coming off the edge, man. Tremendous compliment to the interior of the defense, allowing pressure. I mean, hard pressure coming off the edge. It's something that we haven't seen since 2012 maybe. I'm trying to think when Jackson Jeffcoat was
12 13 14 back in that
around
time.
that time, like circa 2012. Jeffcoat was the leading sack getter in the Big 12, I believe, that year, right? Like we haven't had that in a long time, and it's been damn near a decade since we have had a tremendous pass rush like this.
Exactly.
It's fantastic, man. It's key to victory. It is key to victory.
Yeah, I mean, and that really is the thing. We knew they were going to be good. We knew they were going to be good. I mean, we knew, with Byron Murphy. I mean, we knew all of that was going to be in place right there. But the way that these guys have come in, and it's the full front. I mean, coming off of the edge right there. I mean, that is so important because even these teams, the whole thing is shutting down that Kansas State running attack that we just saw this past week, 47 yards, whatever the hell it was, but. What I really like about what this defense does, and we can talk about, with the linebackers and all that, and we can talk about with the Blackwell and these guys, but the way that this front is able to stretch, they're not allowing teams to get to the outside to try to get to the edge. And it's the dudes it's the big guys.
Right.
It's the big guys that aren't allowing teams to get to the edge, man.
No,
that is massive. I didn't see that part coming as effectively as they're doing it right now.
I think we take away that from the opposition very well. I think, and what I'll go back to where we get hit in the mouth from time to time is up the middle, right? Like,
yeah.
I think when the opposition comes out in 11 personnel or 10 personnel and we're spread, from sideline to sideline, and then the quarterback comes out there and, does does some magic with his legs and then beats a one-on-one with a linebacker, which just should not happen at all. That's a cardinal sin. That's where we usually get dominated or get got, right? Like when you spread us out and run us through the middle, that's usually like the dino or the kryptonite, right? Like that's usually where we get beat or we get gashed. That's what, and you go back to Oklahoma, that's what they did, dude. They spread us out and they ran us up the middle.
That's exactly right. And I mean, go back and look, because I know a lot of the conversation, I think you and I have probably said it, but when you really think about it, is this like
so this right here, right? This right here. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Rodney, but what Jake brings up, sorry to they hope they stop sending Barron on a weak blitz. Here's the thing, though. Barron's such a tremendous tackler. When you send Barron into the backfield and he gets to the target, he is going to make the tackle. He breaks down well. He hardly overruns any of his tackles, and he makes sure that he gets them on the ground, dude. He's tremendous. He has great technique. But also he's one of your better he's one of your better defensive back that gets that gets back in coverage well too, right? I think maybe if you put a package into where you have Blackwell blitzing, lining up in the spot where where Barron would be there in a nickel spot or whatever, because I mean we've seen Blackburn or Blackwell drop back in coverage, but it's come from the hook to curl in the linebacker position, right? You put him on the flat there, you put him on the edge and send him, my goodness, man, and allow Barron to come back in another sub package like that. I'm not on PK staff, but I can envision one hell of a blitz package or a scheme coming up like that could send the opposition into one hell of a frenzy. So,
and kind of what I was going to say right there is we can go back, and I know we naturally go back to the Alabama game because that was such a big win for the program. And in my opinion, we had the discussion yesterday about one-loss teams and all of this other happy horse shit about who's whatever. That's still your strongest win. But I've heard a lot of folks talking about, well, it's pretty.
How strong was the Kansas State win?
In my opinion, very strong.
Okay.
Very strong. I mean, top 25
especially with your backup quarterback, right? That was a pretty damn.
And then the other part is, well, they come and knock Oklahoma off, and it's like,
right.
Oh. So, but or the Kansas State, the Kansas State win. Yeah, top 25 win. I'm sorry, I was thinking about Kansas. But kind of going back to the Alabama thing right there. So many folks are talking about, boy, Jalen Milroe, he sure has improved after that Texas game. Well, how about we say, damn. That Texas defense, they stifled Jalen Milroe. That's what was said the week after. But now it's like this kind of really explains to the whole what I was talking about, not allowing to get to the edge and that game. And it's funny, you go back and look at that game. That seems to be the one where we're sitting here talking about linebackers maybe, pulling back or that didn't happen that game. So it's like,
and I think maybe to your point, that's why we're not getting the credit, that Texas really stifled Milroe there. It's because they actually had a fallback and, had a lapse and mental breakdowns there with allowing Gabriel to kind of look like a goddamn Heisman, excuse me for taking the Lord's name in vain, but allowing Gabriel to look like a Heisman Trophy candidate. So to me, man, yeah, do the little things right, execute, break down in the middle of the field, and make the play, man.
Yeah.
And don't be so vulnerable there. But I don't think that the Longhorns will struggle that much this Saturday. I think it should be well in hand, even with your second string quarterback going out there, man. And we've been saying it, dude. He is QB1 at the moment, dude. And I don't. BK and I talked a little bit about this yesterday too. Quinn Ewers could be coming back next week, but I don't think so, man. I think he's probably got maybe 2 more weeks, but I know modern day medicine is a lot better than what it was 20 years ago. So I still can't put my arm up over my shoulder without it clicking. So
and honestly,
it popped out. So
honestly, Wags, I mean, you don't need him to come back, or you shouldn't need him.
You shouldn't need him to come back, but Ames scares me. Going up to Ames scares me.
That one doesn't worry me. Yeah,
just because it's almost like going into the Bermuda Triangle, man. Just anything can happen when you go up to Ames, dude. It's just it's a wild atmosphere, that's for sure. And Matt Campbell and company get it done. Well, I mean, hell, dude, Iowa State's pretty damn good, bro.
Well, and the whole thing is,
they're a pretty damn good program. They used to be.
Well, and that Kansas State and Iowa State, the next 2 weeks they're going to sit there and they're like, Texas is susceptible. I mean, and don't you want to be the one to knock them off? I mean, don't you?
Everybody wants to be the one to knock them off. Like we talk about, everybody gets up for Texas, man, but also everybody gets up for Covert BK as well, Rodney.
Man, they sure as hell do, because if you go out to take that drive out Highway 71 and go check out all the beauty out there in the Texas Hill Country. It is Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands that they're going to take care of you there. New and pre-owned specials each and every week at covertbk.com. You can dive on there, and they're also going to take care of all your maintenance. I mean, I went out yesterday and I had a buddy that came over and he wanted to look under the hood of my car. And I said, take a look. And we're looking in there and I'm like, man, I don't even know where the oil filter would be in this thing. You know what? Go to the dealership, 86 service bays. They're going to take care of that shit for you. And they'll get you in and out of there. Don't spend the whole day at the dealership. They're going to take care of whatever make and model that you have and get that done for you. Oh, by the way, if you're looking for the Fords and the Chevrolets, you can head out our way. Wags and I up north. We're Northerners. We're Yankees up here in Williamson County. Covert Hutto. Hop 'em hippos. Come on out and see us in Hutto. And of course, the staple, the Fords and the Lincolns over off of 183 with the Covert family since 1909, serving you, your family, your grandchildren, probably sold a car to your grandparents. They've been around that long. They do it the right way since 1909. The Covert family. Check them out at covertbk.com. And remember, as I always say, everybody else says it different, but I always say, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, and sure as hell, not ever.
And you also know about audio-visual consultations, guys. Everybody knows about them by now. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Look what's behind my room. Nothing but tremendous success from AV Consultations. 2 flat-screen televisions, 4K style with arcade units. And downstairs, we got that dream theater that I'm always talking about, man. No job's too big, no job's too small. They can put your game units up on a wall as well. Did you know that? Maybe a golf simulator for when the weather gets bad out there, or a outdoor TV for your patio with chimenea for those nice winter nights, or nice fall nights, rather, when you're watching some football outside. avconsultations.com since 1988, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. That's 35 years, folks. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, man. What are some other games on this slate that you kind of got a little bit of an eye for? I mean, I'm not saying we're not going to talk about the money right now, but what are some intriguing bouts coming up this Saturday?
You mean other than I thought you meant the Thursday night football battle tonight that I fucking can't wait to watch.
Unfortunately, we do have to cover it, but I'm trying to put it towards the last portion of the show here, because there isn't that much relevancy to talk about with these Bears here, man.
I was going to say, man, I'm circling my night around this football tonight. I mean, everything
Bears
that I
and
do.
Panthers, dude. It's not much. Let's talk a little bit about college football before we talk a little bit about the game tonight, man, because it's going to be a damn stinker.
Penn State, Michigan, dude. I'm sure that's the one that, all the eyes of the country are going to be on, with the scandal or, let's see what happens today. The soap opera, the Bold and the Beautiful, I tell you, for crying out loud. Young and the Restless, Guiding Light, As the World Turns, One Life to Live. Shit, I can't tell you what all this is going to be right here. But, man.
Did you watch them all? Did you watch them all?
Dude, I used to. The Young and the Restless is actually the one
Get
that
the hell out. Rodney.
Man, my life used to, around 11 a.m., The Young and the Restless. And every now and then, I check back in to see what's going on. And it's still like Victor Newman, Lauren Finmore. She's still on there. Nikki, Victoria, Nicholas, Sharon.
The only person I know is the woman that would get nominated every year and never won the damn award. What was her name?
Oh, that's Susan Lucci. That
Susan
was
Lucci. Yeah, that's the only.
One Life to Live. I think
that's the only soap opera star that I ever remember growing up.
Wags,
anyway.
Man, me and my buddies, we would all. It was like 11 a.m. in the morning, and we would all. I mean, even when you could like VCR and tape these things or DVR, whatever, we would all, me and a bunch of dudes, just sit around there and watch The Young and the Restless. Man, that was good stuff. No, I know a lot of these guys. Watching this show. See, all my children. See, there you go. People don't want to admit it.
Chat. Are you serious, chat? Come on, man. We're sitting here with all my children in the days of our lives. Come on.
Oh,
you guys are better than this. I'm better. You're better than this.
No, I'm not.
You don't watch soaps. We don't do soaps.
I don't anymore.
I
don't anymore.
Guys. Come on.
But I do check in every now and then just to see how many of those people are still alive.
Since we're on the topic, what is your best sitcom, or not just sitcom, but what is your best show other than sports when you're not watching reality television? Because the only reality TV out there is sports. Damn it. Some of it's scripted, maybe, but still, it's reality television. What are your favorite? And I want to hear from chat too. So make sure you're smashing in the chat channel as well. I want to hear what your all's favorite shows are. But Rodney, what is your favorite show to watch when you're not watching live sports?
I really don't have one now, Wags, because I mean, for me, a lot of times what I'm doing is going back and watching things. And with the racing stuff, I'm always trying to
rewatching sports and stuff. Yeah, that's why I said live sports. So
yeah. I got to tell you, dude, I talked about this yesterday. I am a sucker for those Lifetime movies, man. I don't know what
you
it
and
is.
Bucky.
I will sit there and, man, I have been at race events where I get done at 2 a.m. I go back to my hotel to crash out. And, dude, I'm up till 6 a.m. watching them fucking stupid-ass Lifetime movies, man. I don't know what the deal is.
Why?
I know. They're stupid. I mean, they're dumb.
The ones with, like, Michael Landon and everything, like Heaven Can Wait or whatever it's called.
No, these are the new ones. These are new ones. It's like kind of that. I think a lot of it is to where it's back in the old days to where a lot of that, some of it's a little risque, but not quite too much. If you want to see sex, there's places to go find it. But this is kind of that one that kind of it dabbles that carrot in front of you where it's like, oh. And right when it gets good, they go to commercial.
You like some weird things, my guy. Why tease and torment yourself like that? Just go for the real deal, man. You only got to go to the hub. It takes like 2 seconds to get there.
Dude, I loved your story about the doctor. You got to tell that story on this show.
I did not like my story about the doctor.
Dude, you got to tell that story on this show.
No, we'll tell it. We'll tell it another time here, man. But I think no, I'm embarrassed about that story, dude. I think if I'm not watching a replay or a run back of a game or whatnot, if we're not trying to get any film or whatnot, I'm probably watching. I've enjoyed Loki. I haven't enjoyed much of the newer Marvel stuff that's come out.
Yeah.
Loki's been cool because it's trying to like I didn't even find Ant-Man in Quantumania, Ant-Man and the Wasp in Quantumania. I didn't even find that compelling. I thought that was rushed. I thought it was poorly done. But Loki has been able to kind of tie a little bit of the storyline together for Marvel. But other than that, man, usually what I find very enjoyable is still going back to The Office. Like I watch reruns of The Office almost every damn night, dude. Or Rick and Morty. Like I'll put Rick and Morty up on it, or Archer, adult animation. what was it, Liquid Television back in the day.
Mhm. Yeah.
That was my jam, man. That's where
Yeah.
that's what I vibe to most of the time, dude. Or if I'm not watching The Office or anything like that, probably Parks and Rec, dude. Like a good Ron Swanson. I can't stop watching Ron Swanson, man. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Probably one of my favorite characters.
It took me a while to figure it out, and after a lot of recommendations, but I finally got into Ted Lasso, and I really did enjoy that a lot.
How much did that change your life? Now that's in Jake. Yeah, 100%. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 has been the best. It's been setting the standard, that's for sure. But yeah, to your point, Rodney, how much has Ted Lasso changed your life? Seriously, I'm serious. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic here. Like, I'm very real.
No.
Like, that's not just the character itself, but just like the stories that go on inside of Ted Lasso, man. How much has that changed your life, your outlook?
It's so much about the stories, not so much about the sports stuff. And the way that people would hook me is it's like, he's a coach, you'll love this. And that's where people kept dropping me that nugget to hook me in that way. But when you go back and you watch that, and like you and I were talking about, I mean, you and I talk about mental health, and we're very open about that kind of stuff. But when you sit there and you go and you watch that, and just the trials and tribulations that you deal with in life, I mean, when you sit there and watch that, and it's very realistic. I mean, that's a whole thing where I think with a lot of what I've seen in Ted Lasso, you can put yourself in his shoes,
Yeah.
And it's like, my God,
or a character in that show.
Yeah. It's a game changer. And when you see like the team owner or whatever that becomes like a real human, but at the same time kind of changes colors and has to do, you see the business side of stuff to where it's like, it's so cutthroat, but at the same time, it's you become a human. I highly recommend that to anyone that has not seen that, because it will change your life. It seriously will, dude.
I go through life usually with a calloused perspective. So I try not to allow things that are barbaric or on the outside into my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Try to protect myself as much as possible and my family.
Yeah.
So in doing that, with that callous journey, I kind of put up a wall, barriers so that people don't get in. After watching Ted Lasso, my entire outlook on life changed. I won't call it softer. I maybe a little more empathetic. I would think, especially with how I would treat, sports criticism. You know what I mean? Like going, not dealing or not thinking about what the hell's going on in the minds of the players, right? Just thinking about what the hell I wanted, what I wanted to see out of them, their performance of what I wanted to see them perform to, my standards that I wanted, right? And not so much what the hell is going on in their minds. So after watching Ted Lasso, man, I think you really get a good understanding, not just about psychology or sports psychology, but psychology in general, man, and just about how humanizing a show can be to allow you to just kind of be empathetic for what all is going on, not just within, the confines of a game, but within one person's life.
Yeah. It, just in my life in general, it's always been one of those things to where I've in the past, I've always had a problem with, letting a grudge be done. I mean, just let that be done, and not taking shit personal and all that kind of stuff. And it's only been as I've gotten older that I've kind of been able to be empathetic. And I think that's really the big thing that you touch on right there, that it's, and honestly, I say it so many different times, Wags, it's really, man, it's okay to not be okay. And I was just never programmed that way. I mean, it wasn't okay.
I don't think any of us are, right? Like, most of us are taught to kind of, stand as tall as you can and not show any type of.
Don't be vulnerable.
Don't be vulnerable. Yep. Don't show any type of vulnerability at all, man. Just always be a stone wall. That's what my granddad always taught me, man. Don't show anybody that you got a problem going on, because one, I was taught that they either don't care or they're rooting against you. You know what I mean? So that's what my granddad always told me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And when you're vulnerable, they're going to suck you up. That's a whole other thing.
100%.
It's like that chip on your shoulder, man. They're coming for you. All right. Well,
that's what made me so damn calloused, I think, man. That probably the damn Marine Corps too, you know. So anyways, man. But yeah, that's my little spiel on Ted Lasso, man. I think
we go down that road.
What's that?
I said, how'd we go down that road?
Yeah, I mean, but
that really is that really is a great
out
series.
there that haven't watched Ted Lasso. I think it's fantastic. It's, you know, people might be reluctant to watch it because it's about soccer, but it really or it's soccer centric or whatever. But it's really not. I mean, it's really not just about soccer. Yeah. It's what is the catalyst and drives the show, but it's usually about life problems, man. They take life problems in all kinds of walks and avenues and journeys of life, and they really dump it in and pile it into that soccer centric show. So I think you'll enjoy it. I think it's one of the best damn shows that I've seen out there, man. I don't know if I do the rewatch of Ted Lasso. You know what I mean? Like I watch like sitcoms. I think Ted Lasso is a little bit too serious for me to watch over and over and over again. It is a melodrama. I wouldn't, no, it's not a melodrama. It's a comedy. It's a drom-com. It's a drom-com is what I'll say. It's a dramedy comedy.
I really got into Schitt's Creek there when that was something that was, dude, I love that show.
Schitt's Creek's good too, man. For me, Parks and Rec is kind of one of the standard, man. Parks and Rec and The Office, I think is two of the best shows that are out there, dude. Thursday Night Football, it's a good show. It is. I mean,
somebody's got to win.
It's football. I mean, all football is good, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Is it not? Is it not?
Hey,
I mean,
I'll take it.
Lions and Bears. Do you have to torture yourself to watch this? I mean, thankfully, if you got AB consultations, you can watch multiple games. That's the best thing about AB consultations. You guys got to call them today. 512-255-8678. So you don't have to put up with Thursday Night Football all on your own. Someone can help you out with you.
Carissa Thompson will be on the pregame. Carissa Thompson will be on the pre and post game, so I'll watch it.
That's all you like. That's all
there it is. There it is.
We know what your motivation is.
There's your reason. Hey, back to the college.
No, we got to break it down. We have to talk about the game, dude. Okay. We have to talk about the game. Bears playing some decent football. I mean, of late, shown a little bit of signs of life. You know, getting busy during the free agents, or excuse me, the trade deadline there, and acquiring Sweat from the Commanders, bringing him over. He's starting to look a little bit more acclimatized with the Chicago Bear locker room here, man. What do you think that does for the Bears moving forward? Do you think it gives them any type of hope? They were able to get into a contract renewal, restructure with Sweat as well, man. So I mean, things could be looking up. Fields maybe getting a little bit more healthy. What do you think here, Double R?
Well, and that's the whole thing. I think if you're the Bears at this point, I mean, I think that's what you have to figure out. I mean, if once you get to 2024 moving forward, I mean, is Justin Fields going to be your guy? And that, that's kind of where it's a bad sign on him, because the failures or the lack of the productivity, whatever you want to call it, it's all coming back to Justin Fields. But I mean, you get into situations like this, Wags, and it's like, man, this is an organizational thing. I mean, it's just not. Right. Maybe it's not a good fit. I mean, it's just not right.
Do you think it's all been on Fields though? Because I think there's been times where Fields has played well.
I really agree, man. I really think that he has played well, and that's where it sucks, the life of an NFL quarterback. To where it's like whatever, they're 2-7, and people are going to look at that and say, well, the failure of Chicago is Justin Fields, because he is
he's the quarterback. You wear the good and the bad, like whether you like it or not. If you're the quarterback, that's for sure. But you could argue in this young pool of the quarterback talent that is scarce in the NFL. You got Justin Fields. You have a Kyler Murray who's returning to action, or should be returning to action this week. You have a Kenny Pickett, Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud, Bryce Love, Daniel Jones is down and out. You got Danny DeVito's nephew, Tommy DeVito, coming in there for the Giants. You got the Sam Howell Commanders. You got Heineke. You got Herbert and Mahomes. I mean, there's out of the young talented quarterbacks, there's only 2 or 3 really ones that are the stalwarts there, right? There's still a lot of unknowns. We saw some good stuff out of CJ Stroud. We'll see if he's able to replicate that. Trevor Lawrence seems like he's ascending to the quarterback that we thought he'd be at the professional level, but still there's scarce pickings here for NFL quarterbacks, man.
Yeah. Danny DeVito, they're playing quarterback for your team with Arnold Schwarzenegger as a fullback with his donkey. And that's you have all that going on. But how about tonight? With everything that we've seen with CJ Stroud, boom, here comes the number 1 pick in the draft getting to play on national TV.
Yeah, and Bryce Love outplayed CJ Stroud a couple of weeks ago, man. So can he be able to turn this on? I mean, you'd like to think, and back to this point, I don't think the Bears get rid of Justin Fields here with the scarcity at quarterback play here. I think they found a little bit of what they thought they drafted and got, man. And for me, I think he's shown a lot better skill than Daniel Jones has, or some of the other, unproven quarterbacks that are around the helmet. Hell, he looks better than Bryce Love.
Well, and I think the whole thing is,
I know it's Bryce Love's first year. I get that.
And I think the whole thing is, I mean, if you're Chicago, I mean, do you want to build around this dude, or do you want to do like it all so often, move on to the next big thing? Because this really is going to be a very quarterback eccentric draft that's going to be coming up. There's going to be a lot of different opportunities right there. And I think the storyline with this game tonight, Wags, is who loses. I mean, because the loser is going to put themselves in the spot for Caleb Williams or whoever the hell it may be.
Who does the least to lose too, right? Like
who screws up the less.
Right.
And the whole thing is, like we were talking about, and that's a funny thing to me, where it's so funny now, looking back, with the Texans last year with Lovey and them, it's like, well, damn, they couldn't even figure out a way to lose. Well, they seem to have done okay, because with CJ Stroud, it's a damn good thing they didn't lose, because they'd have got the other damn guy. They'd have got Bryce Young.
Hey, partner, great show today, man. What do you got going on for the rest of the day? Hey, before you do anything, let's tell them about Great Blue Heron real quick before we get out of here.
Right. Great Blue Heron Furniture, man. We got to tell you about those folks. Custom leather furniture company, founded back in 1991. It's Longhorn owned. So much of what happens is all local. I mean, they try to keep everything as much as possible right here with us, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, fabrics, ranging from that cool modern farmhouse to the traditional Western. And that's the really cool stuff. Don't be like me and sit in one of these junky chairs that you buy at one of the shops down the road. I'm telling you, Wags, when I put this chair together, I wound up with 6 screws afterwards, and I don't know where the hell it is, and that's why it squeaks so bad. You're not going to find anything better quality than Great Blue Heron Furniture. I promise you, more comfortable, better built. There's a link right here in the YouTube video. You can go up there and check that out where the doggo is. Check that description out. And by the way, if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off of that purchase. And you're also going to get you one of those badass Last Stand hats, which you can also find our collection at laststandhats.com. Use that promo code. This stuff is built to last for decades, not months, not weeks, not days, decades. You're going to enjoy this stuff. Look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check them out on that link, or 866-247-9688. They will take care of you. You'll be glad you got together.
All right, that's going to be all for us, man. We are about to get out of here. Hey, we do got Thursday night football, even though it is the battle of the basement.
Woo!
It's still football, guys. It's
Can't wait
still
for that
football.
one.
BK, my guy, thank you so much for coming in and spelling us, man. How's your day going to go? What's up for you? Huh?
How's my day gonna?
You got any craziness? You gonna have any shit stories?
How's my day gonna go? Well, I don't know. You're asking for a prediction. Hopefully it goes well. That's I've got to get my oil changed. I'm going to Paul's Motorworks, one of our great pre and post game sponsors. I'll go do that today. So hopefully my car makes it there. To get my oil changed. But now we're good. I love how much love you have for the former 4th round pick of the Washington Redskins, Wags, because you keep calling Bryce Young Bryce Love, the old.
I don't want to correct him. I don't want to correct him.
No, I'm just like, I don't even think Bryce Love's parents love Bryce Love as much as you do, man.
I do give Bryce Love a lot of credit. I think for some reason I mistake Young with Love all the time. I thought for some reason he was Jordan Love's brother for a long time, and they don't even have the same fucking name. So
Oh my God. Yeah. Bryce Love. I don't know what he's doing these days. Great college running back at Stanford, won the Doak
Wasn't he?
Walker Award, was a
Wasn't
Heisman finalist. Yeah.
He was
in
fantastic.
2017, I think is when it was. But hell, he might be better at quarterback than Bryce Young these days, man. Tell you what.
Maybe. But hey, thanks for the correction. I appreciate that. And that's going to happen all the damn time because I'm in Wagner's world here. You guys know that shit.
Oh, man. I thought it was a bit, and I was like, should I just let this one go?
No, it was real. Like I thought I was calling him Bryce Young for real. I didn't know why I was calling him Bryce Love. Thank you, guys.
Oh man, that is great. Yeah, I know the Texans. Texans fans were mad that they won that Week 18 game against Indianapolis, but it's looking like it's working out pretty well for the Texans, right? Because regardless of what anyone within the Texans organization might tell you, if Houston had the number 1 pick, they were taking Bryce Young. They wanted Bryce Young. They couldn't get him because Lovie Smith on his way out gave the Tom Herman double birds and won that meaningless Week 18 game against the Colts. And that caused the Texans to drop from number 1 to number 2. But once again, it worked out pretty damn well because C.J. Stroud looks like the real deal, doesn't he?
Yeah, I know that, it's one hell of a game that he had, over the past week. Will he be able to replicate that? There's going to be a drop-off, right? There has to be a natural drop-off after that.
Yeah, he's not going to put up – that was one of the 3 best statistical games in NFL history. There's only been 3 quarterbacks.
Than Kenny Pickett.
There's only been 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL who have had 470 passing yards, 5 or more touchdowns, and 0 interceptions in a game.
3 quarterbacks or 3 rookies?
3 quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah. So, of course, he's not going to replicate that. And it's not like this whole year has been amazing. You mentioned it. He lost to Bryce Young in Carolina a couple of weeks ago. That's the only game Carolina's won.
Bryce Love.
Bryce Love, as you like to call him. So it ain't always going to look like that for CJ, but it's, midway through their first seasons, it looks like CJ Stroud is going to be the much better pro than Bryce Love, Young, whatever the hell you want to call it. Bryce
and I mentioned that, all you Steelers fans out there that think that Kenny Pickett is your guy, CJ Stroud has already surpassed Kenny Pickett on quarterback play. So
hands are too small.
Yeah. 9.2s, baby. 9.2s.
Can't even grip the ball.
Get a man hand, guy. Get a man hand. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I got to get ready to go to work. You guys be good. Have a great day.
All right, great job, guys. We've got
Jeff
Howe with us for the next hour. Well, BK and Jeff.
I'm gonna need Wags to tone it down on the Kenny Pickett slander. I still got a few Kenny Pickett rookie cards I need to try to sell. So let's just ease it up a little bit on the Kenny Pickett slander.
What do you do with those? Like, do you just hope they gain in value because Pickett turns it around, or do you just sell while you can and hope you get something for them?
I think I'm past the point, BK, where I just have to hold now and hope that things get better somewhat quickly.
Yeah,
like it's not like I'm investing a ton, It's like, hey, this $5 Kenny Pickett rookie card, I'd like to have flipped it for $10-15, but I'm losing money on it at this point.
Is the Kenny Pickett trading card smaller than the other trading cards as an homage to his hand size?
Tiny hands. Like you know who else had freakishly small hands? Todd Orlando had freakishly small hands. Now,
really?
I like Todd Orlando as a dude, but every time I saw Todd Orlando, I always thought of the dude in the Burger King commercial where they were making like extra big Whoppers now, and he's like, I got a problem. I got tiny hands. Every time I saw Todd Orlando, I thought of the tiny hands Burger King guy.
How about that? Yeah. Or you ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I need to get on that show, man. My brother's a huge fan. One of my good buddies is a huge fan. I haven't seen any It's Always Sunny yet.
There's a character called Uncle Jack in that show who's got very tiny hands, and he's incredibly self-conscious about that. And I just think Kenny Pickett is who that guy is in real life. But
see, BK, I'm big into the trading card game. I don't know if I've told you this. I know we got to talk football, but I got a couple here with me right now.
Oh shoot! No, I'm
there's my Dak Prescott rookie card, little Crown Royale action. It's a little Jim Mitt 10 grade, and of course, if you cover the Longhorns, you got to have the Bijan rookie.
Nice.
Got to have some Bijan. So
grade 10 too.
Yeah,
I like that.
Nice
I'm enamored by the card collecting hobby. I think it was you were going back and forth maybe with one of our listeners, Nate, on Twitter, and Jalen Ford keeps a Dick Butkus trading card with him
Yeah.
as like a motivation, I guess, to try to win the Butkus Award. Like
Somebody
that's
asked him,
cool.
like, does he know who Dick Butkus is? He went right to the wallet, pulled it out. By the way, that set is Mosaic football from Panini. He had a Dick Butkus Mosaic card with him. And yeah, so Jalen Ford's like, yes, don't insult me. I know who Dick Butkus is.
I wonder if he's a card collector. I don't know how many.
I don't know if Jalen Ford's a card guy or not, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good bit, though. I mean, I think every guy did that as a kid, but I respect the folks who have kind of kept the card collecting hobby alive, man.
I'm a small timer in the card game, BK.
Okay.
I'm married and I'd like to stay that way in terms of what I spend my disposable income on.
Yeah, that's fair. Man, I used to watch, people, I'm sure you know this because you're in the game, but people post videos of them like breaking open boxes of sports cards.
You know what my favorite memory, though? I got two great memories of card collecting.
Yeah.
My dad used to own a shop, so that's kind of how I got in it initially, and why I've stayed in it is kind of that was me and my dad. That was one of our deals, and actually a decent chunk of stuff was actually stuff that my dad, left to me or some of his favorite players. Like I bought a Willie McCovey rookie card because at one point his was stolen, and I'm like, it's not in very good shape. But I'm like, I just want a real legit Willie McCovey rookie card just to have one because I know my dad would have gotten a kick out of that. Yeah. But I remember, man, I was probably still in high school. Don West would come on Shop at Home at like 1-2 o'clock in the morning and selling you like cases of like 1988 Donruss baseball cards for like $10, and just screaming at the top of his lungs. Google like Don West baseball cards, BK, when you get a chance and watch some of those YouTube clips. Just how the late great Don West, by the way, we recently lost Don West. Just like how absurdly loud and excited he's yelling about selling you like I said, like 1987 Topps baseball rack packs or whatever.
This was on TV?
Yeah, it was at like 1-2 in the morning, like after like, gosh, what was the lineup I would watch at that point? It was like Blind Date was part of that, and one of those other like The Third Wheel maybe was one of those dating shows. I'm like, it's Don West selling you baseball cards.
How about that on the HSN or something like that? Incredible. How about this question here from Jennifer? I want to help her out with this. She says, my late husband has a huge baseball card collection. How do I go about evaluating value? Is there a book I can reference or something? Any pointers for Jennifer here?
Depending on if you're in Austin, I'd tell you to take him to Card Traders of Austin. That's my shop. Ask for Walt. Tell him I sent you there, and he'll help get you a good evaluation of what you got. If you're not in Austin, then maybe I can help you out finding someplace or somebody. But Card Traders of Austin, that's where I would tell you to go. Again, ask for Walt. Tell him I sent you in, and he should hook you up.
He'll give more money then if
those are Brad Kellner's words, not mine.
Oh man. Well, Jeff is here for the next hour. Should be some fun. We'll talk plenty of sports and randomness until 12 o'clock when we get into more randomness when Trey joins the party. God bless everybody who listens to that every day from 12 to 1. But a couple of days out from Texas and TCU, Jeff, and it's, just doing some research on TCU, and you've done more than I have, and you guys have been all over this all week at Horns 24/7. But I'm fascinated at just how far TCU has fallen. Now, I did not have high hopes for them. I had them as a middle of the pack team in the Big 12 this year, and that's kind of right where they are. They're 4-5 right now, but you look at their schedule. They have not beaten a traditional Power 5 team. They beat FCS Nichols. Careful with that one. They beat SMU, who's still G5, and then they beat two newcomers, Houston and BYU. And you look at their 5 losses, Jeff, they've only played one of the top 5 teams in the Big 12. And they lost to K-State 41-3. They haven't played Texas, obviously. They haven't played OU. That's their last game of the year. And they don't play OSU or Kansas. So it's not like, TCU just got stuck with a crappy Big 12 schedule, and the combination of that and losing all of their players from last year's team, that's why their record is 4-5, but they're really a lot better than that. No, they have played a weak schedule, and they are still not winning games. This is not a very good football team that Texas is going to play this weekend.
No, look, we knew they were going to take a step back. It was just how big of a step back do they take? And I think when you look at the key pieces they lost on defense specifically last year, and even then, like their defense is, you look at their numbers, they're probably on par, maybe slightly better than they were last year, but they're just not explosive enough offensively to be able to make up for it, and you almost took for granted, like, the Texas game, I think, was a really good example of that, BK. Like, you look last year, Texas pretty much held that TCU offense in check, but how did TCU score their 2 touchdowns? Well, they got they just kind of kept chipping away at the run, and really the only decent run play they got was that Kendre Miller long touchdown run. And then you took advantage. You had a nice quarters beater called. Texas passed off the wrong guy, and that's how Quentin Johnston was running scot-free down the middle of the field. So all that said, like, again, you're just not explosive enough to make up for what you don't have. Now, I say that you start looking at it. I'm looking at TCU from scrimmage. They do lead the Big 12 in gains of 10 plus yards this year. But to your point, when they've played, how'd you pray a non-traditional P5?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you framed it? Like, the numbers speak for themselves. Like, they couldn't bust a grape against K-State and so on and so forth. And then that Colorado game, everybody got excited about that win Colorado had in Fort Worth. And I said at the time, and I'm glad I did, like, man, that Colorado TCU in 2023 could be what Texas Notre Dame was in 2016, where you look up at, there's a great game, but you look up halfway through, maybe towards the end of the year, and you're like, you know what? These are 2 not so great football teams.
Wow.
And they're not. Colorado's struggled and TCU struggling. So, just being able to finish drives, like you said, like the production's there when they've played kind of some of those non-traditional schools. I watched some of their game against BYU, and I was like, man, TCU might be starting to get some things figured out. But then, like I said, they go to Manhattan and they don't bust a grape. So, just tough sledding for TCU. I mentioned those 10 plus yarders, BK. They lead the conference in plays of 10 plus yards. But then you look at it, they're 8th out of 14 in 20 plus yard plays, the 30 plus yard plays, they're 13th out of 14 teams. They're dead last in the conference in 40 plus yard plays. So again, those explosive over the top touchdowns that they were getting last year, which it seemed like that's all they scored on against Michigan in the Fiesta Bowl last year.
Yeah.
They're not getting those.
Yeah, they just don't have the horses that they did last year. I mean, they had to replace everybody, right? Heisman runner-up at quarterback, and their 3 top receivers who are all playing on Sundays right now. Their 2 top running backs. I mean, they had a bunch of explosive players, and it was a perfect storm, right? TCU was obviously really good. They had that mix of talent and experience that you want to be a competitor in college football. They got to play against like 18 backup quarterbacks last year, it felt like, which worked. And they got every break. Like, let's be honest. Like, look, they made the winning plays that you have to make, but they were so good in one-score games, Jeff. That doesn't translate. Ask Texas from 2018 to 2019, right? Like, you win a bunch of one-score games one year, odds are you're not winning those the next year. Like, everything that worked so perfectly from TCU, kind of the exact opposite has happened, and that's why they might not make a bowl game.
Yeah, it's really weird to think about them maybe not even being bowl eligible. But, like, I watched their game against West Virginia, BK. That was another game that I watched because I think the Texas have an early game. Yeah, Texas played Kansas. That was the day of the Kansas game. So I was home in time to watch some of that TCU West Virginia game. They just didn't look very good. They went to Iowa State, and that final score was a 27-14 loss. I don't even think it didn't even feel like it was that close, going back and looking into that thing. So yeah, they lost a ton of talent, and they're not quite as good. And then on top of that, when you throw in quarterback issues, and Josh Hoover's been okay, but this is the second year in a row where you tried to ride with Chandler Morris, and injuries haven't allowed that to happen. So again, we knew they were going to take a step back. Didn't expect them to take this big of a step back.
Yeah. Is there anything that scares you in this game? I mean, look, Texas is a 10-point favorite. That's not a ton. So Vegas isn't thinking this game's going to turn into some sort of rout, but where are you at with these 2 teams? Because for me, you could argue TCU had better talent than Texas last year. Which doesn't happen very often. I know TCU's owned Texas in the Big 12, but still, it feels like more often than not, Texas has had the better team, but it's been the story of Texas. It's just they don't get the talent to play the way that it should. But, like, man, this year, the talent gap is massive between these 2. Is there anything that scares you about this matchup on Saturday?
Not really, and it doesn't really, BK, have anything to do with TCU. It's more of a case of, to me, with Malik Murphy at quarterback, and we'll get into who actually is going to play quarterback. Sark is having his Zoom call with the media right now. I don't think we're going to get any kind of answer. And obviously I'm not doing that Zoom call. I'm on here with you today, but who knows? Maybe Sark will say something. I doubt it. But I feel like for Malik Murphy, this Texas team with Malik Murphy quarterback, I feel like you went through a worst case scenario last week. Like what if he has one of those games where he's just turning the ball over and just stuff goes wrong? I mean, K-State had 5 scoring drives last week. 3 of them started in plus territory. Another one started at the K-State 40. So, as good as your defense is playing, you can't ask a defense to defend that many short fields, stand up on that many sudden change possessions. Just asking too much of your defense. But I feel like, dude, Malik Murphy threw the ball away. Jonathan Brooks put one on the ground, but you still found a way to win the game. So if you were going to have a clunker, you kind of had it already with Malik Murphy. So whether it's Quinn Ewers coming back or Malik Murphy with another game, I would tend to think, knowing the way kind of Sark works with quarterbacks, I think the message to Malik Murphy would be like, dude, you kind of stared the devil in the face last week. You tempted fate, and we won the game. So just have a good week and focus on the good things and work on what you need to work on and keep on rolling. So that's it, BK. I don't know if you can. Last week was a game that you look at and you say, man, Texas probably should have lost that game, but they found a way to win it. And I just don't see TCU being as good of a team as K-State to do enough to where you can put that kind of fear in Texas late in the fourth quarter, unless Texas again is just giving them the football or just a bunch of self-inflicted mistakes.
Yeah, keep checking my phone, refreshing X to see if we get any update in regards to Quinn Ewers. I mean, you never want to assume, right? Because what happens when you assuming, the expression when you assuming, Jeff?
Yeah, you make an ass out of yourself.
You make an ass out of you and Yao Ming when you assuming.
You and Yao Ming, huh?
I believe that is the
what did Yao Ming do to you?
I didn't make up the expression. That's Socrates, I think, who said that. I'm not sure whose deal that is, but
sounds like a haiku or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Should we assume that it's Malik on Saturday? Like, obviously, Sark gave us a way more positive update about Quinn on Monday than we've had in the last couple of weeks. And going from week to week to day, and the fact that Quinn has been throwing, that's clearly means he's trending in the right direction. But do we feel like it's one more week of Malik before Quinn is back under center?
Well, I'll say this. I'll kind of spoil the fun for Chip before he jumps on here in a little bit. We reported this morning at Horns 24/7. It's in our insider report. Tuesday's practice, it was Malik Murphy getting the majority of the reps, and then Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning splitting the backup reps. On Wednesday, it was Quinn getting more reps than Malik and Arch significantly fewer reps on Wednesday. So Quinn still dealing. Anytime you're talking about an AC injury, the two things you really worry about are pain tolerance and range of motion. And according to what we were told, he had to kind of pull himself out of some drills at times, just kind of not trying to rush it, come back and just go full go right out of the gate. You're kind of trying to ease into it. My gut tells me we get another week of Malik Murphy, and then the 4-week mark from the injury would be the Iowa State game. I think you see Iowa State game, BK, worries me a lot more than the TCU game, just because, I know TCU runs that 3-safety defense. Joe Gillespie, he likes that defense, but, Iowa State, they kind of invented it. John Haycock kind of patented that thing. So, and plus, dude, Texas has played terrible in Ames for pretty much the last decade.
Yep.
So that one worries me a lot more than the TCU game does. I feel like you can probably beat TCU. As a matter of fact, I don't think probably you can beat TCU with Malik Murphy quarterback. Going to Ames, what actually should be, don't scoff at this. Like, I've been to Jack Trice Stadium when that thing is full and that place is rocking, dude. It's actually not a terrible home field advantage for Iowa State. It's a respectable home field advantage. So it's going to be a lot more hostile next week in Ames than it is Saturday in Fort Worth. I just feel like you need to make sure Quinn Ewers is ready to rock and roll for that game in Ames next Saturday. And you can get through one more week with Malik Murphy.
Yeah, I see those losers at Hilton Coliseum every basketball season. They get after it. Now, they've got good fans up there in Ames, and people get worried. There's the whole expression, weird stuff happens in Ames at night. I just think Texas plays bad up there. I don't think it's weird. Like I watched Kansas go to Ames last Saturday night and win. The weird shit is just Texas has been awful lately. That's the weird stuff. We've been in the midst of like our worst decade plus in program history. That's the weirdness right there. The hope is we're out of that and we don't have to worry about anything like that anymore.
Dude, you remember that Halloween game where Charlie Strong took a team to Ames and they got shut out?
Yeah, I remember exactly where I was watching that too, man. There wasn't enough booze at the bar I was at to get me through that deal.
Because I was one of the few reporters that flew out like very early that morning. And in Austin, we had floods and tornadoes that weekend. So a bunch of the reporters, they had to like drive to Dallas and get flights. And I was in Des Moines. I'm like, man, sucks to be everybody else right now, but I'm ready to rock and roll. And then like you have that game, it's a 24-0 game, and dude, I'm following some players like up the way to the locker room area to go do post game, and guys are getting trash talked to him. And Malik Jefferson just kind of looked back at me and half smiled. He's like, "What are you going to say back to anybody at this point? Look at the scoreboard." I'm like, "Well, yeah, you lose 24-0. That's going to happen." And then the team had that plane ride back home where they thought they were goners because there was severe turbulence because of the weather. Yeah. It was pretty much the road trip from hell for that team. So
man, think about what you just said. I was one of the lucky ones. I was in Des Moines. Did I hear that right? You're fortunate to be in Iowa.
I processed that statement before it came out of my mouth. So
yeah, that was.
Man, Texas just has not played very well up there. And you think about the last time, the CB mentions it in the chat. You think about the last time Texas was up there and how far this program has come, BK. That was in the middle of pretty much rock bottom for Texas football, because within the span of about 10 days, you had the incident with the monkey at Jeff Banks's house. You had the loss to Iowa State, which, by the way, is still the worst loss in the Steve Sarkisian era. You had the Bo Davis bus incident post-game. Then after that, you had the loss to Kansas the following week.
Oh, that was all in like 2 weeks?
That was all in a span of about 10 or 12 days.
God.
So it was...
We should do like a 30 for 30 about that stretch right there.
That needs one, man. And you think about like that. Well, there's been a few moments in this the lost decade of the teens, and then kind of bleeding into the second decade here of this century, where you're like, man, there's been a lot of points where you can say, dude, that probably was that rock bottom. Was that rock bottom? That 10, 12 day stretch was as pretty close to rock bottom as you get.
God, and that was with Sark too. I felt like there was a rock bottom with Charlie, a rock bottom with Mac, a rock bottom with Tom, and a rock bottom with Sark. I mean, that's a problem. And yeah, look, Iowa State's won 3 of the last 4 against Texas. Texas's only win came last year. And if Xavier Hutchinson, who's now an NFL receiver, catches a pass that was thrown right to him, then Iowa State probably ties the game with a field goal and we're playing overtime.
Yeah.
Or maybe they score a touchdown on that drive. Instead, they turned it over and Texas was able to hold on to get a 3-point win. But yeah, no, Iowa State has been a thorn in Texas's side, not just up there, especially up there, but they've been a bit of a problem for this Texas team more than any of us would like.
But I think with Iowa State, and it's TCU will be a really good test run because, again, they run that same 3 safety defense. They run the 3 high. And it'll be a really good test of Sark's patience with that thing because he struggled against it. Like, go look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. And everybody can point to the games, whether it's you've been TCU or Iowa State, go through anybody, Arkansas, anybody that's run that defense. Does Sark have the patience to – because there are ways you can attack every defense, BK, like you can attack every defense. It's not like somebody at some point is going to create a defensive scheme or you just – you can't do anything against it. Like even the Chicago Bears, that Buddy Ryan 46 defense, there was a way to attack it. You had to have Dan Marino to do it, but there was a way you could attack it. You can attack the 3 safety defense. There's a couple of ways you can do it. One is when you run the football, you have to hit the run. You have to hit your runs downhill, and you've got to hit them really fast and really hard. Like the thing that the 3 safety defense that the 3 high does is it presents that look of a light box where it's like, oh yeah, we should be able to run the football. No problem. Well, if you're running like a zone-based scheme, which like go back to that 2019 game where I don't even want to look up the run game that Texas had that day when Tom Herman and Tim Beck kept trying to go back to running the football. But that was that defense lulls you into that false sense of security, thinking, oh yeah, we can run the ball. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's like 3rd and 9. You're like, what the hell happened? Because they fit it so well. And they can change that. There's different ways they fit the run based on how you're running the football. It's a really intricate system, and they do it better than anybody because John Haycock's the first guy that came up with it. So it's going to be a test of Sark's patience this week. If Texas does have success against TCU, you'd feel much better about them being able to go to Ames and being able to have success against that defense next week.
Hell, look at Texas TCU from last year. Now, I know D. Winters and Trey Hodges-Tomlinson and Dylan Horton aren't on that TCU defense, but that scheme held Bijan Robinson to less than 30 yards rushing last year. And Rojo, I think, had less than 20 yards rushing last year. So, different talent. Texas is better. TCU's worse. So I'm not expecting anything like that to happen. But that's kind of your point, how the 3-3-5, even though it looks like there's plenty of green grass for these runners to run, it ain't always there. And the good news is, like, Sark knows that that's coming, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to have to hear, we weren't expecting that. He didn't put that on film, because that's what Houston did. Because Dana Holgorsen, he might get fired. I don't know how great of a coach he is. Great dude. Love the guy. But he oh, shit, here's what I do. This hasn't worked. Here's what has caused Texas and Steve Sarkisian problems. Maybe I'll try this. And Sark, after the game, is like, they did something we didn't expect them to do. It's like, do you self-scout at all? Like, how are you not expecting this?
Which for the Houston game, it didn't make sense because they started in the 3 high and Texas destroyed it. Like with that opening script, like they went through Houston like crap through a goose, man. They were running up and down the field. And, there was the fake field goal, and we can go back and deal with that if we want. I would rather not. But, I mean, you know what you're going to get from TCU. You know what you're going to get from Iowa State next week. So, and then by the time you get to game 12, it doesn't matter what Texas Tech shows you, because you should be pretty familiar with their defense. We have any news, BK, on this quarterback situation?
Yeah, good tease right there, Jeff. Some breaking news. I'll give your cohort at Horns 24/7 and our cohort here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, Chip Brown, some love. Steve Sarkisian on that Zoom call has said that Quinn Ewers will start this Saturday night against TCU. Okay, so Ewers is back. I assume this is not a rotation, right? And we don't have much more context, and I'm sure someone's going to follow up and be like, well, does that mean Quinn's going to play every snap? Does that mean he'll play every series? What are we going to do here? I assume if Quinn is starting, the plan is for Quinn to be the guy like he was before he went down.
Yeah, Sark doesn't rotate quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's not his MO. I mean, we had an interesting conversation, BK, on our Longhorn Blitz podcast this week. Like, and I keep driving this home. I think this fan base it'll be a lot easier to digest some of the stuff that happens, some of the decisions Sark makes, when some of you people out there just wrap your heads around like who you're dealing with as a head coach. Sark isn't going to rotate quarterbacks. He's going to be ultra aggressive. He's going to go for it on 4th down and plus territory. Like, that's just who he is. I compared it to, like me covering baseball. I love covering Longhorn baseball. Every year, man, people get all up in arms about David Pierce and their aggressive base stealing, how aggressive he is on the base pass. Oh, man, they get runners thrown out and they give up runs. Like, dude, he's going to do it. Like, why complain about it? Like, it's going to happen. And just take it for what it's worth. Like, understand who you're dealing with. So, no, like, Sark wasn't going to put Arch Manning into a situation in that game where once Malik started to go downhill, he was going to go to another quarterback. He's going to let guys play through it. I mean, hell, he let Hudson Card play through it last year in Fayetteville, or 2 years ago in Fayetteville, until until it didn't make any more sense to do it. Like, when the game was over, like, okay, let's go to Casey Thompson. But you didn't make that change really until the following week. He didn't do it last year with Quinn in Stillwater when he probably should have. Speaking of the TCU game last year, BK, that was the game where I really thought he should have done it. Like, because you weren't out of the game at all. Your defense was playing well enough for you to win. And I'm like, dude, he should probably look at making this thing at halftime. And then when you come out with your I think it was their first possession of the second half, Quinn throws that pick to Hodges-Tomlinson. And I'm like, dude, if you're not going to do it now, then he's just not going to do it. So No, bottom line, Sark isn't going to play musical chairs. I don't think he would put that out there about Quinn starting if it was some kind of psychological ploy or anything like that, dude. If he says Quinn starting, then they've prepared all week for Quinn to be the guy.
Here's another quote from Steve Sarkisian on his Zoom that's going on right now. Quote, Ewers is not limited in any way. He looked great to me today, end quote. So to your point, it's like, I don't know if Ewers is 100%. Odds are he's not 100%, but he's clearly good enough to where he's been cleared by the medical team and where he's been cleared by Sark, and he's been cleared by himself, right? Because on Monday, it kind of sounded like this was a little bit of a pain tolerance thing. And hell, you talked about that maybe 15 minutes ago, that, it sort of sounded like Sark sort of was putting the ball in Quinn's court for whether or not he'd play on Saturday. And yeah, I mean, it sounds like the pain has subsided enough to the point where Quinn feels like he's good. And it makes sense based on the way Malik Murphy played the last couple of weeks that Texas wouldn't take any chances. As soon as they got the green light from the people they needed to get the green light from, they were going to go back to Quinn.
Yeah. And they're, at least in terms of how I've understood Sark and this staff to deal with injuries, they're not going to rush a guy back just to have him, especially at that position. I mean, they've had guys like, you look at how they handle like Jahdae Barron going into the Houston game when he had that ankle. It's like, hey, we're only going to get you out there. We're not going to put you in harm's way only if it's an emergency. Well, second half of that game, it turned into an emergency.
Yep.
So you went to him. And then not to say guys don't play through stuff, but they're going to take the advice of the medical staff, and they should. I mean, when you're talking about quarterback, BK, you're talking about more. You're even talking about more than just being able to play a game. You're talking about a guy. Hey, can we have this guy the next couple of weeks? Is this something that he can re-injure? If we make it to the Big 12 championship game, do we have to worry about maybe not playing that championship game with him? And then you're talking about the CFP, and then for Quinn, would this be something that is it to the point where if he does more damage to it, is it healed or is it not healed to the point where if he does damage to it, now you're talking about a guy, does he need a surgery? It's his throwing arm. What does that do for his NFL draft decision? Does that completely change his thought process about the draft? There's a whole lot of variables at play, but dude, when it comes to injuries, man, if Sark is willing to talk about it on the record, like you can pretty much take that to the bank. If he's willing to go on record with an injury update. In other words, if he's still uncertain, he'll either say game time decision or he won't say anything at all.
And he's done that a lot this year, right?
Yeah.
With guys who have ultimately not suited up and played. It's, we'll see. We'll know more by the time we get to Saturday. But for him to come out and explicitly say that Quinn Ewers is the starting quarterback for Texas on Saturday, then yeah, that's not gamesmanship or lip service. That's the way it's going to be.
That tells me that after him throwing as much as he did on Wednesday, which Wednesday was his heavier workload based on what we reported, that for him to come back today and for Sark to say he looked good probably tells you pain tolerance and range of motion waking up this morning from practice yesterday was either small or non-existent, minimal or non-existent. And then if he looked good today, then everybody's probably doctors, Quinn's family, Sark, everybody's probably on the same page of, yeah, he's good to go.
Yeah. And all of these games are the Big 12 championship, Jeff. They really are. Like, obviously the actual Big 12 championship is on December 2nd, but just like if Texas loses that game, if they lose any of these games, they're not going to win the Big 12 this year. Now, Technically, there are scenarios where, okay, Texas can lose again, and if they get enough help from around the conference, then they could still find their way into Jerry World. But no, you've got to treat every single game like it is a Big 12 championship game. And that's why you can't do what you did against Houston, where it's like, well, this team's not very good. Like, TCU is the worst team Texas has left. They are. Iowa State beat TCU, and Texas Tech beat TCU. So I'm just going straight transitive property here, that TCU is the worst team that Texas has left. So yeah, I've heard some Texas fans say, we can rest Quinn against TCU and just get him back for the last two games of the regular season. Well, if Malik Murphy turns it over a couple of times, hey, if TCU doesn't drop the 2 or 3 interceptions that K-State dropped last week, then all of a sudden you slip up and, hey, congrats, you've got a healthy Quinn Ewers for Iowa State, but you're not playing for anything anymore because you're not making the playoff and you're not making it to Arlington. So you can't, like, we were all hoping Malik was going to play well enough to where it's like, oh man, if Quinn needs the whole regular season, give him the whole regular season. But with just what's happened the last 2 weeks and really what happened last week, like you can't play with fire. You can't walk that close to the sun and just hope that Malik Murphy's going to turn things around drastically in 6 days. If you had the chance to play the guy who has been your guy all season long, you had to do it, and that's what Texas is doing.
You mentioned their scenarios. I don't even want to look at what those scenarios are right now, because if you're Texas, dude, whether you cover the team, whether you're a fan, if you've been invested in this football program during this just decade plus of mediocre football, and that might be putting it generously, that we've all been treated to, this team controls its own destiny. Like, forget about the playoff. Like, the playoff, that's why, like, to me, should Texas be ranked ahead of Oregon? Like, to me, I don't care. Like, that stuff tends to work itself out anyway. You still got a lot of moving parts ahead of Texas, whatever. But for a Big 12 title to get to Arlington, you control your own destiny. People are like, oh, don't worry about things that you control. Dude, you can control this.
Yeah.
You're in firm control of this. Texas determines whether Texas gets to Arlington to play for a conference championship. So don't take that lightly, man. Because, dude, another thing, BK, that we put in the insider, we pulled our sources and kind of gave an early look of stay or go NFL decisions. Your roster is going to look a lot different next year.
Oh, yeah.
When you've got a championship window, man, don't take it for granted. You got to maximize that thing. And it's exciting to think about. This team hasn't played its best game yet. Like, we haven't seen this Texas team play a game, maybe other than the Kansas game, that you would say, man, that was a pretty complete game. But that was a Kansas game where Jason Bean found out about 5 minutes before kickoff that he was starting. And Lance Leipold thought, I've got my Heisman candidate quarterback, until the training staff's like, no, he slept in the bed wrong and, has a crick in his back. Like, oh, well, okay. You still haven't seen Texas deliver that performance. And the fact that that's still in there, and you've got 3 games to go, and it's right there for you. And you know what, though? The fact that you're going to have to kind of treat some old wounds, if you will, to get to Arlington, like, TCU's owned this series since they joined the Big 12. You just mentioned, dude, Iowa freaking State has won 3 of the last 4 against Texas. And then you got your Mark U on Black Friday. Do I need to say anything else? We've seen throughout history, man, 98, 2002, obviously there's 08. There's been multiple years during this Big 12 run where Texas Tech has cost Texas a chance to go play for the Big 12 championship.
Mm-hmm.
So don't take that game lightly either. And I've got a feeling of the 3, that's probably, dude, if I'm not going to get too far ahead, BK, but if there's a game where I think if you ask Steve Sarkisian privately, dude, if you could like just stick the knife in and turn it and just, score as many points as humanly possible, which game would it be? I think he would tell you it was that game against Tech.
God, I hope whenever a Texas player scores in that game, they point up to the box where Brett Yormark is sitting and just start laughing at him. Like, they just taunt that dude mercilessly. Don't talk any trash to Texas Tech. Just talk trash to the commissioner who basically told you that he wants Texas Tech to beat you.
I was really looking forward to, and it might still happen, a Texas-Oklahoma Big 12 championship game, just so that way Brett Yormark knows he's going to have a bad afternoon no matter who wins that game.
Yep.
But now that it's, and speaking of, healing old wounds, looking at old scars, dude, just when you thought Mike Gundy was dead and buried and we'd start shoveling dirt on Mike Gundy, and just when you thought Texas was done dealing with that dude, that's what could be standing between you and a conference championship.
Yeah.
Second is Mike freaking Gundy. He's fat. Can we just admit that he's the best coach in the conference?
We probably should have done that years ago, right?
I mean, I've said it, and I've kind of started to doubt myself. So I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Maybe he's losing it. And look, Mike Gundy, he's like Bizarro Dabo Swinney. Like, Mike Gundy, he hates the portal. He recruits kind of who he wants. He doesn't really care what anybody thinks. It really is him against the world. And man, I don't know, BK, if there's a better, and I'll throw, dude, based on what he's got to work with, I don't think there's a better coach in college football than if you just say, here's a week to get ready for this opponent, come up with the plan to beat them. I don't think there's anybody in college football that's better than Mike Gundy at doing that.
See, that's the good caveat right there, because recruiting goes into coaching, and the transfer portal goes into coaching, and Gundy's bad at that. Part of it, he just kind of chooses not to do it. Like, I think he could be better if he wanted to, but he's never recruited amongst the best. But when you talk about just getting the most out of your players and developing talent, he's amongst the best in recent college football. And man, I mean, this might be Oklahoma State's least talented team that he's ever had.
Dude, that team got blown out at home by South Alabama.
Yeah, 33-7.
Major Applewhite's in the press box in Stillwater dialing it up for the USA Jaguars, and it was like you look at the score, it's like USA 33, Oklahoma State 7. Like, what the America have a team that just went into Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State? No, that's the University of South Alabama.
It's our Olympic flag football team a few years from now that went in there and won, right?
Dude, it's crazy, man. And they can do this, and they went to Ames and lost the game at a time where I didn't think Iowa State was very good. And you're like, man, this might be the end for Mike Gundy. And think about this, BK, as big of a Kansas fan as you are, dude. If KU doesn't pork the pooch in Stillwater and finds a way to close that game out, dude, Kansas is tied with Texas for first place in the conference right now.
Yeah. Kansas screwed the pooch, and they got some awful Kevin Marr-like calls in that game that went against them. But you're right. No, that's looking like a big win for Texas, and that's looking like a big win for Oklahoma State now because nobody else has found a way to beat this Kansas team this year.
I mean, because K-State was still ranked in the CFP rankings this week. Dude, Texas has wins over 3 teams ranked in the CFP top 25 right now.
Yeah, and Oregon has 1, but
Alabama and the 2 Kansas schools.
Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? What a time to be
One
alive.
of these things is not like the other.
Jeff, there have been years where I'm happy when Kansas is 2-7 through 9 games, and they're 7-2 right now.
This is their first winning season since Todd Reesing was up there slinging the pill all over the place, man.
It's awesome.
Desmond Briscoe was walking through that door every day the last time KU had a winning season.
It's a great player, the great Desmond Briscoe. Yeah, Aqib Talib. That team won an Orange Bowl, and Mark Mangino tried to eat the Orange Bowl mascot, I think, if memory serves.
I've got to watch how I talk about Mark Mangino because he does have family in the greater Austin area. But if you find somebody that like covered KU at the time, probably not Iowa State. It's not a lot of good Iowa State Mark Mangino stories, but find someone that covered Mark Mangino, like that'll know behind the scenes about the day-to-day functions of Mark Mangino KU football. You'll get some interesting stories. I'll say that.
I bet.
There's one I'll tell you off the air that allegedly happened. I can't even share it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's how unsavory this story is. Allegedly. Let me say that allegedly.
What is it? Connor Stallions allegedly, or is it really allegedly? OJ allegedly.
Think like one of the jackass guys allegedly.
Oh,
I'll leave it at that.
Very intrigued.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm perfectly fine with playing Oklahoma State this year. Like Texas is damn near having my perfect season. Okay. And I'll knock on wood. Obviously they've lost. A perfect season would mean they're undefeated and they beat Oklahoma and they're ranked in the top 3 or 4 right now. That goes without saying, but we'll get to play Oklahoma again, right? Mm-hmm. None of the other teams in the Big 12, Texas is going to play. I don't want to say ever again, because I'm sure they'll play Texas Tech and maybe not Houston, considering the history between the two, but Baylor and TCU, whatever. Like at some point down the road, Texas will play them, but not anytime soon. You want the bragging rights, man. Like we saw it with A&M. Like how much trash has Texas fans been able to talk to A&M fans because of 2011? Now you've also owned that rivalry, which helps. But like the last game, there's something special about the last game. So the fact that Texas has bragging rights right now over Baylor, over Kansas, over Kansas State, like I want that with TCU. I want that with Iowa State. I want that with Texas Tech. And then boom, you get a shot at Oklahoma State. Like that's perfect. That's the nice, obviously you win the Big 12 title. That's what matters most. Whatever, you get to brag about that until the end of time. But if you beat like every single one of those teams that's staying in this conference, that's pissed that you're leaving, you get to beat them and then win the league on your way out the door. That is chef's kiss right there.
Yeah, like I've got some really, really good friends that are diehard OU fans. And you know, when you talk about the Texas-Oklahoma rivalry, there's a, BK, when you've been to plenty of Texas OU games, there are rules of engagement on the fairground. It's not just outright debauchery, right? Yeah. There's a level of, I use the term loosely, there's a level of respect there just because the two schools and alums and fans of the two schools see the other one as equal to them in football, right? Like Oklahoma's beaten Texas enough times for Texas fans to have that respect. Texas beaten Oklahoma enough times to have that respect. Like they see each other pretty much as equals. How does Texas view Texas A&M? Like, oh, they're the little brother. Good try, little buddy, and patting them on the head and sending them on their way. That's how Oklahoma views Oklahoma State, but add like a healthy amount of like meth and moonshine to it, and that's how revved up that rivalry gets. I mean, there is no respect. Like Oklahoma fans, though, at least the Oklahoma fans I interact with, they detest the fact that Oklahoma State believes they even have the right to belong on the same football field with the University of Oklahoma. Like, it's that bad. So to your point about bragging rights, the fact that fan base can hold that over in Oklahoma fans' head for who knows how long.
Yeah.
That has got to be the most miserable place to be, man.
And it's that one's stupid, right? Because OU, I think, ended 91-20 against Oklahoma State. But you're right, because it's the last one. Oklahoma State fans will be like, remember that one. And you guys are too scared to play us again, you know?
Like, let me look at something, because I want to see has Baylor won more games against Texas than Oklahoma State's won against Oklahoma, and I think that's going to be accurate.
Okay, let me look this up real quick. I'm going to go to Winsipedia.com.
Yeah, let's see, Texas and Baylor.
I got this.
Baylor has beaten Texas.
I've got 28 times. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Significantly more.
Okay. Yeah.
Texas is 81-28 against Baylor. Oklahoma's 91-20, leaving out the ties, of course, against Oklahoma. Like, that is insane.
And think about how inferior Texas fans view Baylor.
Yeah.
To Texas. Like, that's what I said. Like, Oklahoma fans are embarrassed that Oklahoma State's a rivalry.
Yeah. Yeah. And they lost to them in the last one. So, yeah, that's where you're at if you're Texas, man. I mean, there are so many reasons for motivation, and players don't care about what I said as much as fans do, obviously. But there are plenty of reasons for players, coaches, and fans alike to be motivated to get this job done this year.
But I think I can't get over like Oklahoma State's standing in terms of like the college football hierarchy. If you watch those Football Life documentaries on NFL Network, right, BK? So
sure.
I think one of my favorite ones is the Jimmy Johnson documentary. And Larry Lacewell was talking about how he talked to Jimmy when he got offered the Miami job. And Larry Lacewell said, the late, great Larry Lacewell, who, by the way, that's when Jerry used the term midget at a press conference, was talking about how they were going to get a little person and dress it up like Larry Lacewell. You remember that? Bit last year?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Jerry, for that. But Larry Lacewell said he was talking to Jimmy Johnson. And he said, Jimmy's like, I don't know if I want to leave. And he said, let me ask you a question. Have you ever beaten Nebraska? No. He said, have you ever beaten Oklahoma? Jimmy says, no. I said, all right, sooner or later, your fans are going to figure that out, that you can't beat. And he said, and can you win a national championship at Oklahoma State? He said, Jimmy just kind of cracks his smile. He's like, well, they just won one at Miami. So I think the decision's pretty much made for you. Like that's kind of where I viewed Oklahoma State in the college football pecking order.
That's fair. They've won one, right? Don't they have like a 40s wartime title?
All right. So who was it? The American Football Coaches Association did this deal. This was probably about 10 years ago, where they said, because you remember like A&M was retroactively claiming championships, and people were like, okay, you can pick like random ass official NCAA selector and say, okay, yeah, they gave us a national championship. But the American Football Coaches Association said, look, we'll allow you, if anybody really wants, you can go back in the record books, find a year where you feel like you should have been awarded a national championship, bring that proof to us, and we'll let our board decide if you can claim a national championship. Like Oklahoma State, when they were Oklahoma A&M, was the only program that brought a case to the AFCA, and they were like, you know what? Yes, you can claim 1945 as a national championship, Oklahoma State.
Oh, that's what it was. That's how it happened.
It was, man.
That is spectacular, man. Wow. I did not know that story. That is great. Thank y'all for the love, by the way. Shout out to you, Abby. Appreciate the kind words. Shout out to all of y'all watching today. Somebody said they're not a fan of the mustache. Yeah, Thomas says, I vote no on the stash. Come on, man. Does that mean you vote yes for prostate cancer and testicular cancer and suicide? Because that's why I'm growing this thing, to try to raise money and awareness for men's health issues. You know, a man dies by suicide every minute in this world. which is the saddest stat of all time. So I grow this thing. I look like shit for a month, and I look like shit. I'm willing to look like dog shit. And on the radio, it didn't matter as much, but now everybody gets to see me every day. I'm willing to look like this to try to raise some money and some awareness for men's health issues. So November.com.
BK is willing to not be allowed within 200 yards of a school.
Yeah.
Just so we can get the awareness that needs to get. Hey, man, I'll say this, not to get too serious, but in the realm of, men's health or just our general issues, physical and mental, dude, don't be afraid to ask for help, man. Yeah. Just, people will tell you, hey, it's weakness or whatever. Dude, I'm living proof, man. Don't ever think it's weakness or cowardly or anything like that to go ask for help, man.
Well said. Well said. I'm here for you. And I think all of us at TSU are here for you. But I mean, if you're hearing the sound of my voice and you're looking at my ugly mustache right now, look, if you've got no one else you feel like you could turn to talk, y'all know how to get a hold of me.
If you are traveling down that road, man, I wasn't on it, dude. Trust me, I'm still on it. So I know that journey you're taking.
Yeah. Well said. So thank y'all for tuning in, though, and for the kind words today. Of course, the big news from a Texas football standpoint, Quinn Ewers will start for Texas. Apparently, Sark also said that Jalen Catalon will be back this weekend as well. Can we keep him for more than one game here, Jeff? That's the big Jalen Catalon question, isn't it?
Your safety position needs all the help it can get. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go. I just went to Chip's Twitter account because Chip was tweeting from the Zoom call today. So Sark said Jalen Catalon and Keaton Crawford will both be available on Saturday. The Keaton Crawford thing is huge, BK, because I wouldn't doubt if part of Texas trying to be aggressive and get out in front of TCU. It's been a minute since Jeff Banks has come after a punt. Maybe on the road in Fort Worth is the game where you want to do it. If you've seen something in their protection that doesn't jibe, maybe this is the time where you do it. So Catalon Crawford. Also, Sark said that Christian Jones and Kelvin Banks will both be available after Christian Jones missed the K-State game. Kelvin Banks had to leave with an injury, but they'll both be available on Saturday.
Very good. Yeah, look, I had some skepticism on Monday when Sark's like, everybody practiced. It's like, okay, well, what does that mean?
Because he said that before, and we still had a pretty lengthy injury report come Saturday.
Exactly. It's like, okay, what does that mean? Like, everybody was there today? Everybody showed up? Some guys were in shorts, but some guys were in pads, or everybody was in pads. Like, what happened? So I was like, okay, what does this actually mean? But clearly, as we sit here on a Thursday, it feels like everybody actually did practice on Monday, and everybody's been practicing all week. So knock on wood. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like Texas has had the best injury luck in the world this year, but considering we're in the 10th game of the year and you have pretty much all hands on deck for this home stretch where you need 3 wins to get to the conference championship game, this is as good as of an injury situation as you could have possibly asked for.
Yeah, and everybody's beat up right now, man. You go into game 10, dude, everybody's dealing with something.
Sure.
But hopefully, guys were able to get healthy. And look, man, let's not – I think that tells you how important Sark thinks this game is, right? If they've gotten Quinn Ewers cleared and they're bringing these guys back. Because, I mean, keep in mind, how many guys got held out of that U of H game or were limited in the Houston game? They wouldn't do this if this was a game that they thought, hey, with this group of players, we feel like we can go win this game. Sark's treating us like, dude, anybody we can get, if you have any kind of value to this team and you can play, then we're gonna let you play and work with the medical staff and see if we can get guys cleared.
Yeah.
Just don't leave anything to chance, man. Don't take this for granted. Like I said earlier, man, coaches always talk about, we're only gonna focus on what we can control. Guess what? Whether or not you get to Arlington, you control that.
Yep. I'm glad you keep bringing up the Houston game, man, because that's Sark. Look, good coaches learn from their mistakes. It was a mistake to take Houston lightly. I'll be honest. I thought Texas could have benched all of those guys and still beaten Houston by 3 touchdowns. And for the first quarter and a half, it looked like they were going to do just that. But clearly that wasn't the case. Sark and this coaching staff is like, no, we cannot take anybody lightly.
when you start talking about, oh, we'll play this guy in this certain situation and we'll let this guy play, but at a certain point with a certain lead, we'll get him out of there. That's when you stop focusing on the opponent at all. Like, stuff it borders on lack of respect for the opponent. BK is what it gets into. And I mean, that's not saying anything negative about Sark and the staff for them being arrogant or overconfident. That's just human nature, right? They watched the same Houston tape that we all watched. They saw that same Houston. We all saw the same Houston team, right? They're not idiots. They're not dummies. We all thought the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen this week, man. If you're able to play for and wear those icy whites for the University of Texas on Saturday, sounds like you'll be doing it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to our friends at Apple Leasing. If you are looking to lease a car here in the Austin area, go to appleleasing.com. Our man Scott Crossett has been at it for a long, long time. Great deals on site all of the time. Just go to their website, appleleasing.com. They've got a live chat. You can ask any question that you have about how leasing works. You can tell them your budget. You can tell them what kind of car you want, and they're going to make something happen for you. 512-346-9977, or check them out at appleleasing.com. Any make, any model, the Apple Leasing experience is different. Find out for yourself how it works at appleleasing.com. Also, shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you're looking for a new couch or a new chair, recliner, are you a recliner guy, Jeff? I asked Bucky this morning. He said he's not one. Are you a recliner guy?
It depends. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I just enjoy, laying down on the couch. But I can't, if it's the right recliner.
Yeah,
I'll be a recliner guy.
Great Blue Heron's got the right recliners, man. Custom leather furniture company. They've been around since 1991. If you're looking to spruce up your living room a little bit, do it with a custom piece from greatblueheronfurniture.com. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase. That's right, 15% off the best looking, most comfortable, and best built furniture that you can find. It's all right there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Jeff, what you got on tap the rest of the day, my man?
We'll be diving into the Quinn Ewers stuff at Horns 24/7, man, with Quinn being cleared and ready to go. It's game's taking on a different kind of dynamic. You don't have to worry about, hey, is Malik going to survive? Well, no, yeah, you got Quinn. You got Quinn ready to rock and roll. So we'll be going over that, getting ready for Texas has a basketball game tomorrow. Delaware State at Moody Center.
Delaware is a state, so I guess they can call themselves Delaware State, right?
Delaware State, yeah.
Now that's not where.
Do you get mad at the directional state schools?
Yeah, I mean, I see Oregon beat Portland State. Like, congrats. That's not a real state, idiots. Shouldn't even count as a win.
Like Memphis, when they were used to be Memphis State and they dropped the state at some point.
Yeah. I don't understand the whole city-state deal. Like, who else does it? There's a lot of people who do it. Right?
Texas State used to the bowl eligible Texas State Bobcats used to be Southwest Texas State.
Congratulations to you. Yeah, Texas is still a state though, so it counts. If it was like Southwest San Marcos State or just San Marcos State, it'd be the dumbest thing in the world, and I wouldn't let you be a fan of them anymore. But because it's Texas State,
they did get a decent amount of my money, BK, for me to finish my education there. So.
Hey, GJ Kinney thanks you for your service. Because I think you just graduated.
I was in school when we voted on the raising student fees to go to FBS. So, way
to go!
You're welcome, current Texas State students.
You should have jumped in the river with all those kids.
I'm too old to go jumping in the river, man. That started like right around the time I graduated. That started being a thing. I'm just too damn old to be jumping into the river at Sewell Park, man. I'll let the kids partake in that.
I'd be doing that this weekend, actually. Got a bachelor party in the New Braunfels, San Marcos areas, so I might be making some noise down there.
A little floating action.
A little floating action, although the weather doesn't look great, so we'll see. Maybe some worst fest action.
Well, hey, the San Marcos River is a spring-fed 72 degrees all year round, so
they're eating springs.
You're welcome, San Marcos. City Council or Chamber of Commerce or whoever for the plug there.
I hear it also has more STDs floating around per cubic meter than any other river in the country.
Well, if you get the closer you get to the spillway, Trey, it's kind of going to funnel some of that stuff out. So just make sure you're within. You can eyeball the spillway from wherever you are, and you should be okay.
Welcome, Trey. Jeff, you're the man. This was fun, brother. We'll talk soon.
Yep. See you guys.
All right, there he goes, Jeff Howe. Check out horns247.com. They'll be all over the news that every Texas fan is going to be all over for the rest of the week. Quinn Ewers will start for the Longhorns this Saturday against TCU. Steve Sarkisian made the announcement during a Zoom press conference, 20, 30 minutes or so ago. And we're talking about it today. And we're talking about all sorts of randomness right here on the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK. What's up, big dog? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I just got done playing 4 hours of sand volleyball. So if I seem a little bit loopy or spacey, that's probably part of the reason why. I just scarfed a bunch of food, delicious sandwich from Ike's and some chips, and I'm in the middle of a chocolate chip cookie here, but it's been a good start to the day so far. And then to hear the Quinn Ewers news, or I guess I technically read it about 10 minutes ago, that's exciting. And while I hope for Quinn that he is able to avoid re-injuring that shoulder, I think that he understands what's at stake right now and how you really can't take any of these matchups for granted going forward.
Yep, and Quinn Ewers cannot be taking any shots going forward either. He can't be trying to lower his shoulder to pick up a couple of extra yards like he did against Houston, like he did against Oklahoma. Like, I think this Texas offense will be modified on Saturday. I think Quinn will be getting the ball out quicker than he ever has to try to avoid any hits. But also when he does take off and run, if he still does take off and run, he's got to make sure he's willing to give himself up because, like you said, one more shot to that air conditioner, then he might be done for the rest of the year. And obviously Texas has bigger issues at hand.
And I know that he jostled the injury on that shot that he took in the Houston game, but the crazy thing about AC joint injuries oftentimes is the fall looks pretty innocuous, but it's how you land on that shoulder to get the AC joint to pop out of place like that. It was a sack in the third quarter that did it. And unfortunately, he was probably playing through a little bit of discomfort and pain. And you saw a lot of checkdowns after that sack in the third quarter. But for him to have gone into that hit like he did, he tried to do the smart thing and turn his left shoulder into it. But unfortunately, it was such a violent collision that it may have made things worse at that very moment.
Yeah, it definitely didn't help, right? We don't know for sure if it made things worse, but clearly taking that type of shot is not going to make things better for you. So this is good. Look, it's been 3 weeks. This is not like a historically fast return to action for Quinn Ewers, right? The initial timeline that we heard was 2 to 4 weeks. So we're right smack dab in the middle of that thing. And you talked about it, Trey. You and I both talked about it on Tuesday after Sark's Monday presser. Kind of felt like the medical staff had cleared Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Kind of felt like Sark felt like, okay, hey, maybe Ewers is ready. And it just sort of felt like it was up to Quinn and kind of a pain tolerance thing. Like, hey, man, go through practice this week. How do you feel? How do you feel during practice? How do you feel after practice? How do you feel when you wake up the next morning? And I guess every single box was checked, and Quinn made the decision, and everyone is in cahoots that this thing is ready to roll.
Well, Sark's been in and around football for long enough to know that there's going to be some reluctance on the kid's side. So he just has to get out there and test it a little bit. And I think the point that you made is a great one, that Steve Sarkisian has a flaw. And that flaw is sometimes not catering his offense to what his players are capable of or what he has at his disposal. This week of any is so important that you are protecting him at least early into this football game and giving a chance to get into the flow while not taking those shots. And obviously they're going to be emphasizing or maybe even re-emphasizing to him that he doesn't need to pick up that extra yard or two. Even if it's near the end of the game and it's a tight one, like you have to think of your need to be out there the rest of the way as well. And there's a fine line there, obviously, because he's a competitor and he's going to want to pick up that extra yardage, but he has to know the re-aggravation of the injury is something that it's pretty likely with an AC joint injury, especially if you're not back to 100% just yet. So get down, please. And Steve Sarkisian, please, maybe run the football a little bit more, but definitely quicker passes whenever he's dropping back. He's not going to shy away from passing altogether. That's not Steve Sarkisian's style, and I think that would be a bad idea too. But it's just the types of plays that you're calling for him early on. Think about what he did with Malik Murphy these last couple of weeks, where he gave him very easy throws to start the game. I would love to see a game plan similar to that, even if it means you are throwing a little bit more than you are running early against TCU.
Are you okay with this decision? Like, there's no way Quinn Ewers is 100%. Maybe he's 90%, 95%. I don't know. But are you okay with this move, even if he's not 100% right just yet?
I was very concerned at the start of this week, and that hasn't really ebbed at all, that if Malik Murphy is the quarterback on Saturday, there is a high probability of upset alert. because we've seen him so up and down, but the down is like Tyrone Swoop's first handful of starts down. Now, Malik Murphy is a better quarterback than Tyrone Swoops, but I'm talking about that level of quarterback play when things were looking ugly for him. And that was 2 home games, BK, against one inferior opponent, of course, in BYU, and then Kansas State, who's decent defensively. They're not world beaters defensively, though, necessarily. The road environment makes it an even tougher task for him. And I think it opens up the likelihood that we see more of those mistakes early in the game. And that's where it was concerning. As Texas, I know that the first interception against BYU is still a close game, but Texas is up by enough against Kansas State that they were able to withstand just a truly putrid offensive performance in the second half until that final drive. Fall down by a couple of touchdowns on the road going into halftime. With a quarterback that you all of a sudden can't trust at all to throw the football, it obviously makes things significantly more difficult. And Texas is at a point in this particular season where they can't afford a slip like that.
No, I'm with you. And the Vegas line has already changed for this one. Before the Quinn Ewers news dropped, Texas was a 10-point favorite. Now, less than a half an hour after the Ewers news, Texas is a 12-point favorite. And I wouldn't be surprised if that line continues to go in Texas's favor.
I actually think that it will be maybe an 8 to 10 point game. So I understand why it moved because Quinn Ewers is in there. But even with Quinn in there, I don't think you're going to see them looking to sling it all over the place. I think that they are going to ride the ground attack a little bit more, and we're going to see a stout level of defense too. But TCU is capable of throwing the football, even though Hoover does throw some interceptions here and there. He's also had some big yardage games too, and found his teammates for touchdowns as well. So I think ultimately Texas does take care of business. It's probably a 2-score game when it's all said and done, but I don't think we see the Longhorns blow the doors off of TCU this weekend.
I literally just refreshed my ESPN app and the line is up to 12.5. So yeah, it's happening right now. Maybe you answered the question talking about TCU's passing game, but like, what about TCU scares you? Literally, the only thing about TCU that scares me is the fact that they're TCU, and they have just dominated this matchup over the last 11 years. But like looking at this year in a vacuum, comparing the two teams, going matchup by matchup, I really can't find anything that tells me TCU should even keep this game close, let alone find a way to win. So what worries you most about this game? Why do you think this one could come down to the wire?
They've had some successes throwing the football, and I think I'm still skeptical. I am still skeptical of this Texas defense and their ability to cover receivers. So a lot of that comes down to the front 4 or 5 getting pressure on the TCU quarterback on those obvious passing downs to make life a little bit easier for the secondary guys behind them.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. Josh Hoover does have some good passing yardages, had 353 last week in the loss in Lubbock, had 439 in TCU's win against BYU. But yeah, I don't know. He's still just a redshirt freshman quarterback making a lot of the mistakes that we've seen Malik Murphy make, and TCU just doesn't have the talent around him that Malik Murphy did to where they can overcome that. So yeah, I'm not worried about him, man. I'm really not.
And if that in both of those games, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he threw an interception or 2 in each of those games. So
yeah, he's thrown at least 1 pick in all 4 of his starts, and he's thrown 6 total interceptions in his 4 starts, 7 on the season. Like, he came into their first game in mop-up duty and threw a pick. Like, this dude has been prone to turn it over, and this Texas defense in the last 3 weeks has been very prone to creating those turnovers. So that's a good combo for the Horns.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, so that's like I'm worried about this because I am a sports worrier. But I just like looking at TCU's record. They're 4-5. They haven't beaten anybody half decent.
No,
like none of their 4 wins came against teams that were in a Power 5 conference last year. They've beaten an FCS team, they've beaten SMU, and they've beaten Houston, and they've beaten BYU. And I brought this up. I'm sorry if I brought this up to you yesterday, but I know I brought this up to Bucky and to Jeff. Like, TCU's 5 losses, that they have only played one of the top 5 teams in the Big 12, in my opinion. They lost to Kansas State 41-3. They have not played Texas. They have not played Oklahoma. They will not play Oklahoma State, and they will not play Kansas. So it's not like, Yormark decided to just screw TCU and now let's give these guys a really, really tough schedule. It's not like NFL rules where, hey, you have a really good year. You go first in the regular season in your division the year before. We're going to give you the hardest schedule. No, it's not like it's been like that. Like TCU has lost to average teams in this Big 12, and they've only beaten bad teams in this Big 12. So anything can happen. I thought the Texas-Houston game was going to be a blowout, and we've seen inferior TCU teams give Texas all sorts of fits in the last 11 seasons. But this is just, I mean, there are a couple of random stats you can look at that say, maybe TCU's not as bad as their record indicates. But when you look at who they've played, to me, it's like, oh, no, maybe they're actually worse than their record indicates.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've been pretty bad on the road in conference play, too. I know they had that very first win at Houston, but they lost to an Iowa State team that isn't well, I know what their record was heading into last weekend's game versus Kansas, but offensively they stink. They gave up 27 points in that game, and they lose to Texas Tech this last weekend. And I know Tech is trying to salvage its season right now, but Texas Tech is also not very good. I think they're still playing a third-string quarterback. Now, Taj Brooks has the chance to be special at that running back position for them. They can only give him the ball so many times, though. So for them to have lost handily to Texas Tech and Lubbock, too, is something to pay attention to. But this is a home game for them. So obviously, though, those circumstances are not in play just yet. But I think if Texas can find a way to strike early, they can neutralize what is going to be a purple-heavy crowd. There will be some Texas fans there, but there's going to be a lot of TCU folks looking to cheer against Texas that one final time. Think back to the game in Waco for the Longhorns and how they were really able to dominate that game from the jump. I'd like to see something similar this Saturday to take the crowd out of it and to really, not to say that you can hit cruise control because we've seen what's happened in 2 of the last 3 games now, but make life much easier for yourself by really just continuing to play a physical brand of defense, maybe hand it off a little bit more in the second half and milk what is a 10, 14, 21-point lead.
Man, that Waco game was awesome. Like, I would love for a replication of that. I mean, that's the last really complete football game that Texas has played this season, right? Because they jumped out to that big lead. They had a 21-point second quarter. You felt like the game was over at halftime, but that game actually was over at halftime.
Yeah.
All right. There was no collapse like you had against Houston. There was no collapse like you had against Kansas State. Like that's the last true 4-quarter performance Texas had. And hey, it happened on the road against a pretty bad football team. Like that's where you're at this week. Like, I think TCU is better than Baylor, but once again, I don't think TCU is all that good. So just do what you did in Waco. It's been almost 2 months since that game happened. So I don't know if you can predict something like that to happen again, but Texas has done it before to where they've gone on the road in a decently hostile environment against a team that really wants to beat Texas one final time. And they took the crowd out early and they just really embodied the all gas, no brakes, which, by the way, it feels like everybody hates that right now. Considering how many times Texas has sort of tapped the brakes with big leads in the last month. But they did that in Waco, and hopefully they do that in Fort Worth one final time. Should be chilly this weekend, by the way. Not supposed to be raining in Fort Worth on Saturday, but I mean, CB says could be in the mid-40s for kickoff.
I actually like that because I think this helps get the team prepared for what is going to be even colder conditions in Ames. And they should have part of next week to get to practice in cooler temperatures outside, but that's part of the tricky nature of going and playing a game in Ames in mid-November is that the weather is significantly different than what it is in Austin right now. It's kind of like opponents who come into Austin in September and have to deal with the 100-degree heat, and if there's a ridiculous heat index, something along those lines, and how Texas is better conditioned for those situations.
Yep.
They're not used to the cold. Tristan Nicholson talked about this with Jeff Barker and me a couple weeks ago on the Monday show from 1 to 3. There was a year that they went to Ames. I think it was a Halloween game, and they were all freezing their asses off, and they were never able to get warmed up, and Iowa State took it to them as a result. I don't think that's going to happen this year necessarily, but the temperatures are a potential factor. So for them to get a game that's starting in the 40s and is only going to get colder because the sun will be down by that point in time, I like adding that to everything else going on with this weekend's game in Fort Worth.
I think Texas lost the coldest game that it's played this year. That was the game in Dallas. I mean, they played a cold weather game this year. Like the at Alabama was hot.
Yep.
Obviously, all the games here have been hot. At Houston is gross. The Baylor game was hot. Like the OU game was in the 70s too. So we have not had weather issues at all this season. I guess if anything, it's been too hot. That can be an issue for some. We've seen some cramping in these games, obviously, but in terms of having to deal with cold or rain, Texas has avoided that. They might get their first taste of some cold weather in Fort Worth, funny enough, in the state of Texas this Saturday against TCU. All right, we'll take your thoughts on Texas and TCU. We'll continue to talk more about this game throughout the day. And as we keep things rolling here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, we are live until 5 o'clock today and tomorrow. A quick shout out, though, to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. We'll let you hear from our man, Tom McKay, as soon as I can find what I need to find right now.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to Olipop as well. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Who was it that tweeted at me yesterday saying that they were finally trying Olipop thanks to our recommendations here at Texas Sports Unfiltered?
Hell yeah.
Try to pull that one up right now as we're talking. Oh, it was our man Cooter who said he was on the Olipop train now. So, hey, you should be on it too, man. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. Very few calories. There's stuff in there that helps with digestive health support and microbiome support as well. I don't know what that shit means. I just know it tastes good and it's good for you. That's a rare combination these days. Something healthy that you're actually going to enjoy consuming. That's Olipop right there. They've got it at H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you go for your groceries, you can get you some Olipop. Trey, around the Big 12, we might have to make this game one of our picks tomorrow just because of the line. Now, we usually focus on like ranked versus ranked matchups in college football when we're doing our picks for our season-long pick'em contest. Oklahoma State's a 2.5-point favorite at UCF on Saturday. So obviously Texas and OSU are tied for first right now in the conference. And most people are assuming, obviously things can change, right? Either team can slip up and this would change that. But it sort of feels like we're on track for a Texas OSU Big 12 championship, just the way this thing has gone to this point. Oklahoma State coming off of a win against a ranked Oklahoma team is only a 2.5-point favorite against a UCF team that has just one Big 12 win in its history. Of course, it's history being this year. Is this a trap game? I mean, clearly Vegas thinks it is. Are you worried that this will be a trap game for the Pokes at the Bounce House in Orlando on Saturday?
Emotional letdowns following a huge victory like what they got over Oklahoma last weekend, those are legitimate. And you and I also talk about this. Gosh, I feel like we have since we first started doing radio together. Whenever a line feels too good to be true, there's something you're not taking into account. And oftentimes the other direction hits from the seemingly obvious. And because of that, I want to stay as far away from this game with our picks as possible. Either that or I want you to pick first so I can just piggyback on whatever you go with.
God, I'm with you, man.
Ridiculous that Oklahoma State is only 2.5-point favorites. UCF is the second worst team in the Big 12 record-wise right now after another newcomer, Cincinnati.
Yep. The ESPN FPI matchup predictor actually gives UCF a 51.4% chance to win this game. How weird is that? Yeah, what are we not seeing here? I mean, it's the letdown spot. You just beat your biggest rival in your final ever matchup against said rival. And then you've got to go on the road and play somebody who record-wise is way inferior. Maybe there's the hangover right there, but God, Oklahoma State's won 5 in a row. Like, they've been one of the more impressive teams in all of Power 5. Forget just the Big 12 and all of Power 5 college football It's not like they beaten cupcakes. Like they beat a K-State team that's ranked. They beat a Kansas team that's ranked. They beat an Oklahoma team that's ranked. They also went to Morgantown and beat a pretty solid West Virginia team that's got a winning record and is going to be going bowling this year. So it's not like, they've just beaten up on a crappy part of their schedule. They have beaten really good teams, and they're only 2.5-point favorites against a not so good team.
So we had to talk about this with TCU, how they have a bad record against some bad conference opponents. It's kind of the reverse for UCF right now. Now that I'm looking at their schedule, BK, they started out with a loss at Kansas State. They lost to Baylor at home, which isn't a good one. That was a close game, though, 36-35. They lost at Kansas. They lost at OU. They lost to West Virginia at home. That wasn't really a close one either. And then they just beat Cincinnati this last weekend in a game that was entirely too close considering how bad Cincinnati sucks this year. So have they been very good in the conference record-wise? No. But they've also played some tough opponents too. So I actually understand where this 2.5-point line is coming from right now.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can explain it is just the letdown spot, right? But like you said, I'm terrified. My cousin is not touching this game for.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason. The letdown is the biggest reason. That and the fact that Vegas clearly knows something that we don't.
UCF beat Cincinnati last week for their first conference win. UCF has lost 2 straight home games. They have not lost 3 straight home games since 2015. Maybe that's something that is playing in the Vegas line right now. Also, Saturday is UCF's annual space game, where the team wears a jersey inspired by the university's connection to the space program at Kennedy Space Center. The Knights will be wearing a special blue jersey for the game. Is that why they're only 2.5-point dogs? Because they're wearing a space uni?
I do not know.
Space sucks, dude. I hate space, man.
You hate space, huh?
Yeah, space is gay, honestly.
Gay?
I'm using that. Yeah, not a fan.
All right.
I'm out on that. Hey, Mr. Sorrell's in the room today.
You're out on space. You're in space right now. You realize that, right?
I guess we're all in space.
Yeah.
To an extent. So we're all gay?
Hurling through space on this giant circular rock that we call Earth.
Is it a rock?
Yeah.
You can pick it up and throw it at someone's car?
If you have enough strength, you can.
I'll work on that one. Analysis of the TCU O-line, asks Mr. Sorrell. Not good. Not good. Like, K-State's offensive line was one of the best in the country, and the Texas defensive front was able to feast. TCU's O-line, not very good at all. They lost an All-American at guard. They lost an all-conference center. They've only got 3 guys back from their offense last year. Like they lost a lot from their offensive line, which was great last year, but they're not great this season. I think they're like 10th in the conference in terms of pass blocking success.
Ooh.
So this should be a good day for this. Saturday should be a good day for Baron Sorrell, for Ethan Burke, for Anthony Hill, and of course the interior of the Texas defensive line too. Like Texas has lost the battle of physicality to TCU a lot, right? Whether it was Gary Patterson for all of those years or Sonny Dykes last year, TCU was the more physical team. They won the line of scrimmage the last couple of seasons. And they held Bijan Robinson to fewer than 30 rushing yards in the game in Austin last year. So they were really, really good up front. But this is a different Texas team. This is a different TCU team. And the O-line for TCU is not very good. So hopefully Texas does what it did last week, and they have some success against the other purple team on Saturday.
Keep this in mind with the Horned Frogs offensive line too, because you're right. They're not very good. They lost some talent off of last year's team. Sonny Dykes realizes that. So he crafts his passing attack to get the ball out quickly to avoid his QB getting sacked over and over again. They've only given up 14 sacks on the year. While that is obviously a little bit under 2 sacks per game, it could be a lot worse than that, just considering what the lack of talent is across the front right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And Hoover will take some shots, man. He's got some of that Malik Murphy to him where, sometimes he'll throw it up. He will throw it up. I think he's got some good arm talent. I think down the road he could be a very, very good quarterback. Hell, Chip and Zay had TCU play-by-play man Brian Estridge on earlier this week, and he said he sees a little Andy Dalton in Josh Hoover. Now, Andy Dalton, he brought up, I don't remember this. Andy Dalton as a freshman apparently sucked and turned the ball over a bunch, and then he turned into a great college quarterback who's obviously had a very, very good NFL career. So, that's pretty high praise right now if Josh Hoover has the potential to ultimately be that. But this year, too many bad decisions, taking too many shots, and Texas should be able to do some good things defensively against this guy. All right. Other Big 12 games of note this weekend. Is there anything of note? What about West Virginia at OU? I guess at this point, Texas has to root for OU again, even though we never like doing that because we are talking about the CFP and resumes.
Oh,
it's clear to me that Oregon losing at Washington is being viewed as a better loss than Texas losing to Oklahoma. And they're right. It is. Both teams lost in the final minute. And Oregon lost a true road game at an undefeated team that's ranked number 5. Texas lost a neutral site game to a team that is now ranked number 17. I guess we want OU to stay in the top 25, right? So we hope they bounce back against the couch burners.
That's a good point. God, I hate being in this position of having to root for OU to win games.
I know, dude. Why didn't we just beat them?
You're exactly right, though. Because the rationale... It's justifiable, honestly. The rationale is justifiable because they're looking at who you lose to and where that team is right now versus where that team was in that moment. That has to be taken into consideration. It does. And so we need, just like we need Alabama to continue winning games, we need Oklahoma to continue winning games and climb back up the ranks too. Get it together, Oklahoma.
It's so annoying, though. It is so annoying
They should be able to handle business their last 3 games. I realize West Virginia has surprised a lot of people, me included, by the way. I was shitting on Neil Brown and his seemingly not giving a single shit at Big 12 Media Days this year, but he has them bowl eligible, as you just mentioned. But they're at BYU and they play TCU at home to end the season. That TCU game in Norman, of course. So Oklahoma should finish the year 3-0, even after this rough stretch that has seen them lose 2 straight. And there was a chance that they could have lost that third one to UCF too.
Yeah, they should have finished the year 6-0 after that Texas game. And here they are 1-2 in their second half of the season. So we'll see if they can get things back on track. You'd think they'd be extra motivated and really pissed off after what's gone on the last 2 weeks. Maybe West Virginia could be in trouble, but both of those teams still in the thick of things in the Big 12 race. Both of those teams a game back at 4-2 in this conference right now.
Jake, look, I understand where you're coming from. Don't overthink it. You can eat a dick. I get it. But I also recognize that if Washington wins out but loses to Oregon wins out, including the Pac-12 championship game. 2 Pac-12 teams are getting over a Texas team or getting in over a Texas team that wins out and does win a Big 12 championship, I have a feeling.
You're saying, if Oregon runs the table or if Washington runs the table, I guess they both can't run the table because they're going to have to play each other again. But if it's 1 loss Washington or 1 loss Oregon, you think they would get in over 1 loss Texas?
They take them both, and you will likely be taking the Big 10 champion and most likely taking the SEC champion too.
Oh, there's not going to be 2 Pac-12 teams. It'll be one or the other that gets in.
I think both might get in.
What?
They both have decent end of season schedules, and the Pac-12 has been the best conference this year. So strength of schedule wise, I think once Oregon finishes up their last 3 games, I believe, in the regular season, and if they play Washington again and win that game, we'll see an increase in their strength of schedule enough that would help catapult them into a playoff over a 1-loss Texas team.
Yeah, there are scenarios out there where both could get in, but I don't think 1-loss Pac-12 championship loser, which I guess would have to be Washington, right? Because if Oregon loses the Pac-12 title, that'll be their 2nd loss and they'll be out. I don't think 1-loss Pac-12 championship game loser will get in over 1-loss Big 12 champion Texas. I don't think
Washington
it would happen.
Has a pretty tough end of year schedule that would boost their resume that much more if they get through all 3 of these games. And look, I realize Washington State has fallen off over the last handful of weeks, but versus number 18 Utah this weekend, at number 12 Oregon State, and then that rivalry game with Washington State, which is in Seattle. I mean, that again, it boosts things that much more and gives a sort of, gosh, I'm forgetting what the SEC year was. Maybe it was Georgia and Alabama, and Georgia won the SEC championship game, but Alabama still got in 2 years ago. It just has a feel of something along those lines. I have a bad feeling. I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope that Texas runs the table and wins the Big 12 championship, and they get in over Oregon or Washington. Or I guess if Oregon wins the Pac-12 championship, I hope they get in over Washington. I just don't know if that's going to happen, though, because they've played in such a down Big 12 this year. I think that ultimately that would hurt them in a scenario where you're staring at a handful of other teams that also have one loss and have a conference title game under their belt too.
Yeah, Big 12 is not as bad as people thought it was. There's 5 teams in the top 25, so hopefully that would help. And honestly, and Texas has to win. I know we're going to be idiots, and everyone's going to be coming on YouTube in our Coda text line next week if Texas loses to TCU. Like, you guys were talking about the playoff. What are you doing? This was never a playoff. They're very much in the mix for the playoff, and you should be thinking playoff. And it's not our job to only focus on TCU. That's the players' jobs. We as fans can have some fun with these hypothetical scenarios and talk about what could be for this team. I think back to the very first playoff, Trey, where Ohio State got in over Baylor and TCU. And to me, it was because Ohio State's Ohio State and Baylor and TCU are Baylor and TCU from a brand standpoint. Like, TCU and Baylor were both ranked ahead of Ohio State the whole year. And, well, number one, TCU and Baylor got punished because they didn't win their conference championship game because there was no conference championship game. Way to go, Bowlesby, you freaking idiot. But also, I think brand had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Like, I could see Texas because it's Texas. I know Washington's not Baylor or TCU. They've got a little bit more cachet and more history than those two teams do. But I would have a hard time believing in the scenario that you laid out that Washington would be in over Texas for a lot of reasons. But that one, I think is a part of it.
Gosh, I don't know. I hope it doesn't play out that way.
Yeah.
So we don't have to sweat it.
I'm with you. on that.
But you're right about Texas having a bigger brand than either of those other two schools, even if both schools are headed to the Big Ten next year.
Oh, yeah, they are headed to the Big Ten next year. God, that's going to be weird. That's going to take a long time to get used to, isn't it?
I don't know if I'm ever going to get used to it. I may still, much like with Town Lake versus Lady Bird Lake, I may just refer to Oregon, Washington, UCLA, and USC as Pac-12 schools for the rest of their existence.
They're just like Notre Dame. They're just playing like all the teams in one conference, even though they're not in that conference. One of those deals.
Bunch of West Coast Notre Dames is what they are.
God, what a mess. What a mess. College sports is weird. All right, shout out to Covert BK. Trey and Bucky will handle the pregame live from Covert BK this Saturday, getting you set for Texas and TCU. You don't have to wait for Saturday, though. You can go today. You can go tomorrow if you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. They've got it for you at Covert. Their selection is second to none. They've got 7 different brands, 3 dealerships on site at Covert BK. Yeah, it's a 3-in-1. We all like value. Well, you're getting 3 dealerships for the time it takes to just drive to one. Don't go all over the city looking for a new car. Just go to Covert BK. Their selection is great. The service is second to none. And what do they say? Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. That tells you everything you need to know about their prices, too. CovertBK.com for more info. Shout out to our friends at Covert BK. Trey, we didn't have our pre-show discussion today, so we're kind of all over the place. Any NFL stuff? We can do NFL midseason awards. We can preview this incredibly tantalizing Thursday night football matchup tonight between Carolina and Chicago.
With Justin Fields sidelined once again.
We could talk about the Ron Washington getting back in business as a major league manager, getting hired by the Angels yesterday.
Hide your blow and your female Japanese translators. I guess Shohei Ohtani is not sticking with the Angels next year.
You think that's the reason he's going to leave, because of Wash's history?
Yeah, there's more than that. I hate making these jokes about Wash, because Wash struck me as a player's manager, a guy that everybody loved, but I think he was also not the best in-game tactician, let's just say, BK.
No.
Let's talk NFL, and can we start with your thoughts on the Cowboys loss to Philly last weekend? Because I know you've probably talked about it with Bucky, and from 11 to noon over the last few days, you and I haven't talked about this game at all. Like, you hate to talk about silver lining losses, but for me, as somebody who hates the Cowboys and wants to see them lose, it was a little bit concerning for me to see them not just in that game, but to have a chance to win it at the end. And oh, by the way, Dak Prescott is playing some of the best ball of his career right now, too. You have to ask questions about Tony Pollard and whether it's time for him to start losing carries. Clearly, he's not back to the player that he was before suffering that injury at the end of last season. And the defense, they obviously still have some very nice pieces, and ultimately you do have faith for them. That Philly offense also has a ton of weapons, too, to make it difficult for them.
No silver lining, because it's not like the Cowboys haven't been close in the playoff games that they've lost against good teams, or just the regular season games that they've lost against good teams. Now, I know what happened in San Francisco on Sunday Night Football back in Week 5. That was a beatdown. But like, it's, to me, it's obvious the Cowboys are not far away from Philadelphia or San Francisco or any of the other top teams in football. The problem is, whenever they get into a close game against one of those teams, they come up short. So they've done that, man. Like the 2 playoff games to San Francisco, those were 1-possession games. It's like the Cowboys were clearly close. It's not like they were massively overmatched, but they just couldn't find a way to make the plays in the fourth quarter to give them the win. The Cowboys were clearly the better team in the fourth quarter. They dominated that fourth quarter. Yeah. They couldn't score. Right? Like, I think they had 160 yards in the fourth quarter, and Philadelphia had like 10. Okay, great. They got turned over on downs twice in the red zone, and they lost the game by 5 points. Like, there's no silver lining. I don't think that's me just being a cocky, arrogant Cowboys fan thinking the team should be. No, that's just like, they've been here. They've won 12 games in each of the last 2 seasons. They're going to win double-digit games again. Like, they're a good football team. I knew that before Sunday. I knew that leaving Sunday. But to be a great team, you've got to prove that you can beat other great teams, number one. And number two, you've got to showcase the ability to win close games like that. And just, it's not Mike McCarthy only. This was the problem with Jason Garrett too. The Cowboys just couldn't win those types of playoff type games, or obviously games in the playoffs that they need to win to get to the NFC Championship game. So, yeah, look, the Cowboys played well. Defense held up, especially in the second half. And considering the injuries on that side of the football, yeah, there are some positives you could definitely take from the game on Sunday. But ultimately, it's same, different year if you're a Cowboys fan. It's just we're living in this endless loop right here. It's the end of Inception, where that dreidel thing is spinning nonstop until the end of time. That's what I feel like right now with being a Cowboys fan.
It had to have made you cringe a little bit to see Mike McCarthy, when asked about using Brandon Cooks a little bit more, tell reporters that he's not a fantasy football player. Yeah, no shit, dumbass, but your responsibility is to find other reliable receivers, because as great as CeeDee Lamb is and as much as he can do, you may still need a little bit more firepower there in that receiving core. And then the question I have, based on the Tony Pollard issue right now, do you think we see more out of Rico Dowdle going forward, at least until Pollard can get his legs back underneath him? Because Dowdle's looked pretty good in limited opportunities this year.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it was weird because Dowdle only got 2 carries. The Cowboys only ran it 21 times as a team, right? I mean, it was kind of like what K-State should have done against the Longhorns last weekend, where it's like, we're not really doing much running the football. Maybe we should throw it more. Thankfully for Texas, it took K-State a long time for them to realize that. So the Cowboys, I mean, they threw it 44 times. They ran it 21, and Dak Prescott had 6 of those runs. So there were not a lot of traditional running back runs in that game. But yeah, I mean, Dowdle's been fine. I don't think he's great, but yeah, like you said, Tony Pollard's clearly not the same guy that he was. So the Cowboys had a chance at the deadline to maybe go get Derrick Henry or go bring in somebody who could help that backfield, and they opted not to do it. So I don't think we'll ever get to the point where Dowdle is the number 1 running back on this team or getting the majority of carries for the Cowboys, but I wouldn't hate it at all seeing more of him, because the Cowboys have to find a way to get the ground game going. Like, you're right, Dak Prescott is playing some good football. He was not the problem on Sunday. Even Stephen A. Smith, the biggest Dak hater in the world, and I hate myself that I know this, but this popped up on Twitter. Even Stephen A. Smith wasn't blaming Dak. And that guy, Dak could throw for 600 yards and 8 touchdowns, but if he throws 1 interception, Stephen A. is normally the guy who's like, he threw that 1 pick, he sucks. Mahomes wouldn't have thrown that pick. Like, even Stephen A. is like, no, Dak's not the problem right now. they've got to be able to run the football, though. Like, any team has to have some semblance of a running game. Hell, Mahomes, like Isaiah Pacheco, was really good in the playoffs last year. They needed some semblance of a running game to help win the Super Bowl. You cannot be one-dimensional in this league going up against these defenses. They've got to find a way to figure something out back there.
It's an interesting weekend on the NFL slate, not the Dallas New York Giants game, where you guys get to go up against Danny DeVito's son, who is starting his first ever start at the NFL level. Surprising number of rookies starting games this year for NFL teams.
Yep, I bashed you a couple weeks ago because you said something like, it feels like there are more quarterbacks getting hurt this year than in years past. And I think since I'm like, no, you're wrong, there have been like 18 quarterbacks get hurt. So good job on your part speaking things into existence, and bad job by me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Sometimes a blind squirrel. What's the saying that Nikola Tesla said back in the day? Sometimes a blind squirrel finds that nut, cracks that nut open, just eats that nut up. That's what happened there.
Yep.
The quarterback thing from a few weeks ago.
Exactly what the Tesla cars say, I believe.
Yes, that's the first thing they say when you open the doors. But as far as the NFL weekend is concerned, Dallas should take care of business handily over a New York Giants team that just lost Daniel Jones for the year to an ACL injury. Tough luck for Daniel Jones. The most compelling matchups this weekend. How about the Houston Texans being among the most compelling matchups? Now, technically, it's not a matchup between two teams with winning records because the Texans are at 4-4 right now. But I'm excited to watch Houston and Cincinnati on Sunday. I mean, that should be a fairly high-scoring affair. And, I'm not sure what the line is right now, but I give the Texans a decent chance to win this game.
Bengals a 7-point home favorite right now. I'm kind of mad. Like, the NFL schedule came out while I was doing radio in Houston. And I was like, man, the Texans should have a primetime game. Like, just for the chance that CJ Stroud is something. I honestly thought maybe the Carolina game, because it's number 1 versus number 2. Like, maybe that's the primetime. Like, put the Texans once in primetime. Kind of wish the Texans and Bengals were in primetime, because CJ Stroud is must-see TV right now. And obviously, you've got the flex scheduling. So if Stroud keeps playing well and the Texans stay in the mix for a playoff spot, how weird is that to say, then they'll get their chances. But yeah, this is an intriguing one. I mean, CJ Stroud is coming off of the best rookie quarterback performance in the history of the NFL. And he's going up against a Cincinnati team that has figured it out, right? Bengals started 1-3. Are the Bengals done? What's up with Joe Burrow's calf? Are they in trouble? And Cincinnati's won 4 in a row, and they look very much like the team that they've been the last few years. So a chance for the Texans, man. Like, I'd pick Cincinnati to win this game. I'd probably pick them to cover too. Although this is clearly a much better Texans team than what we've had the last 3 years. But this is a test, man. If you go to Cincinnati, even if you don't win, if you just keep this damn thing close, then you send a message like, no, we've got something special with D'Amico. We've got something special with CJ. And, hey, enjoy your dominance of us right now, AFC teams, but we're coming. We're coming. That's the type of message the Texans can send. Obviously, if they go into the jungle and win this game, then it's, hey, we might need to start talking about the Texans being a playoff team right here and right now.
I didn't think there would be a week in the 2023 season where we would be considering a Texans game, but not a Cowboys game with our weekly picks. But I think that's exactly what needs to happen tomorrow.
Yeah. Do we want to make Bears-Panthers one of our weekly picks?
Fuck no.
God, man. I mean, I'm making plans for tonight. I'm doing something so I don't have to be at home watching this game, please.
It's not that big of a deal when I tell people I'm not watching a Thursday night game. They're like, yeah, that's because you're not dedicated enough to your job to watch every football game that's on during the season. When you're not watching a football game on during the season, especially one of the single NFL games on a given night, that tells you just how bad of a matchup is. But unfortunately, this is not good. And it's even less compelling with Justin Fields out for at least one more week. That Bajent cat, he's shown some okay things here and there, but he's also still a rookie who sucks like a rookie at times too. And speaking of sucking as a rookie, Bryce Young has not been good recently, including throwing those 2 pick sixes in last weekend's loss.
Yeah, Bryce Young played decently well against the Texans. Obviously, they beat the Texans, but that's the only win for Carolina. They're awful. And the bad news for Carolina is not only did they draft the wrong quarterback with the number 1 pick, they don't have their first-round pick next year because they traded that to Chicago to go get Bryce Young.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good call.
Right now, I think the Bears would have like picks 2 and 3 in the draft because the Bears still suck. They always have and they always will. And that will never change. I'm amazed how many people think the Bears are ever going to be good at football. It'll never happen. But yeah, the Bears, I mean, this is like lose for the Panthers here. So they can keep losing and they don't get their pick. And if they win, well, what does that do? They're awful.
Yeah, Stevie, good call, by the way. Dante Foreman and Roshan Johnson both on the Bears. Dante, another one of those years where he gets opportunities at running back, and it's hard to take him out because he shows that he is so productive to that position. And Roshan Johnson, I feel like he wasn't used a ton in last weekend's game. I think it was the second week back from missing a couple of games due to concussion. His first game back, they split carries okay. I don't know if there's another injury issue there or something else going on, or just simply the fact that Dante Foreman has been such a positive force for them at running back. But I'd like to see them start to use Roshan a little bit more at running back, even at the expense of Foreman getting some carries.
And I'd like to see them on a different team so they don't have to play in Chicago anymore.
That too.
Just because I actually like those dudes. It's not their fault the Bears suck. Bears suck because the Bears suck. You know what the Sunday night game is this weekend? I mean, I cannot effing believe that this is happening again, dude.
Oh, God.
The Jets and the Raiders. Didn't this game happen last week and 2 weeks ago? I mean, haven't these teams played? Or no, they've just both been in prime time like 5 times this year, and they're getting their ass kicked every time.
I understand the Jets being scheduled for prime time. Who are the ad wizards who thought that the Raiders would be a compelling enough story to end up in all of these different national slots?
What is this? Zach Wilson against AIDS O'Connell or Aiden O'Connell?
Oof.
That's not an abbreviation for Aiden, is it? You can't call him AIDS.
Show the man some respect. HIV O'Connell, okay?
Got AIDS.
Thank you, Donald Sterling. Yeah, like, God, you're right. Before the year, the Jets, Rodgers, you thought, whatever. They really should have flex scheduling right now, though. Like,
yeah,
my God, they should have flexed. When Rodgers got hurt in the middle of that Buffalo game, they should have somehow found a way to not play that game on Monday night. Should just the Jets won that. That was entertaining. They had a walk-off punt return. So that game was fine. But every other game that the Jets had in prime time should have been flexed out immediately. Instead, we watched them on Monday night last week, and now we're watching them on Sunday night this week. Lord help us all.
Here's how bad Zach Wilson has been this year, BK. The LA Rams just went out and signed Carson Wentz, a couple of days ago, because Matt Stafford may be missing extended time with a thumb injury. There were people suggesting that the Jets screwed up and missed out by not signing Carson Wentz to have him come in and play quarterback for them. And look, I don't know. Is that a sort of pick your poison situation? Are we sure Carson Wentz is that much better than Zach Wilson? Maybe, but there's also a good chance that he's not. Carson Wentz fucking sucks. There's a reason why he wasn't on a roster this year. All the way up to this point where the Rams are desperate enough because of injuries that they're actually having to bring him aboard. There's much better options than Carson Wentz who aren't currently playing right now. Like, I don't understand, or maybe they've made the call to Case McCoy's agent, or Colt McCoy's agent. Yeah, definitely not Case McCoy's agent. Colt McCoy's agent, and just asked, hey, any chance that he would come here? We got a good group, and we would love to have his services. And maybe he told them no because he's just living that comfortable life in Arizona right now. But there are plenty of guys sitting at home right now, not named Carson Wentz, who would be a much better option than Carson Wentz. I actually don't understand why the Rams brought him in like they did.
I don't either. We know what Carson Wentz is at this point, right? I mean, my God. The 3 primetime games in the NFL before we get to where we at in society. Panthers, Bears tonight. Jets, Raiders Sunday. Broncos, Bills Monday. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, Goodell. Do us something better than that, please. Quick word, greatblueheronfurniture.com. If you're looking for the best furniture in the world, go check them out at greatblueheronfurniture.com. The best looking, the most comfortable, the most well-built furniture anywhere in the world can be found right there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. There's a promo code. It's Hook'em. You do that at checkout. You do that. You type that in at checkout, and you're going to get 15% off your purchase from greatblueheronfurniture.com. Also, I'll throw in a Last Stand hat. That's right. If you send me a picture of you buying a piece from greatblueheronfurniture.com, I'll throw in a free Last Stand hat on top of that. greatblueheronfurniture.com. Check them out. All right, Trey, I see you snacking on some food, so we'll hit the recorded spot from our friends at Pest Wranglers today.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will give you a story that provides a sense of optimism, that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. I'm not sure what today is, BK, other than completely vile. So this isn't necessarily a sign that it's all coming to an end, but it is a sign that porn stars aren't the brightest bulbs in the box. Headline, I hope you and Bucky didn't talk about this one earlier.
I don't think so.
Headline, porn star's pet python bites partner's penis in horror scene. Quote, there was blood everywhere.
Oh, I did see this. And there are not very many stories in the world that I won't click on, right? Because I don't get grossed out by much. I don't get freaked out by much. I usually want more information when I see a headline like that. But this one I couldn't even click on, man. I wanted no further details, but here you are being the great friend that you always have been, here to provide them for me. Thank you very much.
It's the least I can do as a friend. An Australian porn star named Danny DeBello is.
Oh, that guy's starting at quarterback for the Giants this week. He's in the Jersey Mike's commercials too, right?
He's apparently got a hell of a ping pong trick in the locker room. Danny DeBello is opening up to her followers after a traumatic recent incident where her giant pet snake attacked a male scene partner in the privates. Quote, I want to introduce you to Betty. She is my Centralian carpet python. That's not innuendo. She's about 8 feet long. I've never had an issue with her biting or anything until today. The porn star said with the snake wrapped around her neck. DeBello and a pal had just filmed some steamy content together when things reportedly went from sexy to scary. Quote, so earlier I had a friend over and we shot a video. Once we were finished doing that, he jumped into the shower, but he mentioned that he wanted to hold my pet snake afterwards. The actress revealed, once again, that not being innuendo. After coming out of the shower, DeBello placed the snake around her unwitting friend's neck and headed to the bathroom to get washed up. She turned to walk away to leave the room, but was suddenly startled by a massive scream. I turned around and saw that Betty is holding on to my partner's privates, and he tried to pull her off of it. After a few minutes, we got her off, not innuendo, and I put her back into the enclosure, and there was blood everywhere, so we cleaned all that up. After pulling the snake off of his penis, she checked to make sure that there were, quote, no little teeth left in it, because pythons sometimes leave their teeth in things after biting them. Her commenters expressed their shock in the comments section. Quote, the stuff of nightmares. Ouch, I hope he's all right, and I hope Betty is all right too. Betty's fine, you stupid social media user. You hope the snake is okay too?
Just almost bit a guy's
did the biting on this guy's garden snake.
Oh my God. You said a couple of minutes? You said it took them a couple of minutes for them to get the snake off?
Yeah.
So she was just clamped down?
Stayed sunk in.
Oh, no.
This isn't the first time that we have a story of a snake biting a man in his snake. In 2001, a 47-year-old Dutch man had to undergo reconstructive surgery on his penis after a cobra bit his manhood during a safari trip in South Africa, causing the penis to all but rot off. And in 2020, a Thai teen was hospitalized after a snake bit his penis while the youngster watched smartphone videos in the toilet. This is by far the worst one. A teenager who's just sitting there on the toilet watching TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever else, and all of a sudden, I remember this story, a snake comes up from the water within the toilet and bites him on his penis.
And he lost it?
He was hospitalized. It does not say whether he lost it or not.
So this guy in this news story is fine, just blood everywhere, but it's still attached and it still works and he's still alive?
I think it's TBD.
Oh.
Now, would you like to see...
Talk about hardcore threesomes, man. God bless. Wow, I haven't found this in the search bar.
Now, would you like to see Danny DeBello?
Is that the girl or the guy?
That's the
I
girl.
sure as hell don't want to see any pictures of this dude, man.
Yeah, it's the girl.
Yeah.
Hold on, I've got to find it here.
By the way, I've got a rule. Maybe I'll save the rule until we see what DeVito looks like.
No, what's your rule?
I don't care how big the rack is. I do not like to hook up with women who have reptiles as pets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm out on that. That's especially a snake. Like I don't trust anybody with a snake as a pet, girl or guy. But I've got some questions if you've got a reptile as a pet. That's not my thing. You do you, of course. I'm not telling you to get rid of it. I'm just going to get rid of myself.
Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you're hooking up with one of your victims at her place and she has a pet and she's way too comfortable with the pet, essentially serving as the cuck in the corner as things are happening?
Yeah.
I wasn't ever crazy about that one in my single days.
What about on the bed? I've dealt with on the bed before.
That's like that's a mood killer right there. Yeah. Like I've got to say something like, can you please get the dog off the bed? But I'm going to say it in that Larry David sort of way where it's going to completely ruin the mood.
You wouldn't say it. You just kick the damn dog off the bed, knowing you.
I wouldn't kick the dog off the bed. I wouldn't kick her off the bed either. I'm not going to feign physical violence here to make a point. But no, I would say so. I would be like, can we please get the dog off the bed? This is distracting. I don't want Fido touching me while you and I are making things happen here.
Oh, do you have a picture? There we go.
There's Danny DeBello.
Yeah, we have a picture. Oh, there's the python.
Here's the python.
Yeah. No.
Explaining that the python bit her partner's penis.
No, and she's an adult film star.
Adult film star.
Yeah, I won't be searching Danny DeVito anytime soon.
Well, I will search Danny DeVito and the what's the channel that y'all love so much? PornTube?
The Hub?
Pornhub. There we go. Pornhub. I will search Danny DeVito. I will not be searching Danny DeBello.
Oh man, dude, that's a nightmare that I did not know I had. Nightmare unlocked. Me having a snake bite that.
I just think you've kind of brought that upon yourself when you're asking, completely naked to have a snake wrapped around you.
Yeah, I have zero interest in that. You know, like they have that at the zoo or the circus or like on a cruise ship. You know, people have that snake. Hold the snake. You know, you put the snake on your shoulders. It's fine. Hell no. I'm not even scared of snakes. I just don't want a giant python anywhere close to me, dude. That's stupid. It's natural selection right there. If something happens to you, you deserve it.
Would you hold a tarantula?
Hold a tarantula? Probably not.
Tarantulas don't bite, though.
Oh, they don't?
No. That's the urban legend, anyhow.
Oh, well, then no. I don't trust urban or rural legends. I don't discriminate on those. Oh man, we are out of time. Which means it's time for Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Boys, how we doing?
What up, fellas?
Yo,
it's popping.
Did y'all hear the story Trey brought up for where we had him?
Of course we heard it. Of course we heard it.
Don't sound too excited, Chip.
I mean, what guy doesn't want to hear about a snake ripping apart his penis? That's
yeah. At least the python didn't lose any teeth in the penis, which is something that happens when pythons bite into things.
Oh no!
Oh, they leave a reminder. They leave a little parting gift.
Yeah, it's like a stinging bee losing its stinger, although the python doesn't die like a bee does afterwards. Just keeps on keeping on.
Keeps on keeping on. Just keeps on being a python, baby.
Hey, well done to you, Chip, and the team at Horns 24/7, because you guys were dropping all sort of crumbs that maybe Quinn Ewers is going to actually be good to go on Saturday. And obviously we get the official announcement today that Quinn is going to be
Texas
back.
Fans, how you feeling? The line in Vegas sure is feeling robust.
Oh, yeah.
That thing's jumped up 2.5 points since Steve Sarkisian announced at about 11:15.
Were you on that Zoom presser, Chip?
Yes.
Yep. Sark fired his ass up. Chip wanted to ask some negative ass questions, and Sark snapped right back at his ass.
I got right up in him on that pass defense being so weak. Talked about Houston ripping him for 3 touchdown passes. K-State ripping him for 4 touchdowns. He's like, how many rushing yards they get? I said, not much. But back to the pass defense that's allowed these teams to make close games out of 3-score leads. But he came around. I'll play the audio for our listeners here.
It's not like you asked an unfair question there.
Oh my God, I'm getting ripped by former players for not someone needs to ask them about this pass defense. It's going to cost us. I was like, okay, I'm your man on Thursday.
Thank you for being you, Chip. And asking those questions.
This is a great question you asked. Thank you.
I am a rhinoceros. My skin, I've been around this beat for so long. I'm immune. You cannot hurt my feelings. I've been divorced. I mean, I've been through shit.
You got like horns on the back of your shirt or something?
Oh man. I mean, you don't know. You don't know what I've been through. So I'm just like, hey, fire away.
In the last 2 minutes, I've learned that Chip is a rhinoceros who was inside Steve Sarkisian a little bit earlier.
That would hurt.
Oh boy. All
but
right.
Hey, Longhorns fans rejoice. Kellner, you feeling good? Everything's going your way. You Trey Elling. Have you given him his $7,000 yet?
Oh yeah, I have the ticket. I'm gonna be in Vegas. Actually, we'll be coming back from Vegas this time next week, but I'm gonna be in Vegas next Tuesday, so I'll be cashing out probably Tuesday. I'm not gonna wait until Wednesday to get this ticket out of my pocket and then go immediately to the bank to deposit the cash, because they don't cut you a check. They apparently give it all in hundreds, which is pretty dangerous, especially because I'm going to Old Vegas to cash this ticket out.
So you have to go there to cash in the ticket. There's no Venmo, no scanning. You gotta.
You can Venmo me $7,000 if you want. I'll allow that.
Yeah, you're a better man than me, BK, because I would have lost the ticket.
I know. I'm mad at myself for finding it. Stupid.
Oh, Zay, where you get that new chain from? Well, just around the way.
Shoot.
All right. Missus give me that chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We'll be locked in, fellas. Y'all have a great show.
Appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate you, dogs. Oh, yeah. The laser lights. Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. We're happy you spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Off the Rails Thursday. We will be talking to our man, Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator, probably doing some carpool karaoke with us around 1:30. Glenn Stretch Smith for our weekly Cowboys segment about 2:15. But Zay, Quinn Ewers, number 3. I mean, right in his backyard. He grew up in South Lake. He is going to start the football game for the Texas Longhorns at quarterback against the TCU Horned Frogs. Steve Sarkisian said, I didn't see any limitations. He looked great to me today. And so when you heard that, what was your reaction? What was your right call, Zay Collier?
That's what I'm talking about. That's good news. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I mean, shout out to Malik Murphy. You go 2-0 in your first 2 starts as a Texas Longhorn. And even though it didn't go ideal for Malik Murphy and he put the Horns in some pretty difficult situations, he still got the dub and made some good throws while doing it. So you got to salute him. But now you got your guy back, the guy that is projected to go late first round in the draft this year, who has some more tape that a lot of these NFL scouts want to see. Like, what can you do in the next, hopefully 5 games, hopefully 6 games? If you play 6, that means you're playing for a national championship. So Quinn Ewers being back, that's what's best for this offense and this team as a whole. But hopefully Quinn Ewers learned a couple of things these last 2 weeks sitting out, because that move that he had in Houston, again, I said it that week, is one of the dumbest decisions I've ever seen. If you get hurt early in the game and you feel like your shoulder isn't doing too well, I'm not going to lower my head like I'm Derrick Henry. That's a bad move. So Quinn Ewers, let's be smarter when we're coming back now, because now we know you like to scramble and stuff. Let's slide. Learn to slide, my guy. I don't know if he has a baseball background or not, but he needs to watch some, Trey Turner tape or something, one of the best sliders in the show. And yeah, again, Quinn Ewers being back, that's what's best for this team. I think this offense obviously flows better when Quinn Ewers is at the helm, but I think more importantly, you're getting Jalen Catalon and Keaton Crawford back. So even though Derek Williams Jr., Jaron Thompson, and Mookie Taft have done very well, I think adding more depth to the secondary is best for these next 3 games, starting here with TCU and Josh Hoover, who got the start cleared to play by Sonny Dykes. He's going to throw that thing around. He's going to try some shit that a lot of quarterbacks probably wouldn't try, but Sark called it competitiveness today. I call it Brett Favre wannabe that doesn't necessarily have the arm as Brett Favre. So having those 2 guys back in Crawford and Catalon, I think that's big time too. Heard Kelvin Banks and Christian Jones will be back. So hearing that this team as a whole is becoming more and more healthy down the stretch, I think that's huge.
Before we get to Steve Sarkisian, I'll let you hear my ghetto bootleg audio.
Oh man!
Now, have you ever seen Stranger Things, Zay?
Yeah.
So Rodney says that I remind him of the kid from Stranger Things all grown up.
Which one? I need names.
I don't know.
I need names because
this says Chip's just doing his job as an annoying wasteoid journalist. But CD says, love Chip Brown. Love you too, SD.
No, I think the fact that you got that reaction out of Sark shows how good you are, because you went into detail. Like, you didn't just say the passing defense in the secondary has been getting gutted. No, you pointed out the Houston game and the Kansas State game, and you threw out the stats there. So to get, in which Sark, he was just joking with you, but he did snap at you, and it made for a good 2-minute question afterwards. But yeah, man, you don't give a damn. That's what I love about you. You're going to ask what you want to ask, and you're still respectful, and you're still, you understand the game. But yeah, you're going to get your point across and force the coach to answer it, as much as he can. But Sark does a good job of, moonwalking his way out of things. Like, he'll dance around the question on that ass, and that's what he did. But yeah, man, that's why you're one of the best, my guy.
Well, I appreciate you for that, my man. I'm just trying to be the messenger for Longhorn Nation. All right, here is the moment that Steve Sarkisian announced that Quinn Ewers is going to start against TCU.
I'd say the biggest thing to note now, Quinn's going to start Saturday night, and we're obviously as a team excited about that. He's had a great week of practice. I feel very comfortable with his ability to operate the offense. I think he, his family, our medical team feel very good about where he's at health-wise. And so we're looking forward to having him back. I think we're very fortunate that Malik got those 2 starts under his belt. And so knowing in the future, if something, Quinn wasn't able to go, that we've got a really quality backup that's won 2 ball games for us, one of which against a top 25 team, a really good defense. So we're fortunate in the position that we're in, but it'd be great to have number 3 back out there Saturday night. Thanks.
How about that?
Yeah.
Could you hear that okay?
Yeah, that was great.
Okay. So let's see here. All right. Well, we'll just continue on. I think this is Steve Sarkisian continuing on about Quinn Ewers.
Coach, we'll go ahead and get started with some questions. Danny, start us off. Steve, I guess we'll just kind of stay with that. What did Quinn kind of show you this week that gave you the confidence that he's ready to go and that he's good to go?
Well, I think it started really coming out of the Houston game. I thought his approach to the injury was very professional. He did the work needed from a rehab standpoint. He stayed very engaged with the team and with us offensively. He was wearing the headset in game on the sideline, hearing the play calls, hearing the adjustments. And so that when he really came back to practice this week, when he really practiced it didn't feel like there was a lot of rust, not only physically, but mentally. And I thought he got stronger as the week went on, really throwing the ball. And he went out the last 2 days, and I didn't feel like there was a throw he couldn't make. He made all the throws in a very comfortable fashion. And I thought he managed the game plan really well.
Boom. How about that action?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. He ready. Like I said yesterday, I'm good with a 70% Quinn Ewers over 100% Malik Murphy. If that means Quinn's not utilizing his legs when he's 70%, or he can't make, maybe 1 or 2 throws, Malik just scares me now. Like he just scares me because that dude, when that confidence is down, it is down. And again, he did regroup. I gotta keep giving him that, love he deserves. When it was 4th and 6, he threw a dart to JT Sanders to move the chains. So later on, Bert Auburn couldn't make that kick. But Quinn being back. Yeah, I know a lot of Longhorn fans are wiping that sweat off their brow because that's a very refreshing thing to hear.
Yeah, so Norse 1 is saying the audio is mid. Well, that's because you can hear me typing in the background as I'm getting the news out. But yeah, he was asked if Quinn was limited in any way, and Sarkisian said,
throws pain-free, so to speak. Is he limited in any way? No, not limited at all. He looked great to me today.
Looked great.
Oh, what exactly?
So, here we go. I mean, I felt pretty good about this game going even with Malik Murphy at quarterback. But now, I mean, look, we only have one sample size of Quinn Ewers coming off injury, and it was the Red River Shootout a year ago when he tore that ass up. Threw for 4 touchdowns, looked great. And we talked about this yesterday, Zay, that Quinn had double hernia surgery in the middle of his junior football season at South Lake Carroll. There were doctors who were telling him, hey, just shut it down. And he came back and he helped South Lake Carroll get to the state championship game. It was a state championship game they were not expected to play in. They played against Austin Westlake. They lost. Mookie
Taft doing what he does.
Okay, now Ethan Burke would say, look who was pressuring Quinn Ewers on the 2 interceptions. That would be me.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, Todd Dodge told me if Taft didn't make those interceptions, the MVP of that state championship game would have been Ethan Burke, because he ended up having 2 sacks in that game, in addition to those 2 quarterback pressures that led to interceptions.
Yeah.
So our Max Crosby starter kit was showing you a little something in that state championship game. But, I wrote in the Insider that Quinn Ewers' reps increased, his practice went on this week, and that he wants to play. The coaches want him to play, and then it was looking like that was going to be the case. And here we are. So, and as you mentioned, Christian Jones, Kelvin Banks are going to be available for this game, and Jalen Catalon. We haven't seen him since the Red River Shootout this year. So that's been over. Well, yeah, it's been a month, and let's see how Jalen Catalon looks, because I was writing about the players who have a stay or go decision after this season. Catalon has a medical red shirt that he could try to get, and so that'll be interesting to watch. Does he feel like he needs that season? Does he try to just blow people away at pro day and get to camp? It's going to be really interesting, Zay, because obviously some of this depends on how deep Texas goes, and do they accomplish all their goals this season? If so, you're probably looking at some guys who are going to be saying, you know what, I'm ready to move on. So it's an interesting list. We'll get into that a little bit later, but our man CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, says it's supposed to be in the mid 40s at kickoff in Fort Worth on Saturday. That we'll see how that affects Quinn Ewers' shoulder, because I remember when Casey Thompson had the thumb injury, he was okay in warm weather, but when he went up to Iowa State, it was cold in the 40s, he could not get that thumb to relax, or he couldn't grip the football well enough, and he was out of the game, and Hudson Card took over in the first quarter. Texas led that game. It's like amazing to me. That was the game that Texas lost 30-7, but they were up at halftime. Texas was 7-3. So, because Ames is next, and in talking to, some team sources, that Iowa State defense it's sharp. Even though Iowa State's record doesn't look great, that defense, once again, thanks to John Haycock and that 3 high safety look, they invented it.
Yeah.
They debuted it against Texas in 2017, and now people are copying that thing left and right. And John Haycock is the man. Quinn Ewers struggled against it a year ago. That's why I thought, that's the game you do not want to have Malik Murphy trying to figure it out. Quinn Ewers has seen it. He's survived it. Now he's going to have to go do it in Ames. Lord knows what the temperature is going to be on November 18th in Ames. I will be there.
Ooh, your last time, huh?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah.
No, you might go for basketball, too. Who knows?
No, I won't. I'll go to the Big 12 tournament. I'll go to the NCAA tournament. I will not go Ames again. Although the Hilton Coliseum is a great atmosphere for basketball.
It is, yeah.
Iowa State fans are really, they support their team, rain or shine, win or lose. And that'll be a heck of an environment on November 18th. So you want to see Quinn Ewers get through this game and be ready to roll at Iowa State because, look, all these teams want a piece of Texas, but Texas just has too much in the trenches for these teams. If Texas just operates and executes and doesn't have the self-inflicted wounds, the block punt, the turnovers, the pre-snap penalties, just play your game and you're going to be in the Big 12 championship, Zay.
Yeah. And I don't know, hopefully the nerves aren't creeping up on some of these guys. And you know what was a blessing in disguise? A lot of these guys getting hurt and other guys who are very young, like a Derek Williams or a Michael Taft, who just got a scholarship a year ago. And on the other side, we saw Cam Williams do a decent job against Kansas State, even though he had some self-inflicted wounds, like you're mentioning. He was still out there giving it his all, and Malik Murphy, obviously, too. So the fact that this team is 8-1 with all the injury problems that they
Yeah, with all the injury problems that that Texas has had, there's no doubt that culture has come in to play here, and that this is a team that can count on each other and has that confidence that comes from, you know, being a tight knit group when they get into tight situations, which we've seen on the road at Houston. And we've seen in last week's game against Kansas State, they didn't panic. They didn't wet themselves. They, you know, just dug deep and made things happen. And that's what you want. And now you look at this TCU team. And I wrote about this a little bit earlier in the week, because TCU came into Austin last year and just it's like they pulled the electricity out of Texas's offense, like cut the wires, and they got nothing. I mean, it's the only game in the Steve Sarkisian era where they did not score an offensive touchdown. And you look at the firepower that Texas is bringing into Fort Worth on Saturday. Obviously, now you have Quinn Ewers at quarterback, but Jonathan Brooks, CJ Baxter, this receiving core. And, you know, one thing Steve Sarkisian mentioned about Quinn Ewers today is how locked into the game plan he is, and that he's a guy who's really all about the details of the game plan, knows that when he is locked into the details, that's when he plays his best. And I think you look at, you know, Quinn Ewers up to this point in the season, and that becomes pretty evident. So now he gets to go back home, just down the road from South Lake, where he grew up, where he, you know, went to high school at South Lake Carroll, home of the Dragons. He launched a mullet revolution at South Lake Carroll. His high school coach, Riley Dodge, told me, man, I wish he'd have cut that mullet before it spawned little mullets all over South Lake. And so, you know, Quinn Ewers he should be fired up, ready to go. And if what Steve Sarkisian is telling us today about he didn't see a throw that Quinn Ewers could not make and was not limited and looked great to Steve Sarkisian today in practice, then here we go. So this will be a great indicator of what this offense can be again with Quinn Ewers. And still, I would say, run it 50 times, Zay.
Hell yeah, man.
Demoralize them. Use that. You love your large humans. Have your large humans leaning on that TCU defense. They don't have the same swag they had last year.
No, they don't. And They have some of the same players as they did last year, but yeah, Max Duggan, he ain't walking through that door anytime soon. Quinn Johnson's in LA, Kendre Miller, all those guys are in the National Football League, and they have taken the hit. But yeah, before the technical difficulties I had, just the fact that this team is 8-1, all the adversity with all the injuries, all the guys stepping up, like all the youngsters and all the freshmen that you have confidence in throwing out there. Hell, I really didn't feel like I saw Anthony Hill much last week. I feel like he should be chomping at the bit to go back home too. You mentioned Quinn Ewers going back home. Hey, he's a Dallas area kid also. So
his best game of the season was against Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So that stuff matters.
It does.
It does. I mean, when they get home and they got family and friends around, they're more focused, they're more locked in because they want to show up and show out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure, Zay, when you had, all your groupies at the Bowie Bulldogs basketball game, that you averaged 13-7 and not 10-5.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, gotta have the breezies in the stands, man.
Yeah, man.
Ain't nothing wrong. Everybody always hates on Jordan Poole, used to play for the Warriors, now for the Wizards, because when there's always beautiful women in the stands, he shows out. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, man.
That's gonna make you play better. Some guys need certain motivation, and sometimes that motivation's the honeys. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Is he more of a player than Swaggy P? Because Swaggy P was an idiot.
Yeah, he wasn't the smartest, but that was D'Angelo Russell's fault. You remember
D'Angelo snitched on him.
He snitched on him, man. Come on. And Nick Young, he still talks about it. He calls D'Angelo Russell. He don't even call him by his name. He just calls him the snitch. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's always going to haunt D'Angelo Russell because even though Nick Young was wrong for cheating on Iggy Azalea, he was wrong. That's not right. Don't do that. But come on, bro. Come on, D'Angelo. Bro code. That ain't your business.
Bro code.
Let him get called on his own. That ain't your business.
Bro code.
These wins, man. Come on.
Yeah.
When Kobe snitched on Shaq, that ended the Lakers dynasty. They could have had 7 rings. They could have kept going. Just kind of put people around Kobe and Shaq. If D Wade could win with Shaq, Kobe could win more with Shaq. I mean, come on. But nah, Kobe, RIP, I miss you. Absolutely. But that was a wrong move to do. When Kobe was caught up in that Colorado stuff, he threw Shaq under the bus. Shaq cheat too.
I mean, are you kidding me? Oh, look who's here. He's not even in his car. What?
Yeah, man.
There he is, the fresh one. Lance Taylor.
Hey, boys. Yeah, it's gotten so busy today that I haven't been able to get into my car.
Oh.
Yeah. I had somebody come up here and meet with me, and I was like, can I get something to drink? And, Bud Light's our title sponsored, so we've got all their products here. And I'm like, we've got Coke and we've got anything Bud Light. And so they started drinking, and I wanted to drink so bad. But that restraint, man.
I have been to your Next Round Live studios there in Birmingham, Alabama.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Oh my God. It's like the fraternity house.
Let me show Zay this. So this is just a little Bud Light cooler, and I've got it stocked. I'm a big Stella guy. So I got a bunch of Stellas in there, but our friends at Coke gave us another custom. This is our green room. Gave us a custom Sprite Next Round refrigerator. You see that?
Oh, man.
But I've got more Bud product in this thing than I don't know if you can get that there.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
And then you have taps.
Oh yeah, I'll show you that in a sec. I know your listeners are really excited about getting a tour studio.
Ooh, I didn't see that when I was there.
Oh, yeah. Look at all that bourbon. And then I'm just going to show for Zay, and then I'll calm down. But I just did this tour.
Oh no,
so,
Zay's gonna die.
Here, so there is our kegerator.
Okay.
That's in the studio. There's where they do their show right there.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
mean,
But we have cold beer all the time ready to roll.
That is phenomenal. And y'all are off the air at
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
That's good.
That's when the party starts.
It's funny. So Brock Heward from Fox, his brother Damon and Dan Marino paired up, and they've got one of the best Cabernets in the world. And so it's called Passing Time. And so Damon sent me a bottle because I told a story on the air. So I do a weekly podcast with Brock Ewers. And I told a story on the air about how we had Parents Weekend at the Fraternity House when I was in Alabama. This is like 1993, 94. And I was watching Notre Dame against Washington. And Damon Heward threw a pick six that cost me the cover and the game. And I had the cinder block wall, and I had a remote, and there's parents out in the hall, and I throw it against the wall. It destroys the remote. I used to be the worst loser. I'm still pretty bad. But Damon heard that story, so he sent me some of his wine. And UPS tried to deliver it a couple of times. They sent it back to sender. And I told Brock, I was like, if you give me one of those bottles of wine, I can drink the entire bottle of wine during the show. And he's like, no way. And I'm like, that's child's play. So they've overnighted it. So I will have one of the bottles of Passing Time on set tomorrow, and I'll be getting into the cab early on a Friday.
There we go.
God, I love it. Well, let's start with the Longhorns. Obviously, news that Quinn Ewers is going to start against TCU, and the line has already jumped up. I think it went from like 10 to 12.5 in like 5 minutes. And they missed him. That Kansas State game turned into a nail biter, Lance.
Yeah, watching that Kansas State game, I still don't know how Texas survived that. And when they had first and goal at the 4 in overtime, I thought Kleiman got a little aggressive going for it. I probably would have kicked because at that point, that game was over in the first half. There's no way that Sark and Texas should have blown that game. But you saw Malik Murphy lose his confidence during that game. And I still believe if Kleiman takes the 3 there and they extended another period, they probably win that game. But good for Texas. They're able to survive there. TCU, and I think, Chip, we had you on yesterday, and you guys know this, and I'm sure you've said this many a times this week, but they have been owned by TCU, and Texas has. And Sonny Dykes 3-0 all-time against the Longhorns. Different TCU team, trying to become just the second team to reach the college football playoff the year after to not have 6+ losses. And the last team to do that was Michigan State after they lost to Bama. I think it was 2015. But this TCU team is not very good. If Malik Murphy would have started, I think they had a shot. With Quinn Ewers back in the lineup, I think Texas is too much. So I don't know if they cover the number because that number is going to be interesting where it ends up, probably around 13.5. But I think they win the game.
Lance, CFP rankings. A lot of Texas fans are pissed because Oregon is ranked 6th and the Horns are ranked 7th. Both teams have 1 losses. Why do you think the committee did that, and would you have done that?
Well, I think Oregon's a better team right now. I don't think any of that matters. I think Texas has got the easier path. I say that Oregon, it looked a little more daunting earlier this year when you had USC and you had Oregon State on that. So I think Oregon probably wins out. Texas probably wins out. Depending on what happens in front, I think it would be a fascinating debate because as good as that Texas win was in Tuscaloosa out of conference, I still think Oregon against Utah winning that game 35-6 with how they dominated Utah at home is kind of in the same neighborhood as the Texas win over Alabama. Texas is a much bigger brand than Oregon, though. So I think if it comes down to it, the problem is there a little nostalgia for the Pac-12 with that committee saying, this is their last year. This conference's last year. People have been begging for a Pac-12 team to be able to get back in the college football playoff, and now you have that opportunity. What I would say is, Oregon decided to bolt from that conference. So I don't know what happens there. I don't think Oregon loses again, though. So I think it could get really interesting.
Yeah, someone's going to get squeezed. You think Florida State's going to make it undefeated?
I do, Chip, but I do think, Florida State is uneven at times. And you go back this last week against a bad Pittsburgh team, their offense was just off. But you still got to go to the Swamp to play Florida. And Billy Napier is going to be coaching for his job because, they've got LSU this weekend, then they've got to go to Columbia, games they're probably going to lose. So it might come down to a one-game situation whether Florida's bowl eligible. And I think Florida is good enough on their best day and Florida State's worst day to upset them. So I think there's still that possibility. I would feel better about saying right now I think Florida can beat Florida State than TCU can beat Texas.
Ole Miss and Georgia. Ole Miss going to Athens. The Bulldogs are 10.5-point favorites, or at least they were when I wrote my notes down. What do you see in this one?
Last time Ole Miss played in Athens was way back in 1996. Georgia's got 24 straight home wins. I think we've undervalued Carson Beck. He's one of 5 FBS quarterbacks right now with 2,500 yards passing. He's completed over 70% of his throws. He's doing it right now without his best player. I said this. I think it catches up with them sooner or later without Brock Bowers. But because Ole Miss is a top 10 team, I think you've got Georgia's attention now. And by the way, Ole Miss 0-14 all-time against number 1 teams. Lane Kiffin, in his coaching career, he's coached in 11 games against top 10s. He's 1-10. So headset, Kirby Smart, quarterback, as much as I like Jackson Dart, Carson Beck, home field. I think Georgia will be rocking between the hedges. This will be the most important home game they've had this season. So I think Georgia rolls here. I think they win the game by 14-21.
Lance, how impressed are you with Oklahoma State and what Mike Gundy's doing? I mean, losing to South Alabama the way they did earlier in the season, and then to beat Oklahoma this past weekend in the Bedlam game. How impressive are they? And how interesting is that Oklahoma Sooners team after they beat Texas, and now they lost 2 straight to Kansas and then Oklahoma State?
You know, when we had Chip on, was it yesterday, the day before? I can't keep up with it, Chip.
Yeah, yesterday.
When we had you on yesterday, we were talking about Mike Gundy's probably your Big 12 coach of the year right now. I know Sark's in the mix to win a championship still, but I mean, Gundy, what for being able to pull them out of the ditch. And I heard this story. You might have told it. I don't think you did. I think it was Tom Luganbill that in their bye week, you had part of this, but I heard that Ollie Gordon went to Mike Gundy and said, I need to be the focal point of this offense. And once that happened, and you brought up the 3 quarterback rotation, which wasn't working. But once the focus was Ollie Gordon, this team has completely changed. And I think they're a tough out. Now, as soon as I say that, they'll lose this weekend in Orlando to Central Florida. This is how this stuff works. But, you know, if I'm an Oklahoma fan, I don't think you get too down because it's still a much better product than you had last year. It's a tricky game against West Virginia, but I think they win that one. But I think Oklahoma State, I think they're good. They're good. They're a tough out right now. And Alan Bowman is a guy that it's finally his job. He's playing with confidence, went over 300 yards this past week in that game. So I think they're a pretty good team.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Alan Bowman is, and can he stay healthy the rest of this season? Because he's fought that bug. Well, you mentioned Oklahoma, Lance. They lose back-to-back. Lose to Kansas, lose to Oklahoma State. Now they get West Virginia coming into Norman. We've kind of forgotten about West Virginia since they lost that Hail Mary disaster at Houston. But West Virginia's pretty good in the trenches. They got a decent running game. What do you think?
Yeah, Neil Brown is a guy that when he was coaching at Troy, we had him in the studio a couple of times. Really nice dude, and I was pulling for him. But his first couple of years, the offense was off when it just wasn't a good product. But now you look up, they could have 8 wins. If they wouldn't have had that walk-off against Houston that you mentioned, they could have ended up with 9 wins possibly. I think he's done a better job. I think he's probably going to be able to survive now. As far as Oklahoma, the problem is now the defense is much better than it was last year. But your go-to guy offensively has become Drake Stoops. And he's not bad, but I just never thought we would live in a world, when we've seen the CD Lambs of the world that you've got a guy like Drake Stoops as your go-to guy. But Oklahoma is better than I thought they would be this year. I think it's a tricky game, but I think Oklahoma wins it. I probably would stay away from it right now, though. It's not a number I want to lay.
Yeah, they're laying 13, right?
Yeah, it's kind of big. I mean, if I had to play it, I probably would lay it just because it's so inflated.
Yeah.
Lance, a lot of Texas fans are going to be locked in on this Utah-Washington game. I know it's in Seattle, so that's going to be tough for the Utes, but who do you like in this one?
I mean, I like Utah. I don't know if I like them to win. Kyle Whittingham is an elite coach, and I would battle anybody on that. We were talking about Lane Kiffin. I brought up the fact that he's 1-10 against top 10s. James Franklin, 3-16 against top 10s. Kyle Whittingham, since he joined the Pac-12, is 3-2 against top 5 teams. So this guy knows how to win in these spots. Bryson Barnes is going to be the X factor. really played a breakout game as far as throwing the football against kind of a pesky bad Arizona State team this past weekend. But if you look at this, since he took over the starting job, he's 3-1 as their starting quarterback. He is leading the Pac-12 as far as rushing yards for a quarterback. And in the 3 wins, he's gone 50-plus on the ground. In the 1 loss, he went 4 yards on the ground. So if Bryson Barnes can create a little bit with the legs, Jackson running the football and playing that really good defense, pressuring Penix, Washington's probably playing outside of the USC game up until then was not playing great elite football. So I think Utah's got a great chance here. It's going to be a really good atmosphere in Seattle, though, that 2:30 Fox game. And I would say this, Washington is 7-2 in the Pac-12 against Utah. That is Utah's worst record against anybody else in that conference. So for whatever reason for Utah, their kryptonite has been Washington. But I think Utah's got a great shot here.
Well, Texas fans are also going to be locked in on your team.
It was funny. I got to bring this up. So last weekend I was in Tuscaloosa for LSU, Alabama. And so we hit some of the bars before the game. And that early session when Texas had the big lead, nobody was paying attention. And then Kansas State started to creep, and the bars were all over it because everybody there wanted Texas going down. So it was just an emotional roller coaster. And it's just fun when you start scoreboard watching in the month of November, other fan bases.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Texas fans are going to be staying up late to watch USC at Oregon.
Oh, God, I want to see it. I don't think we're going to see it, but I want to see it.
9:30 Central Time kick. Oregon's favored by 16.5. Lincoln Riley just fired Alex Grinch as his defensive coordinator. You're a USC homer. Your thoughts?
Well, they're looking to beat USC for a 3rd straight year. And this is, I mean, this Oregon team's really good. I think they're the 3rd best team right now in college football. And they've got 28 sacks on the year, which is 14th in the FBS. They've only given up 4 sacks, which is 2nd. So that is a model for success in itself. And on the other side, you said that Alex Grinch was fired. Over the last 6 games, they've given up 44 points per game. And this is crazy. USC's last 14 games against top 25 opponents. What would you say their record is? Their last 14 against not top 10s, not top 5s, top 25 opponents.
3-11.
It's close. 2-12. I mean, they can't beat quality opponents. And now you're playing an Oregon team that's playing with a ton of confidence. USC's defense is garbage. The only way you beat Oregon if Bo Nix has one of these bad games, and he's just playing elite football right now. And, you know, I just don't think USC's defense – I mean, the only way USC wins this is like 65-63, one of the more epic track meets we've seen in the history of college football. I mean, that's the only way they're going to be able to do it.
All right, Lance. James Franklin, you just talked about his record against those.
Big game James.
Big game James, man. There's a lot of distractions going on in Ann Arbor, though. I don't know. With the
I think it's so I was covering, and I hated this. It was like one of the worst seasons ever. It was a great season because it was historical in the fact that Auburn won a national championship with Cam Newton. But it was frustrating because I'm one of those, I don't like to talk about these Michigan scandals. I mean, I know it's a necessary evil. You have to sometimes. But every week we were talking about Cam Newton. And every fan base that wasn't Auburn related wanted him suspended. They wanted him out. And what it did was it galvanized that program. Now, it helped that Cam Newton was one of the best college football players we've ever seen. But they came together and they played with a chip on their shoulder. I think you're seeing it from Michigan right now. And the only thing I would say is if they've cheated – it still doesn't get you beat by 38 every game. And Michigan is trying to become the first team since 2017 to lead the FBS in scoring and total defense. And this defense is just lights out. Drew Aller has never seen anything like this. The only thing that scares me is Michigan's only a 4.5-point favorite. J.J. McCarthy is an elite quarterback, I believe. He hasn't been asked to win games yet. This might be a situation, but because it's an 11 o'clock, if it was a night game, I'd be a little more scared. If I'm going to play this, it's a play it, or it's a lay it, or don't play it situation for me. I like Michigan to continue to roll here. I think they're the best team in college football, at least right now.
Okay. All right. So you said you think Oregon's the 3rd best team. Where do you think Texas is?
Texas fans aren't going to like this. I think Texas is 5 or 6. I think they're better than Florida State. I think if Alabama rematched, I think Alabama would beat them right now. Now, with Texas' defensive line and now their ability to run the football and now getting a healthy Quinn Ewers back, all bets are off the table. But I just think right now my top 4 would be Michigan, Georgia, Oregon, Alabama, and then either Texas or Washington there at number 5. But I think they're all close. I think to me, outside of 1 and 2, Michigan and Georgia, and both those teams might lose this weekend. Who knows? I think those are the 2 best teams in college football. And then I think there's 4 or 5 teams you can bunch up, and Texas is one of those.
Lance, what did you think about the Crimson Tide this past week against LSU? It seems like Tommy Rees has figured out what Jalen Milroe could really do, and Jalen Milroe, he's been productive. And now they go up against Kentucky. Where do you think Alabama's at, and how they looking to you?
So we just signed an NIL deal with Jalen Milroe yesterday. We had him on the show for the first time today, so it's going to be a weekly thing. And such a good kid. And I admitted to him, I said, look, and I think people blew this out of proportion a little bit. I said, early in the season, I thought that you're a B quarterback with a lot of potential. But the problem was Alabama fans are used to seeing Jalen Hurts and Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones and Bryce Young and these elite quarterbacks. And he's like, you're the kind of guy that motivates me. You guys saying that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay. It wasn't like a slight. I mean, we're talking about guys that are all starting in the NFL right now. But I love the confidence, such a passionate kid. And I think him and Tommy Rees, let's not forget, Tommy Rees is a 31-year-old coordinator working for Nick Saban. So I think it took a little bit for these guys to get comfortable with each other. But I think the strength is going to be Jalen Milroe running the football. And, boy, he looked good on Saturday. And for that Alabama defense, and I know Jaden Daniels got knocked out early in the fourth quarter, but to hold LSU to 28 points, that's impressive. So Alabama is by far playing their best football of the year right now, and that was their best performance, 11 of 14 against a bad defense on third downs. It's going to be hard to beat Alabama if Jalen Milroe is playing clean football and he's playing with that kind of confidence.
What's the biggest adjustment that they've made to help him?
I think letting him – well, I think a couple of things, Chip. I think he's starting to process the game a little bit, so it's slowing down. But I think one of the things that was really ingrained in him was – you don't necessarily have to take off and run the football, look for some check downs. But now it's like, if you can run it, run it. Like, I don't know if people realized he was that good in the open field, and he is.
Yeah.
Alabama's been playing football since 1892, and he had a first. He was the first Alabama quarterback to ever rush for 4 touchdowns in a game. And that's crazy when you think about the Alabama offenses back in the day with Bear Bryant when they were running, wishbone. And, even some of the great athletic quarterbacks that nobody talked about, like Joe Namath used to be an athletic guy before he tore his knee. Kenny Stabler was a really athletic quarterback. Obviously, guys like Jalen Hurts, for him to do something that's never been done in the history of Alabama football, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah. Talk about the process of signing him to the NIL deal, which congrats to y'all, by the way. That's pretty big time. But what was the process in that coming all together and whatnot?
So Chip knows one of my co-hosts, Ryan Brown, really well. He's our NIL world guy, so he deals with their agents. We've got a third-party, Craneworks, fantastic client. They're very involved in that. So they put these things together. That's different pay grade, Zay. I really don't know. I know the parties that were involved, and I'm just appreciative that we got this thing done because I do believe Alabama. It's a sneaky early game in Lexington this week against Kentucky, and that number is only 10.5. But I think Alabama got over the big speed bump this past week with LSU, and this should come down to a one-game situation against Georgia, winner in college football playoff. Should, but you still got Kentucky, you still got Auburn, both on the road, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see any letdown from Alabama in this one.
I don't. I mean, you can't afford to. This is not your elite Alabama football team anymore. And I saw this number today, and I wanted to share this with you guys. So they have trailed or been tied at halftime in 4 of their 6 SEC conference games this year. And I've just never seen that in the last 15 years with the Nick Saban team. Now, in those 4 contests, they've outscored their opponents 82-13 in the second half. Alabama was so dominant over the last few years in the first half, the games were over at halftime. Now, the good news is this team is resilient. They find a way to win in the second half. But I don't think they're dominant enough where you can get down to a team like Kentucky on the road, Kentucky running the football, bleeding the clock, and playing pretty good defense. That could become a scary proposition. But I think Alabama will be completely focused.
Well, and Texas A&M, baby. They, your thoughts on the Ags, our weekly A&M question, Lance. They get the Mississippi State coming into College Station. They're playing at the same time Texas is playing 6:30 on Saturday night.
Well, the good news think about A&M has got the same record in year 6 under Jimbo as Auburn does in year 1 under Hugh Freeze. It's pathetic. And if I'm an A&M fan, I've said this for the last couple of years, I can't stomach it anymore. And I had A&M plus 2.5 this past weekend against Ole Miss. And for Jimbo to cost me again by 0.5 point, I thought that they were going to come back much like, I thought the meltdowns this weekend were going to be Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian, both former Saban assistants, survived those games. A&M, the good news for them, they've got a get-right game. Mississippi State is awful. And I'm hearing there is a possibility that Zach Arnett might not make it after the season, one and done, which kind of hard to do in today's college football. Circumstances a little different with the passing of a legend like Mike Leach, but the buyout's only $6 million for Zach Arnett. And it's such an unwatchable product right now that's going to be an interesting storyline once we get to December to see what Mississippi State decides to do. Because if you could get that right guy coming in and you've only got to pay $6 million, that might work out for everybody involved.
Do you go get Garrett Riley? He's not having the kind of year he needs to have at Clemson.
No, I wouldn't. I'd take a look at him. I don't know who would take the job. Mississippi State's still one of soon to be 16 SEC jobs. So it's still a job that's going to pay in the neighborhood of $5 to $6 million if you can get the right guy. So, and Dan Mullen was able to win. Let's not forget the first ever college football playoff rankings. Mississippi State was number 1. And they didn't do shit with it, but it shows you they've got an opportunity to at least be in the mix. But I don't know. There's probably a handful of guys, if I was Mississippi State, if I could get them, I probably would take them.
Someone said that Dan Mullen doesn't like recruiting.
No, that was Kirby Smart.
Yeah, Kirby Smart.
Nice little dig there at the end. I don't think Dan Mullen really liked it. I think he was able to keep a lot of talent in the state of Mississippi, and it's going to go one of two places. And let's not forget, when Mullen was doing this, I guess you had Hugh Freeze in there. But they kept a lot of Mississippi guys in, and they were able to develop those guys. And Dan Mullen was doing a great job with Mississippi State quarterbacks back then. But his ceiling was still 9 wins, which in retrospect is pretty good for Mississippi State.
Yeah. I figured with his personality, he should be just fine recruiting. I know he had some good guys with him like Tim Brewster, and now Brewster, he's with Dion at Colorado. So
Brewster can recruit, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He's the one who got Vince Young to go to Texas.
I didn't know that. We had Brewster on the show one time, and I asked him weirdest meal that he had to eat in somebody's house. And I think I remember this right. I think it was squirrel.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I think I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to say, look, don't hold this against me, but I'm a vegan. And then right when I get out of the driveway, I'm going straight to the next burger shack. I ain't eating a squirrel.
All right. So what's going on over at Lance's Lock? You got any
Okay, so full disclosure, I try to be transparent because, this started organically at a local level. I've been fascinated with handicapping. I've been involved with it forever, going back to my days in college where I booked. I lost a lot of money to a lot of bookmakers there. I figured out a system that I think consistently works. So we've been doing this 9 years. We've had 8 winning years. But this past weekend at lanceslock.com, we had our worst Saturday-Sunday combination in the history of our website. But then we bounced back on Monday with a 5-0. We were 7-2 last night. And I try to tell people, you can hate me all you want, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. So lanceslock.com, it's $100 a month. You can try us out, weekly packages. We've got daily packages. But come on board. We've got 5 plays up tonight on a Thursday, including a side in the Sun Belt. We've got a total in the NFL. Hoops have started up. We've been scalding hoops early on, both at the college and NBA level. So all leagues, all plays, every day, lanceslock.com.
All right. What you got any thoughts on the NFL this weekend? Any games got your attention?
I'm already dealing. So a couple of things. My Sundays revolve around the Rams. It is their bye week this week. So I'm trying to figure out something interesting to do this Sunday outside of sit there and just drain myself watching the NFL. But I got so absorbed this morning in trying to figure out this game. And I played Carolina last weekend, 2 pick sixes from Bryce Young. Every time I play the Bears, they get completely scalded. So is the deep dive I took in it, I ended up figuring out a total that I like. And so I haven't gotten to the rest of the NFL yet, but I will start checking that out tomorrow because I've almost got all my college dialed in for Saturday.
What do you think of the Eagles-Cowboys game last Sunday?
I had the Cowboys. I had them +3, 3.5, wherever you were shopping it. And when they got down, it was much like Kansas State. Now, the play calling was almost as bad. Now, Kansas State didn't go backwards, but that wasn't Dak's fault. Dak typically is not good in these big games, but I thought Dak played well. Outside of if he could have gotten that foot in on the 2-point conversion, we cover there. So I won't be mad at him.
You're a professional athlete.
I know.
Turn upfield without stepping out of bounds.
And he's a big ass dude.
Loss, man. Chip was blaming them for the loss because
I was blaming him for that play.
That play was bad. Because
36 points in fantasy.
Because it would be so typical Cowboys. If you get that, you've got the field goal right there in front of you. Right. So you're playing a little looser. So I think worst case, obviously, it goes to overtime. And, Jalen has been good this year. Jalen hasn't been as good as he was last year, though.
Yeah.
So I think the Eagles are beatable. And I don't know who's going to come out of the NFC because I thought Seattle was really good, and they got just kicked in the dick this past week against Baltimore, who's really good. Yeah. But San Francisco's in a funk right now. You can't trust Dallas. Detroit's Detroit. I mean, can you really trust them once we get to the postseason? The NFC is going to be fascinating. I know. But the AFC is just so loaded, man.
Yeah. So loaded. Ravens. Oof. All right, Lance, you're the man. So Texas TCU, you wouldn't.
I would have taken a look if Malik Murphy was playing. I had a weird feeling that TCU was going to win this game. And you wonder, and I don't know internally, you guys know the pulse of that program. Was it like, hey, Doc, if we can get him ready, Ewers needs to be out there. Hey, Quinn, you came here to win a championship, and if your ass doesn't get out there, we ain't winning one. So I wonder if they're kind of expediting the process a little bit with him. And if he's not 100%, then maybe it gets a little tricky. If Malik Murphy was starting this game and I knew Malik Murphy was playing 4 quarters, I would take TCU plus the 10.5. Okay. But right now, it scares me a little bit with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we'll see.
But we'll roll with Georgia. Georgia 2-5-1 against the spread this year. On the other side of that, Ole Miss 5-2-1. I will lay the 10.5. I have seen Lane Kiffin in these big games before. I've seen Georgia in these big games. It works for one side. It doesn't work for the other. So right now, if I was going to take a primetime game and I had to roll to the window at any of these said Vegas casinos, I would ask for a Georgia ticket. I would lay the 10.5.
Damn. Because Missouri hung with them last week.
They did. But I'll say that Eli Drinkwitz is underrated. I gave the analogy on that guy a couple of years ago. He looks like the sunburned husband that is carrying all of the sand buckets and the cooler and the chairs. The kids are screaming behind him. His wife is calling him a loser. I can't believe I married you. You're not making the kind of money I wanted you to. He just looks like that guy that would be henpecked. Looks so overwhelmed. And the guy's actually a good coach. And Brady Cook didn't play great football last week because it's a good Georgia defense. But Missouri is a solid squad.
Yeah. Yeah. They had to go to Athens. That's the problem.
Yep.
Well, Lance, you're the man. Let's do it again next week.
Look forward to it. You guys enjoy the football this weekend. Talk soon.
All right.
Appreciate you, Lance.
There he is. Lance Taylor. Next round live .com out of Birmingham, Alabama. And lanceslock.com for the picks. Zay, pretty interesting take there from Lance about the Longhorns. He says if Malik Murphy was playing in this game, he would have taken TCU in the points, maybe even straight up. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Not surprised. I mean, Quinn Ewers is obviously the better quarterback, and we've seen the inconsistency with Malik Murphy these last 2 games. Again, he did some good things well, and he did some things really bad. So playing against TCU that has, 8 defensive players returning from the team that got to the national championship last year, and plus they run that 3-3-5. No thanks, Malik Murphy. Hey, appreciate the last 2 games, man. You're 2-0. Thank you. We're all always going to remember that, especially toward the end of the season, and especially if the season turns out to be as special as we want it. But 3 gives you the best chance, man. And yeah, Lance has seen that offense go when 3's clicking, and we saw it in the Alabama game. We saw it against Baylor, against Kansas. So, again, they still have their problems. They're still 95th in the nation when it comes to red zone efficiency, but Quinn Ewers is their best bet. And yeah, the fact that he's cleared to play, that's huge for the Longhorns and everybody's confidence for the next 3 games starting in Fort Worth.
All right, we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian on Malik Murphy, and you'll hear my question to Steve Sarkisian about the pass defense when he snapped at me. Coming up here in a minute. But speaking of people who do things well, Apple Leasing, I'm telling you, get into the car you want to be driving. It's so easy. Apple Leasing, they lease every make and model of car. They're going to get you into whatever car you want, whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover. Apple Leasing is going to get you into the exact car that you want. You're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. And it's new. It's under warranty. You're not paying for repairs. You're just loving life. Your friends are like, woo, what's up with that new car? You're like, yeah, And then 2-3 years down the road, you're in another new car. And you want to change make and model a car? No problem. The easy lease. You lease from a dealership. You're going to be stuck in that agreement if you want to change make and model a car. So go to Apple Leasing. It's one of a kind. It's unique in all the world. You don't hear about places leasing every make and model of car. Scott Crossett, the brainchild behind this, took advantage of the laws back when he started this business, and he's made it into one of the greatest Austin success stories that you'll find. And the customer service is fantastic. They are going to take care of you. So just call 346-9977. Get into the car that you want to be driving and tell them Chip Brown sent you. AppleLeasing.com as well. Zay, we'll talk to our man Glenn Smith in just a second, but here is what Steve Sarkisian had to say about Malik Murphy and what he was able to do. And let's see here what he wanted to get across about the Malik Murphy experience. Yeah, here it is. All right. Steve Sarkisian, I'm Malik Murphy.
Anwar, go ahead. Hey, Coach. At the end of the day, Malik was able to get 2 starts under his belt. So I'm just kind of curious, what do you want him to take away from those 2 starts? What will be the things that you kind of have conversations with him about his playing time, and not only him, but even Arch being able to watch and have to be ready as well?
Yeah, no, I think Malik, there's a lot of things that he did the last 2 weeks he should be very proud of. He really tried to execute our game plans at a high level. I thought his ability to throw the deep ball was very evident in both games. His arm talent definitely showed up and to create explosive plays. I think he should have confidence that he can make plays at critical moments, that he can put together a drive in the fourth quarter against Kansas State, a very good defense that inevitably gives us the lead back with a critical 4th down conversion, a couple nice completions there to AD. I think the biggest thing for him is to, when he takes a step back, is to look at, okay, where can I improve? And that's the stuff we've been working on here for the last 2 weeks of trying to minimize the not so great plays, right? How do we start to eliminate some of those turnovers that have happened? Okay, if we reduce those, we eliminate those turnovers. He played some pretty good football for us, and he should be proud of that. And he's setting himself up for what the future can be. But that future can be Saturday night. And so what I'm telling him is you got to stay ready. You got to stay prepared. You got to stay focused. You got to stay locked into the plan like he always does. You got to be a great teammate to Quinn like he is. And inevitably Arch the same thing, right? Continue to work at your craft. Continue to be a great teammate so that if and or when your number's called, you're ready to go out and perform.
All right. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's true. Malik has to stay locked in, and because Quinn Ewers, he could go down at any moment, and then number 6 is back out there. So, yeah, I mean, to what Lee said in our comment section, BS, Malik plays, Texas still wins. Yeah, Lee, nobody said that Texas would lose. We were talking about Lance, which the spread is 10 points. Lance said if Malik played, he would take it on TCU's side. Now that Quinn Ewers is playing, he's not. So that's what we were talking about. I think if Malik Murphy were to play, that Texas would still win. It would just be more of a struggle than if Quinn Ewers plays. And again, it could still be a struggle with Quinn Ewers. He might not be 100%. We know that he struggled with this 3-3-5 type offense that Gillespie's going to throw at him. So those things could come into account. But again, if Sark is play calling, if that's on point, if you run the football like you can, and Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter could get going. I heard you talking about it when I was having the technical difficulties on it not being pretty. If you need to run it 50 times, then so be it. I'm right there with you, partner. Like, that's what it might need to be just to get Quinn Ewers, back in some type of rhythm so you could get those open looks down the field because that team on the other side is so worried about the run game. So, yeah, I have confidence in Malik Murphy, but I also know that he's going to throw the ball just randomly, to nobody at times. And if they get a lot of pressure on him, who knows how many times that could happen. At the end of the day, it's great that Quinn Ewers is back, but we'll definitely have to lock in on those first few possessions to see if he's 100%. Like, is he going to be willing to take off and run like we've seen throughout the season? And if he does, is he going to slide or get out of bounds or not take hits? Is he going to be smarter about it? Like I said earlier in the show, hopefully he does, because we can't see that Houston thing happen again for not only the Horns' sake, but for his sake. Like, come on, he wants to put more film out there for these scouts, I'm sure, because we know his trajectory is to get to the NFL and be drafted in 2024. So he needs to put out more competitive film for the scouts to look at. But at the end of the day, I think the Horns are in a really good situation going to Fort Worth. Yes, it might be cold, and I know that TCU's had their number over the years, but hey, you got some payback for last year. It's 17-10. Yeah, I heard Sark talking about these guys that were a part of that last year and a bit salty. They should be salty. And TCU, they're just another team in your way from getting in the way of your goals, which is getting the Jerry World and playing for a Big 12 title.
Yeah, I mean, Malik really reminds me of Sam Ehlinger a little bit, but with a better deep ball. Ehlinger, his first year in 2017, came up with huge he played well at times, but he had awful turnovers at the worst possible moment. The fumble at USC in overtime that basically ended the game. The interception when they could have kicked a field goal against Oklahoma State to extend the game. He throws an interception. Oklahoma State wins 13-10. The defense was masterful. Against Texas Tech in 2017. Texas is up 10 in the third quarter, and Ehlinger throws 2 interceptions late, and Texas Tech comes back and wins the game. And he got a pass. Tom Herman was like, this is my guy, even though Shane Buechele started as a true freshman and threw for 4 touchdowns and beat Notre Dame in 2016.
Yo, I thought Shane Buechele was next, man. I was sold. I was like, yo, this dude's next. He's here. He's here.
And Shane was money every time. I mean, look, he had a couple struggles, but he beat Iowa State in that John Haycock 3-8 cloud game, 17-7, and came in and picked up Texas when Ehlinger got hurt. Buechele's still with the Chiefs.
Yeah,
I think he was pretty damn good. But yeah, I mean, Malik, it's taking him longer to process that, throw it away, dump it down, take the sack, and run. Like you can't make every play, and that's what's got Texas fans scared. It's what they saw that Texas was rolling, and then all of a sudden K-State puts one good drive together, and Malik throws it up for grabs in Texas territory. That turns into a 2-play touchdown, and suddenly K-State's got momentum that you're like, where did this come from? Oh yeah, came from this terrible decision to throw it when there's no one there except left guard Hayden Connor. So look, he'll get it figured out. He's going to be a good quarterback. I don't have any doubt about that. He's super competitive. He's super talented. And he did put together the field goal drive to stop the bleeding. The 20-0 run was ended by, a 75-yard drive where Malik was 5 of 8, led to a field goal. So he got it back together when he needed it. But look, we talked about this. The anxiety of Longhorn Nation, the lack of patience, is directly proportional to Texas being this close to winning a Big 12 championship. So everybody's got no patience whatsoever for anything that is going to get in the way of Texas getting not only to the Big 12 championship, but winning the damn thing.
Yeah.
I mean, let's ask our man, Glenn Stretch Smith, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach who attended the University of Texas. Stretch, how you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing today?
Well, we're just digesting that Quinn Ewers will be the starting quarterback for Texas against TCU. Steve Sarkisian announced that today at about 11:15, and everybody seems to like the news, including Vegas. The line has gone up 2.5 since that news came in. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I like that. I don't want to see, I think you gotta head into what you feel like is a stretch run to get into the, into the college football playoff. You've got to load your gun with your best bullets. And I think there's no question about it. I mean, he's the best quarterback. I mean, Catalan's probably your best safety. I mean, you want to see those guys get healthy and get in there playing at the right time, because it's not easy to come in here to Fort Worth and win. It's a sleepy, it's a sleepy dang town, and it's always been tough for them to come in here and win. So I think anytime you can get your best players on the field and know that you've got an opportunity here to do something that hadn't been done, since the last time what Texas won the national championship, you got an opportunity to get in the tournament. You got to get your best players playing.
Yeah, Stretch, like how do you go about dealing with a quarterback that's coming off a grade 2 AC sprain? Because that could be up to a 2-month process recovering wise. And Quinn Ewers has missed 2 games. So, obviously modern medicine is a lot more advanced nowadays, but that's still something that Texas fans are definitely going to have to watch this Saturday when they're up at Fort Worth.
Yeah, I think anytime you got to rely on your trainers. I mean, you got to rely on those guys to do a great job. And I'm sure he's been rehabbing that thing full time. And I mean, age helps you heal quicker. They say a grade 2. I mean, what's really the difference in that rehab time? And obviously, I think pressed into action. Yeah, he may be a little pressed into action here, but I do think if you're going to go make a run to win this thing, it needs to be with Quinn Ewers. That's just my gut feeling. But, yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that you got to give credit to, the Texas training staff and everybody I'm sure that's been working with him, along with Quinn. I mean, he wants to get back out there and play too. And he's watching the same mistakes from time to time that the younger quarterback's making. I mean, to throw that interception on that, on that really what looked like a screen ball and throw a pick 6 and let Kansas State get right back in the football game. You got to be able to avoid that versus decent teams. And I think, giving your starter that opportunity to get back in there, maybe it's a little early, but I'm sure they can, I'm sure they can feed him some Tabasco and get him rolling in the right direction.
Well, the Cowboys and the Eagles stretch. It was a hell of a game, and your thoughts.
I thought it was really a heck of a football game. I think it was. I really wanted to see the opportunity that Dak had. I wanted him to seize the opportunity of going and making a play, in a signature game to really get it done. He wasn't able to do that. But I saw a lot of things out of the Cowboys offense that I felt like, okay, they've kind of turned the corner here. He threw it 44 times, and basically he threw it against the secondary that's not very good in Philadelphia. He didn't turn the football over. Do I wish he would have taken, I wish he would have thrown the ball away on the next to the last drive instead of taking back-to-back sacks? Yes. Do I wish they would have reported eligible down there when they would have had a 1st and goal at the 6? Yes. Do I wish an oblong object hadn't bounced directly back to the Eagles twice? Yes. So I think you can point to 5 or 6 things, maybe even as many as 8 things in that football game. And I don't like saying it was a moral victory. I really don't. But for Dallas to go in there, play the way they did, they showed, hey, this is the best team in the NFC. We can go in their backyard. We can play with them. Now we need to go handle our business and get that chance to come back here, in 6 weeks. Or I think they play them in 5 weeks here in Dallas, make a statement, and then say, hey, we're going to get back in this race in the NFC East, because I do not think the race in the NFC East is over. And I say that because if you look at the Eagles' schedule, they got a hell of a schedule. So, I think Dallas has got every opportunity here to get back in and seize what could be a chance to play for the championship. Now, here's what they can't. I say all that, and here's what they can't do. They can't lay an egg like they did out in the desert against Arizona. That can't happen again, and I think the Cowboys know that. So it'll be interesting to see how this next month of the season goes, as far as Dallas being able to get back in the race for the NFC East and stay within 2 games of the Eagles.
Yeah, Stretch, you came on our show multiple times and talked about this run game and the struggles that they're having. And it just seems like Tony Pollard can't get going like we saw last year in that Pro Bowl campaign of his. What are you noticing? Do they need to do anything different, or is just some of their guys on that O-line are getting up there in age?
Well, I think that I think the Cowboys need to try to, they've tried to run the ball inside a lot. I think Pollard's a better, perimeter runner, counter runner, toss runner. I think that Dallas will I do think they're going to get that worked out. The Eagles were not going to let them run the football. That's I think what you saw Sunday was them, stack it in there versus, playing a 6 and 7 man box versus 11 personnel. You're one short. And so I think that that's not really a good gauge, is to say, hey, where's the Cowboys running game at right now? I think the gauge is going to be, you're playing a 2 and 7 Giants team that you're double touchdown favored against. Go out and cut it loose on these guys. Give yourself a chance twice against Washington to really get your game going. And I still believe, like I said, I think that it's all in front of the Cowboys, even though that they're 2 games behind the Eagles right now. I still believe that when we look at this week 16 of the season, it's going to come down to who's playing the best football. And I think what the Cowboys proved to themselves was, hey, we can play with the Eagles and we can play with them right in their backyard. So, again, go handle your business right here. The Cowboys, with the schedule that you've got in front of you, got winnable football games against Carolina, against New York, 2 against Washington. Go win those football games. Come back and let the Eagles come in here and play in here. And, the head coach that wants to wear a damn visor in December, send his ass out of here.
Micah Parsons looks healthy to me again. Your thoughts on this Cowboys defense?
Yeah, I like what they took some criticism for playing a little softer against Brown and Julio Jones and an Eagles receiving core that's really good. Bottom line, I don't think they gave up more than 200, maybe 35, 40 yards of offense. I do like that the Cowboys are getting healthy. I like hopefully that Van Der Esch will be back in there. I think Bell has done a nice job, and he got engulfed Sunday by the Eagles center Kelsey when they ran that little wrap play down there on the goal line. But that's going to happen. I mean, he's a safety playing in at linebacker. So I think if they can get Van Der Esch back, I still like the Cowboys defense. They'll get after you from a pass rush standpoint, and they need to go, like I said, just go handle your business here in the next month of the season. And a lot the same way that Texas has it all in front of them, being the Longhorns. The Cowboys got it all in front of them. Go handle your business and get ready to make a championship run here.
Does anybody else scare you in the NFL?
I think the Chiefs offensively are good. I think the 49ers have shown that they're okay. I mean, Detroit is a sound football team, but I mean, other than that, when you really think about it, I mean, who else is in that conversation? You're gonna put the Vikings in there with Dobbs at quarterback. I mean, I'm not. Are you going to put the Saints in there playing a revolving door at quarterback? I'm not. And then in the AFC, do the Dolphins? Do they really scare you? I mean, they can do some things offensively, but I don't think they're that good. The Ravens are 7-2. For crying out loud, the Steelers are 5-3. I mean, they can't move the ball the length of my yang. So I'm not real scared of anybody else in the NFL. I think the Cowboys are in that conversation, and I hate to feel like I'm putting on my homer hat here, but I mean, right now with what I saw 3 weeks ago against San Francisco, I thought, okay, this is a 9 or 10 win football team. Then they go to Philadelphia and play them toe to toe with the best team in the NFC. And I'm here to say, hey, they might be a 12-win team with a chance to win the East. Does anybody else in the NFL scare me? I think it's a week-to-week league. No, that's kind of where it's at. No, they don't scare me.
All right. Anything else about the Cowboys that stands out to you right now before I ask you about Oklahoma and Oklahoma State?
Not really. I think, I think that Dallas has got a string of games right here that you ought to see them go and handle business. And I think, I really do believe that they will. I think that I firmly believe that this team is going to have a chance with the Eagles playing the schedule they're going to play. The Eagles got a chance to lose 3 or 4, and it'll be interesting to see. It's really going to be interesting, I think, to see how that plays out, because even though Dallas looks to be 2.5 out of it right now, well, Eagles got the 49ers, Seahawks. They got a heck of a schedule coming up. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, Oklahoma State, OU's golly, they stunk it up 2 weeks in a row. I kind of feel a little bit for West Virginia having to go in there this week.
Wow. All right. Well, Mike Gundy gets scoreboard over the Boomers after going 3-15 against the Boomers going into that game.
Yeah, and that bothered me too, because the first thing he did as soon as the game was over was put a visor on. That's just, I love wearing a visor, but that's like wearing a damn straw cowboy hat to the National Finals rodeo. It's a little bit of a fashion faux pas.
I love it. Well, listen, I know you gotta roll. We appreciate our precious time with our man Stretch.
Hey man, It's good, and come enjoy Fort Worth. Where are you guys going to eat Friday night, Chip? I'm sure you got something. Are you coming in day of the game?
I'm coming in day of. I'm driving up.
Okay. Well,
Coming in hot.
Yeah, right off a 35W with your hair on fire. I got it. Good luck to a swell fella. You'll have to hit the in and out. You won't have time for Joe T. Garcia's.
No, that's right. That's right. This is these late night games are wonderful for the fans. They are a bitch for the guys writing about it. You know,
that's why you got to hit the Buckies. You got to be real imaginative, and you hit the Buckies on the way in with a barbecue sandwich. Hit it on the way home with the sausage rolls. You'll be all right.
There we
that's
go.
Right. You're talking my language, Stretch.
Get you one of those green label Dr. Peppers. That's that real cane sugar. Burn your esophagus on the way down. That's the best way to do it.
Well, that's good to know.
Oh, Coach, I can't believe I'm having to tell you that.
I always
green label Dr. Pepper, man. The fact that you don't know makes me question whether you got a sickle and hammer tattooed on your ass.
I'm always getting a Slurpee from Bucky's.
No, Coach, a green label DP. It's not even close. You get the green label. All right, fellas. Hey, travel safe, man.
Stretch, you're the best.
Thanks, Stretch.
All right, have a great one.
Colby for us too. His son Colby is slinging it for or All Saints. All right, Zay. You know who else is slinging it? How about Great Blue Heron Furniture? You go to greatblueheronfurniture.com and you are looking at the highest end, most beautiful leather furniture. But don't worry, we have a promo code here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hook 'em. You're going to get 15% off. But you go to greatblueheronfurniture.com and they've got it all. I mean, whether it's a couch, a love seat, recliner, bar stools, and you can design your own furniture. It's amazing. They work with you to make sure you get exactly what you want. You're probably going to want to redo a room or two because Great Blue Heron Furniture is not built for a few years. It is built for a lifetime. This is incredible furniture. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Go explore because it's worth it. Again, you can design your own furniture right there. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. And while you're sitting in your new Great Blue Heron recliner, you can look at your big screen from Audiovisual Consultations, avconsultations.com. Our man, Tom McKay. This guy has been doing it for 30 years, and he does it for all your favorite restaurants, and he can do it for you too. And that's a beautiful thing. All you have to do is call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you from the free consultation to installation. All you have to do is call that phone number. You don't go looking to buy a TV. Tom will beat all the prices on big screens, and he's got the best stuff. LG, Sonos, you name it. I mean, Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations done it for 3 of my houses, including the one I live in, and he can do it for you too. 255-8678, avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. Today for the chip shot.
Hey, before we get to the chip shot, I don't mean to cut you off. I just got to address what my guy Brandon said here. What is he talking about here? Because I missed this.
So in the Insider,
in
the Insider, I mentioned that Quinn took himself out of a few drills on Wednesday, and he did get the majority of the reps. After Malik Murphy got the majority of the reps on Tuesday. Quinn got the majority of the reps on Wednesday, but he did take himself out of a few drills. So maybe the coaches felt like, hey, we don't need to burn him up on this particular drill or whatever. Let's save him. But Sarkisian did say today that he thought that Quinn looked great at today's practice, Thursday's practice, because they practiced in the morning, and that he said he didn't see any limitations. So, you know, I don't think there's any question in talking to team sources that the coaches wanted Quinn on the field. Quinn wants to be on the field. I mean, this is not some deal where it's like, hey, come on, Quinn, suck it up. No. Quinn's going to go out there and do everything he can. And if he can't, he will say. And we learned that in the Houston game, which is important too. Like if he suffers a setback in this game or what have you, I don't think he's just going to go out there and bleed to death on the field. So, but that's what Brandon was talking about. And, he didn't talk about that because he said that Quinn looked great today in practice. So maybe the stuff that he pulled himself out of was superfluous to what, needed to get done in terms of the team stuff. And now everybody's asking, is 70% Quinn equal to 100% Malik Murphy? Zay, you said 70% of Quinn is better, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, the thing about Quinn is he takes care of the football.
Yeah.
He'll take the sack. He'll throw it away. He's not going to throw it up for grabs. That's not been a Quinn Ewers issue like it was with Sam Ehlinger and Malik Murphy as young quarterbacks. So, and look, Sark talked about it after the BYU game, that the 2 turnovers in the BYU game were, okay, he hasn't had live reps in practice. He doesn't get hit. He might not be able to judge, I can get this off or whatever. Like he raised his arm with that defender coming in on him. Like, no, step up in the pocket, slide, run, take the sack. There's no way on God's green earth you thought you could get that ball up and out ahead of that defender hitting you. And then the next week, it was worse when he threw it up for grabs on that screen. He was not really being pressured at that point. Like if you go back and watch it, he just kind of, I see a burnt orange jersey. But anyway.
Yeah, 2 games he had 0 throwaways, like 0. And he didn't scramble once either. So, without being my Quinn Ewers 70%, that means like health-wise, at least Quinn's going to throw it out of bounds. We know that. Quinn does that a lot where he'll throw it in the red zone. He'll throw it in the back of the end zone. But like, oh, man, at least run something and I'll get you upset. But at least he's giving the team life to live another day. So, that's the next step for Malik Murphy and obviously other things. But, yeah, SD, I'm with you, man. How about we run the GD ball? Like,
yeah,
no more stuff at this point.
GD ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the chip shot today, I'll just let everyone listen to my question about the Texas pass defense. I've had some players say on the defensive side, reach out to me and say, this is going to get us beat. So I tried to ask the question of Sark today about the pass defense. Here it is.
Steve, against Houston, gave up 378 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Against K-State, 300-plus yards, 4 touchdown passes. TCU is the number 2 passing offense in the Big 12. And looking at your pass defense,
how many yards did those guys rush for in that game?
Yeah, not much. But just as far as the pass defense, is there anything you've noticed that because obviously, giving up some yards and touchdowns as those teams were able to come back into the game?
Yeah, I think a couple things. One, when you fall behind in the game by 3 scores, and you have to throw it, you're willing to take a few more risks. And inevitably, in those games, we got a couple really critical turnovers. Both games, we got 2 sack fumbles that we recovered. Both games, Michael Taft gets interceptions. Okay, and so I recognize when you get behind, you start throwing the ball, and your pass attempts go up. But when you're stopping the run, you can affect the quarterback. You can create turnovers. Okay, people are going to get some numbers in the passing game. Would I like it to be a little tighter? Sure. But we can also do our part offensively and not turn the ball over and not give them short fields, because I think that inevitably had much of an impact in that game as well. And so if we can continue to affect the quarterback, if we can continue to create turnovers, if we can continue to stop the run, and then ultimately not give up explosive plays in the passing game, that would be ideal. Okay, and so there were some plays the other day that were we just didn't play very well. Most notably, the sudden change post for the touchdown. The fade ball where we missed 2 tackles and they score there. If we can clean those types of things up, if a team's going to throw the ball 48, 50 times a game, and then you go average per attempt, and they're maybe a 300-yard day, the odds are we're probably playing it pretty good as a team. And ultimately, our goal is to come out on top and win the game. But to your point, yes, can we be better in pass defense? No question.
Zay?
Yeah, Sark, he gonna dance. He gonna dance around that question. And yeah, it was fun, you and him going back and forth. I mean, he answered the question, just he danced around it a little bit, and he let you know, hey, what was their running like? You talk about the pass game, but what was that run game like? Well, all right, Sark. Either way, the passing team coming in is number 2 in the Big 12, and they throw a ton. Like Josh Hoover, he's going to give you opportunities to make plays in the secondary, but them taking chances like they're doing, it's allowed Josh Hoover to put up some stats. And when Chandler Morris has been out there, even though he's not going to play, he's put up some stats also. So, yeah, you got to account for that, especially with the ups and downs that we've seen with the secondary on defending the pass game. And if this team, we talked about it this week, Kendall Briles, him and Jeff Lebby, the offensive coordinator for Oklahoma, brother-in-laws, they real tight. They talking every night. Hey, yo, brother-in-law, what'd you do? Oh, yeah, Dylan did this. He got it out of his hands. How quick? Okay, let's see if we can apply that to what we do with the Horned Frogs offense. And like I said yesterday, thank goodness Josh Hoover is not Dylan Gabriel. So you don't have to worry about, what he brings to the table. But, yeah, if they get that ball out of their hands quick and let this defensive line that everybody's starting to really pay attention to, especially national media, not be effective, then that could cause some problems. That's why Jalen Catalan coming back is huge. That's why Keaton Crawford coming back is also huge. So you just add more depth to that secondary with more guys, even though Mookie Taft and Jaron Thompson and Ryan Watts was good and Derek Williams, all those guys have been solid, but we have seen from week to week, they'll give up yardage and big plays every once in a while. Hopefully they can limit those this weekend with everybody that they have coming back, including, guys like Jahdae Barron getting into the mix and Jalen Gilbo. So, yeah, the fact that this team is as healthy as they've been all season long, I think that's huge for the next 3 games. And, yeah, I still think that this defense for Texas, they're foaming at the mouth right now, and they're going to cause some serious problems for the TCU offense, regardless of what they throw at them.
Yeah, I just like to see Texas play aggressive, because that's what defense is. And when you are up on the line, Malik Muhammad, he didn't play soft coverage, off coverage in high school. He was up on the line. I get it. Better receivers, whatever. But play inside leverage. Take away the quick stuff. And you've got makeup speed to go defend the go ball if they decide to, use that inside leverage against you. But be aggressive. As my man Sean Adams said, I'd rather die on my shield than die on my knees. And it's clear this defense struggles when they're in off coverage and letting, receivers get free releases to get where they want to go against your zone pass coverage. So we'll see. We'll see what strides they make this week because, Rocco Becht can sling it a little bit too. I mean, Iowa State's offense is not going to break any records this year, that's for sure. But everybody's watching. The film doesn't lie. And like you said, Jeff Lebby and Kendall Briles are talking. And you can bet your boomers they're talking. So, but Texas has the better team. They got the better trenches. They got the better running game. They have the better quarterback with Quinn Ewers. So this, to me, should be a comfortable, I think I said 35-17.
Oh, you already given what you thinking the score going to be. Okay. Yeah. Yo, somebody on our text, Coda text line asked an interesting question, which y'all can hit that up too if y'all aren't on the YouTube comment section, 512-222-9328. They said, why would Sark announce Quinn playing this week and not keep Sonny Dykes and TCU guessing until they see number 3 trotting on the field Saturday night?
I was surprised.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah.
Figured, but I'll say this about Steve Sarkisian. I don't think he, some coaches lie.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that. Like Tom Herman would lie. He'd just lie. So, Sarkisian doesn't do that. I think he's been, pretty transparent and so I was like, okay. Hey, I think Steve Sarkisian does a really good job and has hired, the right staff. I like the way he talks to the media. I think he's pretty transparent with his players. It's why his culture is good. When you're a douche, your culture is not great unless your players come together in spite of the coach, which we saw with teams at Texas in the, under John Mackovic, like the year they won the Big 12 title in 96. The players were not crazy about John Mackovic, but they knew they were a talented group and they just bonded together and decided, let's go do this. And, you look at some of the talent that John Mackovic had, his talent will go up against any other Texas coach's talent really throughout the years. And I'm not kidding. Like, I'll break it down one day for you.
Yeah.
With guys like, Casey Hampton and Tony Brackens and, Priest Holmes, Ricky Williams. Are you kidding me? So, I like the way that Steve Sarkisian handles stuff. I was like, wow, okay. He's just telling us, because he could have said, we're going to continue to monitor Quinn and we'll see how it goes. Could be a game time decision. He could have said that.
Yeah.
And
that would have been lying. Like, because, we'll see each day. Like, but he just flat out said it straight up. So now Sonny Dykes and crew, they can go back and gear up for Quinn Ewers. I mean, I lied too. I ain't blaming Tom Herman for lying. Hey, you know what? We might start at Arch this weekend. How about that? They tell the whole, hey, y'all go see. This is the first time y'all go see Arch this weekend. Everybody gonna see Arch. This is what y'all been waiting for. And then I'll not even have Arch suited up. That's how petty I would be. Shoots, man. Yeah, thank goodness I'm not a coach. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'd be out of control. Lying. I wouldn't be on the hardball out of control, but
yeah, and this is another thing. You could have started Malik, had Quinn as the break glass option. Kind of like what you did with Jade Barron, or tried to do with him in the Houston game. Hey, Jade, get that ankle taped up at halftime. We need you.
Yeah, talk about somebody that's better than a lot of people at like 50% or whatever the hell he was. Like, and I appreciate it. You got that cut? We'll start talking about him. Yeah, because he is special. And, I think sometimes he doesn't get tested because the opposing team and the opposing offensive coordinator knows he's special. And it's very risky to test that guy, whether he makes a big hit or gets a big time pick. Like, be careful when 23's out there lurking, because that dude is so versatile and so tough and very prideful of his university and city of Austin, Texas. There's a clip going around after the Alabama game where he was talking about he wants to be a legend in this city. Like, it's pretty badass. It gives me goosebumps. For somebody who's from this city, it gives me goosebumps because he gets it. And you see it week to week every time he puts on that burnt orange.
Well, Sark was asked today if Jahdae Barron is not getting the credit he deserves because he plays nickel corner instead of, corner, where he's out on an island. And Steve Sarkisian said,
totally agree with you. I do not think this guy gets nearly enough credit for the player that he is on our team. He's extremely impactful. He's got one of the highest football IQs on our team. He always feels like he's at the right spot at the right time. And we ask a lot of him. And the star position is really an interesting position in football nowadays. A lot of people play nickel defense almost predominantly. Some people still go to their base structure, but it's almost nickel predominantly. And so when you think about what do we ask of him, we ask him to guard receivers in the slot. We ask him to take on all these bubble screens and vertical screens. We ask him to blitz off the edge and pass rush. We ask him to fit the run game and play the run almost like a linebacker. And he does all of those things really, really well. And on top of that, he's a great communicator. He gets, he makes sure everybody's on the same page. He shows real instincts in his ability to tackle people on the edge and to make plays at critical moments in the game. And a lot of times, some of the plays he makes go a little bit unnoticed. That the sack fumble that Ethan Burke causes last week against Kansas State, that Jalen Ford recovers, Jahdae is really the reason that Will Howard had to hold that ball. They were trying to make a quick pass to the slot. Jahdae recognizes it and almost baits Howard into throwing it and is going to undercut it for a touchdown, a pick six. He sees it and pulls it down. And because he had to do that, now Ethan Burke's able to get home, force the fumble, and then Jalen Ford recovers it. We score one play later from the 5-yard line. So a lot of the times, it's not always about the numbers coming out of a game, that the impact that you can have on a game. And then late in the game, he's starting at corner for us, playing in there at the end of the ball game at the corner position. So he's extremely versatile. Again, I'm really proud of him and his maturity that he's shown over the 3 years that we've been here. And he's a prime example of developing not only players on the football field, but developing young men into men. And just proud of him and all that he does. And I wish he got more recognition for the player that he is.
Steve Sarkisian talking about Jahdae Barron, a Thorpe Award semifinalist. He's one of 15 semifinalists. And Jahdae is the man. I mean, you go back and look at, he was the best defensive player on the field in the OU game. He just tried to will that team to victory. Wyoming, he had 5 third down stops, 5. TCU last year, 2.5 tackles for loss. The guy just kept blowing up TCU's bubble screen, and Jahdae had the interception to start the Alabama game. So he just shows up every single time you need a play. And you heard Sarkisian that Ethan Burke gets the strip sack because Howard wanted to throw it and Jahdae Barron had it covered. And so Ethan Burke gets the strip sack. Jalen Ford recovers it at the 5, and Jonathan Brooks takes it in for a touchdown the next play. That was because of Jahdae Barron. So The guy has been a absolute animal.
Yeah, and hopefully him being a semifinalist for the Thorpe Award, excuse me, it's hard to say, that he gets the recognition because he's going to be a steal in this year's draft. I don't know what he's projected. I haven't looked at mock drafts for him. I'll definitely have that for you for tomorrow. But yeah, he's going to be a steal for some team. They're going to get a hell of a player that you heard Sark talking about all the things that they could do with him, from blitzing, from playing, corner out wide, playing the slot. You could throw him as a safety. He disguises as a linebacker at times. He's just so versatile. Under the right defense and the right coordinators, he's gonna be able to fit no matter what. So yeah, man, I don't think people are testing him really right now. Like, people are probably like, man, Johnny Barron seems quiet because nobody's throwing his way. Nobody's really running his way. They're trying to avoid him. That's how you know you're that dude. When teams are trying to avoid you and exploit different matchups because it's not worth the risk, that's how you know you're that dude. And he's that dude, man. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting from here on out how Pete Kwiatkowski and this just defensive scheme, how they keep on using them from week to week, depending on what they're being thrown at from the offenses of TCU, Iowa State, and Texas Tech. Because, yeah, man, he's a problem. And when you're going over your scouting report, trying to figure out what Texas, what you could do to beat Texas, it's not go at 23. That's what it should be. Like, we beat this team by not going at 23. If he happens to be in the vicinity, so be it. We know he's a good player, but the more you try to do that, the better your chances are. Absolutely.
Yeah. Johnny Barron deserves a great meal at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I'll tell you that. He can eat off the beginnings menu during happy hour, $5 off. Those appetizers you order, you got the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the chowder fries. Just go order off the beginnings menu, $5 off each of those appetizers. Order family style. You will eat like a king and queen. And they've got the Zilker location and the Round Rock location up there at Old Settlers. Get to Salt Traders. Happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays. So date night, Monday night, you know what I'm saying, picking up what I'm putting down. And don't forget also, if you got a kid in sports, or maybe you're the team manager, team mom, Brain Vault mouth guards are the best, and they are proven, they're patented, because they've shown that they will reduce the effects of concussion. Brain Vault mouth guard, developed by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. They'll come to you. They'll do team fittings. Just go to brainvault.com to set up an appointment. All right, Zay, we got to get to the right call, my man.
Yeah, man. Before we get to the right call, shout out to Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group, the family-owned auto group and dealerships that have been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. They've been getting people out of their hoopties and their buckets for over 100 years, and they have upgraded, and you can do that at Covert BK with the 7 terrific brands to choose from Dodge, Cadillac, Chrysler, Buick, GMC, Ram, and Jeep. You will get hooked up at Covert BK. So if you want to check out all the latest specials and inventory, go to covertbcave.com or go visit the crew down there at the beautiful 42 acres, because they are committed to providing you with a just high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, the 7 brands that I just named. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. A little bit of petty and saltiness, which what else is new? It's the right cause is what we do here. So the Utah Jazz in their arena that they have down there in Salt Lake City, which is a pretty underrated city. I think Salt Lake's beautiful. They have the Olympics there, Park City, not too far. So beautiful place, tourists like to go ski and stuff. Obviously it's better in the winter. Salt Lake City, I think, gets a bad rap because of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls and what people come to think when it comes to Utah going against Mike. You got Michael Jordan and Scotty, the Bulls were cool, the dynasty, and then you got the Utah Jazz, Malone, who has his own weird issues off the court. We're not going to address that right now. Leave that to Brad Kellner because he loves talking about it. John Stockton, who's a conspiracy theorist nowadays. He was very popular when COVID was as hot as COVID was a few years ago. So they're different, they're different over at Utah. And plus the flu game with Michael Jordan. Now they, 4 guys came to Jordan's door with a big ass box of pizza, which was sketchy, and he ended up getting food poisoning, but that ended up making one of the most memorable NBA moments of all time. One of my favorite moments of all time, that game 5, 1997 flu game. So the Jazz, they remember that. They remember what Jordan did to them. They remember all those things, and they definitely remember the shot. The shot that MJ hit in 98, game 6, right after he laid the ball up. The Jazz come back down on the other end. Karl Malone gets it in the post. Hey, Karl, they need the ball. Maybe if you look to your right, you could see Michael Jordan lurking. He didn't. Jordan strips him, dribbles it up the court, crosses Byron Russell, but gives a little push, and snatches it back and hits the shot, maybe the greatest shot in NBA history. And the Utah Jazz are still thinking about it. How do I know this, Chip? Because if you're in that arena and you want to sign up for the Wi-Fi, it is called Jordan Pushed Off. That's the Wi-Fi. Jordan pushed off. Like, that is so petty. That is so salty. The Jazz have not ever won an NBA championship, obviously, since then or ever. Those were their best chances, those Stockton and Malone days. They had some decent teams when they had Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, but they could just never get over the hump because the Lakers and the Spurs were still running the West back in the 2000s. But, man, you would think this team would be over it, or just a whole organization. And it's pretty funny, too. I guess they're joking about it in a way. But, I've always thought that Jordan push-off, if that was any other player, that might get called. But since it's Mike, he knows. Jordan, there's certain calls, especially after the bad boy Pistons retired and stuff. And once Jordan won that first ring and became the real face of the league and the dream team and all that stuff, those refs were holding that whistle for a lot of the stuff that MJ did. So I get it.
Jordan said he barely touched him, that his momentum was carrying him.
That's not a natural move. It's not. I've seen a lot of step backs. I watched Kevin Durant my whole life, basically. And Kevin Durant does not push his arm when he does a step back jumper. It's natural momentum. Like, Jordan didn't have to put his arm out, but he did. So it's always going to be questioned. And he's like, Brian Russell, he plays on his tippy toes, so he was prone to do that and stuff. All right. Look, my middle name's Jordan, so I'm just being objective here. Mike, you pushed off a little bit. Would I have made the call as the best basketball official, best high school basketball official in Central Texas history? Probably not. Because I like to let them play at the end of the game. So, and it was it was light. It was a light shove. But if he would have just, if he would have just, you got to call it. But it's Mike. And we got KD on, who's the biggest Jordan fan that I know. I know he'll say it wasn't no shove.
Oh,
KD.
Are you kidding me? He was already going that direction, bro. In fact, the left hand only added to it was like a fake shooter. Gunman. Like, no, it was not. He was already heading that direction. No, his momentum was already going there. And I said that before I actually looked at the replay real time, but I was right. I was being a homer at the time, but I was right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
But you
Jordan.
know, those Utah fans, they're still hurt because you remember those Jazz teams that Jerry Sloan had. man.
I
Like,
hated those guys, man. I've never hated white guys on a basketball court more. Like Hornacek and Stockton with their knees sticking out. And like, those guys were dirty, man. Dirty.
More than Danny Ainge and Sting of the Celtics.
That's a good call there, Chip. Yeah, no, but it was like having 3 Danny Ainges with a Lambeer, like who impregnated them.
yeah. But you would respect Ainge because he'd actually fight. Stockton and Hornacek weren't fighting. They've let Malone and Carr and Ostertag do all that shit.
Danny Ainge was also 6'5" and played for the Blue Jays. Most people don't know that. Danny Ainge played Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge was a great, Chip knows, he's nodding, like, he was a great athlete, Chip.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge is not the guy you want to run into. I will say this. I was living with this sounds weird, rooming with a guy. We had a house together. We were friends, played for the Celtics, Chris Mim. And when he got traded to the Celtics, Mim's gone all the time. And so we had like an old school phone recorder, and Danny Ainge called and left a message. And I played it over and over. I'm like, that's Danny Ainge, man. Like, that's pretty cool,
Yeah.
Well, you need to tell the Chris Mims story about when he went with Luke Walton to the Walton's house.
Oh, God.
And Mim wakes up early and he goes into the kitchen and there's Bill Walton buck naked.
Buck naked. It's the one in Arizona. And Chip, you and I obviously have had a couple of drinks and talked about this, and you probably got it other places too. But yeah, Bill Walton's would walk around the house totally naked. And Luke and Chris are friends, and they had the teepee outside, which was real. But no, Bill Walton's not messing around, bro. Like, but can you imagine like some 7-foot broken down, red-haired ginger white dude, like with his floppy dick just floating around? It's like, you guys want any eggs? Like, no, I'm all good, man. How about
want some sausage?
Yeah, sausage. Definitely no sausage, man.
Hey, Trey.
How about some bubble gum, guys?
Conference of Champions. It's gone. Where did it go? Conference of Champions. It's gone. I love it.
Did he have to take so many drugs, man? It wasn't just weed. It was more than that.
No, he's very open about his psychedelics.
He had to endure that foot pain somehow, some way.
Yep. Well, he also had such bad doctors. If you go back to his, even like at Portland, they are misdiagnosing stuff and just shooting stuff in the wind on his, if you, I'm sure probably all 4 of us have had a broken bone in your foot or hands. Like, the bones and ligaments are so small, you got to be precise there, man.
Yeah.
And he's going to like witch doctors.
Yeah.
Feet especially, they're as complex as a suspension bridge.
Yeah.
How complex is that?
I can fill y'all with stories. I got mangled tree branches for feet. So I've had surgery, rebuilt an entire, like the bridge on my right foot. It's a mess. I will never be in sandals around anyone because I don't want to subject them to that. Yeah.
Basketball players are notorious for having the ugliest feet.
Yeah.
Hammered toes.
Yeah.
Do you know what was the worst feet I've ever seen of any athlete ever? And it looked like a car wreck in the middle of a volcano in a tornado.
Scottie Pippen.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Larsa, funny enough. His wife now, no. No, she probably has beautiful feet. Dikembe Mutombo. Did you say that, Zed?
No. I said Shaq.
Dikembe's feet were, first off, they're, size 23, so you can't miss them. But I've never seen more mangled hand or foot than that.
And he was African too, so he was running around barefoot like crazy in his youth.
Exactly.
Facing cheetahs and hyenas and all types of shit.
Chasing cheetahs.
No, that's my cue. I gotta go. I love you guys.
I love y'all too.
Do it.
Great
Do it.
show. See you
When he was
guys.
a kid, I mean, my goodness.
I know. What's up, man?
What a great way to start today. Not a lot. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Very, things are going well. The economy sucks, and that hits every industry, but things are going well. How about you?
I'm good. As I told you a few minutes ago, I got to play 4 hours of volleyball today, just bracing for the fact that it was supposed to be raining for most of the day and bringing cold temperatures in, at least until next week. We were trying to squeeze as much out of it as possible, and it turned into a really good morning. I always love starting the morning with a workout that doesn't feel like one, which has helped exponentially when you get to chase a ball around versus running on a treadmill for minutes, if not hours on end. And so to get to do that and to get into the heat of competition, I played pretty well today, and it's a group of guys that I'm very fond of. It's a real blessing, I'll say.
Cool. Very cool, man. Glad to hear it. Getting ready for the weekend. We got some good stuff, man. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's a decent slate in college. Not a great slate, not like last weekend, but it's still a decent slate. And then you have some really compelling matchups in the NFL too. So from a football standpoint, I'm intrigued. And the
go fantasy here. Don't go fantasy. You've been playing this. I heard you last week with BK, or maybe early this week. And we all knew what you're getting to. There are fantasy issues. It was Arthur Smith, I believe.
Oh, I mean, Arthur Smith's just a fucking moron regardless, but it annoys me even more because Bijan was my first round draft pick in a league, and they continue to use him as a decoy, Kevin, which, I mean, you and I have watched Bijan Robinson enough over the last 3.5 years.
So it's like his freshman year then.
Yeah, exactly. His best role, according to Arthur Smith, is putting the ball in the other direction of Bijan because everybody's going to assume it's going to Bijan. I wonder why they would assume that, Arthur Smith. Maybe it's because he makes highlight reel runs just about every time he touches the football, and then you insist on handing the ball off to Jonnu Smith in the red zone, a fucking tight end who's past his prime also. But that really has as much to do with me just loving Bijan as a player and watching him to continue to be misused or not used enough. My fantasy seasons are effectively over. I lost in each of my leagues last week, so the chances of me making the playoffs are next to none. I'm not even looking at waiver wires anymore. I mean, I'll set my lineup so I don't turn into that guy in a league. I'm not just rolling over. Right. But I've given up on any hope of making the playoffs in either league, and it's sad, but it's how it goes sometimes. So now I'm just trying to enjoy the games.
All right, that's fair. You don't play. You obviously don't play basketball. Do you play baseball fantasy anymore?
I used to. We were in a league together. Who spearheaded that league? Was that Wags that started that league?
Yeah, it was Wags.
Because there were some kooky rules there that we were scratching our heads about. I haven't played baseball in a long time, and I'm okay with that too. Especially because the best baseball leagues, I think, are where you're changing your lineup daily, and that just requires entirely too much attention versus what I want to give baseball in the dead of summer.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, but you know me, I'm so competitive. I get into that stuff too much. Like, I mean, I just don't, it's not healthy for me. It's not good. I woke up at like 4 a.m. to get Juan Soto, who was a nobody, who the Nationals brought in. But you never knew when the actual free agent thing would get that's not healthy.
Yeah, there are things that you can become super engaged in that can be good for you. And then there's things that are just a colossal waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like for some people whose jobs kind of depend on it, to get really into golf, I think could be a really good thing. But if you're just, some slacker who's spending all sorts of money and time on the golf course, then maybe it's keeping you from doing something more productive. Video games is another one of those things for a lot of people. Now, if you have the free time, then it's fine playing video games. There's some people who waste hours on end playing video games where it's cutting into their ability to do their job better, to commit themselves to a relationship, whether you're talking about a partner, or being more present for your kids. I mean, there's examples across life.
More present for your kids. You guys are present enough. Stop being so present and stop being friends with them. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. So let me get this out. Stop being so present. You're too present. You're way too present. And stop knowing about the music they listen to. Stop trying to be cool. Only kids at 15 give a shit if you're fucking cool. Stop trying to be their friend. Stop trying to do all that. Be a parent. Lay down the law. Have some fear. Like when the garage door opens, they should bolt to a book and just bullshit their way, which will help them out later on in life, to letting dad know that, Eddie Haskell, that stuff.
Yeah, I don't want my kids to be deceptive with me. I've just gone through a bit of an
They're gonna
issue
have to be
with that.
deceptive their whole life in relationships, in work. I'm working for a place now which is not deceptive at all, and I'm not. It's great. And I'll get into that here in a little bit, but that's life. You've got to be a little deceptive. If you're, the mortgage or the rent, whatever, you got to bullshit a little bit. That's part of life.
Maybe a little bit, but there's also
actually a lot, to be honest.
No, I disagree with that. You don't have to be
you
a
don't.
lot
No, you don't.
deceptive
You're
to
just
make it in this
wrong,
world.
and you're living a life that's better and more moral. So understand that.
Now, I will say that you have to deal with a lot of deception in this world because people are shady as fuck. And it's a lot of those same people who are running to a book when they were really doing something else when their parents come running through the door versus a willingness to be forthright about things. That's the uphill battle, though. I mean, we as humans are programmed to mislead, especially when it helps us to avoid getting in trouble, right? Or it helps us to look like we're not doing what we're supposed to do. But there's also being, not saying this for kids necessarily, more for adults, there's also being cocksure enough in what you're doing that you can weather whatever the storm is, that somebody's going to make accusations about you doing something wrong or doing something that's against the rules or whatever the claim might be. If
Right.
you are willing to stand up for yourself and also argue for the position that you're in, then you'll be okay, I think. At least that's how I've tried to conduct myself. It hasn't always worked out great.
Yeah, you probably won't, but I agree with it.
So tell the people about what you're doing these days other than Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, so when I left radio, I went to go work at Morgan Stanley. Great experience. What I'd planned out for what I was going to do there was we accomplished the 4-year plan in 7 months. I mean, it blew me away. I never could have dreamt that we would have accomplished it that quickly. There were other circumstances with just kind of the job and everything, but also life to where I had a really good opportunity and it was going to fit me better and be probably as lucrative, if not more. So, but a better work-life balance. Because as you know, for about 1.5 years there, like I worked every single day, and which was fine. I mean, I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed, for the most part, the group. And like I said, my job at Morgan Stanley was I worked for one of the top financial advisors. And essentially, I put together a whole system of recruiting athletes because they work with a lot of athletes. So they're NFLPA registered. So I'd been doing it before radio, but to keep all this kosher with the SEC and FINRA, which it actually was, I put together a system that people are using now. And it kind of, I don't want to say blew the industry by storm because it certainly didn't do that. But I had people from 4 or 5 different top branches trying to hire me. And I'm at a spot now in my life where I've got a lot of opportunities and advantages and things I've built, but I've got to pick the right one for me. Work-life balance, everything. So, usually I stay in a place for 5 years or longer if you look at my resume, but this was one of those where I just had to make the move, and it was people I had already invested with before individually and really trusted them, and also felt like it was kind of suit my skill set, which is really talking to people and selling. And when I say selling, not selling bullshit wise. Here's the deal. Honestly, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Which is why if you are in that marketing role, you got to pick a company or brand or product that you really believe in, or else it's not going to work unless you're just a fucking liar. And I can't.
Back to your point from a few minutes ago, and
right.
How many salespeople are on this planet?
I can't do that. You know that. I can sell a good product very well.
Yeah.
But I cannot. I mean, hell, there's probably one or two things that I had to do on radio where you could hear it sounds different than the other stuff that I was selling. Right.
I'll bet you a couple Miller Lights or Coors Lights that I can't guess what that was.
You're on. Yeah. So, but I mean, I really believe in this place and already had as a customer, a feeling for it. So, I ended up taking it in July, took a month off and been doing it since late August. And I love it. Like, I love the people. I love the work-life balance. I love, our product, which I already knew I wouldn't have taken the job if that was it. But we do multifamily build to rent. It's really kind of a one-stop shop. It's called Lone Star Development Partners, and we have a lot of different investors, whether it's institutional or just I've got this amount of money, amount of money to put in, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm an individual investor, not accredited, so it's pretty cool. And I've been able to use my network and skill set to do what I was doing at Morgan and do it here. And I'm a lot happier. So if y'all want to ever get in touch, if you're curious about investing in, like I said, we really have 3 verticals, but it's really multi-family home stuff. We've got stuff in San Antonio, off 71, off Bee Caves, off in New Braunfels, which has been blowing up, which is crazy. We've got a lot of stuff. So email me or DM me, or I'm on LinkedIn now and actually using that. So you can get on LinkedIn, Kevin Dunn, or just email me.
Thank you for friending me on LinkedIn. I would have felt very hurt had you not done that. And by the way, multifamily housing is apartment complexes for the most part, correct?
For the most part, it can be like townhomes, but they're Class A, so it's at a pretty top class. And the reality is, I would never have taken this job outside of 2 states, Texas and Florida. Yeah. Migration's been obvious since the 60s with ACs from the north and northeast to the southwest. With stuff that's going on in different states now, it's even more obvious that people are flocking here. And with interest rates being what they are, that will change. But there are a lot of people that usually, like you and Justine did, would buy a house that it makes no financial sense to do that. But you have 2 kids. So let's get a really, really nice townhome or apartment complex or, with a lot of room and do that until it makes sense to actually buy. So.
And that's kind of my point, is that there are upwards of 190 moving into Central Texas each and every day, not just every week, every day. There's only so many homes, and this is a bad buyer's market right now too, with how high interest rates are. So people have to live somewhere. And so the idea of newer, higher quality multifamily housing is seems like a no-brainer to me in a lot of ways.
I would think so. And, I honestly wanted to kind of feel this out a little bit. And I felt that out enough to where I didn't want to come on and we were starting this stuff too. So kind of a lot of stuff was coming together or was hectic for me and chaotic. So I wanted to wait a little bit, but we've got some great deals right now that, if you've got a 5% preferred savings, it's probably better than that we had at Morgan. And, I don't know, with index funds or whatever you're looking at, I don't know how confident I would be. And I'm in some of that stuff right now, but this is a good investment. I've done it and we've got a lot to choose from. And when a lot of people are on the sidelines right now, we're still rocking and rolling. What was the old Warren Buffett line? What was it?
I love my Omaha steak.
That was it. That was exactly it. No, that wasn't it, you asshole.
I don't know. What was it?
Trying to see if I can get it. There are so many of them.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Oh God. He is a great story, though. The fact that he's worth that much. I mean, he's a great story, but also not. Like, he should be retired right now.
Yeah. But he does live in that modest house in freaking
Omaha.
South Dakota or somewhere. Maybe it actually is Omaha.
No,
Somewhere
it's Omaha. He had it in the 60s, and like with all his money, he has never bought anything outside of that. But because he's worth so much, they had to add like guard towers. Like I'm imagining like Durwood and Lucille when they lived in Georgetown and like had a nice old place, but like they made so much money that instead of getting rid of that and getting to a new place where you could actually have guard towers, they just added guard towers there.
What?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that. Wow. All right. I'm looking at Warren Buffett quotes right now. Someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago.
Well, there's actually a lot of that in terms of the quote that I was thinking of. The quote essentially was, and I can't find it. The quote essentially was, when everyone is scared, you should actually go out there and do some shit. And when everyone's really bullish, you should probably be scared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The best time to try and grow is during a recession, as bizarre as that may seem. And the best time to scale back or to save is in the supposed best of financial times.
Yeah. And it depends on when it is in the recession and how big that recession is. And if it's really a recession and maybe not more a depression, or a mini one. But yeah, I mean, it's,
Well, that's also part of the reason why a lot of really rich people have a pretty high percentage of liquidity too, to where you have that cash on hand to where you can essentially buy things when they become super cheap.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you lock it up in certain things that are going to be probably the return won't be as much as you want. I mean, our multipliers, our IRR and multipliers blow me away. I mean, it's 2 to 1 and you're liquid within on one of our deals 1 year and some 3. To where it's actually being behind and seeing the sausage made has been impressive. Like these are great people to work with. Very understanding. The whole, like I said, the work-life balance for me for the next 10 years was not going to work. It just wouldn't. I just don't want to. I don't want to work 24/7, 7 days a week, or that's part of the 7. So yeah.
Another Warren Buffett quote. Would you like to see my sausage? Another Warren Buffett quote. Only when the tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked.
Another Warren Buffett quote. The only reason I'll finish off on the couch is because we have plastic on it. No, that was Jimmy Buffett. Never mind.
Another Warren Buffett quote. Always make sure you get your number one into the toilet because for some godforsaken reason, these houses built in the 1970s have carpet in the bathrooms.
Do you remember that?
Dude, my grandparents, they lived in a pretty nice place when we were growing up. Every bathroom had carpeting in it. And I always marveled at the fact it's like, who is getting down there and steam cleaning that carpet every week?
I think carpeting, like Italians moving over here that turned it into Italian-American food, it was a sign of wealth that they didn't have before.
Oh, that's a good point. Like really fat women during the Renaissance.
Exactly. It was a sign of wealth. That's a great example. Boy, they do well now.
Oh, this is a good Warren Buffett quote. Wall Street is the only place that people ride to in a Rolls Royce to get advice from those who take the subway. Is that true?
I mean, a lot of the guys in New York that are working at big firms live in Connecticut and have a driver. But I saw some guys with $1,000 suits that were heading down there on the subway. And I thought, good for you. Good for you. I may invest with you. What's your name?
I'm stuck down a Warren Buffett quote rabbit hole now. It's better to hang out with people better than you. Pick out associates whose behavior is better than yours, and you'll drift in that direction.
That would explain our friendship. But which way?
It depends on the subject. Another Warren Buffett quote. I buy expensive suits. They just look cheap on me. That's pretty good.
Oh, no, he's a cheap dude, man. To where, I mean, I'm sure it drives his wife crazy. Like, if he has his wife on a spending limit, like, get out of here.
Another Warren Buffett quote. Flo, I told you not to shop at Dillard's today. TJ Maxx, damn it. I don't know if that's his wife's name. Oh, God. All right, I'm done with the Warren Buffett quotes.
Did you buy farm fresh eggs? Do you want to meet Mr. Backhand again? It's like, whoa, Warren. Like, I mean, that is a little too much, buddy. I can't totally officially sign off on that one.
Another Warren Buffett quote. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. No way.
Yeah, that was Warren, wasn't it?
That was Snoop Dogg. Warren G, maybe.
All right. So wanted to give that update for a little while, but gave the update. So let's move on.
Well, as we move on, let me just say that I know each situation you were in. I'm ecstatic for you right now. And I look forward to meeting some of the guys that you work with, too, because you have great things to say about them. So it's really exciting. And I'm glad, amongst other things, that this opportunity also allows you to hop on with me a couple of times a week and talk sports and whatever the fuck else comes to our minds.
That's another thing. Nothing against Morgan Stanley because they're operating the way everyone is. Like, I couldn't do anything on the air. I couldn't tweet. Like, I mean, there's a bureaucracy. If you live in that world, you're in that world.
Yeah, there was a bureaucracy there that wasn't the fault of the office that you were in. That's just the company.
God, no.
So Texas got some good news today with Quinn Ewers being announced by Steve Sarkisian as starting for this game on Saturday. What do you think the game plan is for Quinn Ewers this weekend? Because he's not going to be 100%. This is an injury that if you're not careful, you can set yourself back to square one with regards to the recovery. But you also don't want to play scared because he is making the decision to get back out there too.
Yeah, the game plan is probably inside zone and the screen pass they throw all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been the game plan every game. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how they play this. I mean, if he's good to go, he's good to go. So you should open it up. What you hope is you can really just run the football on them and maybe take a couple of shots and get him out. Now, I mean, this team is not really separated much either for the most part. So they could be up 27-0 at halftime, and it won't shock me if it's 27-21 at some point. So I don't think you can necessarily do that, but maybe get 3 quarters out of them. That's the ideal scenario. But if you're going to play him, you got to play him like where you have a 4-quarter game, and let's go ahead and open it up, right?
Just tell him not to try and fight for that extra yard or two.
Definitely tell him, and that should be shoulder injury or not moving forward, man. Like, get down. If it's 4th and 5 for the game, go John Elway and get saucered, get torpedoed. But otherwise, hit the ground, man. Because, I mean, we're good on 4th and 1.
Well, now that you put it like that, I think he should go head first every time he tucks it and runs it.
Pretty much, yeah. They should go Earl Campbell.
It's one of those things that's easier said than done, though. And I know this isn't a great comparison here necessarily, but like David Ash was dealing with concussion issues, and he was still trying to fight for those extra yards right up until the end when he was getting chided by Jonathan Gray and other teammates for taking another headshot that effectively ended his football career. So hopefully Quinn can be a little bit wiser about that than the David Ashers of the world.
I think you will. I mean, Quinn's obviously looking at future stuff too.
Yes, he is. Jay Brooks should have a big day. That's the hope, Craig.
He should, yeah.
Even with a little bit of a shoulder injury, I mean, this feels like a good game to make sure TCU understands just how good Jonathan Brooks is, and CJ Baxter too, by the way. I feel like CJ Baxter has been shorted on carries these last couple of games. I would be okay with seeing him getting closer to that 15 mark.
Agreed. I am getting a text here from one of our guys who listens. Morgan Stanley did everything they could to keep me. So one of the guys in our group is like, dude, he's like, made it sound, I don't think I made it sound like they, that they were over the top and still have offered an olive branch that whenever I want to come back, I can come back. So I want to get that out there, that they were very cool about a lot of stuff, everything really.
I hate to ask this, but I am really thirsty right now, and I don't have water next to me. Do you mind giving me just a sec? Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, I will tell you, because we didn't say it on Tuesday. No, you go. No, I'm that Apple Leasing, you probably see it right there, is one of our new sponsors. Apple Leasing is, I've known the owner, Scott Crossett. I've mentioned this a couple times for a long, long time. And they do a great job. So if you're looking to lease, we're just talking about the economy. You may look at used cars because it's trickled down to that market. Certainly new cars. You're thinking, and this, talk about inflation. This is crazy. I'm not going to pay for that. Wait it out. Go lease for a little while, like I was talking about earlier, and wait till the market really hits your spot or a good spot to go ahead and fully invest if you want to buy something. And Apple Leasing has tons of options. One of the great things about them is that Apple will kind of see where you're at. So if it's about money, hey, this is what I can spend per month. What can I get? They'll give you a full list. If it's about, this is the type I want a Porsche, okay? Brand new. What can I get for that? Then at that point, they'll give you what the rate is, and they'll get you the best rate. They've been in business for, probably 40 years now going on that. And Scott knows everyone. Scott's a huge part of the community in terms of giving back, which is always great. You kind of know exactly who the person is, but the company is awesome. So appleleasing.com, or you can go give them a call, 512-346-9977, 512-346-9977, or appleleasing.com. Do you get your hydration there, buddy?
Yeah, I drank 2 glasses of water, and I've got another full glass next to me now. So we will hopefully be good until 5. So one problem with playing 4 hours of volleyball, because it was humid, as you can imagine, with it having started raining since about 11. So, I mean, my tank top was drenched like I jumped into a swimming pool with it on by the time we were done playing. And I was drinking water, and
you probably look like John Stamos on one of the top of the Beach Boys with a pink tank top playing Kokomo.
Nice Full House reference there.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, it did look a little bit like that. And I mean, I was drinking an electrolyte infused water too, but it doesn't matter. You're just losing a lot of fluids when you play that much. Like there's a guy in our group who wears a Whoop strap. You heard of the Whoop straps before?
A Whoop strap?
Whoop strap, WHOOP, I believe is how it's spelled.
I knew whoopee cushions. That's like my last reference of that word.
Yeah, whoopee cushions. That was highlighted in the 1980s, I'd have to say. But the Whoop strap measures various things, your heart rate, how many calories you're burning. I'm not sure how intricate it gets into the movement, but it measures calories burned during workouts. And according to his Whoop strap, we burned 2,500 calories over 4 hours, which is, for me, as a 6-foot guy who weighs in the low to mid 170s, my daily intake should be right around 2,500 calories. So I burned a meal's worth of calories today, which means I got to eat like an absolute pig for lunch today. I was so happy about that.
So what are we doing with all this technology? We're all going to die. What do you live 5 years extra, and it's the worst 5 years of your life. You're broken down, you're losing mental capacity, physically can't do anything, you got to piss every 5 fucking minutes. What are we doing? Like, I feel like we're robbing the most important parts of our life, focused with technology on health and being, I'm really healthy. Like, what are we doing? I'm not saying go to 1940s guy and whiskey in the morning and cigarettes all day. I'm not saying that. But why have we gotten to this point where we're so focused every second of the day when you should be living in your 30s or 40s on if you get to 90 or not?
I think people have become annoyingly data driven with this, because the data, when it comes down to it, is all very relative, and it's not even totally accurate necessarily. And if you start putting too much stock in those things, it can actually have the negative effect versus what you're hoping for.
What do you mean by that?
Because you become too obsessed with these things, and your sleep scores start stressing you out and causing you to sleep worse. Things like that. And
do we need sleep scores though? You wake up. I woke up.
I think something like that can be interesting to look at every so often, but I also don't typically have big problems sleeping. Like, I do what I need to before bed to ensure that my brain is winding down and turning off like it needs to where I can get through the various sleep cycles repeatedly over the course of the night and wake up fairly refreshed the next day. I don't carry a lot of stress with me to bed. I'm not staring at screens until right before bed. I try and read a little bit or do some stretching, and I think that helps me. But I know a lot of people who aren't in that boat, who are staring at screens until right before bed, or have to take things like melatonin or Ambien to try and go to sleep at night. And I do sympathize with them, but I'm also very thankful that I'm not in that category of people too.
Yeah, I mean, usually anxiety is the reason you don't sleep. So
anxiety, depression, it can just be good old fashioned insomnia. Like, there's some times where I go to sleep late, but if I can help it, I am trying to wake up a little bit later. Now that becomes much more difficult with kids to get ready for school in the morning, but I also don't have an issue sucking it up and dealing with a day on 5, 6, 7 hours of sleep.
Good God.
Ideally, I'm trying to get 8 or 9.
Put me through chemo again. I don't want to go through any day the rest of my life on 5 hours sleep.
Five's not ideal, and I don't want to do that multiple days in a row, but sometimes you suck it up and you can deal with it.
I don't.
No?
No. Not worth it. I'm living on borrowed time anyway.
Oh, yeah? Where are you borrowing it from?
My other testicle at 18. It had a lot in there, man.
CB says that he's about to, that his doctor wants him to do a sleep study. Yeah, I want you to do a sleep study also, CB.
Well, CB, I know, in fairness, your doctor's right on that one. So my dad did a sleep apnea test. I'm not saying the test, if you're doing a test because you're not sleeping or breathing from a doctor, I get it. Every night, where it's like on your arm, how much sleep did I get? I don't know. It's probably fine. I just think that people that do that probably focus on that too much when they should be living. And when I mean living, I mean doing nothing.
It can become one of those obsessive things. It gets back to the whole becoming obsessed with certain things that can be beneficial to you, or letting certain things that you become obsessed in distract you from what is truly important or what can allow you to be productive in positive ways.
Can you imagine CB's conversation with the doctor on that?
Chris, Chris, how let me be the doctor here and CB. So Chris, how many hours would you say you sleep a night? I don't know, about 30. 30. Why just 30? Well, there's shit that I got to tweet out about, Doc. I mean, there's always a new.
You mean 30 minutes?
Factoid. Yeah, 30 minutes of sleep a night. That's what I'm saying. That's why we've always hypothesized that Chris Bennett is actually a computer program and not a real human, because there's nobody else that I've ever seen who, even if I do happen to be up in the overnight hours, CB is always active on Twitter. It's the craziest shit. retweeting positive Texas stuff, retweeting stuff that shits on the Aggies or Sooners. He'll throw some this day in history stuff in there too. He's apparently big into the JFK assassination right now because we've been receiving stuff from CB about new JFK documentaries, one of which you want to check out.
Yeah, no, I am. Yeah, no, I wouldn't even say 30, but it would be like one of those, where I thought Chris would say, CB would say, oh, sleep's been really good. I'm getting more than I usually do. I'm getting about, an hour and a half a night. He's like, what? You can't function on that. Well, I do. So
There are
glove off, Doc.
There are some people who swear that they can get away with like 4 to 6 hours of sleep. Like that's all they need.
They do. They usually die of a heart attack in their 50s.
I
don't know how it happened. Gary said he felt great. Well, he's gotten 4 hours of sleep for 30 years. Yeah, not shocking.
Sleep is good for you physically. It's also good for you mentally too. Like we don't totally understand why we dream, but a lot of it probably has to do with processing shit that has happened over the course of the previous days. Like think about a super stressful day that you've had and how that will carry over into your dreams at night. I actually just had recently, I was dreaming about something for a side gig that I've been working where these people have been trying really hard to find answers to something where it's back to the quantification thing. They're like, how do we quantify why things haven't been better? And it's like, well, sometimes the product's just not that good. And like, there's things that are intangible that you have to try and work on improving that you're not going to be able to project in numbers, right? But it's become such an issue that it crept its way into my dreams. That pisses me off too, because I don't really remember dreams. The dreams that I remember tend to have to do when I'm really stressed out about something.
I hate remembering dreams. I love sleep. It's the one thing that I just don't. I don't remember any dreams. I've mentioned this. The good ones, you wake up, you're all pumped up. You made $1 million. You're fucking. Who's the hot Australian actress? Margot Robbie.
Oh yeah.
And and you're living on an island. And it's like, well, time to go to work. Not good. And the bad ones suck because you wake up and you're relieved that you're not on some roller coaster in a volcano with the devil shooting at you and ex-girlfriend. But that sucks too, because you don't feel like whether you did or not, you probably got good sleep. I've been dealing with this for about like 3 hours.
And the first rule of dreams for anybody who's unaware is don't tell anybody else your dream because nobody cares. Even
your husband, wife, they don't care.
I love my wife. She remembers her dreams really well. She's a lucid dreamer. My daughter is kind of the same way. And I will sit there and listen to their dreams that they find so fascinating. And I'm just like, cool.
I'd rather hear about your trip to Target and how they didn't have the curtain liner. But we went to Mervin's and Mervin's had the rings on sale. Nobody gives a shit. I'd rather hear about that than your fucking dreams, because at least that was real. Boring as hell, but actually happened.
That's how a lot of the women in my life process things, is they have to talk about it. Like Justine.
Oh, they love to talk about their day too, which is another thing I couldn't be in relationships with. After doing 4 hours a day, I'd come home. So how was your day? I don't want to say a word about my day. I don't care about your day. Are you good? Still have a job? We're good. Let's watch, not Real Housewives. Let's watch. Oh, you know what's on? It actually fired me up. $1 Million Listing, because I figured they were going to cancel both those shows. They're just doing 24 hours Real Housewives. But they're showing a rerun here, but it's not on tonight. Bring that back.
Real
anyway, huh?
Oh, you said
no? No. The real estate show.
Yeah.
$1 Million Listing. But let's watch that. Let's cook. Let's get a couple glasses of wine. Let's go have sex. Not talk after. We can cuddle. And let's go to bed and wake up and do the same thing tomorrow. And once again, tomorrow at 7, I don't want to fucking hear about your day because I really don't care.
Yeah, they will talk about their day till they're blue in the face and you're.
Sally is such a bitch.
ready to
Oh,
go to bed.
great. What did Sally do? If I could strangle Sally, I've never met her, but I may at the Christmas party. What are you doing that for? Because I hear about Sally so much. So every woman, I forgot what comedian said this, was funny. Every woman has some woman at their office who they think's trying to totally destroy their career. And the funny thing is, I've had men at every place that try and do that, men and women.
Yeah.
So, but I just didn't care. I mean, if I ever get terminal cancer, I'll murder all of them, but we can save that for later.
Yeah, we'll start that list a little bit later on. Heavy, I completely agree with you here. My wife starts and stops so many stories about her day that it's hard to keep up with all the plot lines and characters. And I get in trouble for that too. When they're like, so-and-so.
Keep that up, though, because that's hilarious, man. That's well done, dude.
Is that this person? No, it's not this person. Have you not been listening to me? I've been listening to you, but there's like 1,000 characters in this book.
No, that's Lisa, not Sally.
Bobby or Chris Farley.
Yeah, I'm like, I forgot Lisa popped into the picture. Who's Lisa? I told you about her last week. She's the intern from Texas State. The fake tits. Oh, yeah, I want to talk to her at the Christmas party. I mentioned that. I'm sorry, holiday party.
Oh, I get in trouble for not talking about my day enough, too. It's like, you never want to talk about your day. I'm like, yeah, well, that's because I don't want to bore you with the minutia of my day. Yeah, but you talk about it with Kevin, you talk about it with Bucky, or you talk about it with BK. I'm like, that's because they're in it with me. If you
and we're always bitching about something. We're bitching about something. It's not like I'm like, hey, Trey, great show today. Great show, man. Remember, there's some other thing in the industry or that we're complaining about that only us would know.
Yeah, if yours and my brains were hooked up when we're sleeping, we're having the same dream, I would be more interested in your dream when you woke up. I would probably still be the asshole because I'm the asshole in every single one of your dreams where you're dreaming about me, where I'm cheating on you, or I'm trying to murder you, or some other heinous thing where you wake up upset with me, even though it was subconscious me that was guilty of these things. In real life, me would never do any of these things. I also have to bear the brunt of that sometimes.
I love how in her dreams, you're the somehow mix of Karate Kid, the blonde guy, Johnny, and then the American Psycho character who's fucking murdering people. Like, you are somewhere in between there, which is not a good gray area or 50-yard line to be in. Like, in her dreams, like, you're not the guy that you are.
Yeah, well,
and you're not a cheater. You're not going to cheat on her.
I've
tried to tell her that, and it's just not, the dream you is like popping up too much.
So I will say that me and American Psycho guy, we do have a healthy appreciation for Huey Lewis in the News.
Well, you should. And I don't know if you're being serious about that.
I'm being very serious. Huey Lewis in the News is the first guy that made me realize that people outside of the city that I lived in knew about the city that I lived in.
Oh, yeah.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Because I was living in San Antonio at the time with my family, and he mentioned San Antonio in that song.
He mentioned Austin, too.
Yeah, he does mention Austin. That's right.
To show you how small Austin was, that song, and for all of us at that age in the 80s, fired us up so much. I mean, Austin was one of those, when I'd go to Chicago and say, I'm from Austin, they'd say Austin, Minnesota. To show you where Austin has come from and where they're at now in 30 years. For all you California DBs that are here. By the way, we've got good investments at Lone Star if you want to check that out.
By the way, Cooter said that he is going to DM you about Lone Star. He also says, thanks for trying to kill me off, Kevin. I get about 4 or 5 hours of sleep in my life, and I'm in my 50s.
Dude, and Cooter, I love you, dude. You're like a brother to me now. Yeah, we've known you for so long. You are fucking family. Get some sleep, man. But you tell people that, and it's the whole rich getting richer and poor getting poorer. It's like 1 to 99%. Most people are busting their asses. And there are people that are working so fucking hard and are in a spot where they just can't, they have to do that. And it's admirable as hell. I respect it. But there are a lot of people, for the majority of life, since humans have been here, that have died sooner than they probably should have. And we're at a spot now where we should be able to elongate that, right?
Completely agreed. Cooter can sympathize with the current conversation happening too, because he says you better do your wives and girlfriends. That doesn't make sense. He basically says,
yeah, it sounds good, Cooter. I'll do that. Just let me know where they're at.
The wives and girlfriends are in the middle of the conversation. He basically has to ask her to start from the beginning, which is hilarious. But at least you're trying.
I would never do that. In fact, I would tune out, and then we get to the middle, which I was hoping was the middle, and really try and play up that I was really in the story. But that's where they'll catch you. Women are so smart about that. They'll catch you. Be like, so what do you think about Tim's comment? Tim? Tim's comment. What a misogynistic asshole. If I ever see Tim, I'm gonna beat the shit out of Tim. And it's like, what did Tim do? Like, how did Tim get in here? What's going on with Tim? Who is Tim? Is Tim a dude? We're in 2022, so I don't know.
I got into the they them conversation with Justine the other night. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, we've got.
Is she into that?
We got to draw this line somewhere. She's like, you don't. I mean, she is a medical provider. She's like, you don't even realize how many people are insisting on that these days. And I'm like, what is it? Is it like once a day? She's like, maybe more like once a week. I'm like, all right, once a week is not. I mean, that's maybe still more than I suspected, but it's not.
And once again, Trey, can we say this? Because I think we both legitimately, we can come off as assholes with this. It's just too much. For these very, very small percentage that are dealing with that type of sexual discovery, whatever you want to call it, gender discovery and issues, like, we should be as nice to them as possible.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Acting like 80% of the population is struggling with their pronouns we're probably going a little too far on that.
Well,
right?
and there's certain insistences and requests that are like completely shattering the basic meaning of certain language that I'm just not on board with. Like, one person referring to themselves as multiple people is fucking confusing.
Right.
You need to muddle the most basic elements of language up to try and cater to a very, 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 very small percentage of society. I'm sorry, we just don't. There has to be a better answer for you than going they, them. Everybody's got their lines. What is your line? Are you okay referring to Rachel Dolezal as an African-American woman, even though she's white and she's tried to represent herself as that? Because
who is that? I've heard her name. Who is that?
She's a white woman who was like an African studies teacher at a college in California somewhere, and she was on all sorts of boards for African Americans, and it was discovered that she's actually a white woman. And it's like she feels like she wants to lead her life as an African American. And I would actually say that she has a better argument based on what race actually is versus the idea of biological sex and gender.
Yeah.
But like, as long as she's not harming other people,
no,
good luck with it.
We all want to.
I'm not going to be on board with you applying for grants meant for African American people. Like, you probably shouldn't have access to those, but if you want to live your life like that, good luck with you on that one.
Yeah.
As long as you're not wronging others.
You and I get that. You were talking to me last week about every time you masturbate, you wish you were African American. And I thought, well, at that time he wants to be black, and that's, it's a timing thing.
That's only because I wish I was bigger down there. But hey, what I lack in size, I make up for in pubic bone. Okay.
Yeah, and tongue size. I know that. You have a long tongue, don't you? I've got a apparently Dr. Eckert, that is a long tongue. Dr. Eckert said I have a freakishly long tongue.
My tongue can just contort in all sorts of ways.
Well, that's also important. And you've got the thumb thing, which none of us can pull that trick. No, really show them. Get them up. Oh my God. God, you should work at some brothel for little people.
Either that, I should just hitchhike across the brothel for little people. Oh man! Tell me where one is, and I'll go check it out. I'll go scope it out.
God, only if you film it.
Okay, I'll Facebook Live that bitch.
Facebook Live that. All right, we hit a bunch of stuff there. We're just going nuts, but all of it's right. So there's that.
I've got so many peeves here today.
What other peeves do you have? I've had a good day, man. I've had a good week, good day. Cooter, I'm on my, I think 8.5, 9 hours of sleep. That's a good feeling. I think both of us beat our alarm today, right?
Yeah, we both did. I was awake.
Naturally woke up and was like, dude, what is it, like 7:30? And it was 6:01. Like, perfect.
I was awake by 5:45. My alarm was supposed to go off at 6. I get up, I walk out towards where the kids' rooms are. They're awake, just reading quietly in the rooms. I'm like, what is going on here? Something's not right.
There's a bomb underneath your house. Kids don't do that.
Exactly. CB, no, I do not have a tongue like the cat lady. Did we talk about the woman who tattooed the name Kevin on her forehead the other day? Did you see this story?
I did. No, I tweeted about it. I had a joke tweet saying, I haven't talked to her in 2 years. I obviously left an impression. I should probably call her. And my mom, of course, is barely on Twitter, but looks at it and calls me. She's like, are you dating someone now? I'm like, no, Jesus, no.
Can you look at the entirety of the tweet before you ask me that, please, Mom?
Yeah.
He's got more of a sarcasm meter than that, too.
She does. She was totally playing around, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good excuse for mom. My parents are so good. It's like the family I come from. We don't bother each other. It's like the old Dennis Miller line when he was on HBO. He said, I come from an Irish Catholic family. I mean, it's like a rock group who has trade secrets on the road. Like, we really don't want to spend a lot of time together, which has also hurt me dating Latinas because the Latinos are so family oriented.
Yeah.
And it's admirable. It's great. I mean, they will get together with cousins and there'll be like 80 fucking people at some deal.
It gets to be a little bit much.
It gets to be much, but it's admirable compared to my people who really, are avoiding phone calls on Thanksgiving. But it's just who we are. It's our blood. So, don't mick shame me. Okay. But like my last couple girlfriends, man, it's like, quinceañera. It's just always something to do. And, majority of my life, the way I was raised with my parents, we don't want to do anything. We really want to sit at home and do nothing, which I admire. But my mom's pretty good about, she never calls, but she'll call, occasionally and just be like, hey, what's going on? Seeing what's going on. And if she's got an icebreaker like that, maybe I'll stay on the phone for a little while. I'm kidding. I call both my parents. We talk forever. I don't want to get some of my friends or older girlfriends who follow me on this, like tweeting, like, you should really call your mom. We talk. All right.
You do come from a long line of isolationists, though. People who are content
no doubt
by themselves.
No doubt. So dad had 4 siblings. Mom had 2. Dad only has 1 sibling left after Uncle John died this summer. Uncle John, single forever. Girlfriend I knew in the 80s, but single forever. And you could probably go, well, maybe one of them's gay. Maybe they were. I don't know. But not this many are. We like being by ourselves. Aunt Nancy, boyfriend, early 2000s, single most of her life. Aunt Wilma, married, 2 kids, got divorced, never dated again. Jerry, married a couple times, never dated after that. On my mom's side, Keith, single my whole life. Laura, married, couple boyfriends in there, single. Both my parents, single. That's actually what I come from. That's how I was raised, to enjoy spending time by yourself, have a good group of friends who you go out with, go eat with. Don't be a shut-in. That's not healthy at all. But it actually can be healthy to be single and enjoy being single.
Yeah, complete freedom.
Even outside of the narcissistic part of I want my time, which I don't think it's that narcissistic that I say This is my life. I almost died at 18, and I want to do what I want to do. You egomaniac, you selfish bastard. Oh, you're right. I should give up my whole life and experience when it could be gone tomorrow to make you happy. That would make sense, right?
Look, complete freedom, complete autonomy is a very enjoyable place to be, but there's also something healthy about thinking and doing for others. So there's a balance to be struck there, but you also make sure to take care of those and to do things for those that you care the most about while still going home to your complete autonomy at the end of the night.
Do I do that?
Sometimes.
Fuck you. I knew there was something. I knew there was some caveat there where you're setting me up. I actually do that.
Yes, I
take care of both my parents when they need.
I just said you do that. You keep in great contact.
You said sometimes, you asshole.
I said that after I buttered you up and gave my truth.
Finish with an exclamation point, not a comma next time. No wonder Justine's having those dreams.
Oh well, yeah. If she thinks Dream Me is an asshole, she should really pay attention to what real me has to say when we're out in public.
Here's the deal, though. I think I will I may not get married, but I will have and I've had them before, but like a long relationship that we pretty much are married. I don't want to do it right now. I've got a good enough life, good enough friends. If I run into that person, I'm not going to hit on 20 anymore. Like, I'm not going to get to 20 and be like, is there an ace behind the dealer's hand? I'm not going to do that, which I've probably done once or twice, but I also have no regrets with that. Like, age-wise, I'm enjoying life, but I can see myself retiring and getting into my early 60s and saying, you know what? Let me get some 35-year-old. Well, nothing to talk about. Let's just, do this shit.
See, I far too often I think about this, but you're my best friend, so I'm allowed to think about these things. What type of woman it would take for you to want to settle in with her for a long time?
Swallows? No, that's not the right. Never mind. No.
Beyond the very obvious, very obvious crass things that we're going to
honestly
here.
Understand what I want and what I like in life, and I'll do the same for you. So
yeah, but you want your alone time.
What's wrong with that?
Because if you're with somebody long enough, you're going to be together a whole lot more than you're apart at night.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I think it's also the household I grew up in.
Yeah.
Like they ended up getting divorced, but my parents watched TV in 2 separate rooms. They just they didn't hang out a bunch.
Maybe that explains why I'm so shamelessly naked when my kids are around. It's like, you're the ones that are in my bathroom right now.
Okay. Yeah, that story got a lot better after that, but still weird. No, I mean, I want someone to be honest and no matter what I'm doing at that point or what they may think I'm worth, to like me for me, love me for me. But a lot of that is I'm not going to try and turn you into what I want for an ideal partner. And I'm not going to take you to a bunch of shit that I like to go to that I know you don't want to go to. I'm not going to guilt trip you into going to this shit or turn it into a fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be somebody who's smart, funny, has a good sense of humor in terms of the ability to laugh at things, isn't easily offended. The looks thing or,
I would maybe start with not easily offended with me, probably.
I mean, that's a
and
big
then get to smart, good looking, funny,
but the intellect thing is equally important to me because you're a really smart person and intellect needs to align. I mean, there's all these different factors that should be pretty close to one another. Like, not everybody is going to be the exact same on a rating scale with physical attraction or brains or street smarts or sense of humor or whatever the important qualities are to you, but they still need to be close enough, right?
Agreed.
But you can't have somebody who's
Intellect would probably be lesser than you think on that scale for me.
For what?
In terms of like nice, funny, which funny can go with the intellect. I get that, but appreciative, but also understanding of who you are. You are a man and you are a guy, and I'm not going to drag you to shit. I'm going to drag you to some stuff because we're in a relationship, and I may drag you to shit. A college baseball game that you don't want to go to. Women are great at that, though. Women that don't like sports are great at that because they don't mind going to the football game or baseball game because it's a social event.
Yeah.
How was the baseball game? Dude, that 3-2 slider that he fucking threw in the 7th inning, I don't know. I wouldn't even watch it. But the pregame at Pena's deal, and I met Sally, different Sally. No, but I mean, like where they can enjoy that, and men, we're not as good at that. Like if you drag me to your, volunteer event where you're getting an award, I'm very proud of you, but this is awful.
What about dragging you to volunteer?
Well, you'd be doing that. I also didn't come from a very volunteer family. Like we never did any volunteering. And like I've been in relationships since then, and I've done it with work, and it brings back. Now they gave to charity, but we never volunteered. And I've been doing that. I've done that since leaving that household. And I'm like, this actually is really cool. I've done Habitat for Humanity, Thanksgiving, slopping up turkey for people that are just hungry. Like it's probably not what they put on the brochure, but that's what it is. But it's a good feeling, and it's good for you, even if you're just being selfish about it. Like it's a good thing. So I could do that. I'm not doing it a bunch though. Like my time is what I have left. That's it. Everything else, job, family, people, it's my time. It's my life. What's the song? Yeah.
Dave is weighing in on what's important to him: sports, weed, and cats. So that's the trifecta for Dave at ATX51.
I feel like Dave's having fun with me. I don't have any cats anymore. I barely smoke any weed. And yeah, sports are important. But Dave, I feel
less important than they were 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, all three of those have diminished, Although I do want to get, I would like to, speaking of pussy, I would like to get a couple cats when I retire too.
So to become a cat dad again after you have established yourself in the workforce and have more time to spend at home.
Yep.
Okay.
But I mean retire. I won't get an animal until I retire.
Why is that?
Even then I probably won't right away because I'll want to travel for. Most people retire, travel for 3 or 4 years. I'm just going to travel all the time. You get sick of it. It's a pain in the ass and it's expensive, but it's just airports and fucking delays. And this hotel wasn't that. And the rental car didn't work. And the restaurant it becomes a pain in the ass. You just want to stay at home. I pretty much have been an 85-year-old man at heart since I was 9. I always say that and people are like, yeah. I'm like, no, I really have been.
Well, the key is finding the right amount of travel. To your point, like I don't understand people that are constantly jet setting around the globe either. Like that gets exhausting living out of a suitcase. Live someplace that you love enough that you can just be happy in your day-to-day life and occasionally break away to go to a Colorado in the summer or Colorado in the winter or go to a Spain or an Italy or a France or a Croatia.
He's naming all the spots he knows I want to travel to and have traveled to.
Or go to Bora Bora for your 15-year wedding anniversary in 4 years or something, something like that. And to where the travel itself is special and it does allow you to really unwind and enjoy some form of paradise and still get to come back to the place that you love living in too.
Agreed. All right, dude. I'm going to get some water now. You give your shout out. All right.
I will give a couple different shout outs, starting with Great Blue Heron Furniture. As I pull it up on the phone here, Great Blue Heron Furniture is a custom leather furniture company They started in 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. The stuff is gorgeous. It is the highest quality furniture you can find. There's actually a link in the YouTube video description below that takes you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. You can use the promo code HOOK'em at checkout, whether you're buying from the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection or just buying from Great Blue Heron Furniture in general. It gives you 15% off your purchase. If you're looking for great furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check that link for more info or give them a call, 1-866-247-9688. That's 866-247-9688. Also going to give some love to audio visual consultations. We are in full swing of the best sports time of year. Actually, now that the World Series is over with, we're slightly beyond that. But there's still so many NBA and NHL games to go, along with the second half of the NFL season. And we're down the stretch in the college football regular season. A month to go, and regular season plus conference championship games. Fingers crossed the Longhorns are going to find themselves in a Big 12 championship game and maybe that 4-team college football playoff as well. Get yourself ready for that if you have not done so already by calling Audiovisual Consultations to have them take care of your dream home theater needs and wants and desires. Or maybe it's at a place of business where you want to ramp up the TV and audio access there. You can go to avconsultations.com to see all the different options they can provide for you with that, or the other services that they can get done for you. Once you decide on that service, you're going to give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 for audio visual consultations. And a little bit more love to Relax the Back. That's right. Relax the Back is a place that I have been going to for a long time now. I've had back issues going back into my mid or late 20s. Started going to Relax the Back to get massage tools, some of which I still use to this day. Since then, I have added furniture to my household. That includes the chair that I'm sitting in right now. It's got exceptional lumbar support. And yes, I am still in the market for that stand-up desk. I know the model that I'm getting from Relax the Back. I just have to cash in that $7,000 Texas Rangers World Series ticket in Vegas next week to have the money to get it. When I do that, I'm going to the Relax the Back BK's location, maybe not the location closest to me. If I wanted to, I could go to relaxtheback.com to see all the products they offer and also to find the location nearest me here in Cedar Park. I encourage you to do the same. Relax the Back and relaxtheback.com. Dave at ATX512 said he was not
no
with you. He said that's him.
Dave, you and I should hang out because we have a lot in common. Boy, Spectrum, this whole, I know I've got to cut the cord, so Trey, don't give me it, but how have we evolved so much technologically, and yet cable has gotten much worse in terms of when it works. So I'm only using you to record shit. And then also, if I have something on there, that it'll stay there. And this thing goes away all the time. I mean, the monopolies that are running this, we need to get into all that and cut this shit out because it's too much. And it's affecting my life here.
Well, the best internet that we can possibly get here in Cedar Park is through Spectrum, which is disappointing because I don't want to give them money. As a matter of fact, a few months ago, we were getting what was the best internet, I want to say like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Well, like 3 or 4 months ago, I was having major issues staying connected on these live stream broadcasts, and we called Spectrum, and it's like, oh yeah, we've got a better version now. And you need to pay this much more a month, and you need to pay for this new device. And so it's like a version of what Apple does, where they will advance the technology to a degree that the technology that you're currently using that has served you well up to a certain point no longer does, because all of a sudden it's out of fashion. Right. And it pisses me off, but we don't get Google Fiber out here, which would be the best option. And so I'm stuck paying Spectrum again. And I did not think I would ever paid them again a couple years ago until I learned that this was the best option for here in Cedar Park. Yeah, Google Fiber. I know. I agree with you, Dave. I wish I had Google Fiber. If I had Google Fiber, I wouldn't be paying Spectrum a dime, because they have not cared enough about my business over time.
No, their customer service people are great, which is why I've stayed there. For the most part, they are. But yeah, it's been a shit show with them. I thought Time Warner was bad.
You said the customer service at Spectrum is decent.
Yeah.
I'll actually agree with that recently, because I've dealt with those issues. The customer service was good. The customer service calmed me down because I was annoyed.
It's kind of the reverse of what I was saying earlier. I've got a great product that I can talk to people. I don't need to sell you. I can put it in front of you and be honest and say, this is what you're going to get back. You want 2.25 back in 2 years? That's pretty safe. Here we go. They know their product sucks, and they're waiting for people to get on. And I've done enough, I guess you could call it customer service, but just talking to people. I'm not going to sit there and yell at someone in New Jersey who's like taking the phone call. But I'll be very honest about the product, and as a customer, kind of how I feel like I'm getting stuff or not getting stuff for what I pay for. But they're very aware that things aren't great at Spectrum if you are on the front line answering calls.
I will say that my internet service with Spectrum now is good. It's just
mine's great.
Frustrating to have to get to that point and have to wait for the device to be sent to send the other device back. It's just like,
well, it's more cable. Well, my cable box is 5 years old. Do you know the only reason I pay y'all that insane amount per month is to keep a JFK deal or keep a Alcatraz deal or to keep, I have Georgia. Actually, it's longer than that. I've got Georgia, Texas on there from 2017. Like, that's why, you know me, I actually do go back and rewatch all these over and over and over again. It actually is worth it for me. But so they're like, we'll just trade in a new box. Like, no, that's why I have y'all. Why don't you invent something to where with your new box, you can put 2 UBS connectors or whatever it is and transfer all that shit into the new box, right? It's like, yeah, well, we're not really spending money on that. You're not spending money on anything. You're like iHeart. You are everything that sucks about global media and monopolies, and you're ruining shit. You're ruining the product. You're ruining talents. You're ruining, I mean, shit, dude, there's no way I would have done radio. I would never be doing this, whether you like me or not. If you're listening, you probably do, or watching, and we appreciate that. I never would have done that in 1994. If it would have been now, I probably wouldn't have gone to UT either. There are a lot of things that would not have, lined up. So a lot of it's timing, but I never would have gotten into this. But back then, you're a radio guy. You could make $110K, like an average radio guy, and, live a good life and enjoy your life. And iHeart and Spectrum and ESPN, Disney, they've ruined a lot of that shit.
Yes, they have.
So what about your parents? Did your parents go out at all?
Real quick, I think that radio did a good job of ruining a lot of that too. Radio
did a great job of ruined radio.
Radio being run by dinosaurs and gatekeepers and people who don't understand the value of risk taking in an industry that everybody claims is dying. And in a lot of ways it is, but that's the time to take more chances with certain things, calculated risks, if you will. Did my parents ever go out? Yeah, they would go out. When did your parents get divorced? In junior high? When you were in junior high?
1990, 6th grade.
6th grade. Okay, so my parents would have gotten divorced a year or two after that, which the news was broken to us in the most amazing way. My mom pulled my brothers and me out of school. I was in 7th or 8th grade at the time. I think it was 8th grade. So the other brother was in 6th grade. The youngest brother, Rob, was in 4th grade. And we got taken to Brahms. Do they have Brahms here? It's like a.
I don't think they did back then, but I knew Brahms because we had family in Houston, and so I mean, I saw Brahms, but I don't think we had a Brahms here.
So like a burger and milkshake place.
No, I'm aware. Yeah.
So it's 2:00. We get milkshakes. Fat Trey loved that part of this.
I actually went to a Brahms with, who is it? I'm gonna get this straight here. VY, Ricky, and Ahmad Brooks during the UCLA game in Arlington. We had to stay there that night. We went to some country bar, and we were like starving. No, that was a Steak and Shake. Never mind. But same thing, right?
Oh, I hope you guys got blunted the fuck out before you went into that Steak and Shake.
Well, we went to go and ordered like $200 worth of food at probably 1:30 a.m. So you do the math.
So my mom takes us to Brahms, and we're like, this is awesome. We got out of school early to come to Brahms to drink milkshakes. And then she drops the fact that she's separating from my dad. And my brother.
But y'all be like, I was waiting for it when it happened. Like, were there not signs to you? You were smart enough. You obviously were like, yeah, no shit, right?
So my brothers are like, they immediately break down and start crying because up to a certain age, you think that it's.
Rob started crying. I understand Mike, but Rob, then what a pussy. I'm going to text him after this and just get on him for being a fourth grader and crying that his parents are getting divorced.
Rob and Mike. It may have been the last time Mike literally shed tears in his life.
I believe that.
They both cried, but 8th grade me, who was enjoying my shake, was asking for seconds to try and exploit that situation as a fat kid, while also saying to myself, thank fucking God. These two people do not need to be together anymore. Yep. My dad was spending half of his nights in the second bed in my bedroom, trying to sneak into my bedroom late at night after I'm asleep. It's like, hey, dude, you don't get to sleep into my bedroom and then snore to the degree that I'm having a hard time going back to sleep after I wake up the very first time. That doesn't work very well.
But you grab his cup of water instead of yours, and it's like, whoa, this isn't water.
Yeah. Oh, shit, that's his dip cup. Gross. Now I'm definitely up. But no, I saw that they were not good for one another at that point in their lives. There was probably a point earlier in their lives where they were better for one another, but they were at the end of that rope. And it was only going to harm the overall family dynamic by them staying together. And so when she said that, you know, maybe a small part of me was sad, but overall I was happy. I was like, yeah, these two people should not be together anymore. So that's a strange answer to your question of whether my parents went out together. They would go out together from time to time, but they would also go out separately too.
All right, I'm listening. Keep talking here.
My mom was a big church person, and so she would be going to church all the time, and my dad was a big he liked to have more fun than going to church, so he would be out chasing his vices, and so one or the other would be home while the other one is going to their various things. And so that was kind of how they went out. They would occasionally go out, I don't know if you call it dates or go out to parties or whatnot. And I told this story, I think it was last week, where I answered the phone, Domino's Pizza, can I take your order, with one of my dad's drunk friends, and he got furious and he had the operator call, and there was a message that was left on our answering machine where he's like, I swear to God, there was somebody who was answering the phone, Domino's Pizza, can I take your order? And the great thing about that story, Kevin, because now I'm remembering, I didn't get through this entire story. I not only represented the person taking the order, I represented the manager also. I tried to change my mid-pubescent voice to sound like an employee and then also the manager of the joint too. And this old drunk guy was just so out of it that he couldn't tell the fucking difference.
That's phenomenal, by the way. Did you ever prank the operator?
I got in trouble for
I did too.
Operator.
Yeah.
Calling zero and thinking I was funny, and the operator calling back and asking to speak to my parents. That did not end well for me.
Yeah. Although mine got worse because I did that and she called back and I picked up right away because it was my parents were having a party downstairs, so the kids were upstairs. And we're just messing around. So we pranked the operator. She calls back. I pick up right away with the home phone upstairs. And she goes, well, I need to talk to your parents. And I go, well, my parents are dead. And she's like, well, I need to talk to whoever, is in charge of you. I go, no one is. I go, God is. And that's it. So, but they she ended up calling back later, and my mom ends up answering and then gets the whole story. She's like, of course, my mom's so literal about everything. He said we were dead. I'm like, Mom, I'm just, I don't want you dead. Not yet. I was just bullshitting. All right.
Oh, that is. Well, fortunately, Cindy does have that sense of humor that we talked about earlier. So
she does. Although pranking ACTV, that was the glory days of my pranking days.
No, ACTV guy, you and I were your friend.
We didn't know each other yet either, which is funny.
It was you and Bob Crawford on your end, and then me and the group of degenerates that I was hanging out with at the time that we were up late at night, and these ACTV people were always asking for people to call in, including, oh God, what was the guy's name who would dress up like a clown?
Oh, that guy was so coked out of his mind.
Yeah.
And I didn't know it at the time, but I do now as an adult. And I figured at the time, but yeah, I forgot his name. I mean, I remember Barbara Cantu. I remember Shelly from Catharsis.
Cantu.
Pete Turner, Alex Jones. You go through it. Like, I mean, we destroyed them. And we had a calling signal too.
Adrian Walker, number 3. Was that what it was?
Number 36, Adrian Walker on the carry. And so we would go through setting them up for 10 minutes and then just blistering nothing but F and P bombs and everything. I mean, as C bombs, you name it, all the C's, just getting that out there, and they would be, shooting to try and plug us off. But as we got our wet bandit deal, we want to be the wet bandits, which is never smart because you get caught on that. We never did. But number 36, Wally Pryor, the PA guy at UT. Number 36, Adrian Walker on the carry. There was something about that rhythm and just the bass and volume that I loved. I go, Bob, that's our calling card.
Great calling card.
We'd mix it up a little bit. Number 29, Phil Brown on the screen pass.
Our finest moment of prank calling ACTV. And yes, by the way, Dave, Alex Jones did start at ACTV.
Yeah, I know he started there. No, you could get him so fired up. It was great. Which is why I think a lot of it's fake now, and he's clearly just making money. But even early on, like there was some screw that was loose that, like, I'm shocked he's not died of a heart attack or blood pressure.
It feels like it's coming at some point soon. I mean, he's put
I'm
on.
not wishing that. I'm not wishing it, but I'm not wishing it.
He's put on a lot of weight. He obviously lives a very high stress life. Yeah, that may be happening sooner rather than later. And guess what? When it happens, people will ignore the fact that he is a massive dude who has a lot of stress, and there will be some sort of conspiracy theory behind it. Here's my very sturdy prediction there. But
you mean with the whole pandemic and everyone wanted to avoid one obvious topic that's been in front of us as a country for a long time?
That Anthony Fauci is short?
No, we knew that from St. Regis as a 5'8" point guard.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Queens. But no, the country is very unhealthy and obese to a large degree. So any pandemic, any flu can really turn it the way it did.
Yeah.
And you can obviously give stuff. Well, how about this country and that country? Totally get it. But like this country, where we're at health-wise, you cannot dispute that. Like we've got, I would say that's a pandemic, or is it an epidemic, Trey?
It is most definitely an epidemic, and it's not just a U.S. thing either. It is a global problem right now, much to some people's surprise. But yeah, the obesity thing was a better indicator that somebody who caught COVID could be dealing with long-term consequences or possibly death. It was a bigger indicator than old age was.
Yeah.
Because there are so many other comorbidities that come along with obesity. And the average person who was dying from COVID was dying with 6+ comorbidities. And typically the starting point was obesity. So it's sad, but I think that the pandemic also woke a lot of people up and had them doing more to try and take control over their own personal health too. So they're not reliant on this healthcare system that can be good in some ways, but is also a giant money suck in a lot of other ways too.
I also think that a majority of, probably a majority, it's probably close, maybe 54%, but whatever. What are you laughing at?
Fucking CB. This is one of your finest pieces of work here, CB.
That is phenomenal, CB. You know what, CB? You're getting plenty enough sleep. You're good.
Either that or you need to get less now.
I thought tackling was You know what's ruining society? Social media, which is different. I get it, because that was Mac, but yeah, it's pretty funny.
I'm sorry, you were saying 50-something%.
Yeah, I mean, so I think a majority of Americans, because do you fault your parents for the junk food we were eating as kids, or the high fructose corn syrup? Or I don't. They didn't fucking know, man.
So the tricky thing about this subject is that.
So quickly, let me finish. My point is that a lot of people that are in this situation, whether it's socioeconomic, and we talk about inflation and grocery stores now and everything. Dude, there are a majority of families that would love to live that way, or maybe would even try, but they can't. You've got to breathe and eat for the next day. And this is what our life is, and we're going to have to get by it, right? So that can create bad, obviously, food habits or obesity. And then there's also the lack of knowledge. The lack of knowledge, not as much now, but it may be for some communities. I really don't blame the individual person. I think the system and the country and the world has kind of put them in that spot. And then you get in that spot, you get crack. Well, you're not getting a crack addict off crack for the most part.
It becomes very difficult to do. By the way, Cooter, please tell us more about the Feingold diet, because you were hyperactive. I hope it started with significantly less sugar, because that is a major reason why hyperactivity has become a problem with kids, as well as kids not running around enough during the day and being glued to televisions or devices.
No, the Feingold diet was different.
So tell me what the Feingold diet was, Cooter, if you can.
I'll tell you, because I know what it is.
Okay, what is it then?
You don't talk to Catholic kids.
You don't talk to what?
Catholic kids.
Because you're Jewish?
Yeah, Feingold.
Oh, okay, all right. Sorry, that required more of an explanation than I should have needed. So that's exactly what it was. You know what? There's something to that, Cooter. There is something to that.
Well, I thought he was saying mine was exactly.
No, yours was a good joke that went over my head. Mine was legitimate, because sugar causes hyperactivity. There's no question about that. But to the question that you asked about how much we blame our parents for feeding us just complete crap in our childhoods.
I don't blame them at all.
I don't really blame them at all either, because.
Well, you blame them a little because you said really.
Well, I think there's a laziness that does come into play. Like when you're eating pizza enough days in a row, you have to understand that you're feeding an insane amount of calories to your kids. And when your kid is going through the hormonal changes that comes with puberty, then that could cause all sorts of problems. That's part of the way that I got fat as a kid.
Our parents were smoking cigarettes at 12 years old.
It's very different culture. I agree with that.
I know, but that's all they knew as a 32-year-old parent of a kid.
Misinformation has been around for all of our lifetimes, right? But the misinformation was easier to pass off onto the entire general public back before we had all of these really neat and sometimes accurate, sometimes inaccurate ways to either see that is true or to see that it's completely false. I mean, there was a study that was done that was funded by the sugar industry in the late 60s, early 1970s that demonized saturated fat, while also saying that sugar was a way to counterbalance that sugar was actually in a way good for you. And then you get the sugar industry extracting high fructose corn syrup in the late 1970s and early 80s and starting pumping that into pretty much every every type of processed food throughout the 1980s. And people see high fructose corn syrup. Well, that's a fancy way to say sugar, but it also looks a whole lot nicer, and it makes people overlook the fact that all of their food is being sweetened. On top of the insane amount of money that big food, that major food corporations spend on marketing to make sure the food that they are serving you in packages looks as enticing as possible and tastes as enticing as possible too, by filling it with sugar, fat, and salt as well. And all three of those things on their own can cause a certain sort of problems, but the three
I
of them
love all three
together
too.
just cause things to blow up figuratively and literally, Kevin. So thankfully in the 1990s, people started to wise up to this, and we continue to see a sort of turning of the tide here in America and other developed countries, which is why a lot of these big food corporations have started going to poor developing countries to really inject their product there. Places like Mexico, Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, China. Oh gosh, there's a really good book that I read recently. I'm not recalling the title right now, that breaks it down, that shows like really since the late 80s and early 90s, when America and other places like that started waking up to just how fucked up processed foods were and how those are actually really bad for your health. At that point, they weren't trying to change the message at all. They're still offering that here in America, and plenty of Americans still eat it up, literally and figuratively. Once again, they started trying to find other markets that would allow them to remain as viable and profitable as major corporations.
Agreed. But a lot of the people now maybe have the knowledge, but socioeconomically, fiscally, they don't have the money to do something else. And that's where inflation really comes into play, and stagnant wages, which we've had for too long too, when you balance those out. I will say this though, you kind of brought it up. The biggest issue I've had, do I think that there's new information and not technology necessarily, but maybe that, but ways to gather information to make our diets and health better, because we're evolving as a species? Of course I do. Do I think climate change is real? Of course I do. Problem with both is, at 45, as someone who was really into the climate at one point, and then really into diets and health at another point, they've been so fucking wrong about both my whole lifetime. And the older you get, which is why you can be idealistic at 21, or Greta Van Thornburg, whatever her name is. Like, I care about some 14-year-old chick telling me about the climate. I don't. That they've been so wrong. In 1979, a year after I was born, 60 Minutes put out a piece saying that 60 Minutes, which was a big deal back then, 3/4 of the world will be frozen over by 2020 or 2015 or 2010 or 1999. Like, and now they've completely flipped. You go to diets, all meat, no meat. All, whatever it is, all starch, no sugar. Now you do so. The diets have been so yo-yoed and so on the opposite spectrum that I don't trust the people, the scientists or whatever, who are actually doing this. That we are probably not as far along as a society and as a race and species in a world that than we think we are. We're not there. That maybe in 200 years, they can look back and go, oh, that's cute. They went all protein. See the all protein deal? Oh, in 79, they thought the whole thing would be frozen over. Then in 2020, it's all going to burn up. Climate change is real. And I know it's affecting stuff. To what degree, I don't know. Because the people in charge, the specialists, the geniuses, the scientists, the ones that really can tell you, have been so fucking wrong my whole life. Not only wrong, on the complete opposite side. I think 95 Nebraska is going to have the worst rushing offense in the country. What? Are you kidding me? So that's where, if you're a youngin' listening, people like me who are total independent, have no team on either side, want to get facts and believe them, I've gotten enough facts in my lifetime and information, credible quote unquote information, that was 180 degrees off. It was so far off. So I have a problem believing in any of it, diet or climate change. I know it's real and I know it can help me out and help us out, but who do I believe? That's my question.
I think these are great points. I think that people who really follow nutrition would tell you that nutrition research is a colossal shit show for a variety of reasons, starting with the nature of nutrition research oftentimes requires a certain level of honesty amongst your subjects or a certain amount of self-reporting, and people are terrible at self-reporting. I will also say that there are some basic dietary tenets that don't have to do with eating a certain way for a certain amount of time to lose weight, that is more about general lifestyle choices that will be better for you in terms of what you're consuming. And while there will be all sorts of arguments on macronutrients and which ones you need more of and which ones you need less of, and whether carbs are worse for you than fats, carbs and fats each have value, believe it or not, for those of you who are on one side of that argument or the other.
Yeah, and the latter for Brad Kellner.
The most important macronutrient, true. The most important macronutrient, I think, can safely be said now, is protein, for a whole host of reasons. In part because protein is one of the most important building blocks for life and human existence and humans' ability to thrive. And like, you can look at studies of protein being consumed in meals and how much protein you need to maintain a certain amount of weight or to put on muscle. The other thing to keep in mind with health is that there will also be fads with regards to working out and physical fitness, right? CrossFit, jogging is another one of those things. I mean, there are a variety of workout styles. The most important thing to know with working out is you do want a little bit of variety, but you want to make sure that you are doing resistance training, aka strength training, because muscle helps protect the rest of your body from disease. Or if you get a disease, it helps you to overcome that disease much better than somebody who does not have a certain amount of muscle mass.
Got it.
And again, I'm saying all of these things while also recognizing that some of this is going to continue to evolve too. But I think a very basic rule of do most of your shopping on the perimeter of a grocery store will serve you well. I understand that socioeconomics definitely come into play as it pertains to a person's ability to eat healthy. But I also see in a lot of poor areas, and this isn't just a poor area thing, by the way. I drive around Cedar Park and see this all over the place too. People talk about food deserts in terms of how far a person has to go to find fresh food. Those do exist, but a bigger problem in this country is something that has been very accurately labeled as food swamp, where you do have some healthy options, some fresh food options, but it's in a sea of junk. And the junk is as easy or easier to get into. And it is also
cheaper.
And it also typically tends to be a little bit cheaper too. Here's the thing though, you don't need as much food as a lot of people think you do, especially when you're eating whole foods that are prepared right.
Yeah, have you been to the state fair? No shit.
I have been to the state fair. It's one of the times that I throw my my dietary caution into the wind. But it is it's going to continue to be a problem in this country. Look, like, people know more than ever what they should and shouldn't be doing in terms of their consumption habits, and also the need to exercise versus those who just choose to sit on their lazy asses. I'm sorry, I'm going to put it bluntly, to sit on their lazy asses for far too large a portion of the day. That is harmful for you. It's
like actually great, people. Don't listen to them. Just eat
like
better.
If you stop using your brain, if you stop thinking for yourself, and if you stop challenging yourself mentally, you will become mentally weak. The same thing happens if you stop using your body. I don't care that you excelled in fucking lacrosse or soccer or football or whatever it was when you were in high school. That was 20 years ago. You try and go back out there now, you're going to fucking kill yourself because you've been completely dormant for the last decade. You have to get off your ass. You have to move. You have to challenge yourself. physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Otherwise, those things wither up. You will atrophy in each of those areas.
It's well said. Hey, who do you have in Michigan, Penn State? Penn State or Michigan's favored by 5.5. This is so weird, all the Michigan shit.
I want to take Penn State, but fucking James Franklin sucks in these games. The game's in Happy Valley. Penn State should figure out a way to pull off this upset with as much of a heel as Michigan has become over the last month now. But it's not going to happen. Michigan's going to win this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've never been a Franklin guy. I think he's Mac Brown. And I don't mean that as a compliment, although Mac obviously did great things here. But I mean the Mac Brown of maybe 99 or 2000 or 2001 before he'd actually won one. I'm not sure Franklin will do that. He's a great promoter, great marketer, good bullshitter, and can recruit. But it's always about his coordinators. And Aller, funny thing about Aller's been – hell, he's been top 10 quarterback if you look at rankings. But the third down situation against Ohio State and just their offense in general, I'm not buying it. So I'm going to take Michigan in this, man. It's a 5.5-point line. I'm not sure I'd touch that, but I think Michigan wins.
And I feel like Michigan is extra motivated because they're being demonized for something that a lot of programs are guilty of right now. And that is going above and beyond and trying to crack the code of what other teams' signs are. Like there's I don't know who it is that's trying to make an example out of Michigan. The NCAA has essentially punted and said, we're not going to worry about this until the end of the year. Big Ten coaches were trying to force the conference into punishing Michigan in some way, shape, or form. And Michigan came out and said, yeah, we don't respect your authority, Big Ten. So you can say or do whatever you want to. We're going to completely ignore that. And then we'll maybe deal with it at the end of the season. But I feel like the country, in a sense, has given Michigan some bulletin board material to be extremely locked in the rest of the way. For this weekend's matchup, obviously Ohio State comes up in a couple of weeks. I'm fascinated to see how it plays out because it does seem like Michigan is up there with Georgia as the two teams that have the best chance of winning a national championship right now.
Yeah, they do. No, this whole Michigan stuff's been amazing. I told you about the Ryan Day stuff, and now that's kind of been leaked out and coming out. Ryan Day's
for those who haven't heard about this yet.
So Ryan Day's brother is very high up, like VP or CIO. I forgot what he is of a cybersecurity and investigative firm in New Hampshire that does apparently a lot of stuff in Washington. Like it's one of the top firms. And the thought is that they're probably the ones who did this very high level investigation that the NCAA couldn't or wouldn't do and dropped it at their doorstep. And that's also, by the way, if they did break into Connor Stallion's computer and hack stuff, that's a felony. So this could just be the beginning of a great soap opera. I always felt like growing up Michigan, Ohio State for the Midwesterners I knew. It's the game. It's the game. Like, no, it's not, dude. It's like the 7th best rivalry I give a shit about on the field every year. Outside of even my teams. All right. Miami, Florida State's this weekend. Much bigger. I understand it didn't have the backdrop. I understand the backdrop of both programs. Trust me, I do. But it's boring fucking football. This actually feels like the best Michigan, Ohio State, like rivalry drama that we've had. And it's off the field. And it's been okay on the field the last 10 years, but it's especially the last couple with Michigan actually fighting back. But it's this is turning into some fun stuff right now. And I'm not a big drama guy, but this is the type of drama I can deal with, mainly because it's real, not manufactured.
Yeah, exactly. That's the difference is ESPN pumping something up in a completely fraudulent manner to try and, or they're feigning outrage to try and get people to care more about it than they would otherwise. And it doesn't pass the smell test. This passes the smell test because it is each side trying to go after the other to get the other in trouble. And it was kind of started by Ohio State, who helped create this issue for Michigan beginning last season, according to various reports. By the way, Hamza, Love the recap here, the last 10 minutes or so on this show. All supplements are fake. Never said that, by the way. A lot of supplements are bullshit, but there are good supplements. Food deserts exist, but also lots of bad options. You need to get off your ass and move. This isn't like high school lacrosse. So who do you have for Michigan Penn State? Yeah. We cover the gambit here, Hamza. Thank you so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. If you've enjoyed this episode, click the thumbs up button, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube if you haven't already, and make sure to download that free app as well.
That's what you're going to get with this. I mean, we do talk actually a lot of sports on this show. We don't float stuff out there and cream it up. We actually get to the meat, but and there's a lot of meat to get to. So I don't know. What do you have? Do you have soccer practice or volleyball practice? Can you go 5 or 10 after if we talk sports here?
Yeah, I have no issues with that.
But I actually enjoyed our conversation earlier, and I'm doing this for me, not for y'all.
Today, agreed. Today was supposed to be the last soccer practice of the season for either kid.
Thank God, dude. That must have felt like me getting over chemo.
But it got canceled because of the bad weather. And so now we just have 2 more games to go this weekend, and then we're free of soccer for a couple months.
Couple months? What are they playing in the spring?
Yeah.
Dude, you need to work on some infiltration and really start bad mouthing soccer. I know you have it in you.
I mean, haven't I been bad mouthing soccer? My kids, every time I'm done with a show that I do with you, are like, Dad, why are you saying all that stuff about soccer? Why are you sharing all those stories about us? I'm like, hey.
Because Uncle Kevin and I are honest on this podcast, unlike 98% of sports stuff they see.
We're a little bit too honest about things at times.
Yeah, you may need to turn that around. This may be a dad, anything dad likes we don't, and anything dad doesn't we do. Where you go, you know what? I'm really getting into soccer. And they're like, this is old and boring now.
Reverse psychology.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'll just continue pointing out to them what's going on. But I also tell them this, like they're both good at soccer. So I'm like, that's what you guys enjoy doing. You keep doing it. I will come out and support you at these games, even though I don't like this sport that much. Just keep being good at it. That makes it more entertaining for me because I get to root for y'all.
That's fair. So we got Tennessee, Missouri, 13 at 14, which is not, Missouri, I watched them last week and I've watched them a couple of times. They're a good football team. Tennessee, I'm not totally sure about. Utah, Washington, 18 at number 5. And then I think you were going to get to it. Ole Miss at Georgia. Georgia, an 11-point favorite. 1, would you lay that line with Georgia? And 2, do you trust Lane Kiffin at all to make this close?
I don't know. They just needed a last-minute touchdown to beat A&M at home last weekend.
That was close. I rewatched that game, man. That was
A&M had a chance to win that game.
And I actually wish they would have.
Why is that?
Dude. Keep Jimbo as long as you can.
Oh, okay. That would have been my guess.
Keep Jimbo as long as you can. It reminds me of Mark Johnson when he was their baseball coach, and Aggies would talk to me before radio and then during radio. Katie, you're a big college baseball guy. What do you think about Mark Johnson? I think Mark is one slap ass and Chuck Knobloch around third base after a homer. Good old boy with Jim Lawler, the pitching coach. I mean, I've just been stunned you haven't made it to Omaha. But he's a great coach. Keep it up. I'd keep him. Tony Barone? Tony Barone's he's Rick Pitino with Coach K and some Bobby Knight in there, dressed as a 4'11", 400-pound guy. Like you'd be crazy to get rid of him.
He's John Calipari minus a bunch of inches and plus a bunch of LBs.
Once RC got to the later point, you're going to get rid of one RC Slocum. Who else has sex with his secretary and sleeps in his own office? I mean, you're not going to get that anywhere. You've got to make sure that, you keep the right guy.
Was that the rumor with RC?
Yeah, I think late 90s.
Oh, boy. I didn't realize RC had it in him. I showed so little emotion. I guess I'm kind of proud that he's still able to do that in the late 90s.
Yep.
Not really.
His hair wasn't the only white hair.
I don't think Ole Miss sticks with Georgia, to answer your question. No, and I hate that a top 15 matchup like Missouri and Tennessee does so little for me. But I don't care a whole lot about that game. I guess if I care, it's because I'm intrigued by Missouri right now. Like they've got a pretty good defense, so I'd like to see Eli Drinkowitz continue taking that program in the right direction. And unfortunately, I mean, look, is Utah going to be able to stick with Washington? I don't think so. I know they looked better on offense last week, but that was against God, who did they play last week? Cal?
Arizona. Yeah, but Washington, outside of last week, Washington's been bad since their big win against Oregon.
I think that last week kind of got them back on track, in part because they stopped asking Michael Penix to do so much, and they did a much better job of running the ball. They're going to find a little bit more balance now that they can lean on that rushing attack, and I think that's going to help them to get back to a point of domination on offense. Yeah. And I feel, even though they gave up a lot of points to USC, that's USC is really good offensively. Utah is still not that good on offense. So
no, they've got the pig farmer, and it's a cute story. And trust me, this is where you have to be smart. If you're a Utah fan, not that you're going anywhere, you have a head coach who's been there since what? When did Urban go? 04, 05, around there. Maybe in 06, where he goes from Utah to Florida. Whittingham takes the job. You've had the same OC who Notre Dame, those cheap bastards, tried to hire and couldn't. You've had the same DC, Morgan Scalley, forever. But you've got a great thing rolling. The fact you're 7-2, considering the Cam Rising deal, I'm not sure another coaching staff in the country would be in that spot in the best conference in the country.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, their losses have been to the teams that they should have lost to, I guess. Oregon State and Oregon right now, but they beat USC. They beat UCLA in a game that a lot of people thought UCLA was going to upset them in that game. I was in that category of people that thought UCLA was going to win that game. And they've got a couple of games to prove themselves at the end of the year, starting with number 5 Washington this weekend. And they face Arizona after that too. And Arizona, back to giving you credit for things that you were all on top of before anybody else.
There's not another team though that I've been on top of like this year.
You may be right about that because you were very early on Arizona. Arizona is that game is at Arizona too. That's going to be a tough one for Utah because they're Jaquindon Johnson was good for them last weekend, but that 55-point total is misleading because they weren't great at throwing the ball last weekend. They just forced a bunch of turnovers and gave their offense short fields to work with against fucking Arizona State, who's the worst team in the Pac-12 right now.
You're talking Arizona. Arizona's at Colorado this week, right?
Yes, Arizona's at Colorado this week, but I was saying Utah, they finished the season with Washington, Arizona, and Colorado.
Yep. No, I watched Arizona against USC, and just looking at their talent, just eyeball, like not knowing anything, I thought, holy shit, they got 3 receivers that can go, and they had a backup quarterback, and they should have beat USC. And I was well aware what USC was, even undefeated at that time. You and I were saying it on this podcast. You and I have actually been, for the most part, right about the overview of what we thought in college football. So I'll give us that because we'll be wrong about a bunch of shit too. So, and we'll also own that.
Yeah, I have no problem admitting when I've been wrong. Miami's been reeling recently.
I know, man. The NC State game, because this should have been a game. If Tyler was playing well, I don't totally buy Florida State yet. I think he's done a great job there. They've hit the portal incredibly well, especially with the receivers. This would have been a game, though, where Miami says, we're going to be Miami and get a dub, and it'd be Cristobal's biggest win. Is there any shot at that or no?
No, they've lost 3 of 5 now. That includes the loss to NC State last week. You're right. Tyler Van Slyke played so poorly. What are you laughing at, Cooter?
No. Did you say Van Slyke?
Van Dyke. What is their quarterback?
Yeah. No, it's not Andy's kid or grandkid. It's Van Dyke. Think of Dick. Think of Dick in 2 separate beds.
There we go. Van Dyke was so bad last weekend that there's talks of benching this guy right now. And he was one of the reasons why people thought Miami might make some noise this year, is because he did look good early on, but the tide has turned for him.
Well, I mentioned how well I did.
Miami doesn't look like a great matchup, even though it's supposed to be an in-state rivalry.
I mentioned how well I did at Morgan Stanley, and we did crush it. It was pretty impressive, but also gave me a lot of confidence being outside of radio and TV that I can do other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it also got around Austin a lot, and so that's where I got a lot of opportunities. But I did try and sign Van Dyke, so hey, you win some, you lose some, but we didn't. So it's one of those that I tried to take her out, and I found out that she cut her boyfriend's penis off. Wait, Van Dyke hadn't done that, but where you feel like you ended up losing but winning in the end, those are always good in life, right? I mean, not as great as winning and winning, but losing and winning isn't bad. I mean, you still lost, but it's more of a luck deal. You look up at God and go, thank you for that. At that day I was pissed off, but thanks.
Well, it's like missing your flight on a plane that ends up going down, runs off the runway, and
it's nowhere near like that. What are you kidding me?
I'm just saying it's you think you've missed out on an opportunity, and the opportunity turns.
I get your point, but that's pretty extreme.
Disaster. I was just trying to think of a good example from real life.
All right.
The example that you just brought up, that missing out on.
No, mine was extreme too. I had a dick cut off.
Andy Van Slyke's kid missing out on signing him. I mean, 99.99% of the population isn't going to go through that one either.
Dude, touche, brother. You got me.
But yeah, there is a tragedy to the picture that I just painted that is nowhere near what you were talking about. But yeah,
actually it is. I mean, there would be a lot of people who said I'd rather go down on a plane than get my dick cut off. So actually, they're I'm wrong on that one. They're actually incredibly similar. Your life's over.
I wonder what Andy Van Slyke is up to these days.
Probably hanging out with Sid Bream and Bobby Bonilla. And Bobby's paying.
Was Andy Van Slyke the guy that had the nickname Fruit Loops? No, that was
Lynn. Jose Lynn.
Mickey Tettleton.
Why did Mickey Tettleton never played for the Pirates? Who's a Tiger?
No, but I'm thinking of the guy who had the nickname Fruit Loops. Was that Mickey Tettleton?
I thought it was Ernest Gibbons. Nah. No, I didn't know. I didn't know that Tettleton had that nickname.
Let me see.
We'll leave that for the people that know sports.
Electric slide, folks. Electric slide. Mickey.
He was a switch hitter. He had a great. Anytime you were playing wiffle ball, he had a great, like a Julio Franco, or he had a great stance where he was real dead and
yeah, Mickey Tettleton did have the nickname Fruit Loops.
Why?
Because his favorite cereal was Fruit Loops.
No, it's so baseball.
I know, dude.
I mean, baseball, I love Greg Swindell to death, but his nickname is Zeke. And then people always come up, they're like, so why is your name Zeke? He's like, because my brother's name was Zork. So they called me Zeke. There was nothing to it. It's like, oh, really? I thought there'd be some, mythical god that your parents were into Greek gods or shit like that.
Jim, why do they call you Lefty? Well, Jim Abbott, Lefty.
Oh, are we getting pulled? I almost feel like this is Tori Lavello coming out and saying Merrill Kelly, or more Mark DeRosa. When Merrill Kelly. So DeRosa comes out in the World Baseball Classic and pulls Kelly in the second or third inning. And Kelly looks at him and he goes, and DeRosa's brought this up. He goes, are you fucking kidding me?
No, I just came on here to give y'all an Andy Van Slyke update.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Don't tell me he died in some car wreck.
By the way, real quick before you give the Andy Van Slyke update, does anybody know why Jim Abbott got the nickname Lefty?
No.
Well, you know my Jim Abbott story, remember?
Let's hear it.
Well, I told you, when he was pitching in Michigan in '89, they came down for a spring break deal where Gus would play like 11 games in 5 days, which I loved. My spring breaks to me wasn't going with friends to go skiing. It was hanging out at the dish for 12 hours and bat boying, baby. But Abbott, Michigan are coming. I know BK's like, it explains a lot. So Abbott, Michigan are coming.
Players.
What'd you say?
Giving signs to the Texas players as to what pitch was coming.
Absolutely. I got no regrets about that at all. This wasn't the Astros, dude. You dropped too low. We're giving signs. That's on you. But Abbott comes. So my dad drops me off for the whole day. And I'm like, dude, Jim Abbott. I was like, I'm going to get him to sign a baseball. I was like, but Dad, I'm going to throw him 2 baseballs at once. My dad knew I was sarcastic, but he goes, don't do that, man. Don't do that. All right. What's the Abbott deal?
Why his nickname was Lefty?
Because he only had one left hand.
Jesus Christ, man. Why are our bad jokes going over the other person's head today?
Because the same reason BK is coming on now. He's trying to save this thing and he's trying to kick us off. And I don't blame him. We're not good human beings.
All right, what's the Andy Van Slyke update, BK?
Start calling you Kevin Stallions for all the sign stealing you were doing. Dude.
Oh, can you imagine me with a phone at that age, BK?
Oh my God.
It would have been on, dude.
You would have been arrested at the age of 9 for.
Yeah, I would have been in center field. You know, it's like, what's this kid doing?
Oh my God, you would have been banging trash cans out there. Speaking of the Astros.
Yeah, I've been banging trash cans and other things.
I've been doing that on 6th Street for years.
Yeah, and they literally are trash cans.
I also have taken a couple of women home too, but I'll tell you what. Those trash cans can be nice. Andy Van Slyke, I'm surprised y'all don't know this, but you guys also don't watch nearly as many commercials as I do because I for some reason enjoy those. He's on the Nugenics commercials with Frank Thomas and
Doug
Flutie.
Yeah,
he's pushing those low T pills these days.
Trey, it is the worst commercial ever. It reminds me of an 80s commercial. They really haven't got the nuance of how to do this. And it's some chick with a guy on a golf course, her guy. And they're like, hey, Frank Thomas, Doug Flutie, how are y'all doing? We're doing great. And my wife comes now, which is awesome because my dick's hard again. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then they wink at her and they're like, and she'll like it too. And I'm like, whoa, whoa.
That's how it always ends. And she'll love it too.
And she'll love it too. Like there's no BK. I mean, obviously I'm kidding around, but it's close to that, is it not? I mean, it is like if we would have been 9 watching it, we would have been with our buddies dying laughing.
Oh, yeah. They always try to bury the lead in those. It's like, oh, you've got more energy for work and for the gym. And then they just start talking about how like your dick is going to start working again. And then it's like, that's why everybody wants this stuff. You might as well lead with that because that's why everybody is calling or texting the word man for a free sample.
Dude, get to the gym part if you've got time in the 30 seconds. All right. Get to my wife actually has her G-spot hit now.
Yeah. That's what we really want. And then you get the wife
up like, fucking, okra in there.
Yeah.
Boys, I actually do have to go now. We're about to go grab dinner.
All right. Well, that's a great way to end. I'm not sure what this show was, but I tell you this, it was unfiltered.
It was awesome. I've been running some errands. I probably listened to an hour and a half of it. You guys were hilarious. And the transitions from randomness to sports were top notch today, boys.
So if you just listen for the first time, Trey and I actually do talk a lot more sports, and there's a lot of stuff we want to get to. But
depends on the day.
But you're gonna get this, so we're not going anywhere. Y'all enjoy it. Thanks for listening. Subscribe and make your wife happy.
Make your wife do this.
You get your wife to do that. Got her on ecstasy.
Later, buddy.
See you guys.